Hooah! All right, everything's working. Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome back to the Combo Couch. I am Pasta Jardula. Unfortunately, Fiorella got stuck at the office again today. As you know, she has just returned from the Donbass, doing some great reporting, taking a look and seeing what's going on over there. She wanted to go there since she got on the ground in Moscow, and she was able to get that chance to go do so. Life-changing, she says. She's going to be posting a lot of stuff, talking about a lot of stuff, what she experienced over there. But unfortunately, she couldn't make it today. And I really wanted her to be here, but it's okay. Since this is my idea, I'm going through with this. As you know, I've been talking about the Libertarian Party. I've been talking about possibly what I've been calling the great compromise of sorts, and that's anti-imperialist left who really are down with, not being interventionist, who are for their civil liberties, who are for their freedom of speech, who are big advocates of Julian Assange. Take a look at this Libertarian Party, because we have a lot of same values and we can stand on a lot of common ground. And with that being said, this conversation's been taking place. We've been seeing it on Twitter. I've had one of this guests on before, Dave Smith, who will be here shortly right now. Well, he's in the backstage. Come on with Jimmy Dore and have these conversations. But it seems that we still have to continue these conversations, because if we're going to find a way to come together, like a lot of people are doing on February 19th at the Rage Against the War Machine rally in D.C., building a coalition, that we need to continue to have these conversations to understand each other, to come to common ground, and have grown-up conversations. So let's kick it right off. I'm going to introduce my guests. Starting on first, I'm going to introduce Caleb Maupin, returning to the show. As you know, Caleb Maupin, I would classify you as a modern-day communist. Would you say that, of somewhat of sorts, Caleb?
Absolutely. Yeah. I would accept that description.
Yeah. Once I heard you talk about socialism and communism, you weren't talking about so much the socialism of old. You were talking about what can we come up with today. I always talk about we need some sort of mixed system. And I think that would be good if we were able to sit down and say, this works for us. We like this. We understand that. We understand the labor aspect, and then we can go from there. So thank you so much for joining the show today to have this conversation.
Absolutely. I'm glad to be here, and I'm hoping to engage with the other two guests. It's going to be interesting.
It's going to be fun. So let's also returning to the show. I talked about Dave Smith. He's come on the show before. We had the famous, I should say, Jimmy Dore, my good friend. We had the Smith Dore 24, kind of just to play a little marketing there, have a little fun. It's a little bit different with Caleb. Caleb, modern day communist. There's not really a powerful communist party in the United States right now. They're not going to get on any ballots or any party line tickets, whatnot. But you are a libertarian of sorts, and your name has been floated maybe for possible office or a position somewhere high or whatnot. The Mises Caucus is now running the show, I should say, new management of sorts in the Libertarian Party, which means nothing to a lot of people because they don't know about the Libertarian Party. And I think a comedian as yourself, a populist person, can really get that message out there, Dave. So thank you so much for joining the show and the conversation today.
Well, thank you. We must both be very modern day communists and libertarians, because Caleb's dressed like a capitalist and I'm dressed like a commie over here. So that's we're really switching things up.
Yes, we are. That's what you're going to get over here at the Combo Couch. Let's bring in our last guest. So true. Look at you. You look like a capitalist, Caleb. Our last guest been on the show before. I've been talking about this guy for quite some time, and it's kind of funny because within the Libertarian Party, people will say Pasta's a Spike guy. And that's because after I experienced a lot of time in the Progressive Party, getting in grassroots candidates and whatnot, I didn't see the actual, and forgive me if I'm insulting you here, Spike, the tactician of sorts, the person who can really convey a message to different groups of people. One of the first videos I saw of Spike Cohen, he was out in front of the Capitol speaking to some Black Lives Matter rally people, I think, and you were just breaking it down step by step of what it means to be, I don't think you were really pitching the Libertarian Party, but you were pitching or discussing libertarian ideas, and they were realizing that they had a lot in common with you.
Yeah, I was the one person there that didn't come to demagogue. I came there to present solutions to what they were upset about. They were upset about police brutality. They were upset about the war on drugs. They were upset about disproportionate enforcement. And so I showed up. It just so happened that I was there at a campaign event in Columbus, found out that the rally was happening there. Me and a bunch of other libertarian candidates for office went over. It wasn't that far away. Listened to what they had to say and said, hey, great news. We're the only ones running to end qualified immunity. We're the only ones running to truly end the war on drugs. And based on that, based on the fact that everyone else that showed up wanted to demagogue about race or demagogue about not really about solutions, but about anger. Let's be angry and let's remain angry because we showed up to actually present solutions. They were very impressed and many of them endorsed us on the spot.
Yeah. And I think that's important because a lot of people in politics right now, they come to demagogue. They wag their finger. They think their way is right. That's the beautiful thing I think about you two in particular, Spike and Dave, is that you guys are listening. You're understanding. You're having conversations. You're just not wagging your finger. At least that's the first impression I got off you guys. I haven't been around in the Libertarian Party long enough to know the true you guys, but I'm finding out more and more information on a daily basis. So thank you for joining us today. Let's start off with Caleb because I want to know what type of communist Caleb is. We called you a modern day communist, Caleb, in the beginning of the show because like I've had many conversations with you. You know about your history. You know about your past, right? And I think there's a lot of differences probably in this panel right now. I don't know up front Dave and Spike's view on history when it comes to a lot of communism. I know I had Scott Horton on the show yesterday, and when he had a chance to go after Mao and Stalin, he did. But sometimes history is not what we know of it. It's what's written, what we're told, what we're programmed. And there's a lot of questions out there. But Caleb, why don't you give us a little opening about what type of communist you are and how that relates to what you're trying to achieve today?
Well, the first thing I want to make clear is that if I thought that the woke left were a representative of communism, if I thought that these people running around, burning buildings and advocating censorship on the internet, who want to allow Silicon Valley to silence free speech, who support the lockdowns, who are cheering for World War III against Russia, if I thought those people were communists, I'd hate communism too. I absolutely would. And, what I call the synthetic left, these entities that are a result of CIA programs like MK Ultra and the Congress for Cultural Freedom, these folks that are funded by the wealthiest capitalists, George Soros and the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller think tanks, those folks are not representative of anything that I stand for. I'll tell you that much. The life-changing experiences that I've had is when I've gone to global communist gatherings. I went to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Quito, Ecuador in 2013. I went to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Sochi, Russia in 2017. I've been to Venezuela. I've been to Nicaragua. I've been to countries where there are big communist parties that are leading millions of people. And what's interesting is, Dave, when he was starting out, he said, I look like a capitalist and he looks like a communist. When I go to actual countries where there are big, major communist parties, they wear suits and ties. They look like serious worker politicians and they represent millions of people. And their focus is on economic development. It's about raising people up out of poverty. 21st century socialism in the Bolivarian countries, socialism with Chinese characteristics, which has raised more people out of poverty than any other system in history. It's about using state power and controlling the market to raise people up. It's about promoting technology and innovation. And the ultimate goal, if you read what Karl Marx wrote in his critique of the Goethe program, is for a society with so much wealth and abundance that the state can fade away, that there can be total equality, social hierarchies can fade away. Labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people only work because they feel like it, to not be bored. It's not a necessity. Labor is no longer a necessity because technology has advanced so much. 21st century socialism, the movement that has raised millions of people out of poverty, that has turned Russia and China into superpowers, that has built some of the biggest telecommunications manufacturing corporations in the world, has the fastest trains in the world in China these days. This system of having an economy that is organized to serve public good and having a government of action that fights for working families and utilizes the market to strengthen an overall state-run economy. That's the vision that has been very successful in both the 20th century and the 21st century. Obviously, the Soviet Union had problems, and we've modernized, and things have changed. But around the world, if you get past the woke left and all these, hipster kids that think they're Marxists, there is a global communist movement that runs many countries: Vietnam, China, Angola, many countries around the world, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and they have had very positive results by utilizing a market sector to fit in with an overall state central vision for leading toward that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, building up and advancing technology. And I think a lot of libertarians, if they saw it this way, if they saw that we believe in technology, we believe in growth, and we believe in innovation, and we see capitalism and the rule of the world by big banks and big corporations, what Lenin called imperialism, capitalism in its monopoly stage, the highest stage of capitalism. I think if a lot of libertarians saw that we believe in growth, and we are opposed to these global big corporations and the governments that enforce their will with war, I think they might have a different perspective.
Well, I'm going to just let one of the guys, Dave or Spike, jump in. I'm assuming when they heard the word state power or state control, that's when they got a little bit of because we know how they hate government. I think that libertarianism obviously has a lot of tendencies of anarchism, where we want no state, we want no overreaching power. Dave, why don't you jump in and give us your take on what type of libertarian you are and what you're all about, and why it might not be so great to go the communist route over here.
Yeah, well, I suppose then after listening to, I'm not very familiar with Caleb, but after listening to his open remarks, I suppose you could say all three of us are anarchists. Me and Spike are both anarcho-capitalists, basically. Yep. Believe in the non-aggression principle, self-ownership, private property rights. And Caleb is also a communist anarchist in the sense that the ultimate end goal would be the withering away of the state for a stateless, classless society. I would certainly be skeptical that the path toward abolishing the state would be to grow the state to be tremendously powerful. That seems counterproductive to me, and I don't think you're ever going to end up getting to that point. I think I can speak for Spike as well, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not, because I know Spike very well, that both me and Spike have really no issue with socialism so long as it's voluntary. I mean, we have no issue with worker co-ops or people buying up plots of land and sharing them around. No issue with, all pitching in for mutual aid or something like this to take care of healthcare or something like this. Private sector unions, collective bargaining in that sense, I have no problem with. I do have quite an issue when it's being forced on people. I don't agree with your assessment of history. I think that both it's not as if there were like some problems with the Soviet Unions or some problem with Mao Zedong's China, but overall it helped the country and turned them into superpowers. I think these were two of the most horrific regimes that have ever existed. And I would say that China has, while they're still, of course, the in name Communist Party, that's the one party dictatorship over there, they certainly have moved far away from the communism of Mao Zedong, announcing that wealth is now good, making it much easier for people to start businesses and make money. I think that is much more accurately what is their kind of what's helped improve the situation for millions of people over there in China, although it's obviously still a lot of problems. I do agree with the criticisms of the imperialist West. I think that, if you want to describe that as capitalism, because semantic debates are the most boring and least productive debates, I would just say that what me and Spike are advocating for is laissez-faire, non-interventionist free markets, and that certainly the most powerful government in the history of the world, the United States of America, going all around the world, starting wars for profit, is certainly not anything that we would be advocating for. So I'll say this, that in the spirit of what we've talked about the last few times on the show, we are all opposed to the American warfare machine. That is, despite what any other economic differences we may have, that's a pretty damn important agreement. I think about those missiles those Ukrainian missiles that hit Poland a few months back, but when Zelensky came out and blamed it on Russia, we had politicians here in America advocating, invoking Article 5. Just the other day, there was some in the German parliament, one of their politicians announced that Germany was at war with Russia, which always works out really well when Germany and Russia go to war.
Yeah.
This is it's kind of, the stakes are very high, and I do look at this kind of like, if you were like an abolitionist during slavery and you were like, but we disagree on tax policy or something like that, it'd still be a pretty important issue that you were both on the same side of. So I do kind of feel that. But I don't know. I guess I could stop there. Let Spike go.
Well, let Spike jump in, because this question I have for Spike is what Dave just said. The one thing talking about, like, he disagrees with the assessment of Mao and Stalin. You know what I'm saying? But this is something that I often, when I have discussions with libertarians about too, as well, is that they'll agree that the interventionism, causes a reaction from these countries to, act a certain way or go to certain, methods. And I'm not saying that they were the Boy Scouts by any means, but I've been down to Nicaragua and I've seen collectivism, and I've seen the number one issue be national sovereignty and the way a country has to bond together. I mean, we talked about this briefly, Dave, before the live show. It's about Cuba, like, Castro, like, he didn't come out there and like, communism, it's what's for dinner. He didn't sell communism. He was forced to eventually go along with the Soviet Union. And Caleb, we've talked about this too as well.
Yes.
So when you talk about Mao, when you talk about Stalin, the thing that kind of gets me, and Spike, please jump in, because, I want to also know what your biggest beef with socialism is, but a lot of these collective countries or countries who've gone to this collective government, it's just simply a reaction from the empire with their boot on their neck. So how can we really be criticized? How can we criticize all these other countries and all these other governments, especially the systems, when we have to clean our own house first? Go ahead, Spike.
Well, there's certainly a point to be made there. I mean, one could argue that in the same way that what we call the woke left is really just fascist imperialism wrapped in a rainbow flag, what we are now calling Chinese communism is really an increasingly authoritarian but almost Western style corporatism wrapped in a Chinese communist flag. But I would say it's correct that is a kind of reaction to Western forces or Western elements of Western policy, where the corporatists who run things in the Western world, in order to basically destroy their smaller competition, so poison the well with regulatory burdens and tax burdens in their home countries that they destroyed their competition, with the idea that they would go over to countries like China and like Vietnam and so forth and set up shop there, and then use the U.S. military to guard, protect their products as they're shipped back into this country, thereby basically closing off entire markets to themselves. The exchange there, the trade-off, was that China would adopt an increasingly a less communist or less socialist push for how their government is run, and more of a corporatist one, which is why we see a lot of the elements in China that we see in the West, but just even more so. Yes, we see this broadly or seemingly fastly growing economy, but we also seeing an increasingly authoritarian structure, more and more censorship. We were talking about censorship earlier. We see more and more censorship. We see more and more of an aggressive stance in the region, although nothing.
You're talking about China now, right? You're talking.
Yeah, we're talking specifically about China.
This is the thing. I don't want to interrupt you, but see, as you're saying that, Spike, and I got to stop you and stuff like that. We're talking about there being more authoritarian, they're bringing more this. They're lifting way more people out of poverty, and our streets are getting filled with more and more homeless people. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so I don't mean to stop you, but this is the part
until the debt bubble bursts. So China, we talk about the debt bubble and inflation that's happening here, and the looming threat of that. If you compare that to China's, it's barely even comparable. And the point of that is, yes, in part, that was a reaction to things that were happening in the West, to basically create monopolies in those Western regimes. What I would say is that our criticism, if you wanted to say a criticism of communism writ large, is that, like Dave said, this is the idea that you can have a large and growing state that is somehow going to eventually fade away. That's not what governments do. Governments get bigger and get bigger and get bigger until they're checked, not because people go, okay, thanks, we don't need you anymore, but because people say, no, we don't, we refuse this. And I mean, just looking at China's zero COVID policy, I don't think that a country whose government has done this and continues in some cases to do this to people is going to anytime soon turn into anything resembling statelessness.
I'm going to let Caleb respond to that. And I don't want to lose my chain of thought here. You know what? I'll let you jump right in, Caleb, and I'll circle the wagon, because the solution, Spike, is the thing that it just drives me crazy sometimes when I'm speaking to libertarians about economics, right? Like, it's always like, well, we have to eliminate the state because the state's the problem. It's not just going to go away. I don't think that government is just necessarily the problem. I believe that people are the problem. It's not that government is corrupt. It's that people are corrupt. So how just by removing the entity of government is just this going to straighten itself out? And let Spike respond to that.
Yeah, I'd like, because I'll answer that specific thing, and I won't go into a whole diatribe so that Caleb can talk about this. Government is simply people with centralized power and presumption of authority. That's what government is. So yes, we understand that there is no what we call a Rothbard button where you can press it and government goes away. But we believe that the answer is scaling back government. And yes, it's going to be incremental, but scaling back government, and in doing so, scaling back the power that the corporate entities are able to exercise through government, and decentralizing that power back to the people, as opposed to having it centralized into a relative handful of people. And that any push to further centralize and consolidate that power is going to have the opposite of any potentially intended effect of helping the people as a whole. So that's what I would say about that. Yes, people can be corrupted. They're corrupted through power. And so when you centralize power, they're even more corrupted.
That makes sense. Go ahead, Caleb, respond.
Okay, well, I got a couple things I want to say. The first thing I want to say is we got to be clear about what terms mean. You know, when you all say capitalism, you probably just mean freedom, starting your own business, etc. And we have different definitions of these terms. When I say capitalism, I mean a system where production is organized for profit, where the primary motive force behind economic activity is private entities looking to enrich themselves. Socialism is when the means of production, the banks and the factories and the major industries and the centers of economic power are forced to operate according to a central plan, so that growth is no longer restrained and they can continue to operate without the boom-bust cycle and without the problems intrinsic in capitalism. I always use the example of self-driving cars. In a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing. All the labor that goes into driving and traffic courts and Uber drivers would be gotten rid of. People could focus their labor elsewhere. We'd have a much more productive society. But Andrew Yang pointed out that under our system, self-driving cars would lead to riots in the streets. There would be mass unemployment and hunger. And this is the problem of capitalism. The capitalist is always looking to produce as many goods as possible. But in the process of doing so, he wants to eliminate the jobs. The worker cannot buy back what he produces. You have a frequent problem of gluts and overproduction, the tendency of the rate of profits to fall. This is the Marxist understanding. And I also want to talk about, you know, when you talk about freedom, and this is a very important point, and I guess freedom in any society is always proportional to the amount of economic development that there is. Nobody anywhere in the world was talking about freedom of speech or freedom of religion or freedom of assembly until like the 1400s in Europe. And were people just evil until John Locke was born? Of course not. There was just not a level of economic development that could necessitate and allow that kind of freedom. That the dawn of capitalism emerging from feudalism gave birth to a new level of abundance and productivity in society, which led to a new level of freedom. And the understanding that Marxists have is that with a rationally planned economy, the level of abundance and prosperity in society can grow up to the point that eventually we can have a world in which a state and a government is not necessary. But the road to doing so is getting past the artificial restraints on human productivity that come from the irrationality of the market. We need a government that will control the means of production. And, you know, when you said that China has this debt bubble that's hanging over their heads, I've heard that my whole life. China's always about to fall. Capitalist economists, they look at China and they say, oh, that they can't have this much growth. This isn't possible. According to the laws of capitalism, yes, they should have a big correction. Their economy should have crashed about 10 times by now. But it hasn't because profits are not in command. In 2015, when their stock market went down and dropped dramatically, within a week, it was right back up because the Communist Party made some phone calls and they banned short selling and they threatened people on the threat of arrest if they moved in certain ways. And the state-run industries were told what to do. And the stock market bounced right back up because profits are not in command. And I will say, you know, with all due respect to our friends here, one of the frustrations I have with libertarians is the selective interpretation of what's capitalist and what's socialist. You know, libertarians told us Obamacare was communism. You know, that because the government's getting more involved in healthcare, we're going to have full communism and gulags and death camps. Obamacare is communism. But China, where the government owns the banks, where the government owns the major industries, where they have 5-year economic plans to plan out their economy, where there's a Marxist-Leninist party that's in charge, where even private corporations can't do what is profitable and are basically told what to do in line with the central plan. Somehow that's capitalism. Why? Well, everyone knows communism doesn't work and China's successful, so it must be capitalist. Whereas Obamacare, you know, which is just an adjustment of our for-profit healthcare system, which is a disaster. Oh, well, it must be communism because it's bad. And this is this selective interpretation. Anything bad in the United States is communist. Anything good China does is capitalist. You know,
hold on.
That's not what we said.
Yeah, can we respond to some of this?
Yeah, let's let Dave get in there because I think, in all fairness, I don't think it was a lot of the libertarians that was saying that Obamacare was communist. I think it was more of the Alex Jones type and neoconservatives and populist right. But go ahead, David.
Yeah, I think you tore that straw man to shreds, but that's not what any libertarian who said Obamacare is communism is probably just goofy and stupid. I don't know. What I said, and what I'd imagine Spike said at the time too, was that it was a completely crony scam that was going to lead to premiums increasing and crappy healthcare, and that the profits of the health insurance companies would go up. And we were completely right about that. What I actually said just a few minutes ago here was that China moved away from communism, comparing their current regime to Mao Zedong, and I think that's objectively
is that a
true.
Fair statement?
Caleb? They now praise wealth. They now allow people to own businesses. I mean, like, yes, it's less communist than it once was.
Can we just
I don't agree with that. I think communism always praised wealth. If you look at Karl Marx, he was saying that, you know, the ultimate goal is a society with so much abundance. The goal of the Communist Party is to increase wealth in society. The problem with capitalism is that it holds back productive forces. In China, during the 1950s and 60s, they had a heavily state-run economy. In the 1970s and 80s, they adjusted to have more of a state sector. But the Soviet Union did the same thing. In the 1920s, they had the new economic policy in the Soviet Union. Then you had Stalin and the 5-year economic plans. And that socialism is always adjusting. Venezuela has a much smaller state sector than China does at this point. You know, Venezuela, the oil is in the hands of the state and the oil is used to subsidize, but it's largely a private economy. Nicaragua, their big success has been their micro entrepreneurship program, where the state loans money to Nicaraguans to start their own businesses. And socialism is constantly adjusting. You know, there's a big private sector in many socialist countries. There's worker cooperatives. There's state-run industry.
Right, well, let's let.
Okay, fine. I mean, fine. You can say
is planning.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Listen. Let me. You can say it's always adjusting. Okay. My point is that in this case, it adjusted to allowing more business and profits. But okay, whatever. It's very easy to start a business in China. In many cases, much easier than it is in the United States of America. Regardless of any of that, when you define. Look, again, I don't want to get just trapped into this semantic debate, but when you just define capitalism as seeking profits, that's just not anyone's accurate definition of what capitalism is, even not the capitalism that I would defend. Capitalism is about private ownership of the means of production, private ownership of property. Now, there's obviously lots of different schemes within there, but for example, the vast majority of businesses either don't make a profit or make very, very little profit. It's that there's lots of millions of nonprofit businesses and millions of businesses where basically the owners squeak out a living. They might draw a salary out of that business, but there's really no profits to speak of. This is most people who own a business. They're probably in that situation. There are a few big businesses that make tons of profits and a few mid-sized businesses that make nice profits. The worst of the big ones are always in bed with governments. But I just think that regardless, I think it's probably more productive for us to just talk about what the system that we are advocating for and the system that you're advocating for,
right,
rather than kind of say we're defining capitalism as everything bad in the West, or communism as communism, anything where there's central planning. The issue, like I would say, you made a lot of assertions about how we're for communism or we're for socialism because this is the system that leads to economic productivity. This is what raises up the standard of living. I think that's blatantly false. And it's just not true that the average, if you look at through the reign of Lenin or Stalin, if you look at through the reign of Mao Zedong, the idea that the average person was doing better than the average person in the United States of America, I think is just not true.
Well, first of all, right, to say that it's better than the United States, that's not the comparison. Is it better than what was there before? And there is no question that under the leadership of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union, Russia went from being an agrarian, impoverished country without electrification, with mass illiteracy, to being a superpower that had the biggest power plants in the world,
and
steel mills in the world.
Slaves
they defeated the Nazis. Yes. They invented space travel. And this is the lie. I was told this in school. Communism failed everywhere.
But this is no type of
had huge astronomical successes.
Right, but this is
the life expectancy went up, living conditions went up.
Okay,
let's let Dave. Yeah, let's let Dave
patented
respond.
The first mobile phone? It was Kaprianovich in the Soviet Union. But communism never invents anything, right?
But no one said that, dude. Just stop. Stop
with
Caleb.
Hold on, guys.
Built the world's largest hydroelectric power plant.
Caleb, one second.
Caleb. Let's let Dave respond. Come on, now.
Like listing off inventions and stuff. Also, listen, just let's cut with the straw man. You don't have to answer. You don't have to argue against things I never said. I never said communism didn't invent anything. I also think that this idea that say like, well, things were better than they were before under these systems. I mean, sure, not for the millions of people who starved to death, they weren't, but for some people, actually, I'm sure it was.
Starvation was much larger before the
let me just get a sentence.
All the time.
All right. Let me just get a sentence out, dude.
The communists cured the famine. They're the ones that eliminated.
Caleb, this isn't going to be worth it if you just talk over me every couple words.
Let him respond
here. As Noam Chomsky pointed out once before, slaves in the year 1850 were wealthier than slaves were in the year 1750. Things had improved. The conditions were better for them. Their life expectancy was higher. None of that in any way is an argument for slavery being a just system or the system that you want. So what I was just saying is that if you're saying that communism is a system that lifts people out of wealth, well, then why can't I compare capitalist countries where people were lifted out of wealth or lifted out of poverty, rather, that, if you look at the Industrial Revolution in England and in the United States of America, by the end of it, people were living at a standard that was unfathomable. I mean, like, with the standard of living that we all enjoy right now is something that would have sounded like magic to people who were here a couple hundred years ago. So if you're using this standard to praise communism, then that same argument is going to work for capitalism. I mean, look at can I list off all of the inventions that have come out of Western society?
This is not where I wanted the conversation to go about us arguing about the history of capitalism and communism, because I knew we would get to this point. Because I'm sorry, Dave, and once again, it's not that I'm advocating for communists. I look at myself as a leftist libertarian who wants a mixed system of sorts. But at the end of the day, I see a lot of Americans in all different types of ideology, especially on the conservative right side, whether it be libertarian, populist right, that want to wag the finger at all these other countries and their systems when they have a lot of these systems because of our actions. It's just,
I don't disagree with that. Listen, I don't disagree with that. And
so if we have this argument about like, oh, why communism is so bad, I want to know why Austrian economics and that's capitalism in your mind, Spike and Dave, how it's going to work today. And same thing with you, Caleb. How is it going to work today instead of arguing in the past? So,
I don't think that anyone could argue that authoritarianism doesn't beget authoritarianism. And so I would agree to that extent. Even though I will say I think that this, if anything, this discussion hasn't been contentious enough, I'm going to try to maybe extend an olive branch in the form of saying that we've been doing a lot of, capitalism versus communism, often using different terms for both, sometimes flex using terms, going back and forth on them. I think what libertarians as a whole believe is that in any given system, in any given situation, the more authoritarian that becomes, the more authoritarian that those in charge become, the more authoritarian the so-called solutions become, the worse the outcomes are, and the more that centralization of power also leads to the centralization of wealth. It turns out that the most powerful people also become the most wealthy people. So if you look at any attempt to try to use the state and thereby grow the state to try to achieve an outcome, however noble that outcome may be, it's going to end up being bad. And here's an example that went across all different definitions, which was the COVID regime. The COVID regime was alive and well in the United States, in China, in Australia, in North Korea, in Russia, in all of the European countries, all through most of Latin America and much of Africa and much of Asia. And what we saw, whatever flavor of the COVID regime or whatever they were called, whatever kind of system they were calling themselves, a admittedly noble desire to try to save lives, almost immediately, if not from its very beginning, turned into incredibly powerful, wealthy people and corporations and powerful politicians using this thing as a fear-mongering tactic to get people to go along with what they would have never agreed to under any situation since. And China, in that case, was one of the most egregious examples, but the U.S. was as well. And so a perfect example of how we can sit here and argue about communism versus capitalism versus socialism versus libertarianism versus whatever. The reality is, the more power is centralized into a small handful of people, the more they're going to abuse it because they can.
Okay.
And so the whole idea is to try to decentralize that power as much as possible. And like Dave said at the beginning of this, that the idea that if we snapped our fingers and either government went away or was greatly reduced and there was more individual power, that we'd all voluntarily organize the exact same way is the height of fantasy. Of course, there are going to be voluntary collectives. Of course, there's going to be voluntary, more what we'd call capitalist type systems. Of course, there are going to be all sorts of different ways that this manifests, mixed systems and everything else, things we haven't even thought of yet. And why not, instead of trying to define or fight behind definitions and fight over which failed examples of authoritarianism worked best or worse, just acknowledge that we do best when we're most free, and we do worse when we are less free and there's more power in the hands of a small handful of people.
Okay, so really quick question, and Dave, you can follow up. You're right. So how in your system moving forward, let's say the Libertarian Party got some power, took over. How in your system do we make sure that the most vulnerable don't fall through the cracks, Spike? And I want to, Dave, I want you to follow up on this, and then we'll let you roll right into it, Caleb.
So a presidential candidate we had in 1996 and 2000, arguably one of the best we've ever had, Harry Brown. He liked to say that, what government's main function is to walk up to you, break your legs, steal your wallet, use some of the money to buy you some crutches, and then say, hey, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have any crutches. And so I would say that first and foremost, absent government, or again, because Dave and I are both anarcho-capitalists, the Libertarian Party has minarchists, constitutionalists. So we don't want to speak on behalf of all libertarians. We are both from a specific subset of libertarianism. But absent authoritarianism, to whatever degree that there is, there would be a direct correlation with there being fewer people in poverty, because you wouldn't have intentionally implemented regulatory burdens, things like telling someone that they have to have a multi-$1,000 business license to be able to braid hair for a living, or have to spend tens of thousands of dollars in compliance costs to DJ at someone's party or something like that. Removing the barriers and burdens that force people to remain in poverty, removing things like our version of the welfare state, which actually incentivizes people not to thrive and punishes them for thriving, removing taxation systems that are disproportionately rob those with the least to then hand that money and future debt to the wealthiest among us, and hand the debt for that to the least wealthy among us, you'd have less poverty to begin with. So right off the bat, before you even removed the safety net, so to speak, by simply adding some of the rungs back to the bottom of the ladder, many of the people would be able to climb out of the net and then use the wealth that they would have to help pull others out of the net. And then whoever is left that for whatever reason simply cannot help themselves, and there's always going to be that, the poor is always going to be among us, there would be things like voluntary mutual aid, voluntary charity, things that actually come from the anti-authoritarian or partially from the anti-authoritarian left that could help fill that gap. And I ranted for quite a bit there, so I want to make sure Dave and Caleb get
Dave, jump on in, because
weigh
then
in on this too.
All right, Dave, jump on in, because then me and I'm sure, because I have a lot of questions. I have a hard time with this part of the libertarian mindset. I really do. Like, I get the fact, and don't get me wrong, I have some beautiful anarchist friends. Keith McHenry, who started Food Not Bombs, is one of the greatest anarchists. Beautiful man. And the way he describes anarchism is, I love it. I really do. Rules, no rulers, a free society. Nobody has a monopoly on violence. I love that stuff. But I still have a hard time thinking that if we just sweat government, that all our problems will go away. That instead of rules being made in a city hall or a courtroom, they won't be made any better. Not to say that they're not. They're made in a corporate boardroom right now, right? So, I mean, we already have that, but please go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah, they already are. So
but I think you almost answered your question at the end.
You almost did, yeah.
It's like, right. So basically, that's the system that you end up living under, and it doesn't even really matter if it's a corporation or just some very powerful person connected to the government.
Right.
That look, I mean, it's like I'll just kind of second what Spike said, and then maybe add a couple other things there. But like, it's kind of like you're asking, it's like if you're I don't know. I'm trying to think of like an analogy. It's like if you're just like beating the crap out of your dog and you're like, what can we do to help this dog? It's like, well, step one might be stop beating the crap out of him. Like, that'd be pretty. And there's so much that we would do. The idea of getting this government to help poor people. I mean, it's like, okay, step one would probably be stop screwing them over at every single turn. Just like Spike was saying, and it's true for so many jobs. You have any idea how hard it is to become like a plumber? It's insane, the hurdles and the barriers that government sets up. And they're screwed over by the government education system that completely betrays the most vulnerable people. I mean, it's an absolute outrage. You look at these schools, they spend, the national average is over $10,000 per student per year. And in the poorest areas, these kids come out illiterate. They've collected, $200,000 per classroom per year and done nothing for these kids. Of course, obviously, the criminal justice system is just horrific and crushes people who don't deserve it. Nonviolent, victimless crimes and stuff like this. But the idea of like, how would we help these people is kind of, as you guys were touching on before. You're saying this is a question of the nature of people. People have to be willing to do this. And if they're not, then I don't see why we should expect that they'll be like, people aren't good enough to help other people, but they will be good enough to vote in politicians who promise to help us. Like, that's really the pathway to help the most marginalized amongst us. And you just see over and over again why trying this never yields the results that you want. What people need is their liberty. What people need is to be able to pursue their life and not have unreasonable obstacles in their way. And if there are people who fall through the cracks, we need to have organizations that can help them. There's no reason, I think, why that can't be done voluntarily and why that can't be done at the most local level. The problem when you have like a big national government forcefully, coercively taking people's money and saying that they're gonna, create these programs to help poor people. The problem is that it's completely indiscriminate, and you end up incentivizing or disincentivizing people to work and create wealth or pull themselves out. You end up incentivizing the very thing that you're trying to, eliminate. And of course, it's not just like that drips of the bucket leak out. It's like by the time it gets back to the people, it's a drip of what was put in the bucket to begin with. Think about, like the COVID stimulus checks where they, handed out a crummy $600 to regular people and gave trillions away to giant corporations. It's just, if you're hoping to get this help through a centralized national government, good luck.
There's a lot of logic there. I know you want to jump in here, and I'm sure we're going to hear about the history of how socialism worked in this particular situation. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Go right ahead, buddy.
Well, we want to get away from the history, like you said. So let's talk about, you talk about now how the government is just working for these big ultra monopolies, Amazon, Walmart, the big banks, the big oil companies. That's who the government works for. Meanwhile, it's small business owners who are getting crushed. I want you to imagine that instead of a government that worked for Jeff Bezos and worked for the Rockefellers and worked for the DuPonts and the Carnegies and was crushing your local small business, that we had a very strong government based in communities with organizations in every neighborhood that was getting together, and that government, instead of working for Jeff Bezos, was kicking Jeff Bezos' ass and was kicking the ass of the Rockefellers and was nationalizing the big oil companies and using the wealth to build new highways and new high-speed railway and new universities and giving stimulus and economic money and stimulus and loans to private small businesses so they could flourish. That's the kind of government that they have in Venezuela. That's the kind of government they have in Nicaragua. That's the kind of government they have in China. A government that represents the people and supports the small businesses as well as the industrial working class against the big monopolies and corporations. That's the kind of government that has been very successful around the world. It's a government based in communities that has the ability to mobilize millions of people to beat back the power of big banks and big oil companies and control the economy on behalf of the population at large. I also want to point this out, which is you guys are against wars, and that is awesome. And that is why I will march with you 100 times more than I'll ever march with the woke left, because you guys are against these wars. You're speaking up about the threat of a new war against China, the escalation in Ukraine. But I do want to point out, what is it that the United States war machine goes around the world doing? It goes around the world overthrowing socialist governments and bringing in capitalism. Libya, under the leadership of Gaddafi, had the highest life expectancy on the African continent. It built the world's largest irrigation system. It had wiped out illiteracy. And it was with NATO bombs that Libya was brought into the free market. Iraq was once an independent country selling oil on the international markets, and it's now been brought into the free market with bombs and destruction. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union was toppled and the West came in there. And what did they impose? Under the Yeltsin administration, the Clinton administration, they brought in Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University, and they imposed radical free market policies. And this war machine is what you guys call crony capitalism. That's what you guys call it. That's a great example of what it is. But my understanding is that all capitalism is crony capitalism. Whenever a small group of people own the banks and the factories and the means of production, they're going to rig things on their behalf. And they're going to try to get rid of their competitors, both around the world and at home. And they're going to try to centralize power in their hands. And what we need is a mass democratic awakening of the people, involvement of the population, to mobilize, to give strength to strong leaders that are strong enough to stand up to the rich and powerful and organize and force the economy to work in public interest, build infrastructure, fund technological research and invention, stimulate economic growth. And really the scariest thing, and this is why I think libertarians are very popular these days, is we can all see that what the ultra rich want, what the World Economic Forum wants, what Jeff Bezos wants, what Bill Gates wants, is they want degrowth. They want to drive down living standards, and this is to save their system. It's the only way they can save their system, because the capitalist system cannot handle the computer revolution. The problem of abundance creating poverty, people being homeless because there are too many houses, people being hungry because there's too much food, the irrationality of the capitalist system cannot handle human innovation. Human creativity and innovation has gone beyond the narrow constraints of the irrational profit organized economy. And so at this point, they're trying to save their system with kind of a global fascism, degrowth, and people around the world are resisting it. The Belt and Road Initiative from China is resisting it. The Eurasian Economic Union of Russia is resisting it. The Bolivarian Alternative of Latin America is resisting it. Humanity is saying, we will grow. We will advance. We will raise people out of poverty. We will have electricity. We will have running water. And that is the global thrust. And I think a lot of small business owners, when it really gets down to it, would prefer we had a government that fought for them against the big monopolies.
Well, I mean, yeah. Look, it's just a lot to respond to, and it's hard. We're not going to have time here because we got to go soon to get into all of the like historical arguments. I disagree with your interpretation of a lot of these events. Certainly, it is true that that the war in Iraq and the war in Libya, also the war in Somalia, which really doesn't get talked about nearly as much, but has been
longest running war in American history.
The longest running war now in American history since we got out of Afghanistan. Which was, by the way, an anarchist society that had a lot of business and trading going on there, and they were doing much better than they had ever historically done too, until George W. Bush destroyed the whole country. So all those wars were terrible, awful. Now that doesn't mean you don't have to be a binary thinker and then say that therefore means that Saddam Hussein was really great. He was actually a pretty brutal dictator. We just made things much, much worse and killed a whole lot of innocent people for no reason other than to enrich a lot of weapons companies and some other, neoconservative goals that they were trying to achieve there. None of these countries were brought into the free market. And it's interesting that you called this, that like, if you want to call it global capitalism, maybe you can get away with pulling that off. But the idea that this is a free market, this is Pax Americana, this is the control of all the markets top down in a top down dictatorial way. And in fact, if you really want to look at what the military does when they occupied Iraq, they run it like a socialist country. It is completely top down, run by the United States government. They essentially become a socialist satellite of the United States of America. Even when this sham democracy, even when they voted for us to leave, we didn't leave. So I don't think any of that's right. Now, it might be true that small businesses might like a government that was giving them special privilege. But I got to tell you, everything that you said there, and what if imagine a government doing this, which again, you can always say, imagine a dictator who's really great, or imagine an anarcho-capitalist society where all the poor people are fed. I don't know how compelling of an argument that is, but even as you said that, sounded awful to me. I don't want a government that's crushing Jeff Bezos. I just want a government that's not in bed with him. And if he can succeed because he provides value to a whole bunch of people and makes life easier for them, and hey, look at this, my wife doesn't have to get in the car and drive in the snow to go buy diapers. She could just order them on Amazon. I got no problem with that. I certainly don't want the government to be heavily investing in small businesses. My God, the vast majority of small businesses fail. So they're going to be taking other people's money by force and then throwing it away on small businesses. The whole point of letting someone start a small business is like, hey, you think you have an idea that other people will benefit from. A lot of times people are wrong about that, but hey, you take the risk. And if it turns out bad, you lose money and you got to start back over. If it turns out good, you get to reap the benefits of it. That's the type of society I want, is where people are free. That's what I'm looking for.
And it also wouldn't disallow for what you're talking about, or at least the collective ownership. It would have to be with people who wanted that. And the idea that anyone should be forced into anything is what all of us, I believe, should be against here, including the people that have tried to force the world into a US-led so-called rules-based order, which is basically just, as Caleb said, global fascism. You're 100% correct on that. They're trying to force people in a system that they may or may not even want. And like Dave said, there is no free market behind live under the US petrodollar system, or we'll murder as many of you as we have to until you do. That's not a thing. That's not anyone calling that free market. That's not a free market.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt you. We could because I know Dave's got to get out of here, and I want to get this last question into you guys. I'm sorry, Spike, to cut you off.
Sure. No, go ahead. Please do.
The reason why I accelerated this conversation right now today is because as I'm dipping my toe into the Libertarian Party, trying to see how you guys can come together with a centralized message in a decentralized party, right? It's going to be tough, especially since you have to run as a party working together, and you have I see right off the bat they got a lot of individuals who want to express their feelings, not thinking of it as a whole and how it's going to affect them. And that's what happened when I saw the Twitter, and it was pretty much bashing on socialism while giving capitalism a tongue bath or something. What's a good comedic term when you're really blowing smoke up Sunshine's ass, Dave? Really lifting up capitalism and stuff. Now, here's the thing that really bothered me. I don't think you have to come out there and go rah, rah, rah for socialism, right? I don't think you have to come out there and go rah, rah, rah for capitalism. But as a party, when you are bashing socialism and we're trying to bring people into this tent, people like myself who have a lot of socialist friends, Marxist friends, that are Americans that are just anti-imperialist first, and they can come together you on that issue. To me, that says you're not bashing socialism. You're bashing their needs, their wants, what they want. As we heard Caleb talk today, a lot of the things he presented come from labor. And what a lot of socialists, whether they be right or wrong, what they want is not corporations coming in, taking over their resources, taking away their national sovereignty. And the same token, Caleb, I've heard from people on the left all the time talk about socialism being the greatest thing on the earth, but not talking about too much centralized power and how that could be a very big problem in our society and not taking accountability for that. So I want to just use this closeout right now while you guys close out and get off here on addressing that and understanding, hey, man, Spike, Dave, I get it. You're not going to be socialist. You're not going to advocate for socialism. But could we at least as Americans right now advocate and understand for their needs and vice versa, Caleb, when it comes to their needs? Dave, go ahead and start off.
Okay, yeah, let me just go because I'm pressed for time. I got to get out of here. But I think that's a legitimate criticism, and I think probably look. I mean, online you always see no one can ever control their online audience and stuff like that, and there's always some people who are presenting ideas in a bad way. I think absolutely that we should be trying to sell a message, because this is what we believe in caring about people. I mean, this is why the reason why I'm a libertarian is because governments destroy innocent people's lives, and I hate that. That's basically what it all comes down to. And that I believe that given more liberty, people will be more prosperous and there'll be more peace in the world. And I think those are peace and prosperity and civilization is basically what we should all be in this for. I'd also say that there was an old like Noam Chomsky had something he said years ago that always really stuck with me, where he was basically talking about how, like, if you were like in the Soviet Union or something like this, if you were like one of Stalin's men, and they used to love doing this all the time, they'd constantly be bashing America for like racism or segregation or different things that America had done wrong. And then in America, they'd constantly be bashing the commies for all of their human rights abuses and all this stuff. And there's something where it's like, yeah, that's a little convenient. Like it's very convenient if you live in a society where your government's committing a lot of human rights abuses, that your number one concern is all the human rights abuses going on in other governments. If you look at what the Libertarian Party is tweeting, what its most prominent members like Spike Cohen, Justin Amash, like guys like this, what they're always talking about, it is always, I mean, with very rare exception, it is blasting the corrupt system of the United States of America's federal government. I mean, sometimes local issues and stuff like that, but like high 90% of the time, that's what we're railing against, is this most corrupt system, this fascistic corporatist system that just rapes the American people, all for the benefit of big pharma, big weapons companies, and the big banking complex industry that has absolutely just destroyed this economy. It's destroyed the dollar, and it's destroyed the potential of where we could be. When you asked earlier about how we could be helping poor and marginalized people, I mean, look, it's $1 trillion a year that we extract from this economy to maintain our empire around the world. It's trillions of dollars, trillions and trillions of dollars that create this whole artificial Wall Street economy. And this all has to do with us being on fiat currency, artificially low interest rates, creating a market for speculators, this artificial market. And then if you go look at just where the the wealthiest. If you go look at the wealthiest districts in America, like I forget the numbers off the top of my head, but like the top 20 wealthiest districts, it's like the majority of them are like the suburbs of Washington, D.C.
Yep.
It's all the politically connected people. They're stealing, extracting the wealth from the American people. It's hard to even fathom how good those people would be doing if we just hadn't done that. If we just hadn't been robbing them for all of these years. But I would also point out that that's what centralized power does for you. This government right now, the United States of America's federal government, spends over $6 trillion a year. It is the most powerful organization in human history. They can kill anyone on the planet by pressing a button and having a drone strike hit them. I mean, it's like an ungodly amount of power. And what Spike was getting at before is that the only way forward to solve this is to have a decentralization of this power, to try to return the power more to, if we can't get all the way to anarchism, at least make governments more local, smaller, and more responsive to their citizenry. So I'd end on that.
For the show, we do,
and I got to run. Pleasure talking with both of you. Very nice to meet you, Caleb.
We got to do it again.
I love you, Spike. Good to see you again, Craig. Absolutely happy to come back and do it again. Have a good one, boys.
Awesome.
Caleb, I'll let you let's let Caleb respond real quick, and then we'll have you right after Spike.
Okay.
Caleb,
well,
I also want you to respond to as well to the criticism, and this is something we have talked about too before. Eating breakfast together in Mexico, right? Like too much centralized power in the digital age could be a problem. How do we solve that? How do we deal with that? But go ahead and finish us on out. Thank you, Caleb.
Sure. Well, I want to say that when it comes to protecting the civil liberties of Americans, communists have always been on the vanguard. It was communists who started the American Civil Liberties Union, and that they were kicked out of it during the McCarthy period. It was communists who fought for the right of women to vote. Women had the right to vote in the Soviet Union before they had it in the United States. It was communists that were marching against police brutality long before it was trendy and hip. You know, back in the early years of the 21st century, I was going to court with police brutality victims, and it was not trendy at all. Black Lives Matter had never been tweeted. And opposing the war on drugs. I mean, communists have been at the center of opposing the U.S. imperialist state and its crackdown and its attacks on the freedom of Americans. And that's important to point out. Meanwhile, the defense generally of violations of civil liberties in the United States has come in the name of anti-communism, in the name of private property. The Civil Rights Act, it was violating the right of small business owners to discriminate. Next, we're going to have communism. Race mixing is communism. That was the rallying cry. Martin Luther King Jr. was called a communist. And historically, communists have been on the vanguard of the struggle for freedom in the United States. And our history there needs to be acknowledged. The other thing that I want to say when it comes to centralized power is that this is the reality of all civilization and all human history, which is that the only thing that protects the weak from the strong is law and morality. If you get rid of law and you get rid of morality, there's nothing to stop the strong from just brutally terrorizing and ruling over the weak. And in our society, strength is determined by money. Those with the most money are the strongest. And if you get rid of law and you get rid of morality, if you say, well, we're not going to have any laws to regulate business, just let them do whatever they want. If you say, you know, might is right and compassion is a form of weakness, like Ayn Rand said. I'm not saying you guys are objectivists, but that's a big current among libertarians. If you push that in there, if you get rid of law and you get rid of morality, then what you get is the law of the jungle, where the strongest rule over the weak with unrestrained force. And the whole history of human civilization has been people coming together and saying, we're not going to have the law of the jungle. We're going to set up some kind of social order to protect the weak from the strong, to try and make things more fair, to try and act like you know, civilized people, not barbarians and not cave people in the woods. And that, yes, laws historically have been unfair. And yes, there's been cronyism. And yes, you know, as we went from slavery to feudalism and feudalism to capitalism, but the goal is to get to a higher plane. And the goal is to enhance our ability as human beings to be productive and create enough wealth that the need for some kind of social structure like law can be abolished. And there'll be enough that people won't feel a need to savagely terrorize each other in the struggle for life. And I think that's the point that needs to be raised. And look, at this point, the main danger to humanity is coming from wokeness. It's coming from the World Economic Forum. It's coming from the European Union. It's coming from NATO. It's coming from the forces that want to impose their fascist degrowth agenda to drive down living standards, to set up a low-wage police state here in America. And I will march arm in arm and stand in solidarity with anyone who will stand up to these folks. They do it in the name of anti-racism and social justice and blah, 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 but it's all a lie. They are setting the stage for World War III. They are setting the stage for an enforced low-wage police state and the unrestrained rule of the big monopolies, Jeff Bezos and ExxonMobil. And I want to be at the center of a coalition of people that will reject the woke fascism that is coming down on the world, that'll tell Greta Thunberg to go to hell. That's where I want to be. And if libertarians are part of that, I love libertarians.
I think that is somewhere we can get to. And before I let you jump in, Spike, I just want Caleb, if central planning or too much power at top is not your main criticism of communism, give us a criticism of communism that you can understand where a lot of people who are not communist are coming from.
You can't have equality in poverty. And that is something that was learned throughout the 20th century. In China during the Cultural Revolution, they tried to have equality in poverty. It was a poor country, and they said, well, we can make everyone equal, and that'll be okay. No, it wasn't. In Cuba in the 1960s, they had a similar thing. Well, we're going to try to make everyone equal, even though we're poor. The basis of eradicating inequality is abundance. As Deng Xiaoping, the leader of communism in China, he said that poverty is not socialism, and to be rich is glorious. And unfortunately, because the socialist countries were surrounded and isolated and barricaded, many of them fell into the trap of trying to create an egalitarian society in poverty. And that was a disaster. And I will admit that the Cultural Revolution, the Yezhovshchina, the Great Terror in the Soviet Union, these things were bad. And it's a good thing that the global communist movement has rejected that. Furthermore, religion and the right to pray in whatever church you want and to practice your faith, that's also very important. And there was horrendous persecution of religious people in China, in the Soviet Union. And the fact that the communists in those countries have apologized for that, I think, is a very good thing. And the fact that now, especially in Latin America, many of the voices advocating socialism and communism are Christians.
Yeah, very hardcore Christians.
Is a Roman Catholic. The Nicaraguans, their slogan of the government everywhere is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. So I think, the leader of the Russian Communist Party, Gennady Zhigunov, he's an Orthodox Christian. So I think that when it comes to religious freedom and when it comes to trying to build an egalitarian society, there have been mistakes that have certainly been made. And I'm glad that the global communist movement has advanced from that. The woke left hasn't.
So, Spike, your thoughts about what I was talking about earlier, as far as like the criticism of maybe not accepting, you don't have to accept socialism, but those who advocate for it are advocating for better labor, a better labor situation without corporations raping them blind and stuff. Do you think that, how do you address those people as a libertarian? Because you've done this so well. This is why I became Team Spike early. So go ahead and give your best shot at it. Since I got all mad and hussy and pussy that the Twitter at the Libertarian Party has one of the three I think there's three personalities there, but one of them, I'm like, what the hell are you doing? We're planning a big march over here. How do we address socialism without crushing it or crushing the needs and the wants of the people who stand behind it?
Yeah, so I can't comment specifically on whatever tweet you're talking about because I actually spend, believe it or not, very little time on social media. I go on, I post my stuff, and then I leave for my own mental health mostly. So I will say that, and the more I see people online, the more that vindicates my decision to do that. But I will say that anytime that we are not focusing, and when I say we, I mean libertarians, and the Libertarian Party as part of that liberty movement. Anytime that we're not focusing, laser focused on whatever authoritarian thing that we're trying to oppose and whatever anti-authoritarian libertarian solution we're trying to suggest as an alternative to that, then we're failing. So if there was any giving of as you put it, a tongue path and blowing smoke up the ass or whatever of the American system, not only did that not serve the Libertarian Party, because we are explicitly against the vast majority of what makes up the American system, and what parts of the system we like are the parts where the government is leaving people alone and not imposing this corporatism on them. But we're also not serving the needs of people who need us right now. This is something I say a lot. We can talk about theory all day long. There are people who are suffering right now. There are people in prison right now because they got caught with medicinal herbs too many times. And because they hit the 3 strikes law, they're never going to see the light of day until we remove the monsters who put them in there. There are people who right now are mourning the loss of loved ones because of the militarized police state. There are people right now who are suffering under the control of their communities by criminal gangs because the war on drugs has so empowered the black market drug cartels that they've taken over entire communities. Not just here, but in places like Latin America, where they're literally sending their children off with human smugglers to bring them here, knowing that it's almost certain that they will suffer as a result of it and end up in a cage, because it's better than the alternative of them being stuck in their home countries where they are almost certain to be slaughtered en masse because they didn't vote for the right narco drug party that's backed by the CIA. So there are people suffering right now. And we shouldn't see people as communist, socialist, capitalist, whatever. They're human beings who are suffering because there is way too much power in the hands of way too few people. And if we had more time, we could deconstruct all of the different ways that has manifested itself among both systems that have called themselves capitalist and systems that have called themselves communist. The one thing I do want to push back a little on is you're 100% correct, Caleb. Libertarians were a major part of civil rights movement and the anti-police brutality and anti-war, but very often the communists were leading the charge because they were presented as the only alternative. And I'm certain that if we dug into the archives of anti-authoritarian moves in the so-called communist countries, that many of them probably fashioned themselves capitalists, even if they had looked at what you're considering capitalism and would say, no, we don't want that either, because it was seen as the only alternative. In a way, the authoritarian corporatist, or as you would call it, capitalist systems, and the authoritarian socialist systems are kind of similar to the duopoly that we have in the United States between the Republicans and Democrats, where you are presented with a false binary choice between one flavor of bad and another flavor of bad. And both of those happen to be authoritarian as well. So what I think that the Libertarian Party should do, not just as a party, but in the coalitions we build with others, is focus on where we agree. This system is not working. It is not working because there are powerful people who are imposing a system on you to enrich themselves at your expense and at the expense of people that haven't even been born yet. And if you die in the process, oh well. We need to oppose that on all fronts, work with anyone that we can work with to oppose that. And if we have disagreements over, us disagreeing over what our preferred utopian society would look like is the equivalent of me and Caleb being in the back of a van that's speeding off of a cliff and we're handcuffed and we're arguing over what kind of restaurant we'd open if we weren't about to die. I think it's sure we can have that conversation, but how about we get the handcuffs off and start walking our way back to where we want to set up the restaurant, and then we can figure it out from there. I love, as a internet libertarian, I love a good argument over which utopian system would be better than the other as much as any other libertarian on the internet. But I think that our focus when we're building coalitions and when we're trying to spread the party message needs to be laser focused on this system is bad. It's the one that we're being forced to live under, and we propose something far better. And to whatever extent we can work with people like Caleb, people on the anti-authoritarian left, people in the anti-authoritarian center, people who are just suffering and have absolutely no clue what they believe, that's what we should be focusing on. And I'm glad that we had a chance to do that, even as we disagreed over what we would prefer to have as an alternative.
I think that's great. And I think that's a great way to end the show and stuff. Y'all want to know why I was Team Spike? There it is right there. Ladies and gentlemen,
build a mass movement to stop the low-wage police state, stop World War III.
100%.
Do all we can.
100%. Absolutely.
Doomsday clock
100%.
is 90 seconds, right? 90 seconds away, the closest it's ever been. We got German tanks about to hit the grounds in Ukraine. This is like, remember,
always ends well.
Yeah, the war to end all wars.
German tanks moving east always ends well, guys.
So let's end the show today, guys. Thank you so much. Great conversation over here. Remember, February 19th, Rage Against the War Machine down in D.C. Come check us out. For Pasta Jardula, my partner Fiorella, who couldn't make it today. Thank you to Spike Cohen, Caleb Maupin, and David Smith. We'll see you soon, guys. Combo out. We'll be back on Friday.
Thanks.
time wherein you guys just sort of have a free-flowing, open exchange. I guess my duty as moderator is to try and keep you guys away from personal insults and keep you guys on topic and try to make sure we're, going with one point at a time to try and keep this productive. So I guess if we can try to stay away from all of that stuff, that would be great. There is a 1 hour time limit for this debate, but besides that, I think that's all. So I guess I'll just let you guys talk. I guess which one of you guys wants to go first?
I can go first if you want.
I'm cool with going first as well. Who wants it more?
You can do it, Bosch. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This will be pretty short, I think. Okay, wait. First of all, I want to say, for shout-out purposes, the person who's moderating this, named Mouthy Infidel, is actually a very competent debater and a person who I respect quite a bit, in spite of the fact that he probably thinks that I am a rad lib. So thank you for moderating. Short notice, I know. Okay.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me to moderate.
No problem. So with that being said, but again, we're not like friends, okay, no bias. With that being said, I'm a socialist. Broadly a libertarian socialist. I value things like freedom and democracy and I guess respecting the rights of the individual. And I think that sort of syncretically we can arrive from those positions to a broader socialist society. With that being said, I guess the reason why we're here right now is because you called me out on Twitter a little while ago at the beginning of May, Caleb Maupin. You said a lot of really weird stuff and it made me feel like we had some pretty substantial disagreements. Stuff like you kept saying like shame, like saying that I say all tankies are fascists or what have you, claiming that like I'm spitting on the legacy of the Black Panther Party or of other people who were revolutionary socialists in their time, telling me like shame. You said shame quite a bit, which felt like I was kind of being like scolded by like a school teacher or something. But yeah, I guess I was a little bit confused by your intentionality there. I'd be interested in seeing if we could arrive at an amicable resolution. Also, if I do at any point seem tired or out of it, it is not because I'm disinterested in this conversation. It's because I just suffered critical brain damage following an earlier debate today. But hopefully that will not affect me. I am a strong man, and I will try my best. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right. Shall I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Bosch, we may not agree on a lot, but one thing I think we can agree on is that Fox News is no good. And you'll notice that whenever they have a Muslim on Fox News, one of the tactics they will use is they'll say to the Muslim guest, they'll say, "Do you denounce Hamas?" And of course, the Muslim guest will say, "I denounce terrorism. I'll oppose that." That's not enough. You must denounce Hamas. When they have an anti-racist activist or an activist against police brutality on Fox News, they'll say, "Do you denounce Black Lives Matter? Do you denounce the radicals and the Black Panthers?" And they'll respond, "Of course we denounce violence. Of course we denounce lawbreaking." No, that's not good enough. Somebody in the Black movement said something radical. We want you to denounce them. This tactic of demanding that people denounce other people in their movements is a tactic that the right wing has used against progressive forces and consistently uses. And the way it manifests it among socialists and against those who advocate building a socialist society is the demand, sure, you can believe in socialism, but you must denounce as loud as possible every country around the world trying to build socialism. You must repeat State Department propaganda against them. And if you don't do that, you are somehow the equivalent of a Holocaust denier or a Nazi. And that is very, very dangerous. It's a big problem in our movement. Now, Vosh, I know that you and I have very, very different definitions of socialism. I'm not going to change your mind, but I'm going to tell you the definition of socialism that I understand. It comes from Frederick Engels, from his book, which is one of the most important books in the history of Marxism, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, where he says that socialism is when, quote, "the proletariat seizes public power and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, shipping them from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible, and anarchy in social production vanishes." And I think that there are societies around the world that have done that have seized the means of production. There have been mass anti-imperialist and socialist working class peasant movements that have risen up, seized control of the means of production. And yes, they've done bad things. Yes, human rights have been violated. Yes, crimes have been committed, and no one is here to defend those bad things. But I think as those of us who want to build socialism in the United States, I think we can learn from those struggles. And that I think that portraying tankies as if they are fascists or as if they are the equivalent of white supremacists is a big blunder. And this kind of tanky baiting has been a threat to the entire progressive movement. The war on organized labor began in the 1950s when they pushed some of the most revolutionary labor leaders like Harry Bridges and William Z. Foster out of the labor movement with this anti-Stalinism, this anti-tankyism. And a lot of Trotskyites and social democrats went along with it, and it hurt the entire labor movement. Bernie Sanders' campaign, he was tanky baited because he said that Cuba's healthcare system has been good. 60 Minutes did a hit piece on him. That became the whole focus. Bernie Sanders won't denounce existing socialism loudly enough. This hurts the entire progressive movement. It's not helpful. And I hope that your audience, they may not agree with me about China or the former Soviet Union or that, but I hope that they will understand that trying to divide the movement, painting, people in the movement who are anti-racist and anti-fascist as if they are somehow the equivalent of the far right, which is very dangerous and rising and pushing hate, that I hope people in your audience will rethink that and try to build unity among progressive forces as we struggle against the prison industrial complex, the economic crisis, the rising police state, and try to get to a better world. That's where I'm at, Vosh. Let's talk.
Yeah, okay, so there are a number of points here that I think are maybe a mischaracterization of some of the things that I believe in. First of all, with regards to, so your ultimate argument is one against gatekeeping, effectively, that there's ultimate harm done to the movement when you engage in any action to distinguish the broader, the right-left from the parts of it that you want to excise. Unfortunately, excising undesirables from your movement is, I think you as a fan of the USSR would probably know, basically a necessary part of any revolutionary activity. With regards to the tankies that are referred to, for example, I'm not referring to people who, for example, are at any point not as critical of the USSR as I am, or people who see value in some of the revolutionary movements in the developing world. I think these are perfectly fine things. I'm talking about people who aggressively engage in optics, which are antithetical to the things that I believe in. I'm not denouncing them because Fox News is telling me to. I'm denouncing them because they are my enemy and because they make us look bad. So, for example, while these people are by no means the majority, there are tankies who defend Stalin. Anybody who is in any way, shape, or form in favor of either of the two components of socialism that you laid out, whether that be worker control of the means of production or the destruction of the commodity form, should despise Stalin. He was not a good man. And he did not do good for the movement. He just isn't a good person to hinge public representation on. And I wonder, then, how you would feel about the odds of Bernie Sanders succeeding in the United States of America, not if he refrained from denouncing the healthcare in Cuba or whatever, but if somebody had asked him, do you like Stalin? And Bernie had failed to answer in the negative. My issue here is that I think we're blurring the lines between people who have minor ideological differences but a shared goal and people who do not share a goal with me. Because there are people who defend bad things. When I hear people who are unironically defending, it's off the hands, like the Holdomer denials, like, oh, it was necessary, the kulaks were hoarding grain, there was nothing they could have done, they diverted grain. Like, this is abhorrent to me. Not only because it's morally impermissible, as far as I'm concerned, to defend, the actions which led to a genocide, but also because it's materially wrong, and also because it makes us look really bad. Whether we like it or not, socialism and its development in the United States of America is going to be predicated on our ability to relate to the average person with things we know they care about, whether that stuff be healthcare or ending foreign war or bringing about a reconciliation between those who have wealth divides between them. I don't think we can achieve this by allowing people who adopt the aesthetics, optics, and rhetoric of authoritarians to run rampant within our movement.
All right. May I respond?
Yes, please.
I think you're making a little bit of a mistake. Now, there are two fronts I want to respond on. I can respond regarding myself, and I can respond regarding tankies in general. In regards to myself, I have no interest in defending Stalin's personality and convincing anybody that Stalin was a good guy. I'm interested in defending socialism not personalities. But the way, you have to admit, the way socialism is presented in the United States, the argument generally is that it's failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's created nothing but gulags and death and misery. And the response you generally get from socialists is, oh, that's all true, but I'm just so smart that I'll do it better. And that's a ridiculous argument. You look like a fool when you make that argument. You have to be able to deal with the history of the 20th century and point out that everything isn't completely black and white, that mistakes were made, but big achievements were made as well, like defeating the Nazis, like electrifying and industrializing an entire country. And that's the conversation I'm interested in having. I'm not interested in having conversations about Holodomor or the Moscow trials or anything like that. That's regarding me. However, when you characterize people who do question the historical narrative about the Soviet Union in this way, you need to recognize that you're talking about not just guys on the internet who might be obnoxious. Nelson Mandela was a tankie. I will read you what Nelson Mandela said in 1986. Quote, "The Soviet Union is the torchbearer for all the hopes and aspirations. In the Soviet Russia, genuine people have been transformed from genuine people's power has been transformed from dreams into reality. The land of Soviets is a genuine friend and ally of all peoples fighting against the dark forces of world reaction." That's Nelson Mandela in 1986. So by saying that people that glorify the Soviet Union should be kicked out of your movement, you're disassociating from the African National Congress. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest scientists who ever lived, he gave a speech in 1942 called "What Russia Means to Us," where he spoke glowingly about the Soviet Union, how it protected national minorities like Jews. He himself was Jewish, and he saw how important the Soviet Union was in fighting anti-Semitism around the world. He talked about their achievements in science and how the Soviet state made a big point of subsidizing scientific research and development. And Christopher Hitchens denounced Albert Einstein, saying that his greatest flaw was his defense of the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union. Helen Keller, read her autobiography and the glowing things that she says about Lenin and the Bolsheviks at the same time they were suppressing the anarchists and all of that. To write off people that associate themselves with the USSR and its achievements, or with China, or with Vietnam, or with Cuba, or North Korea. Yes, I said North Korea. You know, the Black Panthers sent delegations to North Korea. The Black Panthers studied Juche ideology. The Black Panthers waved Mao's Little Red Book. You should read Huey Newton's autobiography and see what he said about his time in China and how glowingly he speaks about Mao Zedong. Recognizing the achievements of existing socialism doesn't make you a lunatic, doesn't make you a wingnut. It makes you somebody who is open to understanding what's beyond capitalism. Now, my attitude toward these leaders is that we should study all of them and study both their failures and their achievements and blindly adhere and follow none of them. But as we move toward building socialism in the United States, we need to recognize the socialism here will be unique. We're not going to have Chinese socialism here. We're not going to have Russian socialism here. We're not going to have Venezuelan or Cuban socialism. When we have socialism in the United States, it will be a continuation of the progressive tradition. It will be the ideals of Frederick Douglass and John Brown and the suffragists and the labor movement. It will be that radical, anti-imperialist, anti-racist tradition of struggle in U.S. history taking power. But if you look at that history of struggle, some of the greatest voices in it
We've got a lot to go over so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that there's two main strands here to deal with. There's the point of how we should engage with historical attempts at socialism, and there's also the question.
Oh, you
regarding Caleb's charges.
Right, I've got I think an addressal of that written down, if I may, because I feel like that was a fair bit to bite into.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if you wanted to, because I remember you said earlier that you wanted to stick with like one thing at a time. If you wanted to go over each of these main strands individually, we could do that. Unless you don't want to.
I'll broadly address this, and I think we can get into the nitty gritty afterwards. I'm sure we can find plenty to disagree with there. So this is the problem that I have with when I talk with everyone who believes stuff like what you believe in. None of what you just said actually addressed my points, because I've never said it makes you a tankie to acknowledge the benefits or the successes of countries that called themselves socialist. What's more, the material conditions around the time of Albert Einstein or of Helen Keller or of Nelson Mandela were extremely different to those today, and their individual opinions on the extent to which the USSR has brought hope to the world has nothing to do with the material reality of how we should advocate for socialism today. What's more, nothing that any of these people said fundamentally disagrees with my ideology. There were great successes committed by all of these societies, but ultimately, like, if you back up, like, what you essentially just did to me was a massive appeal to authority. I criticized authoritarianism in the in the first, like, chunk that I got, or I said, like, these are the values which are antithetical to mine, and then you responded like, well, here are a bunch of people, here are a fuck ton of people who have ever agreed with these. I've read Huey Newton's autobiography. I'm very familiar with the ideology of the Black Panther Party, the group which initially got me into leftism. I know the fact that they're Maoists. I know that they had some ideas which contradicted with my own, and many which do not. But the fact remains, at the end of all of it, that when we are talking today about what we want to advocate for, I do not think there is any room for people who glorify or defend authoritarianism or historical revisionism. You said earlier in that response, challenging the narrative. I'm very suspicious of that term, challenging the historical narrative, because I've heard it from people who, and I know you don't want me to draw any comparisons here, would probably be reasonably called Nazis by both of us. At the end of the day, we have to accept the fact that we do live in a highly biased socioeconomic point in time. But when we're making arguments in favor of moving forward, we can't refer to the imagined successes of these societies we defend because they weren't successes, not in the eyes of the average American. Now, you can maybe make slim arguments for Cuba. I think you can, because Cuba's done pretty phenomenally, all things considered. And if you want to go for, like, niche examples, Rojava has had a good, like, project going on its own. But if we're talking about advocating the interests of the average American, any attempt whatsoever to defend the historical legacy of these societies, which have been denigrated by history, is going to come off making us look like wingnuts. And I know that in large part because people who advocate the way Bernie Sanders does are infinitely more effective at drawing people towards leftism than people who go by hardline Marxist, like, here's the historical reality, here's the theory you should read, here are the people we should stand. I guess just this old world tendency towards advocacy is very, very counterproductive in my mind, especially since I know for a fact a lot of the more active tanky communities are not only in disagreement with me on some historical issues, but are also morally reprehensible. Like, for instance, when it comes to, like, stuff like radical gender ideology, many of them are transphobes, at least in my experience engaging with some of these communities. Many of them are class reductionists, which I think is very funny for people who would, like, stand the ideology of the Black Panther Party. These are things like, and I feel like I can't call them out because if I do, I just get called, like, a radlib, you know?
Okay, so I'll respond to that. First of all, according to your definition, then I'm not a tanky. I know that a lot of bad things happened in the Soviet Union, and I would say that probably the political repression in the Soviet Union, the lack of free speech and open debate weakened the Soviet Union. The fact that people who disagreed with the government were disappeared, that basically made them so their arguments were never answered, right? It made it look like the government had something to hide, and they should have been politically educating the population and engaging them in debate and discourse, which in Cuba, you'll look at what they've done is they've mobilized the population to argue with anti-communist elements, and similar things have been done in China.
May I ask one question to clarify? Do you consider the modern day state of China to be a proletarian state?
Yes, I do. Okay. And I think it has a lot of problems, and I think that there are many things about it that are corrupt, but the fact that they have maintained, an economy where the means of production are organized by the state and raised 800 million people out of poverty, I think is a positive thing. But before we go on, before we pivot away from this, I want to answer one point. You talked about transphobia and such. The first transgender activist in modern U.S. history was Leslie Feinberg, who was a tanky, a leader of the Workers' World Party. The first gay rights activist in the modern U.S. history was Harry Hay, who was a member of the Communist Party USA. The first Broadway play to defend gay rights was by Lillian Hellman, and she was a tanky if there ever was one. She was a very vehement defender of Stalin. So
how do you feel about
you're generalizing when you try to yes, there is definitely there was a big problem of homophobia and banning of gay people from communist parties historically, no doubt about it. But I believe that's a little bit of an oversimplification.
How do you feel about transgender people, if I might ask?
I think the way that they're treated is awful. Bullying, hate crimes, it's despicable. The way people, have been separated from their families, kicked out of their households. I feel nothing but empathy for people that are transgender and face all the hate and discrimination on that basis.
But you agree that gender reassignment surgery is a valid way of addressing their, gender dysphoria in many cases.
If an adult chooses to do that, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay, well,
I would like to try to get away from the transgender stuff. Just in order to keep us on topic.
Oh, sure, yeah. I just feel like sometimes reactionary tendencies are hidden by tankies under the guise of like a class ideology. Like let's not address this. We'll only end up splitting the movement over hairs. But yeah, we can
Sure,
stick to
I
it.
got you.
Yeah.
Hate crimes, discrimination, bullying is something that any progressive would oppose. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. What about China, though? I guess this would be like something I'd characterize as a tanky tendency. I can't get behind the idea that China is a proletarian state. They have, just a rabid market economy. The only difference is that it's all like broadly organized under a state apparatus. But that doesn't really lend towards the individual power of the worker.
Well, I think if you look at their economy, it doesn't function on the basis of profits. The state, which is rooted in communities, every building has Communist Party members in it. There are 90 million members of the Chinese Communist Party throughout the country. They're very well organized, and the state controls capital on behalf of the population. Now, they do it in a corrupt way sometimes, but overall, it's been very successful.
But individuals
Mass eradication of poverty. They become the second largest economy in the world. Huge achievements, and it's because they don't function according to the capitalist logic. In 2015,
capitalist.
In 2015, the Chinese stock market, it crashed, and if a similar crash happened over here, there'd be riots in the streets compared to how dramatically it crashed. But the country didn't even blink an eye because 90% of the population has nothing to do with the stock market. The state and the Communist Party run the economy, not profiteers and bankers. There's plenty of profiteers and bankers there, but they live in fear of a mass organization built by Mao Zedong in the mountains during a people's war that has taken power and transformed the country.
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. They don't live in fear of anything. They're incredibly powerful, and the only way in which they're restrained is by their state of unelected officials, not by the people. The reason the people don't revolt is because the Chinese people probably know what happens when they take to the streets and express anger with their government. If I had to guess at any broader political or socioeconomic motivation to keep them from going out, no. The average worker in China has absolutely no control or credence. Precluding them from investment isn't the same as giving them control over the economy. They can fulfill no component. They have a stock market and a market economy, which means they haven't abolished the commodity form, and individual workers have no more control over their respective businesses in China than American workers do over here in America. The only difference is that their state is more powerful. The only difference is that they've removed the democracy. I don't know if that brings people any closer towards socialism. That's one of the fundamental criticisms I have of the behavior of tankies. Sometimes I feel like tankies will call anything socialist as long as it's anti-American. China certainly is, at least in a geopolitical sense. They're our largest opponent, but is that really enough? Does that really fulfill the preconceived notion of what it means to be a proletarian state? You have to oppose the U.S. and be in a dictatorship?
Well, I was thinking maybe one thing that we could zero in on is because it seems like part of your guys' disagreement is just might stem, I'm not sure because I haven't heard your definitions yet, but I suspect that maybe part of your guys' disagreement stems from a fundamental disagreement on what the definition of capitalism is. So I was thinking maybe you guys could each define what capitalism is to you in order to help us establish whether or not China is one by both your criteria.
All right. Well, I will first respond to what was said. You'll notice China is one of the few governments in the world that actually supports workers when they go out on strike. And actually, there are a huge amount of labor struggles going on in China. And you'll see many instances of the Chinese government supporting the workers against the corporations. We all know about the horrors that happened at Foxconn and the horrors that happened at, I believe it was Hyundai or a car manufacturer. And what is not told is how the Chinese government communist union went out on strike, and the Chinese government supported the striking workers and forced the bosses to change their conditions. There are many examples of that. Now, of course, there are things to the contrary that shouldn't go on, but I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think that the bosses in China, the business owners, live in fear of a state that, yes, wants to utilize them to bring in foreign investment, that, yes, sees it very important to develop a market sector, but at the same time will control them for the benefit of the population. And many of the private sector corporations in China aren't really private. For example, Huawei Technologies is technically a cooperative under Chinese law. But if you look at it, it doesn't function according to market logic, right? The way it functions, it's completely in coordination with the Chinese state, with the Chinese military. It produces products based on what the 5-year plan says. It's a state-controlled megacorporation, yes, that's technically private, but everything it does is in line with the Chinese Communist Party's vision.
Yeah, so it's an authoritarian agency in line with an authoritarian agency. Nothing you just described has to do with workers. In fact, China bans private unions or individual labor unions. Yeah.
No, it bans what are called free trade unions, which were set up by the CIA, led by Jay Lovestone.
No, independent labor unions are illegal in China.
Federation of Free Trade Unions has been used against socialist countries around the world, and there's a constant demand in the New York Times and other publications that workers leave the communist union where they feel at home and join an entity controlled by the
You're loading
State
everything you
Department,
say is loaded with so much language.
That's
like
not accurate.
The glorious
That's not accurate
state like works in tide with the workers to no, independent labor unions are illegal. People have tried to form unions and it's been cracked
independent,
down on.
i.e. U.S. control.
No, independent doesn't mean U.S. controlled. Freedom doesn't mean the CIA
Free Trade
is running
Union
it.
Federation, Google Jay Lovestone. Google,
No, I'm sorry. Do you have evidence
evidence
that every single time individual Chinese workers try to form a labor union, it's being done in tandem with CIA work?
No, I'm telling you that when you refer to, quote, free trade unions, which is frequently done in American media, that refers to specific entities that are tied to the United States and American intelligence. It doesn't refer to just random groups started by random people.
Then what trade unions can people form? Or what labor unions can people form in America? In China, sorry.
Every Chinese worker is part of the government union.
Yes, the one government union.
Sometimes that union doesn't function the way it should. Other times it does. But when you refer to free trade unions, you're not talking about any union.
I'm talking about individual workers.
Specific grouping supported by the United
States. Yeah, I know. You've already said
NGOs that operate in China. And that's not
I'm
fair.
saying it is not legal for workers in China, independent workers who have nothing to do with the CIA, to independently form labor unions of their own volition. They have to join the All Chinese Federation of Trade Unions, which falls under state control, another apparatus of worker rights that ends up being deferent to an authoritarian government. Likewise, your argument that China protects workers' rights is laughable. Foxconn workers are paid more in Taiwan than in China. China has historically been perfectly comfortable to let their workers slave away at incredibly low wages because they benefit from foreign investment. That is many things, but proletarian state, it is not. That is capitalism. China is just state capitalism. It is the entire apparatus of a market economy run by private actors, except some of them are also controlled by an authoritarian unelected government. There is nothing socialistic about China, not in any way, shape, or form. Even the individual act of forming unions is banned by the government, and union organizers face a wide variety of pushback. They have one union.
But I'm going to let you finish. I don't want to interrupt. We don't want to interrupt
they have
each other.
one union, not independent unions. It doesn't really count if it's a state union. Do you know what the term controlled opposition is? Oh, I think you know, but I'll describe it for you. So controlled opposition is when you have a state with over 1 billion workers who have less worker rights than their neighboring countries, and if they want to get more rights, they have to subscribe to a union that is controlled by the state, which has a material interest in keeping them from developing workers' rights. That is what a controlled opposition is. Hey, don't like the working conditions in China? Why don't you join the glorious Chinese Communist Party's single labor union, where you can absolutely, definitely improve the material conditions of your class?
Are you finished?
Yeah, I am finished actually.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with you about how you characterize state capitalism. I think state capitalism is Saudi Arabia.
You're not
Saudi
a socialist.
Arabia, yes, I'm sorry, may I finish my point?
Sorry, my apologies.
Saudi Arabia, the government pretty much owns everything. But all it does is make sure that profits flow into the hands of the royal family. It's a market economy, except except the state is heavily involved. You can say that about Singapore, for example.
And
South
China.
Korea, there's a huge amount of government involvement. Taiwan. And it's interesting because libertarians will often point to these countries as free market paradises. Well, no, the state is heavily involved. It's just a capitalist state trying to benefit a small clique within the ruling class. It's kind of Bonapartism, according to Marx. But the way you describe things in China, I see the Chinese Communist Party as an organization that has rapidly improved the lives of millions of workers, and it's done so by controlling the economy. You can point to many bad things, and I don't deny those bad things. Corruption's a big problem in the country. Many of the folks who were in the countryside and didn't have running water and electricity have moved into the cities and have been very badly treated by employers, especially in the regions that are a little more free market. No one would deny that China has a lot of room to improve on these things. But I don't think that, by definition, makes it capitalist, right? China executes billionaires. China very, very, very closely controls the corporations. You should read about Jintao culture, where corporations that have been caught polluting, they're forced to get on national television and apologize to the country in exchange for a shorter prison sentence. The capitalists of China live in terror.
Do you know what the term is
for
the private market being rolled into state authority?
China, the government controls the corporations. In the United States, the corporations control the government. Very different situation.
Do you know what the technical term is for an economy where the private sector is rolled into the authority of the state? It's fascism. We're talking about we're talking about fascism. The only thing you've been able to praise about the Chinese government is that they elevated.
I thought you didn't equate communists with fascists, so now you do.
Well, wait, of course, because you're not a communist and China is not a communist country. So this is just me calling a fascist defender a fascist. Yeah, you're literally just defending China. Whoa. You're literally just defending.
Let's try not to talk over each other.
You're just defending China on the.
Let him finish.
You're just defending China on the premise of its authoritarianism. That's it. You're arguing like, well, it elevated the country and made them wealthier. You can make that argument for Adolf Hitler. The blood spoils of the war elevated the material wealth of his country too. That is irrelevant when we're talking about the extent to which China is actually a socialist country. Every time you defend it, all you're doing is defending the extent to which the state has the ability to interfere in the market. That's not socialism. That's never been socialism. The workers aren't elevated in China. America has more worker rights than China is. I say with full and 100% confidence that the United States of America is more of a proletarian state than China is. And that's really saying something because I am not a big fan of America. This is my issue with like the tanky aligned people. I don't think you give a fuck about socialism. I don't think you give a fuck about the workers. What I do think is that you hate America, which works in line with you working for RT and having been on Iranian state TV before. I think you're more interested in propping up state actors that oppose American geopolitical interests than you are in actually making life better for anybody. And if that's actually your interest, if you just want to go full fucking anti-America, that's totally okay, my dude. I'm not a huge fan of America either, but don't dress it up as you being a fucking socialist. Don't denigrate my social movement with your nonsense fucking fascist defending American anti-exceptionalist dogma. Why not just be honest with just go on Iranian TV and talk about how American like devils are going to rid the entire world of like the well-being of their children or something.
All right. Well, for the purposes of this conversation, I would like to try and stay away from discussing.
That's right. I only need to do it once. No problem.
His possible motivations or whatever. But yeah, go on.
Okay. Well, I'll respond to three of those points. First of all, the work that I do as an RT reporter and that my coworkers do is something I'm very proud of. And I find it despicable that you would repeat State Department talking points against us at a time where freedom of speech is under attack, freedom of the press is under attack. This is something I'm very, very disappointed in. I'm not here as a representative of RT. There are many different viewpoints represented on RT. I'm not going to dignify that with a further response. I'm very, very disappointed to see you promoting McCarthyism. Secondly, so am I a tankie or not? First, I wasn't a tankie because I didn't quibble about Holodomor. Now I'm back to being a tankie because I like China. But again, when I start talking about Nelson Mandela and the Black Panthers, all of a sudden I'll not be a tankie. I think the definition of tankie is very fluid in this conversation. Second of all, I consider myself to be the most patriotic person around. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with China. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with Iran or with Russia or any of these countries. Wars are devastating. We need international cooperation right now, especially against the pandemic. And right now, especially the anti-Chinese hysteria is very, very frightening. The idea that instead of admitting that we should be working with them to fight against the pandemic, Our leaders are whipping up every extreme, unproven allegation against China is very, very disappointing to me. I want to see a United States that gets along better with China, with Russia, with Venezuela, with Cuba, with every country around the world, Vietnam, every country building socialism or building an independent economy. I want to see friendship and cooperation. So to describe me as someone who hates average Americans and all of that, I think socialism and having our government control the economy and fight for the people, I think that would be in the interest of the population overall. Now, I have to address this issue of fascism. You say fascism is simply authoritarianism. Well, many authoritarian societies have existed throughout history. Fascism, if you understand the Marxist tradition, is a form of Bonapartism. It is when capitalism is in a state of crisis, one section of the ruling class utilizing the state to rain mass death and destruction to beat down sections of the population in the hopes of stabilizing the economy. When Hitler took power, he basically represented the German industrialists. He set up concentration camps. He broke the labor movement, and he did not control the means of production. I mean, it was largely a private economy, and it was, it was mass killing of workers. It was a mass regime of political repression. The same thing was done in Italy with Mussolini. The same thing was done in Spain with Franco. Fascism is a form of right-wing Bonapartism rooted in anti-communism, rooted in the idea that we got to kill the commies. Anything's better than the commies. It's right-wing, and it's propped up by the United States. I mean, IBM, the computer corporation, ran the punch card machine for the Holocaust, right? I mean, Henry Ford was very, very closely tied in with the Nazi regime. And American capitalists thought Hitler was great because he was killing communists. Hitler was the ultimate anti-tanky. He preached this hysterical anti-communism. The Reds are coming, anything against Russia. He killed 26 million Russians in his invasion.
This is not relevant.
So to try and paint people who want peace and cooperation with China or Russia as if we are the equivalent of Nazis is just... That's historical revisionism I've ever heard.
So that's a nice misdirection. First of all, I never said fascism was authoritarianism. I said that economically it was rolling the power of the private sector into the state, which is the definition, and that is what China does pretty effectively. I noticed, by the way, that you described socialism as the government fighting for the people. Interesting, because National Socialists described it the exact same way. The government doesn't have shit to do with socialism. It's about the workers, my dude. I don't know why you have so little faith in the average proletarian, but your constant deference back to an authoritarian state to lead the vanguard is very strange to me. I don't know at what point I indicated I wanted war with China. That was a really weird departure from our conversation. I obviously do not. But you claimed, it's really funny to me that you claimed that it would that it was disgusting that I would attack your defense of China during a time where our free speech was being threatened by fascists, when the free speech of billions of people in China is being threatened every single day by their government and their social credit system. The Uyghur Muslims are being genocided as we speak. And for you to make the argument while defending that country that I'm the one impugning freedom of speech by criticizing you for your authoritarian tendencies is fucking disgusting. I also like how you deferred to an accusation of me engaging in McCarthyism for criticizing China when all of my criticisms were that they weren't elevating the workers. It's an interesting criticism for a McCarthyite to make, considering my accusation is that it isn't socialist and that I would like it to be socialist. I don't recall McCarthy sitting up there on the bench in court and saying, I have the names of 100 communists who work in Hollywood and proof they aren't communist enough. I don't remember that part, but again, history is not my strong suit. Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, nothing you responded with has anything to do with the material conditions of the workers in China, which tells me where your headspace is at. Why not just be anti-American? That's so much easier. I'm anti-American. There are people here I care about, I'm stuck. What are you going to do? Probably better that America be socialist than not. So I got to work within this, purview. But I don't know, dude, just nothing you're saying is socialist. Here's a question, because we're ribbing back and forth. I have a question for you, okay? Do you not think that the fact that basically everything is under the heel of the state in China might be precluding the ability of the workers to actually engage in socialism, especially considering there are independent leftist organizations in China that have been suppressed by the government because it doesn't coincide with their top-down authoritarian approach?
May I respond?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I think you sound very McCarthyist now when you bait me and say that I'm simply anti-American, that I simply hate America, that I'm motivated by a hatred of the country that I grew up in, of the country that I love and don't want to see dragged into a new war. When you try to appeal to jingoistic sentiment, he's working for the enemy, he's working for the Stalinists, that's McCarthyism. People know that. the government has nothing to do with socialism. Well, that's nice, but around the world, historically, when workers have risen up, the main thing that they've tried to do is take control of state power. You may not agree with that, and I respect your right to disagree with that. But if you read Lenin's book, The State and Revolution, if you read Marx's writings where he talks, I mean, I just read you Engels, the proletariat seizes the public power. I mean, that's generally what the understanding of socialism is. Your definition of fascism seems pretty fluid. I mean, you say it's when the government is controlling corporations, then it becomes what's authoritarianism, then, well, no, I mischaracterized it. Your definition of fascism seems quite all over the place.
I specifically
I can respond to
said
some
it
of
was
what you said
rolling
about
corporate power into
Uyghurs
the
and
state.
social credit, but I'm not China's lawyer. I'm not here to say China did nothing wrong, but I can respond to that if you'd like.
Oh, I mean, sure. I think it's, again, like I gave a very specific definition of fascism twice now. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Also, the workers haven't seized control of the state apparatus of China. A very small group of autocrats have, of billionaires and state and party officials. Do you think, like, the workers are in charge of the Chinese Communist Party? Like, do they vote?
So, I mean, as far as the Uyghur stuff, is China doing wrong things in those regions? Possibly. But you'll have to remember that so many of the things that have been going around on social media about that have been debunked. I mean, there was a video going around purporting to show police beating up a man for owning the Quran. It turns out it was from Indonesia. CNN.
Do we really want to go down this road?
I'm sorry. May I not be interrupted, please?
Okay, you do.
Miguel
All right.
Turson, of CNN was being interviewed, and she said that her child died in a hospital. Well, it turns out her child is alive, and the hospital records completely contradict everything she said, but that was broadcast on CNN. Hashtag still no info, which was this popular hashtag listing people who'd been disappeared. Investigations showed that a number of those people couldn't be identified. However, there were a number of those people on that list who were actually had never even been detained and were in their homes, right? Now, I'm not saying China never did anything wrong, but at a time when our government is trying to whip up suspicion and build a case for war, I take what they say with a grain of salt. I know that the war makers lie. I know about the Naria testimony, where they had the daughter of the Kuwaiti monarchy or this Kuwaiti royal family member crying in front of Congress, saying, "Oh, they're taking babies out of incubators to build a case against for the war against Iraq." It turned out to be a total lie. When our government and our media is trying to demonize countries, they often say things that are not true. And that's just the reality. So I'm suspicious of some of that. Now, the social credit system, there's been a lot written about how the way mainstream media in the USA portrays it is not completely accurate. The Washington Post has run articles. There have been many sources, even within the mainstream press, that say that narrative that you get is not completely right. One of the main reasons the social credit system was set up is because there are people in China who've been convicted of crimes and have been levied fines by courts, and the government has no way of collecting that money. So it bans them from traveling. And it says you can't book a flight until you get on a plane. Well, in the United States, if you get fined by a court and you're convicted of a crime, you're fined by a court, and you don't pay it, you can go to jail. The idea that people are barred from getting on planes simply because they tweeted something critical of the state, I think, based on what I've read, is not completely accurate. That's not to say they haven't done anything wrong, okay? Again, I am an American. I love my country, contrary to your McCarthyist accusations. I love my country. I want things to get better here, and I don't want to impose the Chinese system here. I simply want international cooperation and friendship, not McCarthyism, not war hysteria, not polarization.
So I noticed that you completely ignored the is the Chinese Communist Party democratically controlled by the workers question. That's okay. We both know the answer. I love that your denial of the Uyghur Holocaust right now, because
didn't deny anything.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There are flaws
Denial.
in the official narrative. You're trying to.
Oh, I know flaws in the narrative.
I know what you're doing. I
flaws
didn't
in the
deny anything.
Oh, I've heard that before too. Hey, did you know that when the Soviet Union originally arrived at the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, the plaque that they
right. Whoa,
slow down there, Malpin.
Okay, all
did you
right.
wait?
Okay.
Hey,
continue. Right?
Did you know that the plaque that they originally posted suggested that 6 million died there, when in reality the updated number later said 1.47 million? Did you know that there was an order for a metal door that went to a camp that didn't actually have any door frames that could fit it? Seems almost like it might have been bought by another group trying to incriminate that. Oh wait. I'm not saying that the Nazis didn't do anything, mind you. I'm just saying that there is undeniably a lot of war propaganda following, the World War II that we should probably examine critically before we, fully address any of the accusations here. Dude, You literally are doing this just because there are a couple. Just because, and you're questioning the official narrative.
I mean, and you started this by saying you don't equate people like me with Nazis.
Wait. No. I don't equate all.
Everyone sees how.
Wait. I don't equate all tankies to Nazis.
I mean, the Holocaust is one of the most well-documented.
Can you let me finish?
History. And at the time that it happened, mainstream media in the United States
were the
ones downplaying it. It was mainstream media that was downplaying it, and it was leftists like myself that raised the alarm about fascism.
So
it was communists and socialists that raised the alarm and said Hitler is killing people. While people like you, people that hate communists, people that hate the Soviet Union, they were the ones downplaying the crimes.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about communism.
Completely being facetious.
Okay, but that's okay. We can back up a little bit here. Okay, so I know you're not denying the Uyghur Muslim genocide.
Seuss?
Wow, he actually. Hey, can I appeal to the moderator here?
All right, let's give Vosh the floor.
And it was about the fact that while leftists and socialists were raising the alarm about the crimes of fascism, mainstream media was ignoring it because they hated communists, because they preached hatred for the Soviet Union. And he wrote Horton Hears a Who to talk about Republican Spain and how the people, the republic was being crushed, fascists were murdering people, and the world sat back and did nothing. It was leftists, it was tankies who raised the alarm about fascism's crimes. Yeah, you're just completely mischaracterizing it. Mainstream media was downplaying the crimes of Hitler.
Let's give Bosch the floor for a minute.
Yeah, okay. So, as I was saying, you're not denying the Uyghur genocide. You're just taking a couple of misplaced, like factoids that turned out to be incorrect.
Saying we don't have all the facts about what's going on in China. My dude! I'm suspicious of mainstream media, and the fact that you would equate me with people who deny well-documented events in world history is absolutely despicable, and I don't want to continue this line of discussion.
Wait. I can't just let you engage in like genocide denialism and then walk away from it.
You've made false comparisons between me. Everyone's heard you. I'm done talking about this.
Yeah, let's just, it's okay. Hey, it's okay. My apologies.
Move on, please.
My apologies. Okay. I'll be nicer, but I do have to finish this one point, okay? So, often when defending an authoritarian regime against a genocide accusation, it's more optically and rhetorically efficacious not to outright deny its existence, but rather to draw up some questions like, hey, there is a lot of propaganda here. Maybe possibly there are some state actors who have, and then by doing that, you introduce the seeds of doubt that allow other people to then engage in outright denial. Now, I feel comfortable in making that comparison here because as Nazi Germany was a fascist society that engaged in a genocide, by every reasonable economic definition, China is also a fascist society currently engaging in a genocide. Though the societies are not exactly the same, there are many, many differences between the two. When we talk about a top-down authoritarian, xenophobic, ethno-state-like society that imposes state's will on the people, but then promises that the glory of the people will be brought about by the sovereignty and the power of the authoritarian unelected state, I think a little bit maybe, and that's kind of the argument that you've made as well, my dude. You haven't really made any arguments about the autonomy of the worker or the abolition of the commodity form. Every word out of your mouth to defend China has been defending authoritarianism, which makes me think you're not really a socialist. I read you this passage from Karl Marx on the third address in May 1871. But the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The centralized state power, with its ubiquitous organs of standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicature, organs wrought after the plan of a systemic and hierarchical division of labor, originates from the days of absolute monarchy, serving nascent middle-class society as a mighty weapon in its struggle against feudalism. Or in essence, the worker seizing the state is not nearly enough. It's not even close to being nearly enough. All you're doing is replicating the previous system of government, except with different people in charge. So we need a more substantive change, which China has not engaged in to any extent whatsoever.
All right. Well, when the Iraq War was getting going, as I mentioned before, CNN played this testimony from a member of the Kuwaiti royal family saying that Iraqi soldiers were taking babies from incubators. And thousands of people didn't buy it. And they marched and protested against the Gulf War that took place. According to you, they must be all Holocaust deniers because they didn't believe mainstream media saying something against a regime that you don't like. That's despicable. I don't want to engage about this any further. We clearly disagree. It turned out to be a lie. It turned out to be a lie. People didn't believe mainstream media. They had questions about it. Oh my God! When mainstream media, says that a country is evil, we just have to buy it, right?
disbelieving a single
or else you're a Nazi, right?
Disbelieving
that's
a single
ridiculous.
data point is the same as being in favor with an authoritarian regime and then bringing
US
up a number of
lie
wait
when it's time to build the case
wait you actually can't wait, hold on. So just in case there are any people of like your IQ or lower who are listening right now, I just need to clarify, when we're talking about what you just gave as an example,
right?
as opposed to my example of the Uyghur genocide, the issue is the Uyghur genocide is happening. There's proof it's happening. It's not just one report of questionable authenticity. There is a plurality of evidence concretely indicating that it is something that's happening. Is all the data coming out from Western media about it accurate?
If it's happening the way
Probably
you
not.
say it's happening, that's wrong, and I denounce it.
If it is, ooh, okay, all right.
But I'm saying that we don't have all the facts. There are a lot of fantastical claims made in mainstream media that people have questions about, and I am worried
it's just
about
unbelievable.
having a war
I'm
with
hearing
China.
this from like a
I'm seeing
leftist.
how consistently the U.S. media lies, how the New York Times mistranslated workers in their video about China's healthcare. I mean, there is consistent deception in U.S. media when it comes to all things regarding China. So I have questions about it. You know, have me arrested, have me shot.
Okay, I mean, I don't need to have you shot. This isn't China, so that's not how we respond to political dissidents. But yeah, that's insane. Like this is like
what you're
genocide
doing. When
denial.
you call tankies fascists, everyone knows you're dog whistling to anarchists and Antifa to be violent. You are calling for violence.
What?
You would have had Nelson Mandela beaten up by Antifa.
What?
You would have had Albert Einstein punched in the face. You equate
What?
people that defend socialist countries and question the lies about them in media with Nazis. That's what you're doing here. You're doing that to me.
This is like when I argue with fascists and they're like, you want to kill all white people.
That spit on civil rights marchers because they were part of the Communist Party.
Well,
that's what you're doing.
so
The
my
Civil
criticism
Rights
at
Congress,
you-
a tanky organization, William L. Patterson, Henry Winston, great heroic organizers who fought for civil rights.
My criticism of you is that you've engaged in genocide denialism.
Stalin. You equate them with Nazis. You want violence against such people.
No.
That's
Just
despicable.
you. No, my dude.
Despicable.
They're not all as bad as you. Just you. You're the one doing the genocide denialism. Nelson Mandela didn't do that.
The great American poet. He signed an ad defending the Moscow trials and defending the purges in 1938.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is that the right thing to do? Maybe not. That doesn't make him a Nazi.
I didn't say he's a Nazi. Did he engage in genocide denial? Why are you conflating all these different things?
I'm pointing out that you are painting people with a broad brush. You're painting all differentiation with the U.S. media on international foreign policy.
No, I'm saying
and accusations
you
against China or Russia or
are
other
defending.
countries. You're equating all of that with the most despicable far-right human beings. And
Can
that's
you
not
stop
right.
defending
And
fascist
I will
governments
move
against
on.
claims
I'm
of
sick
genocide
talking
then?
about this. I'm not going to change your mind.
Sure, okay. I just declare, and I'm not going to repeat my accusations so we can actually move on from this point. I'm
Okay,
just going.
I think we're hitting that hour mark. Do we want to do our closing statements?
All right. Yeah, you can give your closing statement first. How about
Actually,
that?
I think you went first in the opening. Do you want to go first? Or,
Oh yeah,
or-
sure. Okay. Yeah, so I don't mean to make this like a criticism of people's personalities or anything like that. There is a persistent effort on your part to paint me as some kind of radical anti-communist. Funny, because you're the one who has failed to defend any aspect of actual worker ownership or commodity form abolition over the course of this discussion. You have painted me as somebody who is in favor of war between America and China, which is patently false. You have painted me as a McCarthyite for wanting China to be more socialist. And you have painted me as somebody who just blithely accuses everyone of being a Nazi, which isn't true. You are the one who got to the genocide denial all on your own. I did not lead you there. You walked there on your own. So I didn't even expect it. I didn't think like it was that bad, but I guess it is. I guess we are at that point. So my main issue is like, yeah, I think people like you are a literal fucking toxin, not only to socialism, but to the workers of this country. I don't think you give a fuck about them, their well-being, their autonomy, their freedom, their alienation from the means of production. I think you give a fuck about some little cult personality cult you're trying to build while working in tandem with other non-communist states that just happen to dislike America. And I would like to remind that you and everyone else who is listening right now that hating America, while based, is not an ideology. And that if you want to be a real socialist, you're going to have to substantiate yourself a little bit more than that. Funny that you're the person who assigns, I suppose, the tanky label to himself, yet I am the one who seems to have a greater understanding of the actual like definition of socialism and how it should be applied. Plus you're white. All right, go for it.
I don't know what you said about my relatives, but whatever. You know, I know you're probably going to give this video a name like I destroyed some tanky, but I just want to review for your audience what they've heard from you so far. They've heard from you that that authoritarianism is the definition of fascism, that China is merely authoritarian when it controls the economy on behalf of the working class. I've ripped that to shreds. We've heard from you that tankies are transphobes and homophobes, and I've shown you that tankies are some of the biggest and defenders of LGBT rights in U.S. history and basically launched the movement to free LGBT people. We've heard you bait me over my job and call me anti-American over and over and over again, but then insist that that doesn't matter because you're anti-American also, appealing to basically McCarthyist and jingoist sentiments. And over again, we've seen you talk like a Fox News employee. You accuse me of denying a genocide. I asked questions about a current event that is going on at a time that U.S. media is actively mobilizing us to hate China and has said things inconsistently. I'm not denying things because I don't have enough knowledge to deny things. I have questions about what U.S. media is saying about China. You act like this is some atrocious crime, and that sets a very, very dangerous precedent. By doing that, the next time there's Remember the Maine and we're sent to, go to war with Spain or the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, you're not allowed to question it, because if you do, then you are just like a tankie. You've said that you don't equate tankies like Langston Hughes, like Nelson Mandela, like Helen Keller with Nazis, but yet you equate me with Nazis when I do the same thing that they did in their time, which is question the mainstream U.S. media's narrative and accusations against socialist countries. So people can look over the tape, they can look and see what they saw, but I really think what you're doing is quite dangerous, right? I'm not China's lawyer. I love my country, and when you equate China and you equate China with authoritarianism, I think you're doing yourself a little bit of a disservice, because right now many people across the United States are suffering. They are not having jobs. They are unemployed. There's opioid addiction. There's a prison industrial complex. And what they want, they don't want some hippy-dippy worker co-op in the woods. They want a government of action that will take power and fight for them, that will rebuild this country, that will stand hand in hand, arm in arm with countries around the world, not preach hate, not try to whip us up into a new war, but instead build international friendship and cooperation, which will rebuild the crumbling infrastructure, which will lift up communities that have been downtrodden. They want state power. They want authoritarianism on behalf of the people. Popular power, workers' power to stop the crisis that we're in. And saying that socialism is just, employee stock ownership program or something like that is not going to appeal to them. The lie I've heard my whole life is that everywhere socialism has ever been tried, it's been nothing but a failure. It's done nothing. It's never achieved anything. That's a lie, Bosch. That is a lie. Socialism has had huge achievements and successes, and pointing them out does not make me the equivalent of the far right, and suggesting that is very, very dangerous to our movement. The worst thing about anti-tankyism, and this will be the last thing I say, is that it doesn't work. When people say to you, hey, you're a socialist just like Stalin. Stalin and the Soviet Union did nothing but horror. If you go, oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I'm not like one of those. Oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I hate all the countries. If you do that, you just look weak. You look pathetic, right? There will never be a socialism that the New York Times editorial page will approve of. I saw in Venezuela how the Venezuelan government bent over backwards to accommodate the opposition, to give them a voice, to let them participate, to let them have rallies, let them run in elections. U.S. media still says Venezuela is a brutal dictatorship with no dissent allowed. There will never be a socialism that U.S. media will not demonize and make extreme allegations against. That doesn't mean we should blindly believe everything these governments said. I believe in questioning. I believe in questioning and looking into facts, which you are trying to intimidate people out of doing when it comes to China and other countries.
I'm not intimidating anyone, my dude. I just have a YouTube channel. I know you probably dream of being like the CCP chairman or whatever, but
bye-bye.
All right, everyone, welcome. I'm really excited for this. We've got Caleb Maupin here. He is a journalist, a reporter for Russia Today. Are those titles right? Journalist, reporter?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And I think, we've got Stefan Molyneux, who is a anarcho-capitalist who runs Free Domain Radio, the largest philosophy channel in the world, I believe, right now. So, without any further ado, our topic today is, was the fall of the Soviet Union a good thing? So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a 5-minute introduction to arguments and thoughts on this from each side. And then it's going to be a back and forth dialogue between the two of them. We're scheduled for 90 minutes on this. And I was thinking that, Caleb, it would be best if you go first. Does that sound good to you?
Sure.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm glad you put this debate together. I want to thank the Blue Politics channel for putting this together. I want to say I've been debating a lot of people about these kind of topics lately, and it's refreshing because I expect that Mr. Molyneux will take this seriously. This won't de-escalate into some kind of insult comedy or something. He's a professional, I'm a professional, and we both want to get to what the truth actually is. So I'm glad to be here, and I just want to jump into it. Was the fall of the Soviet Union a good thing? That's the topic of this debate. And it might not seem very relevant to what's going on in the world right now, but it's quite relevant because I believe that what's happened in the Soviet Union during the early 90s, which is widely understood to have been a humanitarian and economic disaster, is very similar to what's happening to the United States and much of the Western world at this time. Extreme free market policies are leading to mass poverty and suffering and death. So let's just go over the facts. Now, everyone knows the Soviet Union needed reform during the 1980s. They needed to update their system. China was undergoing very, very successful reforms during that time. The Soviet Union, however, because of the way their political system had developed, they weren't able to bend, so they broke. They didn't get reform. Instead, what they got was collapse. And what resulted was the overthrow of the Communist Party and the moving in of free marketeers. Right? With the help of George Soros, we saw Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University. We saw the policies of the Chicago School of Economics, free market libertarianism imposed on the former Soviet Union. And the results are widely understood to be a disaster. 70,000 factories shut their doors. 80% of the farms in Russia closed. There was 20 to 30% unemployment. There was a 900% increase in drug addiction, and the suicide rate also dramatically increased. From 1989 to 1994, the average Russian life expectancy decreased by 3 years. At that point, 74 million Russians were living in poverty, and 37 million were living in conditions described as desperately poor. Between 1992 and 2006, the Russian population decreased by roughly 10%. That's people either dying or leaving the country. And in fact, U.S. economist, who's a free marketeer, not a leftist, not a socialist, Anders Gunter Frank, he actually described it as, quote, economic genocide. Basically, the country was being auctioned off to the highest bidder. Free market libertarian policies were being put into effect, and it had disastrous results. In 1994, we saw many cities in Ukraine, or a few cities in Ukraine, to be fair, that had electricity and running water for only a few hours a day. Studies showed that during that time, many parts of the USSR were living on par with parts of Africa that are deeply underdeveloped. It was a nightmare. Huge increase in organized crime, huge increase in sex trafficking. It was a society collapsing and Western companies coming in and looting the place economically. And it was a nightmare. And it was fixed. Putin came in and fixed it. And how did he fix it? He fixed it by reasserting government control. If you look at Putin's economic policies, he wrote an academic dissertation about the strategic planning and the exploitation of natural resources in order to centralize the economy. He utilized Gazprom and Rosneft, two giant state-controlled energy corporations, and recentered the economy around the state, built up state-controlled enterprises, and Russia has been much better off since then. The fall of the Soviet Union was essentially free marketeers turning Russia into a laboratory and putting into effect the policies that my opponent largely advocates. Privatization, greed is good, get the government off our backs. It was a disaster. But we really shouldn't be surprised by that, because everywhere we've seen British Empire economics put into practice, that has been the result. In fact, communism, fascism, neither of those ideologies would have arisen if it weren't for the dramatic failure of Adam Smith free trade economics around the world. If you can go all across the planet, when countries are economically demolished, when they're basically forced to surrender, when big corporations like the Dutch East India Company back in the 1800s, or I guess more recently British Petroleum, which was one of the corporations that was looting Russia, when they get control and economically demolish countries, when they strip the government and push the government out of the economy, when the state asserts no control and the market is allowed to run rampant, the result is a disaster. Now, I expect that we're going to hear all kinds of anti-Soviet, anti-communist cliches. We're going to hear every Solzhenitsyn horror story, every allegation, true or false, about Soviet crimes. And I believe one of the catchphrases Mr. Molyneux has liked to popularize is not an argument, because that is not an argument. We're not here arguing the Soviet Union was heaven on earth. We're not even necessarily arguing the Soviet Union was good. I think the Soviet Union had its successes despite its flaws. But that's really not an argument because, I'm not a big fan of American capitalism. I don't want the United States to be economically demolished. I don't want millions of American women to be sold into sex trafficking. I don't want there to be mass poverty and mass unemployment in the United States. The fall of the Soviet Union is widely understood by economists to be a disaster. And I'm actually quite curious to see. I kind of pity Mr. Molyneux to be in a position to argue that the events of the early 90s were somehow a good thing. I'm really curious to hear what he has to say. So please go ahead.
Well, I appreciate the feisty introduction, and we are going to get out of our heads and into our hearts, I guess, as best we can, and go through the blood count murder factory that was the Soviet Union. Estimates range extraordinarily wildly, but about 61, 62 million people, of which over 54 million were citizens, were murdered by the Communist Party, by the government of the Soviet Union. Why were they killed? Does it really matter? They were killed because they were bourgeoisie, or because they were landowners, or they were aristocrats, or they were called kulaks. Some people were from the wrong nation, or they were the wrong race. Black Sea Greeks, Kalmyks, Volga Germans, Ukrainians. Some of them just happened to join the wrong political faction. Trotskyites, Mensheviks, social revolutionaries. Others were sons, daughters, wives, husbands, mothers, fathers. Some were just those who came to the police to ask what had happened to their relatives, who were dragged in, sent to gulags, and murdered. Some of the victims were those who were occupied by the Red Army, Balts, Germans, Poles, Hungarians, Romanians. Some were just in the way of what Marxists call social progress, the masses of peasants, people who were religious. Some were just eliminated because they were potential opposition, the writers, intellectuals, teachers, churchmen, of course the military high command, prior to the Second World War, high and low Communist Party members themselves. And this wholesale murder went on decade after decade from every area, end, and reach of the Soviet Empire. It was hundreds of thousands of Don Cossacks in 1919. Of course, it was the Romanovs in 1917. There was the intentional starving, as there was in China under Mao, of about 5 million Ukrainian peasants, 1932 to 1933. The deportation and mass death of 50 to 60,000 Estonians in 1949. About 6.5 million kulaks, the better off peasants, the more competent peasants, or those resisting collectivization during a 7-year period from 1930 to 1937. 1937 to 1938, when Stalin was eliminating all opposition, of perhaps 1 million party members of the Great Terror, the massacre of all Trotskyites in the forced labor camps. And why? There were hundreds of thousands of people slaughtered because there were government quotas for the killings. Vladimir Petrov, who in 1954 defected while a spy chief in Australia, and whose credibility and subsequent revelations were verified by a Royal Australian Commission on Espionage, about his work during the years 1936 to 1938, said, "I handled hundreds of signals to all parts of the Soviet Union which were couched in the following terms. 2. NKVD Frunz, you are charged with the task of exterminating 10,000 enemies of the people. Report results by signal." And in due course, the reply would come back. In reply to yours of such and such a date, the following enemies of the Soviet people have been shot. Solzhenitsyn makes these quotas basic to the Great Terror of 36 to 38. When he wrote the real law underlying the arrests of those years was the assignment of quotas. The norms set the planned allocations. Every city, every district, every military unit was assigned a specific quota of arrests to be carried out by a stipulated time. From then on, everything else depended on the ingenuity of the security operations personnel. Of course, you had to continually invent plots, invent counter-revolutionary measures, and it simply escalated in various ways to over 60 million people. 60 million, that's 10 Holocausts, of course, right? This is a prudent, most probable tally. There's a low figure of 28.3 million, which is 4.2 million followers. There's an unlikely high of 126 million. This is a range of uncertainty of the murders within the Communist Party in the Soviet Union, committed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The error range is almost 98 million human beings. That's larger than the population of 96% of the world's nations. If France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Switzerland were all nuked and irradiated and blasted clean of all human life, the human toll would be less than just this range of the murders in the Soviet communist system. The range, not even the total murdered. The most probable estimate of almost 62 million murdered is over 4 times the battle dead, 15 million for all nations in the Second World War. 62 million murders exceeds the total deaths, 35,700,000 from all this century's, last century's international civil, guerrilla, and liberation wars, including the Russian Civil War itself. The Soviet Union was not a country, it was a murder prison. It was a slaughterhouse. It was a place where sadists got to roam free and fulfill all of their unholy bloodletting lusts upon all of their real and imagined enemies. It was a place with almost no rule of law. It was a place of mass execution. It was a place where the dead were buried in mountains. It was worse than a prison. It was a torture chamber that extended the length and breadth of almost an entire continent, that swallowed up Eastern Europe after the Second World War. It was a brutal factory where human beings were disassembled, not even for profit, but for fun. In one instance where slave labor was used, and of course slave labor was used in many places throughout the Soviet Union, in one instance, in one canal that was being built, 20% of the workforce died after being forced on low rations to build in crippling temperatures an entire canal largely by hand. This was not productive, this was not healthy, this was not positive. It was simply a place where sadists could ply their unholy trade. And the comment about afterwards things were a mess, well, for God's sakes, of course they were. When you torture an entire continent from end to end, and you slaughter tens of millions of its inhabitants, and you terrorize hundreds of millions more, of course it's a dysfunctional society that comes out of that. That's like saying, well, this woman was kidnapped and tortured for 10 years, and you know, afterwards she was a mess. By God, she just wasn't that healthy. And of course, at the end of 1991, when the Soviet Union formally disintegrated, the state assets, the assets really built on the blood of the people, was carved up and handed out by a bunch of oligarchs, most of whom had emerged out of the Communist Party itself. So this was not a free market operation. They were sold to robber barons, literal robber barons, not free market people, not through free market operations. The state apparatus was carved, sliced up, and handed out to favorites and apparatchiks from the Communist Party, far below cost. The profits did not go to the people. So even the disassembly of the murder machine was itself murderous, and the suffering of that terrible century lasts in Russia to this day. But to blame the free market for the actions and the after effects and the hangovers and the post-traumatic stress disorder of communism is an injustice that truly staggers the imagination.
Okay, so shall we just jump into things then? Shall we go ahead?
It's your debate.
Alrighty. Sounds like you agree with me. You're telling me the fall of the Soviet Union was a bad thing. You just disagree with me about the reasons why it was a bad thing, but you agree it was a bad thing. But I just want to throw out a question.
That's what you got out of what I said.
Yes, you
The
said
Soviet
that it was a
Union
mess.
murder
You said that
machine,
the
but
way
ending
that,
was
that
not a bad thing.
you said that the fall of the Soviet Union, the results of what went on in the 1990s were bad. That's what I'm arguing. So we agree, the fall of the Soviet Union was a bad thing. It should have been a good thing, right? It should have been a good thing if you believe free market logic. They adopted your system. They adopted profits in command. They adopted markets, and it should have been a glorious moment. You're saying it wasn't because of the hangover and the post-traumatic stress. So the fall of the Soviet Union was not a good thing. I mean, it seems like we're on the same page about what went on in the early 90s, are we not?
Are you saying that if a woman is kidnapped and tortured, that she should not be freed because it's going to be very difficult for her afterwards? Of course, the Soviet Union, to end it, was to close down the largest murder factory the world has ever seen. And the fact that there's a hangover and a problem, and that the carving up of the body politic is handed out according to Soviet political or Russian political pressure points rather than the free market, it's not. You can't blame the free market for the fact that Soviet
Okay, so we disagree about the reason.
Like candy to the highest bidders and the most politically connected.
Yes,
and
we disagree about the reason. We disagree about the reason, but we agree that the aftermath of the Soviet Union, when markets were imposed, created a disaster. You're just saying it's communism's fault. Now,
No,
I want
I'm
to
saying
ask
the
you a
markets
question.
weren't imposed.
I would really like to ask a question because I've argued with libertarians a lot. And one thing that has always shocked me, you're a smart man, Stefan Molyneux. You're very smart. You're very well educated. Why do libertarians always lie and say that communism had no economic successes? I've heard this my whole life from libertarians. Never has communism ever achieved anything.
Okay,
it always
stop,
made
stop,
life
stop,
worse.
Stop. Hey,
No. I mean, I want to know.
Hey, shut up for a second. Okay?
Oh boy.
Don't insult me.
I'm not.
Don't call me a liar,
I'm
and
not.
don't put words in my
You
mouth,
haven't. I'm
because
talking
I
about
never said
libertarians.
there
I'm
were
not talking
no
about
economic
yourself.
successes under communism.
Okay. Are we gonna?
So if
Is
you
he
wanna
just gonna
deal
keep
with
interrupting me here?
as a
I
human
mean, is
being
this? I mean,
face-to-face,
is the moderator going to moderate
But don't
here?
start calling me a
Okay,
liar.
I'm
Don't
not
put
calling
me in
you a
the
liar. I'm
category of
talking. I
liars,
would
and
like
don't
to make my
straw man
point,
something
please.
I've never
All right.
said.
Am I going to be
Let's have a
continued? Is there a
civilized
moderator
discussion
here?
about the
Is there a
facts, okay?
moderator here who's going to step in?
So deal with my arguments. I don't want to hear about
I did.
libertarians and
I
liars
did just.
and things I've never
I
said.
did
okay?
deal with your
Deal
argument.
With my arguments
I did
if
deal
you
with
can.
your argument. I did deal with your argument. We're arguing about, was the fall of the Soviet Union a good thing? You've admitted it was a bad thing,
You
and
put
you
me in the
disagree
camp
with
of
me about the
people who lie.
reasons. I've already won the debate. I've already won.
You went straight to ad hominem and
No,
straw man. That's
no.
not winning a debate, my friend.
No, yeah, you conceded that the fall of the Soviet Union was a bad thing. You just blamed the
No, I
communists
did
for it.
not.
Yes, you did. You said it's like a woman being traumatized. You blamed it on post-communist traumatic stress or whatever. But I would like to move on to another point
bet
that I'm
you
sure
do.
is a big disagreement between us, which is this claim that I frequently hear that is completely false, that the Soviet Union had no economic successes. Is that your position or not?
Wait, are you saying that I've made the case that there was no
I'm saying
economic
I've frequently heard it from
successes under
libertarians.
communism?
I'm asking you, is that your position?
I don't know what you mean by the phrase. What do you mean by economic success?
Raising GDP, lifting people out of poverty, industrialization, transforming desperately poor countries into industrial superpowers, wiping out illiteracy, cultural achievements. Did any of this happen, or is that all just communist propaganda? What's your position?
Well, we're going to have to take these one at a time because you're just casting such a wide net. I don't even know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, no, I mean, I frequently hear from libertarians that communism
Okay,
only
don't
made
talk to
life
me
worse.
about
I want to
things
know
you've
if
heard
you
from
think
other
that or
people.
not.
Just let's you and I have a conversation without pulling in all of the ghosts of Mordor of people you've imagined in the past.
Okay, I'm asking you what your position
about
is.
GDP. Are you going to say that the Soviet Union raised GDP? You mean relative to, say, the Serf era, the Tsarist era that came before?
Did it?
Of course.
Okay. Did the Soviet Union not industrialize the entire country?
What do you mean by industrialized? Did it build factories? Did it build canals? Sure. Were they all economically valuable? Were they worth the mountains of bodies and blood they were built on? No. I mean, China is building cities in the middle of nowhere that nobody lives. That raises the GDP. Is that an economically effective use of resources? Of course not.
So your argument is that because of the atrocities committed by the Soviet state, none of these economic achievements count. Is that your argument?
Are you going to strawman everything I'm saying?
No, I'm asking you. So that's not your argument. That's not your argument.
Interpreting everything I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you what your argument is. So your argument is not that the Soviet Union's economic achievements didn't count. That's not what you're saying. You're saying.
I don't even know what the phrase "didn't count" means. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't think you do either. But give it a shot.
Give what a shot?
What does it mean to say "doesn't count"? I don't even know what that means.
No, I mean, you said, as we were going over the fact that the Soviet Union's planned economy electrified parts of the country, most of the country. It wiped out illiteracy. It built the world's largest steel industry.
We're going to do these one at a time because we're going to slice and dice this.
Okay. Well, okay. So
let me ask.
So do you not acknowledge that, or no? Or I mean, do you acknowledge the economic achievements or not?
I don't know what you mean by achievements.
Okay, so
did they build?
You said they raised GDP.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this: was building concentration camps in Nazi Germany, did that add to Nazi Germany's GDP?
So you're equating the Soviet Union's economic achievements.
Building concentration camps.
Building anything raises GDP.
Add to Nazi Germany's GDP.
And so, do you equate the Soviet Union transforming a backward country into an industrialized country with Nazi concentration camps?
Don't pretend I didn't ask you a question.
I said building anything increases GDP. Yes, of course. The Soviet Union.
The building of concentration camps in Nazi Germany add to Germany's GDP?
Of course. And so did building the Autobahns like the Nazi did. Yeah, the Nazi state in many ways increased GDP. That's a fact as well. So I'm wondering why many libertarians obscure that and pretend that socialism has never raised anyone out of poverty, has never had economic achievements. I hear this all the time. Now, you don't agree with that. That's what you're telling me, and I'm refreshed to hear that. I'm refreshed to hear a libertarian who will admit things like Libya under Gaddafi had the highest life expectancy on the African continent, and when it was forced to adopt your free trade system with NATO bombs, ever since then it's been a disaster, and people have been fleeing in the Mediterranean trying to get out of the nightmare that was imposed on it. When, I'm glad you will admit that. I'm glad you will admit that Cuba has a higher life expectancy and better living conditions than people in Haiti, where they're part of the free trade, global capitalist system, and people are starving and suffering. I'm glad you'll admit that Cuba has better conditions than the Dominican Republic and some of the countries throughout Latin America that are part of your system. I'm glad you will admit that socialism has had economic achievements. I often don't hear libertarians make that acknowledgement, so thank you for that.
Okay, I'm waiting to be part of this debate. You're debating with some imaginary Steph in your head who somehow...
No, I'm thanking you for acknowledging what libertarians and free marketeers frequently will not acknowledge, that socialism has had economic achievements.
Do people actually deny that Yuri Gagarin was the first man in space and he was sent up there by the Soviets? I don't understand what that means.
Well,
of course he did.
Okay, so now the argument is not that socialism didn't have economic achievements. The argument is now that it was just a violator of human rights. It resulted in mass death, like you spent your entire opening statement saying. Is that what we're arguing about now?
Dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're all over the map here. I don't
know.
You
spent your opening statement going over allegations about human rights violations, mass murder, etc. in the Soviet Union. That's what you want to argue about.
These are very well documented, and these are even relying upon Soviet figures. You can't say, well, the Soviet figures are totally valid for GDP, but they're not valid for the murder mills of the gulags.
Okay.
So you can have your GDP. I think the GDP in the Soviet Union was largely bullshit.
Okay.
Of course, right? I mean,
okay. So they weren't raised out of poverty. It was bullshit, right? They didn't have the biggest steel industry in the world. They didn't electrify the country. They didn't wipe out illiteracy. They didn't invent space travel. They didn't industrialize whole countries. They didn't build. They didn't electrify Egypt and build huge power plants there. They didn't electrify Syria and build huge power plants there. They didn't build all kinds of infrastructure, not just in their homeland, but all over the world. None of that counts. That's all fake. Are you saying that's fake? You said that the GDP was bullshit. I mean, economic growth happened because of socialism. That's an indisputable fact. You've admitted it before. Now you're trying to go back on it or say it's fudged.
See, dude, you gotta calm your tits a little here, man, and go a little slower because you're just all over the map. And what I'll tell you why.
No, I'm not. I mean, I want to know where our disagreement is. First, I want to know where our disagreement is. Where is our disagreement? Where is our disagreement? Where is our disagreement?
Okay, you finish your points, and then I'll make my points, because the moment I start talking, you just talk in my ear, okay? So you finish your points.
Well, that's why I was hoping we'd have a moderator, so you could speak and I could speak. So, I mean, are we going to take turns here? You talk, I talk, you talk, and we do that?
That's what I'm trying to do.
That would be a civil debate. Okay, so why don't you go, and then I'll go, okay? Or do you want to do it the other way around? I don't care.
No, I'll go. So yes, there's no question that the Soviet Union built stuff. There's no question that the ancient Egyptians built pyramids using slave labor. So yes, I guess their GDP went up as well. There's no doubt that the National Socialists in Germany controlled the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic and put a lot of people back to work by arming them for a massive world war. There's no doubt that the murder factories of the Nazi concentration camps increased their GDP and gave people reliable income in horrible manners. So the fact that people get paid, the fact that stuff gets built, is not a measure of the virtue of a society. The measure of a virtue of a society is whether or not the initiation of the use of force is used to build those things. Sure, they sent a man into space and they built giant factories, happened to be horribly polluted and horribly polluting, and they built Chernobyl, and they built a whole other load of massively dangerous and almost Europe-destroying nuclear reactors without basic safety features. So yeah, they built a whole lot of stuff. There's no question. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say the Soviet Union was exactly the same in 1991 as it was in 1917. Yeah, they built a lot of stuff. They stole a lot of stuff. There's a great book called East minus West equals zero, which means like it goes into how much the Soviet Union stole from the West in order to build. But yeah, they built a whole bunch of stuff. They sure did. Slave labor can build you a whole bunch of stuff. Labor that you point machine guns at and shoot people who don't do what you want, you can build a whole bunch of stuff. What is the value of that in the long run? Not that much. And you can't even tell what the value is because there's no price system, there's no price mechanism, because there's no free market, there's no stock market to tell you what things are worth. So if we're sitting here in the squalid grade 2 massive, did the Soviets build stuff? Yeah, they built stuff. And so did the ancient Egyptians, and so did the Nazis. So what? The question is the morality of how it was done.
May I respond? Are you going to let me respond without interrupting now? All right, I will proceed. If the question is not whether or not they actually achieved anything economically, but whether or not they violated human rights in order to do it, you're defending a system that is very, very guilty of mass death and killing far, far more than we can imagine. I mean, where has free trade economics been implemented and not resulted in mass death, I would ask you, right? The British Empire imposed free markets at the point of a gun on China with the Opium Wars, right? They forced Britain to join the British Empire free trade system. That's why Hong Kong is now part of or was separate because of the British Empire and such, which you defend. The result was mass famines and death. Stop interrupting me, please.
Okay, but
there was the Chinese famine. I'm sorry, will you stop interrupting me? I didn't interrupt you. Now stop interrupting. All right? You can talk about the mass famine of 1876 to 1879. 9 to 13 million people dead because the British Empire wouldn't let them develop their own economy. You could talk about the mass famine of 1928 to 1930. 3 to 10 million people dead. Why? Because they couldn't have a central government, because the fields that should have been growing food were growing opium poppies. This is the disaster, right? All over the world we've seen capitalism result in mass death. In India, mass famines created by free trade. 4 to 5 million people dead in 1866 in the Orissa famine. The Indian famines of 1896 to 1879, 2 million dead at the hands of the British Empire, right? You talk about the Great Famine in Ireland, 1845 to 1849, where the Whig Party imposed free market policies on the Irish people at the barrel of a gun, colonialism, and the result was millions of deaths, right? Capitalism has killed millions of people. You know, King Leopold of Belgium, he worked to death 10 to 15 million people in the Congo so he could make rubber profits from their labor. And, I mean, World War I, 20 million people sent to their deaths so that the capitalists could carve up the developing world for themselves in colonial empires. The whole reason that communism even emerged was in response to the fact that British free market Adam Smith capitalism was causing mass death and suffering around the world, holding back economic development, keeping the developing world poor. And so countries around the world chose to break out of that system, organize and control their own economies, and they had great successes. China, before the communists came to power, was deeply poor. Now China, with a state-controlled, centrally planned economy, is the second largest economy on earth. The Soviet Union lifted itself up, as you have acknowledged. So, if we're going to play that game of who's violated human rights, I can point you to many capitalist governments, most of whom are in line with your free trade ideas, that have committed mass atrocities. So I'm not seeing the link.
No, I get that you're not seeing the link because you don't understand my argument. So the idea that you can impose a free market at the point of a gun through imperialism is antithetical to market voluntarism, to market anarchy, to true free markets. True free markets rely on two basic principles. The first is the non-initiation of force, and the second is a respect for property rights. So I dislike the Soviet Union because it was a communist dictatorship, and of course it was an empire. It was, with this union of Soviet socialist republics. So it was a whole scattering of countries, and of course they tried to expand into other countries, into North Korea, into North Vietnam, and of course a wide variety of other places. They funded the takeovers in Cuba and Cambodia and other places. So yeah, they were a terrible empire, and the British Empire was a terrible empire. The British Empire was a violation of the free market and of the free trade because they forced people to become sailors, and they forced people, the average British citizen suffered enormously under the British Empire, and it was of course highly profitable for the fascistic state corporations that had the union of state power so that they could outsource the protection of their invasions economically of other countries. They could outsource that to the hapless and helpless British taxpayer, who was dragged onto ships at the point of a sword and died of scurvy more often than he even died from war. So the idea that somehow you get me into the corner where I'm defending the British Empire while opposing the Russian Soviet Empire is ridiculous. You and I are on the same side. As you view the British Empire, so do I view the Russian Empire. As you view British dictatorial policies where resources were stripped and markets were interrupted and people were enslaved both financially and at the point of a gun to be sailors and soldiers to defend the profits of the corporations united with the power of the state. Yeah, we're on the same side. I don't know what this straw man is that somehow you said I've defended the British Empire. No, the British Empire is a monstrous violation of personal and political liberties.
All right, now I will respond. I've seen you defend the British Empire all over YouTube. I watched a lot of your material, but I'm not going to quibble with you said this or that. I'm not here to argue about you. I'm here to argue about facts. You said earlier the Soviet Union stole a lot of stuff. You referred to the Soviet Union as an empire. The Soviet Union bankrupted itself developing the countries that were aligned with it. Huge amounts of money went into building infrastructure in places like Afghanistan, in places like, Angola, in places like Libya. I mean, the Soviet Union spent loads and loads of its money industrializing and developing the countries it was aligned with. It wasn't plundering them. When the British Empire went to India, it burned all the textile mills and forced them to import their cloth from Britain. The United States goes around the world blowing up and destroying oil-producing countries and reducing them to chaos. So the world market is forced to buy its oil from the 4 super major oil companies that are closely embedded with the puppet of Western capitalism, Saudi Arabia. But that's all beside the point, because so now you're saying the British Empire wasn't capitalism. You're saying the United States, I assume you're saying the United States, where force was used in order to create the country, force with the slaughter of the Native Americans, force with slavery was used to create it. You're saying none of that counts because force was used. So let me ask you this. Where has real capitalism ever been tried? Right? This is like arguing with an anarcho-communist or something. Show me one place where real capitalism, where no force was used, where everyone just did things voluntarily, was ever tried, right? This is what is constantly said about communists. That's not real socialism. That's not real capitalism. I pointed to you the ugly record of capitalism around the world, and you responded with the old cliche, not real capitalism. So where's real capitalism ever worked?
Define capitalism for me, because we're obviously not using the same terms.
Clearly, I think capitalism has worked around the world in slaughtering millions of people. I think capitalism is the system we live under in the United States right now.
I'm sorry,
you have a different definition.
So, for me, capitalism?
Under my understanding, capitalism is an economy where profits are in command. As Frederick Engels said, it's preliminary transformation into capital. Under capitalism, the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. Under other systems, we have houses because people need a place to live. Under capitalism, we have houses so landlords and banks can make money, right? Under capitalism, we don't have food because people can need something to eat. We have food so that capitalists can make profits from it. Capitalism is a system where the means of production function according to profit. That's my definition. What's yours?
Where the means of production function according to profit, that's capitalism?
Under my understanding.
So then all systems wherein people make more than they spend is capitalism, is that right?
No.
Where there's profit?
No, when profits are in command, when the state is not planning out the economy, when the market and the maximization of profit dictates production, when there's not state central planning, when society and the economy is not organized for the benefit of public good by central planners, but instead organized to make profits for private owners, that's capitalism. What do you think
so
it is?
where the
But
state
what
is
is
not
your
dictating-
definition of capitalism?
Sorry, where the state is not dictating the economy, that's capitalism, right?
Yeah.
So how on earth do you get, since you were talking about how the British Empire and America and so on imposed these systems at the point of a gun through the state, how do you square that circle, my friend? If it means that the government is not involved in the market, but you're saying that the government is commanding the market at the point of a gun and burning down textile mills and preventing people from doing X, Y, or Z at the point of a gun, if that's, you can't have it both ways, right? You can't have capitalism as something imposed at the point of a gun by the state, and also that capitalism is where the state doesn't interfere in the economy.
The state interferes on behalf of capitalists. That's what was going on in Britain. That's why they burned down all the textile mills in India, was to make profits for British factory owners. Under capitalism, the government works for the corporations and for the capitalists. Under socialism, the corporations and the means of production, the private capitalists or the state-controlled industries work for the people.
Okay, but you understand that when the government is using force to benefit particular state-enmeshed corporations, that's interfering with the free market, right? Because all the other corporations and all the other individuals get kind of screwed for that, right?
No, it's the government working to help corporations make profits. It's the government facilitation
else, right?
Government facilitation of capitalism.
Well, no. See, capitalism is a free market. And so if the government is pointing its guns at people to benefit some corporations at the expense of everyone else, that's not a free market, right? By definition, because the government is violating and interfering with people's right of free trade, right?
So where has capitalism ever existed according to you?
Forget this. Like, just
no, I mean,
we're working with definitions, and as soon as I get you to as soon as I find a contradiction in one of your definitions, you jump onto another topic. Let's stay on this one.
Fine.
Okay.
If the government works to help private companies,
pointing guns at people to benefit a particular corporation, that's not free trade, because all the other corporations and the people on both other ends of the economic spectrum are being harmed by the force imposed by the state.
Well, under capitalism, the state frequently intervenes on behalf of corporations to facilitate their making of profits. I don't see that as contradictory at all. If, the government helps capitalists make profits, that's capitalism.
Well, no. See, capitalism is free trade, which means all transactions are voluntary, right? So this is the basic argument for free trade, right? And why it's beneficial to the world as a whole, right?
But where has it ever existed?
You understand this more for the listeners, right? This is like, sorry, a little bit of Econ 101 here, right?
Okay, so where has that ever existed?
Hang on, so let me finish. So if you and I exchange something voluntarily, right? The sort of obvious example is I have $1 and you have a pen, right? And we decide to exchange these things voluntarily, right? I have $1, you have a pen, and I want your pen, or I want a pen more than I want my $1, and you want my $1 more than you want your pen. So I give you the $1 and you give me the pen, right? Now, praxeologically, which means by definition, but not tautologically, this is a net benefit to us both. We are both better off because we have traded voluntarily. Now, we may have buyer's regret and so on, but in the moment that we are not forced to do business together, in the moment that we are trading voluntarily, we are doing so because I'm happier having the pen rather than having the dollar, and you're happier having the dollar rather than having the pen, right? And so when you have free exchange, when you have voluntary exchange, that is a free market. Now, if someone comes along and says, you have to sell your pen to Steph for only 50 cents, otherwise I'm going to put a big bullet hole in your head. Well, guess what, man? That's no longer the free market. That's a criminal enterprise. That is a shakedown. That is organized crime, or in the case of the government, generally disorganized crime. So what I'm talking about is the free market. So when you start to bring in the government pointing guns and corporations and corruption and violence and navies and armies and wars and bombs and destroying factories, and that's no longer the free market. Now, you can call that capitalism if you want. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I know a lot of people do. It's corporate capitalism or crony capitalism, or some people call it crapitalism. It's actually really fascism. Fascism is when the large corporations use government power in order to ensure unjust profits at the expense of free trade, of other people competing with them. But we can call it free trade if you want, because I think that's more accurate and it's less of a loaded term than capitalism. But it's not capitalism when the government is pointing guns at people. It's certainly not the free market if you want to redefine capitalism as equaling fascism. I think that's not particularly helpful. But the reason we have the term capitalism is because the term fascism, which is what you're talking about, is already reserved. And I think to conflate the two is not very honest.
Okay. Well, Stefan, I hate to break this to you. All capitalism is crony capitalism. When a group of people has exponentially higher wealth than other people, they tend to try to influence government policy to keep it that way. There has never been a system of capitalism in the history of the world where the government has just kept its hands off and allowed everyone to just live in this free market. And it doesn't make any sense. I mean, why would people with huge amounts of money, exponentially larger than other people's, sit back and say, all right, I'm not going to try to influence government policy to my benefit? I mean, that's absurd. I mean, it's.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree,
So your system could never happen. Could never work.
Any kind, any way, any shape, any form. A government in itself is a violation of the non-aggression principle. And you're right. Of course, capitalists or corporations will use government power. In fact, they're obligated to do so by the charters of their corporation. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been an executive on the board of a company. I've been an entrepreneur and have sat on boards. You have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize profits for your shareholders, and you can't sit there and say, well, the government's got this great program or this great benefit, or of course you will do it. And it's been well documented that for corporations to invest in political representatives is just about the biggest investment and most profitable investment that they can make. Yeah, human beings are corrupted by power, particularly coercive power. The only way to limit the corruption that coercive power affords, whether it's of the communist variety or of the fascist variety, in other words, corporate capitalism, as you would call it, the only way to limit that is to remove temptation from the table, right? Since there's no state, you can't have a state because the state will be taken over by communists and then used to destroy their enemies. The state will be taken over by corporations. The state will be taken over by some race or some ideology, in the same way that the state used to be taken over by religious fundamentalists, and then they would try and impose their view of religious fundamentalism on everyone else. And the only way we can survive that as a society is Western Europe in particular learned over 300 years of religious warfare. The only way we can survive that is to separate church and state. And the only way that we can end up with a relatively corruption-free economy where you don't have corporations or ideologues using the power of the state to impose their vision of the good or of the profitable on everyone else is to separate the state and the economy. The state should not have any influence over the economy, but once you have a state, it's always going to end up that way, which is why the state has to be viewed the same as slavery. It is an institution that we cannot allow to continue in the long run because the corruption and the brutality is just so intense and so inescapable.
All right. Stefan, on the walls of the U.S. Department of Justice, you will find the words, "When law stops, tyranny begins." And the reason that we have law and morality is because without those things, it's the law of the jungle. It's might is right. Law and morality are the only thing that protect the weak from the strong. without them, when law doesn't exist, when morality doesn't exist, the strong are able to ruthlessly rule over the weak. That's the situation. And let me add that that's why I view libertarianism, not yourself, you can represent yourself, but libertarianism with such contempt. Libertarians frequently try to reduce laws. They say corporations, there shouldn't be environmental regulations restricting pollution. There shouldn't be labor protections. They shouldn't be forced to pay a minimum wage to their people. They're trying to reduce laws. But furthermore, Ayn Rand, one of the main thinkers of libertarian objectivist philosophy, a great influence on Alan Greenspan, she was his personal friend, Ayn Rand goes as far as trying to attack traditional morality itself. She wrote a book called The Virtue of Selfishness, arguing that compassion and human empathy are mere weaknesses, right? The character Howard Rourke, who is the protagonist in her novel, breaks into the apartment of a woman and violently rapes her. And her narration portrays this as beautiful. Why? Because the stronger man is asserting himself on this weakling, right? She views people as the mob, right? Her book Atlas Shrugged talks about the billionaires and the great men of the world going on strike against the inferior rabble, the masses of people who would force them to pay taxes and treat their employees kindly and not pollute the environment, right? I mean, I view this idea that we're going to have a world where there is no government. You're saying you want no government. That has never existed anywhere in the world. I don't think anyone would ever tolerate that, but I don't think it's desirable either.
But your failure of imagination should not be a limit on the progress of humankind. So, I mean, you're the kind of guy, clearly, logically, you would be arguing that slavery could never be abolished because no human society had ever existed without slavery. You would argue that women should never be equal under the law to men because no society had ever granted women that kind of legitimacy under the law. So your failure to comprehend or understand or imagine what a society could look like without a government simply shows the limits of your brain. It doesn't show the limit of human potential.
Well, actually, the majority of human civilization did not involve slavery. Slavery did not arise until the origin of private property. The majority of human history was hunter-gatherer civilization. Hunter-gatherer tribes did not have slavery. That's simply not a fact. Slavery didn't arise.
Didn't have slavery?
Hunter-gatherer tribes, no, they were tribes. They were 20 to 30 people going around hunting and gathering. No one was a slave.
Are you kidding me?
There was not private. There was not land at that point. This is before the origin of agriculture. Before the origin of agriculture, there was not slavery. When humans were hunting and gathering, no one was a slave of anyone else.
I've done an entire presentation on this.
Okay, so hunter-gatherer civilization didn't exist.
So
hunter-gatherer civilization's a myth.
Wrong. After the Civil War, the Comanches were the biggest slave owners in America. Slave owning was fundamental to the tribes.
Yeah, that was in the 1800s.
Hold on, Stefan.
Slave owning was.
That was in the 1800s. That was thousands of years after the time I'm talking about. What are you talking about?
Hold on, man. You gotta let him finish. Please let him finish this point, and then, go ahead, Caleb.
Yet, I mean, the majority of human history was hunter-gatherer civilization. Before the origin of private property, before the domestication of animals and the growing of crops, humans were wandering around, hunting and gathering, and they lived in tribes. And there was some level of hierarchy in these tribes. I think some authority certainly existed, but there was no slavery. There was no one owning anyone else. And in fact, they didn't even really keep track of who was whose children. So yeah, to say that no human society had ever existed without slavery, Marxism is premised on the concept of historical progress, right? That hunter-gatherer civilization, eventually we human beings with our brilliance got too good at hunting and gathering. We developed sticks and rocks and got so good at killing animals. We paid close attention to the patterns and how plants grow and got very good at gathering. We got so good at hunting and gathering, there was a scarcity. And it became necessary at that point to begin growing crops and having agriculture, and that gave birth to a higher mode of production out of necessity. And eventually, slavery gave way to feudalism, which was a higher mode of production. And eventually, feudalism gave way to capitalism, which was a much higher mode of production. And eventually, capitalism will give way to socialism, and has given way to it around the world, because it's the only way that countries around the world kept poor by capitalism in its monopoly stage, imperialism, the domination of the world by bankers in Wall Street and in London, that's keeping the world poor. So a few bankers and billionaires can stay rich, and they're embedded with the governments around the world, and they do it to make sure that the profits flow into their hands. And many countries around the world have broken out of that system with force. Countries like China, countries like Venezuela, countries like Russia and the Soviet Union, countries like Cuba have broken out of that system with force and had great achievements in raising their people out of poverty and industrializing because they've broken out of that system. Marxism is dialectical. You accuse me of saying that I would say that, you know, slavery had always existed. That's something I don't contend. Furthermore, and also on top of that, I maintain that we can get to a society eventually without a government. But that would be based on a huge level of material abundance. The goal of communism, if you read Marx, is based on so much material abundance existing that the need for state coercion fades away. That is the ultimate goal of communism, is a stateless, classless world. That's only possible when the means of production and technology and human brilliance has been unleashed to such high levels that the scarcity and the poverty that necessitates the state fades away.
So we can't have a stateless society now.
At this point in human history, of course not.
At some point we can I don't think it's imminent, don't get me wrong, but you and I, so because you were like so scornful of the idea of a stateless society, but now you're telling me we can have a stateless society one day.
Yes, when the means of production and technology has advanced to that point, probably thousands of years from now, yes, I do. But that's very, very far off. And if we just abolished the government immediately, that would be a nightmare, because law and morality exists to protect the weak from the strong. Ayn Rand thinks it's a good thing to have the strong rule over the weak ruthlessly. I don't.
No, she doesn't. No.
Okay. What does she think?
No, she doesn't like the rule of the majority over the individual. That's all she does. She doesn't want the... I mean, at the end of Atlas Shrugged, they don't sit there and say, let's create a fascist state and enslave everyone. All they want is to be able to keep the proceeds of their own labor and to be charitable rather than to be enslaved. That's all they're talking about there. But so let me ask you this, because I'm genuinely curious about all of this, right? So in preparing for this, I watched a bunch of debates and conversations that you had. Sell me on China. Help me understand your positive view. And I don't mean this to sound snarky, or like really genuinely, like help me understand your positive view, because when I was in China, I mean, it was not very good, and people weren't very happy, and Tiananmen Square was halfway still being scrubbed. But sell me on the pluses of China. That's really interesting to me, how you feel it's a very positive role model in many ways, and what are the pluses that you see there?
I see 800 million people lifted out of poverty. I see a country that was once the sick man of Asia, with free trade imposed on it by the British Empire, breaking out of that, having at this point half the steel in the world is made in China's state-controlled steel industry. At this point, before the pandemic, the tourism industry of the world was having a boom, because millions of Chinese people whose grandparents were illiterate peasants were going on vacation for the first time, right, in generations. I mean, huge achievements. Electrification. This was a country that didn't have running water, that didn't have electricity. Millions raised out of poverty. I mean, it's astronomical. I mean, China at this point, they're making better phones than Western capitalism is. They have the world's fastest supercomputers. The achievements are astronomical. This is a whole society that has lifted itself up by its bootstraps. It is an argument for the fact that growth can take place beyond capitalism. And when the economy is controlled by the state and humans are mobilized to build and construct and unleash their creativity and brilliance, great things can be achieved. And yes, the Cultural Revolution was a disaster, right? That was a disaster. And during the Cultural Revolution, they rejected the basic premise of Marxism, which is that growth is necessary. Marxism is an ideology that is based on growth. It argues that we need to get the economy out of the irrationality of profits and command, right? Under societies of the past, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Only under capitalism are people homeless because there is too much housing. That happened during the financial crisis. The housing bubble burst. People couldn't afford to buy all the houses that exist. And we had tent cities set up in Nevada because people were homeless because there were too many houses. That's not rational. Under capitalism, right? Under capitalism, people are hungry, not because there's not enough food, but because there's too much food. This is irrational. Profits, this magical invisible hand, doesn't care. And when societies are able to break out of that and rationally organize the economy, they can have big achievements. I think China is proof of that. Cuba is proof of that. Other societies around the world are proof of that. Did they have big problems, as you endlessly pointed out in your opening statement? Of course. I'm not going to deny human rights violations. I'm not going to deny that bad things happened. But there is hope to get beyond the irrational rule of profits. We can have state planning of the economy and have good achievements. And China's dramatic turnaround and economic achievements are proof of that.
Do you think that Hong Kong, which didn't go through the mass slaughters that China went through, wouldn't it have been better if China had had some more free markets relative to what happened in China? So China's the number one slaughterer of its own citizens in a much shorter time frame than Russia, right? So Russia, 1917 to 1987, we had almost 62 million people. China, about half the time, 1949 to 1987, killed almost 77 million people. Almost 77 million people. Now that is, I mean, we can't even comprehend, right? So Hong Kong didn't go through that kind of slaughter, and they certainly did have a free market relative to China. Do you think that the non-slaughterhouse, I mean, there were deaths, of course, and there was repression from the British and all that, but nothing compared to the democide that occurred, or the slaughters that occurred in China. Do you think that the Hong Kong model in any way is superior to the China model, just in terms of, like, there not being 77 million people killed?
Well, I have two responses to that. First of all, I believe the biggest trading partner with Hong Kong is mainland China, and that Hong Kong's successes have a lot to do and walk hand in hand with China's successes on the mainland. Second of all, are you contending that this big number you threw out there, all those people were executed? They got death sentences from the Chinese government? Is that what you're saying?
No,
this 70 million people?
No.
I'm asking you. Were they were given death sentences? They were shot? Is that what you're contending?
Do you not know these numbers?
I've heard big numbers like this, but they tend to be based on the fact that famines took place.
Well, no, but there's famines, and then there's famines that result from specific state policies, such as the collectivization of the farmland, as I mentioned before, occurred in Ukraine, and other places also occurred in China. So, when you have state policies that where food can no longer be produced because the government has taken over and is not distributing the land to anybody effective, and also because they're withholding food as a form of punishment for class enemies such as the large landholders that were quite productive in farming, there is a lot of deaths that occur from that, for sure. These are not just natural famines.
Right. So all those famines I listed earlier, like the British Empire in Iran, for example, blocking grain imports to Iran and starving 8 to 10 million people in 1917 to 1919, like the Bengal famine of 1943, which Winston Churchill joked about, where 3 million Indian people died. Does that all tarnish the reputation of capitalism? But it's not real capitalism, right? I forgot.
You did forget.
Okay. It's not real capitalism. Not real capitalism. Not real capitalism.
So just try.
I'm sorry. May I respond? May I finish responding? I didn't interrupt you. Now, I believe it was because of the Chinese Communist Party that the mass starvation and famines that had gone on in China for hundreds of years, most especially after the British took over, were ended. It was China and the Communist Party that brought tractors to rural villages. It was China and the Communist Party that created China's modern food production system. So you're blaming them for problems in the food production system, but not giving them credit for the fact that they built it.
I guess I'm just curious. So if you can just walk over 77 million...
No. I mean, we're glitch-glopping.
Is there a number of dead that would give you pause? I'm just like, is it 80 million? Is it 100 million? What if it was 150? Is there some number of...
When did I ever defend any atrocity? When did I ever say that some atrocity... You're being completely intellectually dishonest there. Okay.
Just out of curiosity. Okay, thanks. Just what is the number? What is the number of dead people that would give you some pause about this system? Because it's not 77 million people plus the 62 million from the USSR, so it's some number, and I'm just like, it's not 130, 140 million or whatever. There's some number, and I'm just curious what that number is, wherein you would have some pause about your willingness to give a small number of people massive power over the economy and over other people's lives. Is there a number? Like, is it north of 130 million? Would it be 150 million that might make you think something would be awry? I'm just curious what that number is. Is there any upward limit? Could it be 1 billion people killed and you'd still be fine with the system? I'm just curious.
Are you finished? At no point did I ever say that violations of human rights, the killing of innocent people, was justified. At no point did I ever say that. So by trying to put words in my mouth like that, you're being completely intellectually dishonest. I said that China's economic achievements as the result of its central planned economy were good. And I think 800 million people lifted out of poverty, the construction of a modern country, one of the poorest countries in the world, becoming the second largest economy in the world, is a good thing. Whenever an innocent person is killed, whenever economic policies are problematic and have negative results, that's a bad thing. Please don't try to paint me as an apologist for mass murder to cover up the reality of what I'm saying. I'm pointing toward economic successes. I'm pointing toward real achievements, and you are pointing to human rights violations and atrocities to discredit that. I just read you all these crimes of capitalism, and then you said that's not real capitalism.
No, I condemn those crimes.
I think capitalism exists in the world today.
Perpetuated. I don't agree with you about the
I
Bengal
think
one
that
in the
socialism
Second World War,
exists in the world today.
I condemn those crimes as being perpetuated by the state, and this is one of the reasons why a stateless society is the ideal. But you, by talking, look, you've got to understand how you come across to anyone with any kind of moral center. Is you're saying, well, okay, yes, 77 million people were slaughtered by the Soviet government, but fuck, man, they built some really nice spaceships. And they built some tractors, and there was some canals and shit, and I'm just telling you, like, from outside your like ideological bubble, that looks completely sociopathic, which is like, okay, 77 million people killed here, 62 million people killed in the Soviet Union, but there was some good GDP numbers. And this is the thing I find so kind of strange and surreal about these conversations, is that, like, every one of those 77 million people, every one in China, every one of those 62 million people in the USSR, they wanted to live just as much as you and I do, right? And you don't kill yourself in order to raise the GDP. Now you could, right? You could, I don't know, I'm not saying you ever would or should or anything like that, but theoretically, right, you could strap a bunch of explosives on, you could blow up a building, and then they'd have to repair that building, and they'd spend a lot of money, and that would increase the GDP. So you could kill yourself to increase the GDP. You could set fire to yourself in front of a library and get more people interested in communism and socialism as a result of the resulting publicity. But you don't do that because your life is extremely valuable to you, and even though it might increase the GDP for your life to end, you don't want that to happen. So the sociopathic element to me of this conversation is you saying, well, okay, yeah, 130, 140 million people killed, but GDP went up, and some people learned how to read, and there was some electricity that went to new places, and blah, 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 blah. But you wouldn't want to be one of those 130 million people. You value your own life, you care for your own life, and you're not willing to sacrifice your own life for a potential increase in communist GDP. But the degree to which you just don't seem to recognize that each one of those 120, 130 million people had just as strong a hunger for life. We're not talking human rights violations. We're talking about absolute multi-tens of millions of mass slaughter. That's not like violations of human rights or hate speech laws or something. Like, come on. We're talking about some like incredible mountains of bodies, the likes of which have never been seen before. And that's almost the kind of surprising thing to me, is that those people all wanted to live. They all wanted to go home and kiss their children. They all wanted to pursue their dreams and pick up painting in their old age, and they were just slaughtered by communist governments. And I don't know that, a couple of % increase in the GDP over a decade is something that's worth those bodies.
May I respond without interruption? Okay, I guess that's a yes. would you pile the same kind of moral condemnation you did on me for recognizing that socialism has economic successes onto someone who waves the American flag? Right? Are they then celebrating the slaughter of people, the indigenous people, the slaughter, the slavery, the millions of deaths on the transatlantic slave trade? Are they celebrating the Vietnam War and the Korean War? You know, I eat Thanksgiving dinner with my family. I don't do that because I'm looking over and denying the humanity of Native Americans. I do that because I can recognize that good things existed in this country despite the evil, horrible, racist things that went on. Right? Is every British person who's patriotic, are they ignoring all those famines I just read? Is every French person who sings the La Marseillaise, are they celebrating the death of 2 million people who died when free trade economics was imposed on France after World War II in 1945, or on Vietnam, I mean, the Vietnamese colonialists? I mean, if you're going to condemn me for saying that the Soviet Union had economic successes and say that I don't understand that the people who died have life, you can pour that condemnation onto every Western country. Are people in Belgium who wave their own flag, are they morally atrocious because they don't recognize that King Leopold killed 10 to 15 million people and worked them to death in rubber plantations? I'm sorry. I have said over and over again that I condemn any violation of human rights. I condemn any unnecessary death of innocent people. And you are sticking to this old anti-communist cliche. Communism, you just throw out this body count as if capitalism doesn't have a body count that's just as big. And then your response when I point to capitalism's crimes is to say, well, that's not real capitalism. Okay, so pour that condemnation on anyone who celebrates the achievement of the West, because the West is responsible for mass death and mass killing and mass torture and mass enslavement, right? This is the reality. I mean, is someone who drives a Japanese car responsible for the crimes of Japan at Nanking or in the Philippines? I mean, we can learn from the good and the bad of economic systems. I mean, this is unfair, and you only get away with it because you're appealing to a popular narrative. You're supposed to be a revolutionary, Stefan. You present yourself as this bold, brave revolutionary who's sticking it to the man and fighting the system. You want a world without a government and all this. This is all stuff I hear on CNN. The United States goes around the world liberating people from brutal regimes and spreading freedom. China is an evil country violating human rights. Saudi Arabia, we're not going to talk about. Russia is an evil country violating human rights. We're not going to talk about, the government in Kiev that's tearing down World War II monuments and repressing people. You're just throwing out every old anti-communist cliche. In my government school, you think government schools are communist propaganda. In my government school, I learned all of this. We watched movies about Holodomor. We heard nothing but, you would have gotten the impression that the entire history of the Soviet Union was nothing but gulags and death camps. That's what I learned in my government school. There's nothing at all bold about any of this. This is just standard regime change, demonization of some countries, glossing over the crimes of other countries, propaganda, right?
But there's a big difference. Even I don't accept about 80% of what you're saying, but we can perhaps have that topic discussion another time about the endless famines and the genocide, as you claim, of the Native American population. It was 90% smallpox. But anyway, let's just say that you're right about everything.
Wow.
That you're talking about.
Go on.
I'm sorry. Did you want to interrupt me?
No. Please continue.
I'm sorry.
Go on. I'm curious to hear more of this. I want to hear about how the Native American genocide didn't happen. I'm curious to hear about this.
Well, 90% of the natives were killed by smallpox because they didn't have an immunity, because they hadn't been raised with smallpox, in the same way that they gave syphilis to the Westerners, and the Westerners died like flies because they didn't have immunity to syphilis, which had been more built up in the native population. And anyway, but even if we say everything that you say in this,
can I ask another question?
Sort of standard cliche, Westerners evil and all of that, and you'll notice, of course, that outside of China, every single country that you have talked about is a Western country, which makes you a horrible racist, because you're only attacking white sort of Western countries, and you haven't brought any other countries into the fray, except for China, which you defend. So here's the difference, man. And this is what I think you kind of need to work on in your logic and communication skills, just my particular piece of coaching or whatever, is that all of the stuff that you're talking about has been raked over and disavowed by people as a whole, right? So the Belgians don't sit there and say, yeah, it was great what King Leopold did. in Africa, and people don't sit there and say, oh yeah, no, it was great what happened to the Native American population. It wasn't. It was horrible, absolutely horrible. And people have disavowed and rejected and been horrified. There was not, the transatlantic slave situation, 400,000 slaves came to America from Africa, where in fact your big hunter-gatherer society, the blacks went and caught the blacks and then brought them out to the Europeans to be sold. And then 400,000 of them were taken to America. Many millions more were taken to South and Central America. And the American slave trade was about 5% the size of the Muslim slave trade. But of course, you don't talk about that because that would be to criticize a country that wasn't white. Exactly, right? You don't want to do that because that's just the way communists roll, is that they only ever attack Western countries. But here's the difference. The difference is that all the things that you have brought up have been viewed in very critical ways by the West. And people have disavowed slavery, of course, and rightly so. And people have disavowed the treatment of the Native Americans, and rightly so in many situations. And people have disavowed the famines, and people have disavowed some of the negative effects of colonialism. And people have done all of that for a long, 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 long time. The difference is that you are defending China, and you are defending the USSR. That's the difference. So all of the stuff that you're bringing up in the past is something that in the West, there's been a lot of navel-gazing and a lot of examination and a lot of unearthing of regret and issues with regards to the past. But you're not doing that. Because what you're doing is taking the current dictatorship model, such as is occurring in China, and you're defending it, and you're promoting it, and you like it. So that's the difference. So if I was sitting there saying, I like what happened to the Native Americans, that would be completely appalling. I don't like what happened to the Native Americans. I think it was terrible. I don't like what happened with slavery. I'm very glad that the British Empire ended slavery. And in fact, the price or the cost of ending slavery, which started in the mid-19th century, was only finally paid off by the British government in the year 2015. Okay, so that was a huge moral advancement in the world. And it's hard to say, it probably would not have been possible in the absence of the British Navy, in the absence of the British Empire. So yeah, there was some negative stuff, but there was, of course, also, to a large degree, the ending of slavery worldwide, which was a moral crusade driven by white Christians in England and other places. So the difference is all the stuff that you're bringing up, yeah, everybody recognizes that's a bad thing, but you're the only person in this conversation or in any universe that I can think of who's sitting there justifying the union of Soviet socialist republics and dictatorial, murderous China, which keeps more than 1 million Muslims in concentration camps and has live organ transplants from the Falun Gong.
Well, it's interesting. So you kind of have it both ways. On the one hand, you downplay the killing of Native Americans. You say, well, they just died from diseases. You quibble with the numbers, which if I had dared to do that with any of the socialist countries, you would have gone crazy. But regardless, you said I only attack white countries. Well, I risked my life to try and bring aid to the people of Yemen as they were dying at the hands of Saudi Arabia and Saudi bombs. I went with the Red Crescent Society on a ship trying to reach Yemen. The port was bombed 8 times in a single day. Medical university students were killed. I have condemned the crimes of Saudi Arabia up and down, backwards and forwards. Furthermore, I'm very proud of the fact that both of my grandfathers fought against Japanese imperialism. I'm very willing to admit that Japan is guilty of huge crimes against humanity all over the world. And I'm very proud of the fact that not only were my relatives involved, but the Soviet Union and China and the People's Liberation Army were involved in defeating Japanese imperialism. So your attempt to appeal to white nationalist sentiments and say I hate whites or something like that is just dishonest. Your claim that I am defending China's political model, I am not doing that at all. I think that China's economic system has been largely successful, but I think that it's full of mistakes as well, right? They have a big problem with corruption. They're actively trying to adjust it. There are big issues with human rights. Even the staunchest supporter of the Chinese government will admit that there are many things that need to change. So at no point did I deny that there were human rights problems or say that human rights violations were good, as you repeatedly have attempted to characterize me as saying, which is wildly dishonest. Furthermore, in the socialist world, there is a recognition of these crimes. The Gang of Four who carried out the Cultural Revolution were arrested. Deng Xiaoping put the Gang of Four on trial for the fact that they conducted the Cultural Revolution. They were sent to prison. There was a huge effort to repudiate Stalin, some of which was a little bit weird, but whatever. I mean, in the USSR, the socialist countries of the world have largely denounced crimes that took place within them. And furthermore, you're quibbling with me about whether or not people died, Native Americans were slaughtered. You're quibbling with me about whether the transatlantic slave trade was bad. You said one thing that is just...
No.
I'm sorry, let me finish. I did not interrupt you. You don't interrupt me, okay? Let me finish. You will let me finish. You will let me finish. You will let me finish.
Pass without... I never, ever said or implied that it was not bad. I never said that. So please,
okay. So I could swear I heard some quibbling. I heard you say that. I heard you say that.
Unbelievably horrible.
Okay. Regardless.
No, it's not regardless, man.
No. No,
you made a mistake. You owe me an apology.
No, you said that that blacks sold other blacks into slavery. Why does that matter? Does that make slavery okay just because somebody else did it? You quibbled about the immorality of slavery. You quibbled about the immorality of slavery. You said that it was only you gave a number that you said was low. You quibbled about it. People can listen to the tape and decide for themselves. People can listen to the tape and decide for themselves.
You characterized me as being pro-slavery or at least not anti-slavery. Come on, man, that's not fair.
Okay, well, I'm glad to know that you don't believe in slavery. I don't either. Now, the British Empire...
So you retract what you just said about me.
I'll listen to the tape afterwards and see. I'll listen to the tape afterwards and see what you actually said and what you didn't say. I must have heard you wrong.
What you said. I don't know how we're having a debate here.
Okay, all right. You said that the British Empire ended slavery around the world. I've got news for you. The British Empire worked very hard to preserve slavery in the United States. So much so that the Russians were forced to send their navy to New York harbors to protect it. There was a real possibility that the British would intervene to keep the flow of cheap cotton from the plantations of the South coming in. The British Empire, with its textile mills, was the primary partner.
When was this?
I'm sorry, may I finish my statement?
What time frame was this in?
We're talking about the 1800s. And it was...
So I was talking about the mid-19th century. So why on earth are you going 70 years off my timeline?
We were abolishing slavery in the United States, and the British were trying to intervene and keep slavery in effect. And thank goodness Russia sent their navy to protect New York's harbor to enable Lincoln to defeat the slaveholders. Karl Marx organized strikes among textile workers to refuse to work with cotton picked by slaves. It was Marxists who led the struggle against slavery. Read about August Willich. He was a member of the Communist International, a German-born Marxist. He was in the United States. He rose up to the rank of brigadier general in the U.S. Army defeating slavery, right? Joseph Wedemeyer, a leader of the Communist International. He led the Ohio 9th Regiment, and they protected St. Louis and were decorated for their heroic efforts to defeat slavery. Meanwhile, the British very much wanted to keep intact the plantation system so they could get cheap cotton for their textile industry. So that's just a complete misrepresentation.
Wait, what are you talking about here? I mean, good Lord, you're confused. Okay, so you were talking about the 18th century with regards to the British trying to preserve slavery in America, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that's, 100 years before Marx became popular?
No, Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848.
I know, but when he became popular and had real influence and effect, right? It didn't happen right away, right?
No, I think the International Working Men's Association was quite popular. Like I said, there was a brigadier general in the Union Army during the Civil War who was one of them. They were quite influential during their time.
I get all of that. But you're taking the British from... When in the 18th century are you talking about the British preserving...
I'm talking about during the U.S. Civil War, when we were trying to abolish slavery, and the British worked against our efforts here in the United States.
No, Civil War... Okay, 18th century is the 1700s, Civil War was in the 1800s, so what are you talking about here?
I'm talking about from 1860 to 1865, when the United States was having a civil war.
The British didn't have dominion over America. America was already a separate country.
Yes, the British tried to intervene on behalf of the slaveholders.
When the British were trying to preserve slavery in America, when in the 18th century? That's the 1700s, right?
No, I'm talking about the 1860s. I'm talking about the U.S. Civil War, when they tried to intervene on behalf of the slaveholders, and Russia sent its navy to protect our harbors and keep the British out of the war, essentially.
do you accept that the British Navy intercepted slave ships and freed slaves, and that Britain spent a vast amount of treasure buying up and freeing the slaves in the British Empire?
I'm sure things like that went on.
Wait, you don't know that?
I'd have to look. I'd have to do the research, but I believe you.
Wait,
sounds right.
Hang on. You claim to be talking all about the history of slavery.
Yes.
And I'm kind of curious if you ever read anything.
I don't trust you.
That
I don't trust you. Somebody who quibbles over the killing of Native Americans and says they all died from disease. I'm going to have to look it up. I don't trust Stefan Molyneux. Guilty as charged. I don't trust Stefan Molyneux.
Let me finish. Okay, there we go. All right. So it's pretty common knowledge for anyone who has studied anything to do with the history of labor, the history of slavery, and so on. And this was posted recently by Rahim Kassam. In 1833, Britain used 40% of its national budget to buy freedom for all slaves in the empire. I'm going to read that again because, again, I guess you have never read about any of this, which means I guess you're just reading.
Actually, I've heard you say
communist stuff, but
I've heard you say it in the lead up to this debate.
Almost done. There you go. In 1833, Britain used 40% of its national budget to buy freedom for all slaves in the empire. Britain borrowed such a large sum of money for the Slavery Abolition Act that it wasn't paid off until 2015. This means that living British citizens helped pay for the ending of the slave trade with their taxes. Now that is really quite a powerful thing, and I'm really kind of surprised, I suppose, that, I mean, I know about the communist stuff. I actually just read through the Communist Manifesto with my daughter. I've taken entire classes on communism and Marxism and so on. But it seems like you've not read anything except all of this really anti-British or anti-British Empire stuff. It may be worth expanding your reading into stuff that is maybe a little surprising to you.
Real quick, I want you to have a chance to respond, Caleb, but just a heads up for you guys. We've got about a little less than 10 minutes left from what we scheduled. If you guys want to go over, that's up to you two. But I just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
I don't want to go over. Yeah. Do we want me to respond and then we do our closing, or how do we want to do it?
No, let's just do our closing. If you haven't studied this, it's kind of unfair.
Let's do it. All right. Do you want to go first or me?
Hold on. No, I think it'd be good, Caleb. Respond to this, and then we'll do closing points between the two of you.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. If you said you were familiar with the history of slavery and with the history of communism, and you were unsure of the fact that Marxists played a role in defeating slavery in the United States, I don't know how you can claim to be the authority there. Karl Marx, maybe you're not aware of this, or maybe you are, he was actually the London correspondent for the Republican Party newspaper of New York City. He wrote articles praising Lincoln. His followers in the United States, the Workingmen's Party, were very, very key in organizing the struggle to defeat slavery. And furthermore, during our Civil War, the British Empire worked very hard to help the Confederacy. And that's a fact. So I think that flies in the face. You're pointing to a lot of other things. And you asked me, had I ever heard this about the British Empire? I've heard it from you. In the lead up to this debate, I saw it all over the internet. And I found a number of articles debunking your claim in detail and saying that, well, they did what you said, and then they went back on it and saying other things. I'm not the expert. I'm not going to speak on that. But I don't trust you. I'm not going to just take your word for things like this, especially since you went on a tirade telling me I'm anti-white. So that's my response.
Okay. All right. So I guess just closing points here. Stefan, you want to go, and then Caleb following up?
No, he can go first.
Okay. All right. At the beginning of this debate, I pointed out that the fall of the Soviet Union and the implementation of free trade, free market economics was a disaster. You agreed with me, you just blamed the communists for it. After that, I said that the USSR had economic successes, something that many libertarians frequently deny, and you agreed with me. Yes, it did. Furthermore, you admitted that real capitalism, which you believe in, has never been implemented anywhere in the world. Now, what you did is you rolled out a lot of human rights allegations against the USSR. And at no point did I quibble with you about any of those allegations. I didn't try to downplay any atrocities. At no point did I say these things were Western propaganda or Nazi propaganda. There are others who made that claim and made those arguments. Never did I make that argument. Your sole argument seems to boil down to communism killed lots of people. I then responded with, capitalism killed lots of people, and communism raised lots of people out of poverty. Communism had big achievements, and we in the United States can learn from that. And you proceeded to then morally shame me about the fact that I pointed out that socialist countries have big achievements. And from there, I said you wouldn't morally shame people who celebrate the West and its achievements because the West has a lot of blood on its hands, and I don't condemn people for celebrating Thanksgiving and such. I just want to let you know that our country, the United States, was founded in the struggle against Adam Smith free trade economics, right? The Dutch East India Company was trying to keep the United States and the 13 colonies poor. It was trying to prevent us from developing our own industries and our own economy. And there was a revolution. And we broke free from the British Empire, from free trade, from that system that's killed millions of people all over the world. And what did we start doing? Well, we had Alexander Hamilton, who created a national bank. We had the government spend money on building lighthouses. And the prosperity of the United States, despite the mass killing of Native Americans, despite the racism and the slavery, the prosperity of the United States largely came from a rejection of the ideas that you and Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman and Alan Greenspan put forward. These ideas are fundamentally un-American, and they've been imposed on our country, and we're seeing the disastrous results of these policies being implemented in the United States right now. Prisons for profit. Who thought of that, right? Private prisons. That's a nightmare. Corporations have an incentive for there to be more crime, for people to be locked in jail for victimless crimes like smoking marijuana. That's a disaster. Well, that comes from the pages of Milton Friedman. It's always better when a private company does it, right? War for profit, right? Military manufacturers, the military-industrial complex. I mean, this is a disaster. We're at the United States. We are so free market in this country that municipalities around the country are unpaving the roads. They are unpaving the roads because the local governments are so in debt to banks that they cannot afford to maintain paved roads. They have a machine they call a reclaimer, where they're ripping up the asphalt and pulverizing it, right? This is a disaster, right? The Constitution of the United States says that only the federal government can print money. But yet, we've done what libertarians want. We privatized it. We handed it over to a private corporation that for many years was run by an Ayn Rand objectivist named Alan Greenspan. And our government is in debt to bankers, right? Some of your listeners may not want to read Marx. They may think Marx is a crazy extremist. Read the Bible, read the Quran, read the Torah. Every major religion in human history has forbidden the practice of lending money at interest. Why? Because it leads to a creditor class that is greater and has more wealth and money than everybody else. And the result of that is governments getting in debt to them, is all of society being centered around them. Furthermore, it leads to the diminishment of physical economy, right? When you lend money at interest, you are creating wealth without actually creating and building anything. And I think what we need right now, as we see such a disaster in this country, roads crumbling, water not being properly purified, all the things that the state should be doing are not being done. I think what we need is a government of action that will fight for working families, that will defend the interests of average people against the billionaires and the bankers who are only concerned about their profits. That's what we absolutely need. Roosevelt, he had, the Works Progress Administration, built amazing things around this country, laid the basis for the economic boom that came after the Second World War because he constructed things. And he was largely inspired in doing it. He studied what Stalin had done in the Soviet Union with the 5-year economic plans, and he learned from it. Is Roosevelt just as guilty as I am of ignoring Stalin's atrocities because he studied it and learned from it and then was able to build, the Great Hoover Dam, build Key West Highway and give jobs to millions of Americans to save the economy from the irrationality of greed? Of course not. We can learn from China's achievements. We can learn from the Soviet Union's achievements. We can learn from these countries. There's no need to morally condemn those who would want to learn from economic successes. Socialism has had economic achievements, as you've admitted. Why can't we do it here? I do not, and I will end by making this point. I do not advocate the adoption of the Chinese system in the United States. I do not advocate the adoption of the Korean system or the Vietnamese or the Russian system in the United States. That would be stupid. America has its own culture, its own traditions, its own history, And when socialism comes to the United States, it will be an American socialism. It'll be, the Marxists who fought against slavery while the British Empire was trying to preserve it. It'll be the tradition of the suffragists that fought for women's rights, women's right to vote, something that you're on record opposing. It'll be the tradition of the labor movement that built industrial unions. It'll be the progressive side of American history that has rejected racism, that has rejected bigotry. It'll be that progressive side of American history taking power and remaking the country and unleashing the potential of every human being. Yes, I think socialism in the United States will have a market sector. The government shouldn't be running hotels. The government shouldn't be running restaurants. There's no need for the government to be running little tech startups. But the banking system, our natural resources, the major industries, these things should be organized to serve public good and not profits. And I have not heard a single thing throughout this debate that is in any way a logical argument about why the economy should not be organized to serve the people and not profits.
Well, I'll certainly agree with you one thing, that you haven't really heard much. So let's go through some of these points, do a closing statement, and I really do appreciate the conversation. It's great to get these ideas out front and center. These, we all know that the existing system is predatory. The existing system cannot last. The existing system survives by sucking the economic life juice out of the next generation to bribe the rich and the poor in the here and now. It is a terrible, horrible, predatory system. I'm sure that Caleb and myself are both disgusted with the current system. I know that we are, but he wants more government. I want less government. So with regards to the downplaying, yeah, you did. I mean, he did. I'm sorry, I'm talking to him directly. Yeah, he did very much, because he called them human rights violations. 130 fucking million people killed is not human rights violations. That's genocide on a scale unprecedented in human history. And so I'm sure that Caleb would never refer to the Holocaust as a human rights violation. So yes, of course, he did downplay it consistently and repeatedly. With regards to, it's so boring to have to rebut this kind of stuff, but I guess I'm older, so I've done it so many times before, when he talks about, there's private prisons, and that's really, really bad, and there's war, and corporations make money from war. These aren't free market institutions. If it's paid for by the state, and people aren't allowed to compete, it's not part of the free market. It's kind of a basic econ 101 thing there. So I don't really know. That's the kind of thing that here's the hint. If there's a knife at the woman's throat, it's not sex. Or at least it's not good sex, right? If there's a knife at the woman's throat, it's rape, not sex. If there's a gun in the room, if there's a gun in the economic interaction, it's not the free market. And so with private prisons, well, yeah, I mean, I think it's terrible that people for nonviolent drug offenses go to jail. I think it's absolutely horrible. This is the kind of thing that happens when you have governments. And so the idea that private prisons, wherein it's paid for by the state, the police are run by the state, the courts are run by the state, and the prisons are funded by state taxation, that suddenly this is part of the free market, it's illusory beyond words, and it takes a genuine ideologue to miss that really obvious point. It's the same thing with war. The idea that war is somehow the province of the free market, when war can only be engaged in by the state, and war is just about the worst form of slavery that exists in this world through the draft, and war is funded by coercive taxation and debt to the next generation. The idea that somehow magically war is now part of the free market when it's an entirely state-driven and state-supported enterprise. Wow, you really got to miss the point, all that kind of stuff. As far as the Federal Reserve goes, oh, absolutely. It's absolutely monstrous that the government gives a corporation the monopoly on money printing and money creation. You go and try and create your own dollars, man. The guy did that with the Liberty Dollar. He ended up in jail. So whenever the government is forbidding competition, not part of the free market. See, remember, if there's a knife to the woman's throat, it's rape, not sex. And if there's a gun in the room, it's the state, not the free market. It's really not that hard to remember. I hope that I don't think Caleb will, because he's sitting in this squalid pit of ideology. But I hope you out there will remember, if there's a gun in the room, it's not part of the free market. Now, with regards to slavery, yeah, absolutely horrifying, horrible institution. But you had a much greater chance of surviving as a slave than you had of surviving communism. Communism in the Soviet Union was the single largest cause of death. Democide, murder by your own government, was by far the largest source of death for Russians. I'm sure the same thing was true in China. So it beat out cancer, it beat out motor accidents. Being killed by your own government was the largest single cause of death. And just because there was some economic growth, there were some economic things that occurred under communism, in no way proves the case that only communism could provide that kind of economic growth. There was economic growth under slavery, but when slavery was ended and wage markets began to emerge for human beings, what happened was labor-saving devices became progressively more valuable, which they weren't valuable under slavery. Why was there no industrial revolution in the ancient world? Because they had slaves, and therefore labor-saving devices, which is the essence of economic growth, weren't developed. They knew all about the steam engine in ancient Rome, but they just didn't have the same incentive because all of the richest people bought slaves and therefore didn't want to invent labor-saving devices, which lowered the value of their slaves. So just because something gets created at the point of a gun doesn't mean it can't get created voluntarily. This is really important. If you kidnap a painter and you put a gun to his head and you tell him to paint a painting, that doesn't mean that if you hadn't kidnapped him, there's no way he ever would have painted anything. You understand? You're forcing him to do something doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen in a voluntary context. So just because there was some kinds of economic growth, however inconsistently reported by the communist dictatorships, Caleb's point is, well, there was economic growth, which is to imply that it couldn't have happened in a more peaceful manner, which again is like saying, well, this woman was raped, and if she wasn't raped, she never would have had a dick in her vagina at all. It's like, no, that's not the point. The point is rape is wrong. And of course, she probably would have had sex if she wasn't raped, and she would have been voluntary and pleasurable rather than forced and terrifying. So the idea that there was some economic progress in communist countries does not in no way proves the point that it wouldn't have been far better, far more peaceful, and without, say, a death toll of 130 million people or more. That's just in two communist countries. 130 million people slaughtered just in two communist countries. One 50-odd years, one 70-odd years. That is I don't know how you overstep those bodies. Like, I genuinely don't know how you just say, well, yeah, but GDP. Well, yeah, but electrification. I mean, that's 130 million people who desperately wanted to live. And yeah, there were crimes committed by Western governments. There were crimes committed by the British government. There were crimes committed by the American government. I have no idea how that justifies the crimes committed by the Russian and Chinese governments. It's like saying, well, there are these two really giant mafias who go around killing people, and then the people say, yeah, well, there are other gangs who kill people too. It's like, how the fuck does that justify anything? What the hell is the matter with people out there? I don't know what the matter with this guy is, but I mean, just anyone out there pointing out that there's a criminal gang, you don't solve the problem of the criminal gang being evil by saying, well, yeah, there are other criminal gangs too. Yes, I get it. Governments are criminal gangs. I get it. I understand. That's why I'm a voluntarist. And of course, he accepts that is all possible. I guess he wants a couple of thousand more years of mass slaughter before we achieve a stateless society. I want to do it, as you probably know, I want to achieve a stateless society by promoting peaceful parenting, right? By don't hit, don't spank, don't yell at, don't brutalize, don't ignore, don't neglect your children. I think that is the best way that we can get to a stateless society without having to wade through another couple of billion bodies of Marxist dictatorships in the hopes that after we climb over all of those bodies, it'll be the Garden of Eden all over again. I really don't think that'll be the case. I think as you kill more and more people, you traumatize more and more people. So the last thing I wanted to mention is that the one thing you'll see with people who are ideological, and ideological is when you put abstract principles above empirical experience and reason itself, right? So Caleb is very concerned, and I think he's right to be concerned. I am as well, and I really saw this belly of the beast when I was in the business world and took a company public, and I just saw, it's really greed kind of distorts people. Access to power distorts people. Anybody who doesn't recognize the basic principle that power corrupts is not really worthy of being part of an adult conversation about how society should be structured. So Caleb's point is that, well, man, if the government can influence all of these economic decisions, then corporations and people who run corporations are going to use that power to serve their own benefits at the expense of other people. It's like, well, yeah, of course they will. Because political power corrupts human beings. Institutional, coercive power rots out the soul and destroys the empathy. I accept that. as a universal principle. Human beings are corrupted by power. You've probably listened to my call-in shows. I never tell anyone to do anything, even though I may have a certain amount of authority in the situation. I constantly reject any, even influence over other human beings, because I understand, I fully and deeply understand how power corrupts human beings. Now, economic power, pretty rough, man. That can give you a lot of vanity. That can give you a lot of influence. That can give you a lot of problems in terms of corrupting your soul. I mean, just look at Bill Gates, right? I mean, his corrupt responses to coronavirus and vaccines and all of the terrible stuff he's done in Africa and other places is really wretched, wretched. That's largely economic power. Now, that economic power is used to buy government power. I get all of that, which is why I want to take the government out of the equation. But power corrupts. Economic power is bad enough, but boy, oh boy, you want to see real corruption? You want to see real corruption? You give a small group of people access to all the guns in the world against a usually disarmed population, and having 1 million or 2 million pretty much outright sadists at their beck and call to brutalize whoever they dislike. And that's totalitarianism. That's communism. That's fascism. That's National Socialism or Nazism. Economic power is bad enough. Political power is just about the most toxic power in the world. It's really hard, other than, say, abusive parental power, which is much more immediate and vivid. It's about the worst and most toxic power in the world. So in general, I think what the communist ideal is they divide people into two groups. There are the groups called the capitalists and the corporate leaders and the robber barons, and all those people you see are totally corrupted by power, and it's really bad because people are just so corrupted by power, and we can't have a free market because corporations are headed by people who are just so corrupted by power. But the problem is, when you give people a monopoly of state power, by God, when you give people a monopoly of state power, they will be even more corrupted, and we see that repeatedly in dictatorships. You do not solve the problem of human corruption in the economic sphere by giving people monopoly violent power in the political sphere. And that is the fundamental problem. The more you dial up the corruptibility of human nature according to economics, the more you inevitably dial up the toxicity of human beings in contact with state power. So thank you everyone so much. Thank you so much for the Discord server, Blue Politics, for hosting this. I really did find it invigorating, and I appreciate my opponent, not necessarily his intellectual caliber, but his dedication to his position was tragically inspiring, I suppose, in a way. But yeah, thanks everyone so much. A great pleasure to chat, and I hope that we can do this again soon. Please do let me know, of course, what you think in the comments below, and I will sign off for now. I'll go onto my Discord server. We'll have a wee chit chat about what went on. But yeah, thanks everyone again so much. A great pleasure. I look forward to these enormously. I certainly look forward to doing another one. But that's it for me tonight. freedomain.com/donate if you would like to help out the show. I'd really, really appreciate it. And you can check out my free books on a stateless society, everyday anarchy, and practical anarchy. They're available for free. Stefan Molyneux signing off. Thank you so much.
Not an argument.
But honestly, yeah, I'm sorry a little bit early on. I was trying to jump in and I didn't realize my mic was muted. So sorry about that. It was a little hectic.
No, it was fine. It was great. No problem at all. Thanks, man. We'll talk to you again.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks again. So yeah, I'm gonna close this up. If you guys once again.
We're live right now, by the way. I'm just getting some stuff pulled out. Okay. Wait. Shoot. Okay. All right. How's everybody doing? All right. So, everybody, today I have with me Stephen Bennell, a.k.a. Destiny, and Caleb Maupin. I got a message on Discord from someone that watches my channel, and they suggested Caleb. They said that he would be a good person to debate socialism with Destiny. So I've got them both here today, and we're just going to go ahead and jump right into that. So if you guys want to introduce yourself, Destiny.
Oh, I'm not hearing him.
Are you not hearing him?
Just kidding. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
There he is.
Wait, Caleb, could you hear me before?
I can hear you right now.
Hear you as we were
I heard
setting
you
up
way
before.
earlier.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I gotcha.
At the very beginning?
Hey, I'm Destiny. I play video games, and I sometimes talk about politics and sometimes philosophy, and woohoo, that's what I do. Okay, there you go.
Okay, well, I'm Caleb Maupin. I'm a journalist and political analyst and an advocate of 21st century socialism.
Okay. So how do we want to go first? Do you maybe we want to define some terms? Caleb, maybe you want to go ahead and define your terms on what socialism is?
Well, I want to start out now. Can I call you Steve? Is that how you like to be addressed? Steven?
Yeah, Steven is good. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Whatever.
Well, I really like what you do. I'm a big fan of your channel because I love the United States of America, and I'm deeply worried about the future. And the fact that you are facilitating discussion that is civil, you're not encouraging people to go out and punch each other and get violent over this kind of thing, but we're having civil intellectual discourse about very important concepts. I really like that. And I'm really honored to be here, and I'm glad you've taken this opportunity to engage with me. And I thought I might begin this debate, actually, by quoting some of the words of a very radical socialist who existed back in 1892. He wrote these words. I think some of the viewers may be familiar with these words. They go like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The author of the Pledge of Allegiance, Francis Bellamy, was a socialist. Furthermore, Abraham Lincoln had a brigadier general in the Union Army named August Willich, who was not only a socialist, but a personal friend of Karl Marx and corresponded with him throughout the war. Roosevelt frequently met with labor activists, progressives, and members of the Socialist Party and the Communist Party at the White House. And this notion that somehow, if you believe in socialism, if you believe that the banks, factories, and industries should be organized to serve public good and not profits, this notion that somehow makes you un-American, or makes you a foreign agent, or makes you a traitor, or somehow opposed to what it means to be an American, this is a fiction. It's a fiction that's been peddled by William Randolph Hearst, by Rupert Murdoch, by Roger Ailes, but the truth is that socialists have been an important part of U.S. history. We organized to oppose slavery. We were supporters of Abraham Lincoln. We organized to build the labor movement, to build the suffrage movement for the right of women to vote. We have always been part of this country, and I think that advocating common sense rather than the irrationality of profits is a fundamental part of U.S. experience. We've always been around. In fact, the word socialism, which was first from the French. Henry Saint-Simon, the utopian thinker, coined it in French. But the first person to use it in English was Robert Owen. And Robert Owen set up a utopian community in Indiana. And he spent a lot of his life in Indiana building the settlement of New Harmony. So we have always been part of the United States. And I will add that when socialism comes to the United States, it will not be Russian or Soviet socialism. It won't be Chinese socialism or Venezuelan socialism. The socialism that comes to the United States will be a socialism rooted in our own traditions, our own history, our ongoing struggles here, the struggle for democracy, the struggle for equal rights. It will be an American brand of socialism rooted in addressing the issues we face here in this country. And I think it is high time we start engaging about these ideas. I object to the way socialism is widely characterized in the media. And so let's talk.
Okay, I just want to get a couple things out of the way real quick, so that it doesn't feel like I'm either backpedaling later or radically change this. I'm not sure how much you know about me or what I do. I don't care about America at all as a country. I am not like married to the idea of the United States. I don't really care much about like making America like the best place. I don't know if I'm just because I know that your pitch is like pretty nationalist oriented here. I don't care if the author of the Pledge of Allegiance was like a socialist or like a capitalist or whatever. Typically, when I'm looking at like economic systems, so ways to organize our economy, I'm usually just trying to find ways to generate the most amount of wealth, and then hopefully to redistribute it later on using like tax policy or some other type of thing. I just want to get that out of the way right now, that I don't have like any type of like strong nationalistic bend towards the United States. I'm not like allegiant to any particular country. I just happen to live and pay taxes in the U.S. Okay, yeah. So getting that out of the way, yeah. I mean, I guess we can jump. I guess right into the socialism thing, or how do you want to do this?
I mean, is that question directed toward me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, go right ahead. I think it's important to clarify what we mean by the terms. So if you want to begin with that, I think that's a great place to start.
Yeah, sure. So I've heard socialism described in a lot of ways, all the way from some people saying that some redistribution programs are socialist. So like people will point to like Sweden and go, hey, look, you know, they do a lot of social welfare. That's socialism, which I don't think is necessarily true. All the way to people who say that like even cooperatively owned firms don't count as socialism. That's just, you know, you still have firms, you still have people that are working for profit. They're just distributing it to themselves. That's not real socialism. Yeah, I guess we can move policy by policy point, or you can give me like what definition you're working under, or yeah.
Well, that's a very important thing, because there's a lot of definitions of socialism these days. You talk to two different people, they'll give you two different definitions, right? And I think a lot of this is because of the Cold War. It's because there was such a McCarthyist atmosphere of hysteria, and there was so much of accusing people of being socialists and communists in the United States that it's all gotten muddled. If you watch Fox News, I think Obama was labeled a Muslim and a communist and a fascist and a socialist. You know, there's a lot of confusion. And I think the reason, for example, that many people associate socialism with just general social welfare programs is due to the fact that throughout, since the beginning of the Cold War, if people get up and say, hey, you know, we ought to have health care in the United States for people to be provided for free, the response of the right wing, you can't do that. That's socialism, right? If people say, hey, I think we ought to provide college education to people in the United States, you can't do that. That's socialism. That's communism. So we have a generation of young people that are coming up, and the economic circumstances are a lot worse than they were during the height of the Cold War in the 50s and 60s. And it's basically, you know, the little boy who cried wolf. They say, you know, oh, you can't have free healthcare. That's socialism. They say, fine, I'm a socialist. You know, and that's really what's going on with the Bernie Sanders debate right now. And I think it's amusing. And it shows that the hysterical anti-communism has kind of taken the taint off the word, or the onus off the word. People aren't afraid of the word anymore. I think that's good. But I must say that socialism is not the government spending money. It's not progressive taxation. That kind of thing goes on in every society to some degree or other, right? You know, I'm sitting here in New York City. There's roads outside that are paid for with wealth that was redistributed from me, the taxpayer, to build the roads. New York City is not socialist because of that, right? Some countries redistribute a lot of wealth. Some countries redistribute a little wealth. Income inequality, you know, these things happen in every society, and that's not the definition of socialism. The definition of socialism, that was the definition of Karl Marx, that was the definition of the Bolsheviks, that was the definition of also the British Labour Party and social democracy up until like the 80s, when, you know, they removed Clause 4 from the British Labour Party's constitution. The understanding of what socialism is, that has really been the key definition that's been around for hundreds of years, that has been obscured in the aftermath of the Cold War and all this confusion. Socialism is a society where the centers of economic power function on the basis of what is good for society and not simply what is in the interests of private owners. Capitalism is defined as a system in which profits are in command. Under capitalism, this is Frederick Engels, he said the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. Or Mao Zedong, he famously said profits are in command, profits in command. Socialism is a society where the major centers of economic power, the banks, the factories, the major industries, operate according to what is good for society overall. And that is the fundamental difference. Is production being carried out simply in the interest of profit, or is the state planning out the economy in order to ensure that growth can take place? That is the difference between capitalism and socialism.
Okay.
So when you say socialism, are you implying like a fully planned economy then?
Now, well, you'd have to define what a fully planned economy means, right? Planning goes on even under capitalism. A capitalist will plan how he wants to do things in order to make his own profits. I think that term needs to be defined. Obviously, the Soviet model of doing things, where almost everything is run by the government, is not coming back, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm just trying to figure out. Like,
different. We've seen it different in different places. The Bolivarian socialist model that we've seen developing in Latin America, the Ba'athist Arab socialism of the Middle East, socialism with Chinese characteristics in China, the socialist-oriented market economy of Vietnam. They all do things very, very differently. But at the end of the day, in all of those countries and situations, the economy functions based on what state central planners say, not on what is in the short-term interests of private owners. There are private companies, there are private corporations, but even the private companies there do what is in the interest of society. They're told what to do by the state. And I think that's the difference, right? And that I would argue that one of the things we've learned from the Cold War is that you need a market sector to some degree. I don't think the government should run, for example, hotels. I don't think the government should run restaurants. I do think the government should run heavy industries. I do think that the government should run healthcare. I do think the government should run banking. But I think people should be able to start their own business. There's not an opposition to people that have their own idea and are creative and go out and invent something new. In fact, I think that the aim of socialism is to strengthen that. If you look at Nicaragua right now, the Sandinista government is working very hard to facilitate micro entrepreneurs and loan money to private citizens in order to build their own businesses in coordination with the overall state central plan. And the same thing has happened in China, obviously. Deng Xiaoping famously saying that market socialism was necessary and that poverty is anti-communist, but to get rich is glorious. And that I believe socialism in the United States, I would suspect, it's not really going to be up to me. Revolutions aren't made by guys sitting on YouTube making comments, but it's not ultimately going to be up to me. But I would expect that in the United States, a country where entrepreneurship is really valued and individual initiative is really promoted, that a market sector would be part of what we develop. And worker co-ops, let me add, are part of a market sector. Worker co-op, they're looking to increase the profits of this individual firm, but they all share in the proceeds. And you could argue it's more efficient, right? Because every worker wants to do as best as possible because they get a share of the profits. But worker co-ops are still part of the market sector. They're not, part of the government apparatus, right? So I think that needs to be cleared up. I think worker cooperatives are great, but they're not the essence of what socialism is. As you've pointed out on your lives and on your videos, worker co-ops compete with each other. Worker co-ops seek to maximize their own profits, right? That's not the essence of what socialism is. It's a good thing, though. I think worker co-ops are good, but socialism is when the economy is not functioning according to the anarchy of production or the chaos of the market, when profits are not in command. That is what socialism is.
Okay, so Caleb, you're not suggesting that like markets be done away with completely, nor are you suggesting like full central planning in your model of socialism. Okay, Destiny, you want to respond to that?
I'm saying markets should be subordinated to the interests of society overall.
Okay.
What is it? Wait, so I'm curious. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm trying to write this down. So I'm just trying to figure out like how you decide like what do you think should be centrally planned? Like what is the answer to that? So you have some industry. What is like your thought process for like, oh, this should be something where we, the government figures out like who can produce what, how much should be produced, and how it should be allocated. Like how do you figure that out?
Well, I think you're kind of missing the point, and I understand why you're going here, because I've watched a lot of your streams, and you're debating often with people that are very utopian, and you want me to sit here. It's almost like the Seinfeld episode where I sit.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Can I please?
I mean, this is.
Go ahead, Destiny.
It's not going to be up to me whether I think this industry should be nationalized or not.
Wait.
Socialism doesn't arise from ideas in human minds. It arises from contradictions in society. And at some point, we are going to need, the society overall to take control of the centers of economic power. Capitalism is out of control in the United States, and we will move towards socialism at some point. I'm very confident of that. But it won't be up to Caleb sitting here in front of his bookshelf in his Brooklyn apartment as to what it will look like. It'll be up to the American people and what they want.
So go ahead, Destiny.
Okay, I'm sorry. So just really basic question. I'm just curious, how will you decide, or how would you decide? I'm not saying that you're like a totalitarian dictator and it's up to you, but I'm just saying, how do you decide which industries or which parts of your economy need to be planned by the government? That's all I'm curious about.
That would have to be up to the political leaders that are elected. That would have to be up to the political parties that are formed. That would have to be up to the community assemblies that are built. Any transition towards socialism requires bringing millions of people into motion and bringing people into the political process.
Okay, wait. If that's
it would have to be a decision that involved a lot of people. It wouldn't be up to simply one leader declaring it from above.
Okay. In that case, I think we're going to agree on everything that you say, because we're already in a socialist society. We've just decided not to centrally plan anything. Like, that answer doesn't really tell me anything, right? We've already got leaders in charge that have decided not to centrally plan stuff. And if how we centrally plan stuff is determined based on what the leaders say should be centrally planned, then I guess we're already there, right?
I would beg to differ with that.
Okay, so then how would you...
It's pretty clear that profits are in command of the U.S. economy. No question about that. I think... if you look at the United States as it is at the current moment and a lot of the problems that are developing, there's no question that profits are in command. So I wouldn't argue that. I would argue that I think what you're getting to is that socialism in the United States could only come about if there was mass involvement by the people, and it couldn't be simply declared from above. And I think that's a very important point to make, and I don't disagree with you on that. And if the American people in their millions wanted socialism, we would start to move in that direction. So I think you're on point on some regard, but I don't think you're exactly getting the point either.
Okay, so I'm not trying to say that you're doing a utopian thing, because clearly you're aware of that, but so I'm trying to figure out, this is just like a really basic question about how would you plan your markets, and you're telling me that you would plan them in the interests of society and how it's voted on, but these are nice answers to say for anything. I could argue a fascist society is going to be great, and you'd say, well, how? It's well, because we would vote on things that are in the interests of society. Well, what does that mean? There has to be some metric or whatever, rubric by which you evaluate whether or not your society is successfully organized in some socialist manner. How? What does that mean?
Well, in the past, I have put forward 4 steps that I think would basically transition the United States towards socialism. I think if we were to carry out these 4 things, the United States would go from being a capitalist country to having a socialist economy. The first would be a mass infrastructure program in which millions of young people were hired and put to work rebuilding our bridges, rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, rebuilding our educational system and universities, and developing the country and getting us to a situation where we don't have water that's not being properly purified. We don't have power plants that are crumbling, and just rebuilding the United States. Secondly, I would say that oil and natural gas and coal and timber and these natural resources would be declared to be public property and managed in a way that was in the interest of all of the country, controlled by the state, and not operated and owned by people with names like Carnegie and DuPont and Morgan and Rockefeller, who simply operate them in the interest of their short-term profits. And that would be pretty good for the country, because right now we're having an oil and natural gas boom. We are producing more oil and natural gas than ever before, but yet the very states that are producing it, places like Pennsylvania, places like Ohio, where I come from, are getting poorer while more and more wealth is being extracted from the country. I don't think that's right. Third, banking would need to be in the hands of the state, right? The lending of money should be done in the interest of what's good for the community overall, not what's going to make a return or a profit for some banker. And fourthly, I think that it would be necessary to implement the Economic Bill of Rights that Franklin Delano Roosevelt proposed in his final years as president, and start working to make sure that every American, every U.S. citizen had access to health care, had access to a job, was put to work doing something useful for society, and implement that Economic Bill of Rights, health care, education, employment, etc. And if we did those 4 things, it would be pretty clear that the economy would be functioning in the interests of society overall, and the state would be controlling the centers of economic power, the means of production.
Okay. Do you want to walk through these one at a time, I guess, so we can kind of chat about them?
If you want.
Yeah,
sure.
Let's do that.
Yeah, sure. So for the first thing, a mass infrastructure program, rebuilding bridges or infrastructure, I don't disagree with this. I don't know how this gets us anywhere closer to socialism, though, right? Increasing city or state budgets for repairing roads and whatnot. All of these are typically contracted out to private companies anyway. Is there something else that you wanted to go along there, or is that just the standard rebuilding or infrastructure program?
Well, I'm glad you agree. And let's move on to the next one.
Okay. Number 2, for the oil and natural gas should be public property. Are you talking about, would you just like expropriate these things and like disband the companies, or how would you go about like taking over these industries?
Well, that's a good question. I know in some socialist societies they have compensated. We have eminent domain in the U.S. Constitution, for example, where they buy them at market cost and make them public property. Other socialist societies have seized them without compensation, and that would, again, not be something up to me, and I that would be up to what people thought was in the interest of the whole society.
Yeah, wait. So real quick, whenever I ask you a question, I'm asking you how like ideally it would work. Like appealing to like, well, that's just what the people would vote on doesn't really answer anything.
You're trying to set me up to say, oh no, I would send the troops in to take it, and then you go totalitarian. I got you. Oh, and that's not, and I'm saying here I don't know, and that I would want things to be done as in peaceful a manner and as smoothly as possible. I have a feeling that those who own these big oil companies and those who own these fracking conglomerates and those who own these big Wall Street banks wouldn't be so peaceful and agreeable. But I personally think that we should do things as peacefully and democratically and smoothly as possible. I am for a peaceful transition.
Okay, so I'm sorry if you feel like me asking you like incredibly simple questions about the 4 points you've given feels like setting you up. I'm not trying to set you up. If at any point you feel like a question is unfair, you can tell me. If you want to ask me the same question about capitalism or how I would envision a system working ideally, you can feel free to ask me the exact same question. Given that you've laid out these 4 points and you've had ample time to speak, and it feels like you've prepared a great deal for these types of talking points, I think it's fair to ask a couple of incredibly basic questions, like how would you steal property from the people that own it in a, like a reasonable manner? And I don't think it's fair for you to say, oh, well, it's just how the people would vote on it, because it doesn't really answer my question at all. And it kind of seems like you're a little bit unwilling to engage with like a pretty easy question related to like a talking point that says we need to take all of the capital from these massively like privately owned companies that exist on our markets, that hire private employees, that like represent like a great deal of like the American economy.
Well, I'll repeat what I said before and say that I would favor it being done in the most smooth and peaceful manner possible, perhaps with compensation. I would prefer it be done legally. I would prefer it be done perhaps using eminent domain under the U.S. Constitution. That's what I would favor. I would favor it being done in a smooth, peaceful manner. I don't know that every other socialist necessarily feels that way, but that's how I feel.
Okay. Like eminent domain is one way through which you could acquire businesses. I would push a little bit harder here, and I would ask, what would you do if the people would refuse to sell? But it might sound like I'm setting you up for a totalitarian answer, which makes me feel like you're like implicitly acknowledging that at some point you wouldn't care if you had to kill capitalists to take their stuff. But I mean, we don't have to deal with that, I guess. In terms of like actually like planning out like how these industries would function. So right now, like firms respond to market demands, right? They allocate more resources where they feel like there's more profit to be made. Just kind of a basic question, I guess. How would you decide like how to run these companies? Like when do you stop producing oil to export to other countries? Like, are you trying to make as much money as possible? Do you balance out like environmental concerns with people concerns? Like how do you plan this out economically, since you're not using a market-based system to do it if you expropriate these industries?
Well, obviously, we would have to be hiring the smartest economists and the smartest brains in the United States, the best engineers, the best technicians, to oversee something that's probably the most fundamentally important thing in the country, ensuring the economic prosperity of the people. Now, that leads me to when you said that I was a nationalist, and I want to be clear, I am not a nationalist.
Wait. Oh, to be clear, I didn't say. Yeah, wait. To be clear, I didn't say you were a nationalist. I just said it sounded like earlier you were trying to appeal to me being a nationalist. I'm absolutely not married to the idea of America or capitalism. I don't like intrinsically care about either of these things. Just making sure that I be that clear. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but I would think that you would have to assemble the smartest minds and the most well-educated folks, and you'd have elected leaders who would pick out the smartest people, and they would do their best to make sure that the economy continued to function and grow, and they would oversee the rational planning of the oil industry, of banking, and such.
How do you balance out things? So like in the United States right now, for instance, we have a lot of conflict between labor unions and like environmental, I guess, like environmental regulations. In this like quasi technocracy or whatever, where you're like voting in people that choose like the most I guess, educated engineers or whatever to plan this out, like what values do you expect these people to be like maximizing for? So for instance, like just a few days ago in LA, I think we have like a massive solar farm that's been approved, but one of the leading like the oil labor people that work here are dramatically against it, because when they bring these solar farms online, they're going to be cutting power to a lot of the oil factories here. And obviously all of the labor there is like highly opposed to that. How do you resolve like these types of conflicts in your system?
Well, I want to address that issue because global warming is a huge problem, and we need to tackle it. But my disagreement with the environmental movement, and I think this is where the conflict between labor and the environmental movement, originates, is that a lot of folks in the environmental movement seem to argue that the answer to global warming is an end to historical progress, that we just have too much stuff, we all need to use less, conserve. I would disagree. I say that the answer to the problem of global warming is technological and scientific progress. We need to get off of fossil fuels. We need to develop fusion energy. We need to talk about, hey, I think it's actually something we could realistically think about is getting resources from the moon or getting them from elsewhere in the solar system with our space program. Obviously, that would require huge technological leaps. We're not there yet, but we should be there. Marxism is an ideology that is fundamentally about historical progress. And I think most environmentalists, unfortunately, the prevailing attitude among the environmental movement is that there is something wrong with historical progress, that it's the Tower of Babel, that we've gone too far. And so that would be my thoughts on that particular disagreement. But how would it be handled? Well, it's something that would have to be resolved, and that you would have to pay attention to what people in the labor movement said. You'd have to be paying attention to what the environmental movement and the leading scientific voices would say. There would have to be democratic procedures so the will of the population overall was seen. I can see why these kind of disagreements would take place, and they do take place. And if you look at socialist societies around the world, obviously many of them are not as free and open as we are here in the United States, and that's something that I have criticism of, and I'm not advocating anything totalitarian and dictatorial here. But it's a conflict that they have. There were big disagreements in the Soviet Union. There were big disagreements. There are big disagreements today in China. These disagreements happen, and handling them is something that every government does. I mean, we have disagreements here under capitalism, and our governments are handling them.
Well, yeah, but the way that we handle, but the difference is that, so in my system, so I'll try to answer the own question: how do we resolve conflicts between like labor or engineers or scientists? Is we basically have a market system that allocates resources in the places where we expect to make the most money, right? So, for instance, if you would ask me, well, Stephen, how do you know whether or not you should frack in your society? My answer would be, well, we look at global oil prices. We see the cost of what it takes to remove these or extract these resources from the ground, and then when the costs fall below the profits that would be made up to a reasonable level for these things, then we would start to do it, right? That would be my answer for most things, because that's how like capital is like it flows throughout a society, is to the places that generate the most profit. If we're doing like a form of central planning, if we're getting away from markets, then we have to appeal to something besides profits, right? Which is what it seems like you want to do. You want to get off of profits because profits don't always work in the public interest. For instance, it's going to be highly profitable to pollute the ever-living fuck out of a river, or to engage in horrible behavior that exploits third world countries or leads to other participatory, which is absolutely a valid point. But my question is like, well, if we move off of like profit structures to do this, back to like my initial question, which I feel like I didn't get a good answer to, is how do you resolve your conflicts between your labor and like the technocrats that you kind of like put in place to tell labor like what it should do? So for instance, let's say that we have like our elected leaders and they say, okay, well, we need to figure out what to do about climate change. And let's say that there isn't like a magical innovation that's going to save us, but we actually do need to reduce consumption. How do you resolve the conflict there when your labor is not going to be okay with shutting down all the factories that they work at? When the people that work in these oil places, when you've got these massive unions in the United States that are historically opposed to a lot of these big like environmental changes. It's happening right now. How do you resolve these conflicts? Like, who do you choose to side with? Do you side with the workers who love their jobs, who love their factories, who want to be able to work in their places, who have more democratic control of the workplace? Or do you side with the technocrats that are saying, well, actually, we've scientifically deduced that we need to cut these factories? Like, how do you choose which to value there? And you can't answer whatever we vote on. That's not a real answer.
Sure, but I could also answer that would have to be decided on a case-by-case basis.
What do you appeal to decide?
You're giving me this very obscure hypothetical and asking me what I would do, and I'm telling you I would need to look at the specifics of the situation, and I'm also having to, unfortunately, deflect back to it wouldn't be up to me, which I've said many times, and that's not satisfying you, and I understand that. But But again, I mean, you're giving me this very, very obscure hypothetical, asking me how I personally would do it, and I feel like we're way far away from the issue of socialism versus capitalism at this point.
Is there maybe an example or something that you could bring up, Caleb, that would be satisfying?
Well, can I actually, or I mean, we can talk about this. So the obscure hypothetical that I'm presenting you is, what do you do when there's a conflict between labor and scientists that say there is some damage that's going to happen here? So, I mean, I can answer this hypothetical incredibly easily. You have a government that is in charge of putting forth policies by the EPA. Maybe we determine that there's some amount of like carbon pollution that's bad for the environment, so we put a tax on that carbon, something like cap and trade. So it becomes unprofitable for you to engage in behaviors that are hurtful to the environment to some level, right? When you make those ventures less profitable because of how capitalism works, less capital will flow to those parts of the markets. Hopefully, as you tax something, you see a reduction in that consumption, and then the money flows elsewhere. So like to green energies or whatever. I don't think that hypothetical is obscure. I think that hypothetical is actually reflective of a very pressing reality on the planet right now, which is, how do we deal with climate change? I think it is incredibly concerning if you're proposing an entirely new economic system and you can't like answer very basic questions about how would you deal with pollution? Or how would you resolve a conflict between people that work at polluting plants and not having those polluting plants if those aren't good for the environment? I think that's a very fair question to ask.
Well, I think it's something that would obviously be of deep concern, but I guess maybe what you're getting at is you're arguing that the way to deal with the problems of capitalism, and you're pointing to the problem of pollution, you're arguing is to regulate it rather than to take things into state ownership and have central planning. Is that the essence of what you're arguing with me?
Well, yeah, it's a capitalist. Yeah, I'm generally pushing towards regulation rather than expropriation into national industries. Yeah.
Well, I would argue a couple points on that. First of all, the notion that corporations should be regulated, I think, is fine, and I think the private market sector that exists under a socialist society would definitely be highly regulated, and that would be absolutely necessary. But overall, if an oil company was doing something that the workers wanted it to do and the environmentalists didn't, that would have to be resolved. And you'd have to have elected leaders who would decide that. You'd have to make a decision as the society overall. But wouldn't it be better to have the entire way oil is run be up to the community from the beginning, rather than just trying to catch up and put binders and guidelines on entities that are going to do whatever is in their interests of profit no matter what? And I think environmental issues are not all the problem. The issue of oil and gas and timber and coal and these things being operated, the problem isn't simply that they're being operated in a way that is in the short-term interest of the owners and not the overall interest of the country and society. I think the problem is also that the wealth that is being created from that and extracted from it is going into the pockets of big international corporations. And at the same time, our society is getting poorer. And that is a problem. And I feel like fundamentally, and I think if you look at it, one of the biggest problems we have is that there is a section of society that is continuing to get richer and richer as our country overall continues to get poorer. And that we see huge multinational corporations, we see big banks that are enriching themselves at the expense of the country, and that what is good for Wall Street is not what's good for people on my street or on Main Street even. And you can look at this, the great example, and this is, if you read Karl Marx, his book Capital, one of the big things he points to is workers' competition with machines. Under a socialist society, self-driving cars would be a good thing. We'd be happy about self-driving cars, right? The people that now work as taxi drivers or truck drivers would be able to do something they felt was more rewarding. We wouldn't have to worry about that. In capitalism, self-driving cars threaten to put people out of work in big numbers. This is not rational use of resources. This is not rational. Another great example, do you remember the 2008 financial crisis when the housing bubble burst? What was that about? Well, American spending power had decreased, and we simply couldn't afford to keep buying homes at the same rate as before. So Alan Greenspan and others in Congress deregulated lending. People were being lended money so they could keep spending and they could keep, taking out mortgages and do all kinds of things. And pretty soon the economy crashed, not because there was too little housing, but because there was too much housing. And in fact, people even became homeless because there was too much housing. This is not rational, right? in previous systems, under feudalism in the past, people starved because there wasn't enough food. People were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. But only under capitalism have we seen a situation where people are hungry because there is too much food, where people are homeless because there is too much housing, where abundance leads to poverty. And that is what Marx wrote about in his book Capital, and it's public control and planning of the economy that prevents such a thing from occurring. It gets rid of this illogical boom-bust cycle, this poverty amid plenty, and replaces it with an economy that functions according to a predetermined plan in the interests of society overall, with society controlling the means of production.
Okay, so there's a lot of stuff.
That's
and
okay.
Well, the thing is that, like, I don't want to just talk about capitalism for 30 minutes. Like, I'm very curious. Like, so my original question was, how do you resolve these conflicts? And I just got a whole bunch of stuff that wasn't really related to this at all. So for instance, wealth going into the pockets of big international corporations. Wealth disparity in our society is absolutely a real problem. And it is disgusting that we have like empty houses while we have homeless people, or an abundance of food while some children are going hungry at night. This has nothing to do with our economic system, though. These problems have happened historically under socialism. Everyone in here knows that. These problems are happening right now under capitalism, of course. But like to go back to like the point like 20 minutes ago about like, how do you resolve these conflicts between labor and your scientists? Like, you appeal to this question of like, well, shouldn't the community decide these things? No, I don't think so. I would be like very nervous letting so for instance, like, let's look at our like the Federal Reserve, right? I would be incredibly nervous if we were to take a public vote on interest rates. I don't think that like monetary policy is something that I would want, like my friend down the street that works at like a factory or that like sews for a living or something, voting on like our monetary policy. I also don't know if I would want like the average Joe Schmo voting on what I want like our future like climate policy to look like at some given firm. I feel like you need experts in charge that kind of decide this stuff. It's not just like publicly voted on, that appeal that we keep making to everything. I mean, Brexit. That was a vote that society did. I don't think that's going to turn out good for the United Kingdom or for the average worker in that place. I mean, like a lot of the other problems that you pointed to, I agree are huge problems. I just don't think that the magical wand of central planning, I don't think this has ever worked before. The idea that we can just centrally plan massive swaths of the economy. The Soviet Union tried it and massive famines happened. Other economies have tried it, like in Vietnam, and you've had entire shadow sectors, or in Cuba right now, that pick up in order to fill in all the gaps that the central planning leaves. These people that get paid under the table, that have these secret shadow economies going on underground to deal with all the stuff that the centrally planned economy can't deal with. I mean, like, if that's the direction you want to push, I guess we kind of have to agree to disagree there. But I feel like historically, I don't feel like you have like good evidence to say like, oh, well, centrally planning like massive portions of an economy, can be a really positive thing. Like expropriating some industries and doing that seems to work well. So, for instance, Venezuela's gas was ran nationally for quite a while, and it seemed to do like really well. But when they started to expropriate more communities, when they tried to hardcore set prices on things, it seemed like that started to turn into a big problem. A lot of the firms left the country. They were unable to actually supply its citizens with the things they needed. And I don't know. I don't like this appeal to central planning. I just don't think it works or ever has worked. And maybe if you wanted to try to float this idea that like, like using like AI or some complicated machine learning algorithm, we could do central planning. That would be really interesting. I never thought about that before, but maybe that could be more, but like more probable. But having people voting on like how to allocate our resources, that just sounds like a recipe for disaster to me.
Would you like me to respond, or do you have more?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, well, on a couple of points, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I don't think average Joe would want to vote on interest rates. I don't think the average Joe knows enough about interest rates, and he wouldn't even want to be given that. He would want to elect somebody who would appoint somebody to do that. I think that's the reality. And I don't think I'm advocating at this point any kind of direct democracy where everyone votes on every law. I don't think that's feasible at this time. Perhaps at some point in the future, when technology has expanded to the point that people don't have to work that much or something, maybe something like that would be more feasible. But at this time, obviously, it wouldn't be. But when you say that socialism has never worked anywhere, and statements like that get very widely made on American television.
Wait, real quick, because you're about to. I don't care. I know you have a prepared answer to that. I'm not using the meme. Socialism has never worked anywhere it's tried. What I'm saying is, I don't think central planning has worked. My critique is much more specific here, and I would be like if you have like, I'm curious because I would have to go read more on them, because every time I've tried to read on places, so the only places I'm familiar with are like Vietnam or a lot of the older Soviet Union or some places in like Cuba. Like my understanding is that when we try to socially plan a lot of stuff, you just can't do it. There's so much for a government to keep track of. It's bureaucratic, it's slow, you can't respond to changing market conditions. So I'm saying central planning specifically doesn't seem to be a solution to an economy. That's what I'm saying specifically, not like the socialism has never worked meme.
Okay, I'm glad you're being more specific than that. But I would encourage you to read Maurice Dobbs' book, Soviet Economy Since 1917. Maurice Dobbs was a lecturer at the University of Cambridge in Britain, and I have, quotations from the book right in front of me. In 1928, they launched the 5-year plans in the Soviet Union. By 1938, coal production had multiplied by 3.5 times. They had increased the rate of electrification tenfold. There were 20 new tramway systems. The number of hospital beds in rural areas had doubled. The Soviet Union at that point was the largest tractor producer in the world, and they were the largest locomotive producer in the world, right? This notion that socialism has only resulted in people getting poorer or making everyone equally poor is false. In 1917, Russia was an impoverished agrarian country. By the mid-1930s, they were an industrial superpower. They were a country that was strong enough to defeat Nazi invaders. They were a country that eventually invented
hold on. A lot of this is
travel.
just not true. So the Soviet Union was not strong enough to defeat the Nazi invaders. Firstly, in the early part of the war, the Nazis were involved in lending a lot of things like rubber and other materials to the Soviet Union. And later on, the Lend-Lease programs from the Western capitalist nations were a large part of the reasons of why the Soviet Union was able to field as much armor and everything as they could. These aren't controversial claims. Lend-Lease was a huge program that was massively successful to supplying the USSR with supplies.
It was a global alliance, an anti-fascist coalition.
Sure, but it's
Britain
disingenuous to say that
it's Nazis on their own either.
Sure,
they
but
had help as well. The United States
sure,
had help.
I'm not saying that these are sure. These are what about? Sure. I understand that. These are whataboutisms that aren't relevant to what I'm saying. Is that the idea that the USSR was some strong superpower that on its own could stand up to the Nazis? That is absolutely not true. They absolutely needed outside help. First from the Nazis themselves, and then once Hitler turned on Stalin, then from other Western nations via Lend-Lease. Secondly, you're talking about like how the Soviet Union was able to accomplish so much in terms of like getting electricity out to rural areas and hospitals and all of this. This is just industrialization. Lots of countries have done this under capitalism, under other economic systems, under socialism, and also part of Russia's rush to industrialization led to massive famines that are to this day debated about whether or not they're considered genocidal. So I don't know if I like the idea of like, well, I can modernize a country if I tell everybody to stop growing crops, starve to death 10 million people, and make some of them work in factories. I don't know if that's a good argument saying like, well, look how quickly we industrialized our country. I don't know if I agree that that's a success of central planning.
I think you can look all over the developing world today and see a lot of free market countries that have not industrialized and have not done what Russia and China both did during the 20th century, right? This notion that socialism never creates growth, it's never worked anywhere, all it leads to is people being poorer. Look at Russia in 1917. Look at Russia by the mid-1930s.
Okay, hold on. We're back
at Russia by the 1970s. Look at China in 1949. Look at China today, the second largest economy in the world. That's a big fat lie. And I am sick of hearing it because it contradicts reality. Socialism has raised countries up out of poverty. Meanwhile, all over the developing world,
this is like literal. These are like
still illiterate, where people don't have a basic electricity. Right?
I feel like I'm running down.
Let's
running down like a dialogue tree right now. I'm talking about central planning. I'm not. I understand that you've probably heard a million times, socialism makes people poor or whatever. I would never make that claim.
That's false.
Well, no, but I would say that like the industrialization of the world, so much the same way when people say like, oh, capitalism is what's causing global warming. I don't think that's true. I think it's industrialization is what's causing global warming, right? We consume a lot of stuff. We produce a lot of emissions as a result of that. Like it's industrialization. When you talk to me about how, like, well, the living standards from the 1900s to the 2000s has increased. I'm not going to sit there and say, well, capitalism did that. And I'm also not going to say in socialist countries, socialism did that. Technological innovations, medical innovations, agricultural innovations, like these are the things that have driven a lot of this. So I'm not giving you you the meme that socialism hasn't helped any country. I'm sure that we can find, whether we want to bring up Catalonia or other types of like smaller socialist societies that have existed to thrive for small periods of time. I'm sure we can find examples of that. What I'm saying is that central planning as a means of controlling an entire economy doesn't seem to be a realistic policy. If you want to talk more specifically about the USSR, we can, but I feel like that is not a good example for you to go to show off the successes of central planning when millions of people starved to death in that society as a result of central planning.
I think millions of people starved to death prior to the Russian Revolution. As an agrarian economy, when there was a famine, people starved to death all the time. Now, you're talking about specific famines that took place, but prior to the Soviet Union, Soviet agriculture didn't have, or Russian agriculture and the surrounding countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they didn't have tractors, right? It was the Soviet Union that mechanized agriculture. It was the Soviet Union that electrified the entire place. They actually had the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world in 1931, the Dnieper Dam. The fact that you gloss over the transformation of a deeply impoverished country into a country that was a superpower and is widely acknowledged to be a superpower, and you just say, yeah, but there were a bunch of famines, so none of that counts. That's completely disingenuous, right? The whole world realizes what happened there, and the whole world realizes what's happened in China. And furthermore, if you want to see countries that have been part of our global free market capitalist system and how they've flourished, take a look at Haiti. That country has NAFTA-style trade agreements with the United States. People eat dirt mixed with oil, right? The amount of poverty there is pretty big, right? And that's a free market country. But no one ever says Haiti's problems are because of capitalism. But all of Venezuela's problems are because of socialism. Take a look at Nigeria. This is the top oil-producing country in Africa. They have been doing business with Chevron and Shell Oil for decades, right? I mean, if oil and wealth and selling on the market would make them prosperous, they'd be a wealthy country. Their life expectancy is only 59. The rate of illiteracy the rate of literacy in terms of population that can read is not even 60%, right? The unimproved drinking water rates. Take a look at what the CIA World Factbook says about Nigeria, the top oil-producing country in Africa. That's what the free market has to offer, right? Free market capitalism is not industrializing countries. Why don't you compare India to Russia and China, for example, right? India did not have a socialist revolution. It had a nationalist revolution. It got its independence from the British. That was a good thing. But it did not have socialist construction or central planning. And compare it to Russia and China throughout the 20th century. Compare the conditions of the people in India to the people of Russia and China, and you can look pretty clearly there. And in fact, a lot of the industrialization that has happened in India happened because of the Soviet Union and China, right? It was the Soviet Union built steel mills in India. China is now doing a lot of business there. So this notion that capitalism is industrializing countries, you can talk about the Asian tigers. I'm happy to address the Asian tigers. That's an example. But, I mean, all these immigrants that are pouring into the United States on the border right now, countries like Honduras, free market, capitalist country, where there are people that don't even speak Spanish, people don't have running water, people don't have electricity, Guatemala. Take a look at Mexico. These free market countries have been looted and destroyed by international corporations, whereas countries that have central planning have raised people out of poverty, they've industrialized, they've electrified, they've wiped out illiteracy very consistently, despite the problems. And there are big problems. I don't deny that.
Okay, so I obviously I don't know the history of every single government in the world, but like based on some of the examples that you've given, I'm like incredibly suspect of the other examples that you have given. So like when you talk about like people don't blame Haiti for capitalism, but they do blame Venezuela, right? My understanding of Haiti is there are a lot of corruption problems that exist within that government. It's not literally just they tried capitalism and it's ruining the country. But then people do blame Venezuela. Well, that was because Venezuela like very specifically started to make socialist pivots in its economy. It started to nationalize more industries. It started to wait. Which part of that do you disagree? Do you disagree that they were expropriating industries? Do you disagree that they tried to hardcore set price control?
The rate of state ownership in Venezuela is actually much lower than the rate of state ownership in China. Other than
wait.
Oil,
How is that a response? No. You wouldn't compare the state.
Oil, very little is nationalized, and I've been to Venezuela, and one of the biggest problems they have is that their economy is entirely centered around oil. And when the oil price dropped in 2014, that caused a huge amount of scarcity. They need to have farms there. They need to have steel manufacturing there, and they don't have it. If they had state-run big steel mills and state-run farms and all of that, they'd be in a much better shape.
Okay. if you want to at a future debate, I would love to come back and talk about Venezuela, because I am positive that your assertions there that it was just because oil collapsed that's why that country fell apart is absolutely not true, and that no person that has been involved.
Is a big problem as well.
No, not corruption. That it was very
They don't have
specifically.
corruption there.
Okay, it was very specifically pivots towards trying to socialize or nationalize or expropriate parts of their economy to set incredibly restrictive price controls that caused capital industry to flee that country, that caused some firms to no longer produce goods there or provide goods for its people. This is one of the large reasons why Venezuela. It's not just because oil prices fell a little bit. You don't see other
So it
OPEC
just
countries.
an oil-producing country, a huge oil-producing country, bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia, than I've heard. The oil prices drop, and at the same time, they suddenly start having big economic problems, but it's unrelated. It's all just because they believe in socialism too much. That's what you're saying? Oil price drop of 2014 was dramatic. At that point, you could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that would cost more than a barrel of oil.
The petroleum sector accounts for roughly.
of oil.
Sure. So I'm just looking this
$27
up.
for a
Sure.
barrel of oil.
I'm literally I'm looking this up on the fly because I know you're very incorrect. The petroleum sector accounts for roughly 87% of Saudi's budget reserves, 90% of the export earnings, and 42% of GDP. That's petroleum in Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela, oil is.
Saudi Arabia had big economic problems as well.
Saudi Arabia didn't have pictures of families eating rats off the street because their economy tanked so hard. I don't have
Because
people
you're not allowed to.
from Saudi Arabia crying that they're
percentage of the country that are guest workers, slaves.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia, you couldn't take a picture like that, and Saudi Arabia has had big economic problems during that time.
Sure. Okay. So
look,
I'm very curious. I'm just curious.
Nigeria had problems. Oil-producing countries all suffered as a result of 2014.
They did suffer.
oil
I
price
agree.
drop.
Go ahead and let Destiny. Go ahead and get
The
your
fact
point
that
in.
Venezuela didn't.
Are you going to make the claim that Venezuela suffered just as much as every other OPEC country did when oil prices fell? Is that the claim that you want to make?
No.
So why did
Venezuela also suffers from sanctions from the United States. Venezuela also has big problems with corruption, and they also have the problem that they don't have. You said that the problem was they already had steel manufacturing. They already had big farms. No, the problem is they don't have it. It's a one commodity
Why
economy.
is that relevant? Why does that matter? You don't need to produce every good that your society consumes.
If your entire economy is centered around oil, right? And you are importing all of your food and products, and then you get sanctions imposed on you. And yes, there are big problems there, and they've manifested themselves. And I think it's interesting, though. Now, you acknowledge. Now, what I think is interesting about your Venezuela narrative is the narrative I normally get from people about Venezuela is that everyone has been poor and starving ever since they had socialism there, and that proves communism always fails. That's not the narrative that you have. You've admitted that there were economic successes there until a certain point. Now, why does the media lie? Why can't they admit what you just said? Why
I don't know. I'm not here to talk as a Fox News correspondent. I'm just curious why you think central planning is effective.
MSNBC or CNN. None of them can admit
MSNBC
there were big
or CNN
successes with their socialist economy until roughly about 2014.
Why am I getting real? Let's not
extensively obscures. Why are you saying this and none of them are saying this?
I don't think Destiny wants to. I don't think Destiny wants to speak for media companies.
I'm not here to.
Well,
Fox
I appreciate your honesty because
Sure.
everyone tells me all the time everyone's been starving ever since they moved towards socialism in Venezuela. You admit that the problems began fairly recently. Thank you.
Thank you
for your honesty. So we can agree anti-communists are liars. We can agree on that. That the anti-communist narrative that's promoted throughout U.S. society is based on deception and falsehood. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Destiny can
So I haven't
make that
admitted
claim.
anything.
Why is it necessary to lie, Destiny? Why don't they say what you just said?
I don't think
say
Destiny can't speak for media companies. Destiny, go ahead and respond.
Because most of the people that were alive in the United States probably either have parents or grandparents that were involved in some crazy dumbass U.S. war against communism and the idea that like all commies are trying to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. And like that is a lie, and it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. The way that Americans view, if you ask the average American what is socialism, the answer they would probably give you is stealing money from the rich and giving it to the poor. Okay, I'm not here to defend the average American sentiments for socialism or communism. That's absurd. However, your counterpoints are just as propaganda-laden to try to say that industrialization in the Soviet Union was successful, even though these were done on the backs of massive famines that were a great showcase of the failures in central planning as a support for central planning.
Famines never happen under capitalism. People never starve under. I mean, this is obscure. And then you take a couple isolated famines and make them the characterization of an entire country industrializing and becoming a superpower. This is ridiculous. That would be like me saying that the mass deaths in the U.S. Civil War prove that American capitalism doesn't work. That would be like me saying the Great Depression proves that capitalism doesn't work. I mean, that's ridiculous.
You could
a whole country becomes a global superpower, invents space travel, electrifies the entire place, is building some of the biggest hydroelectric power plants in the world. People that lived in huts are suddenly living in modern apartment buildings with electricity, but none of that counts because there was a famine along the way. That is absurd.
I'm not saying
miracles took place. The whole world was trying to be like the Soviet Union at that point.
The only miracle is that there are still Ukrainians and Kazakhs alive today to talk about how horrible central planning under the Soviet Union was. I mean, like, that's a miracle that, like, some people actually survived some of those famines. They were being executed if they tried to leave their starving district after the Soviet
Okay, I don't want to.
Every former socialist country of Eastern Europe polls overwhelmingly show people saying life was better. That's not just in Russia. Soviet nostalgia is at an all-time high.
I don't want us to talk over top each other. So Destiny, go ahead. I'm going to give Destiny the floor for a minute.
So is nostalgia under the old American system. People nostalgia.
But they lived under it. They know how horrible it is, Destiny.
Okay. Let's rein this back. So let's rein this back. Destiny, go ahead.
I don't see any Nazi nostalgia in Germany. I'll tell you that much.
Really?
I don't
think around the world today. You don't think that there are groups like the AfD in Germany that's like doubled its popular support?
I don't see Germans talking about how great the Nazi system was. I really don't. So, the fact that Soviet nostalgia is so high, not just in Russia, but in all kinds of places, even like places like Romania that had big difficulties. People are nostalgic for the system of socialism that is existed.
Sure. People can be nostalgic for older systems for a couple.
But they're supposed to. If it's a hell on earth, they lived under it.
Well, it's not hell on earth for a lot of people. Thankfully, a lot of the people that had hell on earth fucking died, so they're not here to talk about how horrible the systems were because they died with like the parts of their children in their stomach after they ate them because they starved to death. So we don't have a lot of those people talking anymore about it.
That never happens under capitalism, right? I mean, there wasn't huge famines in India caused by the British Empire. There wasn't huge famines in Ireland caused by British capitalism. I mean, but
like this is the. Okay.
There were annual deaths of starvation in Russia all the time before the revolution. There were annual deaths of starvation in China all the time, but none of that is because of the old system.
Okay, hold on.
Industrialized the place. They've actually gotten them out of the
Okay.
Them for that.
Destiny, why?
This is absurd.
Caleb, Destiny, why is he arguing your point for you?
Because saying that, there were massive famines in the Soviet Union, which a lot of them weren't as bad as the ones that happened in Ukraine and Kazakhstan, saying that there were famines before central planning and then saying they were there after central planning, that's my argument. Yeah, central planning. So I don't know.
It was central planning that mechanized agriculture. They got them out of those situations. It was central planning that actually cured these problems. It was central planning that made China, instead of being a sick man of Asia that has mass impoverishment and mass famines all the time, into being the second largest economy in the world. You're blaming the system that cures famines and cures these problems, even though it takes a while to do it, perhaps. They are the ones that actually are responsible for the industrialization. You're blaming them for something that happened under your system all the time.
I'm not.
When the British controlled China, there were famines all the time.
Okay.
And with communists in power in China, they have become the second largest economy on earth. They have wiped out poverty. The IMF and the World Bank is praising everything that they have done, but you blame them for what? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous double standard.
Okay.
So firstly, it's not. You can't pivot to saying what about capitalism every time I bring up an issue with your system. This isn't strengthening your arguments. It is a hardcore non sequitur. It feels like when I argue with conservatives and I say, hey, Donald Trump's foreign policy is absolutely fucking horrible, and then somebody says, well, what about Obama's foreign policy? Yeah, that was horrible too. What do you expect me to say? Do you sit here and expect me to defend when people starve to death or can't find houses in a capitalist system? These are massive failures within my system. The difference is that, one, I'm not married to capitalism as some emotional point that it's part of my personality. I don't give a fuck about capitalism. If there are better economic systems that work, then move us there. I am all for that. So in your 4-point plan, of which we're only on point 2 of, when you talk about things like rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, pouring money into public projects like that is great. It gives people jobs. It makes our public utilities more accessible. Hopefully it makes it so things like Flint, Michigan don't happen again, which are horrible. A country of this much wealth should not be pumping lead into fucking children. That is absolutely fucked up. So if you're going to sit here and say, well, there are failures of capitalism, yeah, of course I'm going to agree with you. I'd be an idiot not to. I lived under a lot of those failures. But it's not fair when I say, hey, your system failed to address this or failed to do this, for you to point and go, well, these are still some problems under capitalism. Sure, but we're not having everybody in the state of Arkansas or Texas die because of some famine and then killing people when they try to escape the country. Somebody finds out about it, right? These are, one, there's a difference in scale, and two, I'm not claiming that capitalism on its own in the purest, most libertarian pipe dream system will fix all of these problems. Capitalism needs to be heavily regulated. The profit interest doesn't always work in the public favor. But I don't think you can just say, well, because there are problems with capitalism, let's try central planning, when central planning has not effectively worked for any economy ever. You even brought up India earlier as an example that failed for a long time under central planning and only started to boom and develop when economic liberalization started to take place there. So it's not fair for you to say, like, oh, well, you know, central planning can work because there are problems in capitalism. That's not an argument.
Well, that's not my argument. My argument is economic miracles happen because of central planning, and you don't credit them because there were hardships also. That's my argument. In 2004, the head of the World Bank, Robert Zoellick, said, quote, between 1981 and 2004, China succeeded in lifting more than 500 million people out of extreme poverty. This is certainly the greatest leap to overcome poverty in history. But it doesn't count because there was a famine, according to you, right? That doesn't matter. 800 million people lived out of poverty. Well, there was a famine in the 60s, so therefore it doesn't count. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Your argument is you are taking problems in socialism and painting them as if they are the entire socialist experience. And I'm saying socialism has resulted in huge successes, and there have been successes of central planning. And you are obscuring that and denying that. And then you're pointing to the problems in socialism, and I'm pointing out that these very problems you list are probably more prevalent under capitalism. That's what I'm saying. And that's
so I'm kind of curious. So the first huge
central planning didn't improve things. And I'm pointing out, yes, it did, and the things that you're faulting central planning for happen far more frequently under capitalism.
Do you think that China would have succeeded as the way that it did today? You mentioned that from 1981 to 2004, that was when they had their big economic boom. Do you think that it's a coincidence that in 1979, that's when the U.S. and China established normal trade relations? Do you think that China was able to grow in large part due to the horrible capitalism of the United States and the fact that we have such a massive trade deficit that has grown and grown and grown over time, that we power a lot of that economy, both with the foreign investments they make in our currency and our property over here in the form of capital and in the form of the goods that we import from that country? You don't think any of that has helped China at all? Or you think it was all just the magic of socialism?
I think it was absolutely necessary to introduce the market reforms. Absolutely. And that when Deng Xiaoping, established trade relations with the United States, that was a very good thing. And I think it's also false to characterize China as a capitalist country. I
didn't characterize them as a capitalist country.
I know, but that's a common argument that's made.
Wait, why are you talking about common arguments that's made? I don't care about the note cards
you're
preparing. It's like the Fox News talking.
Let's stay
here in a bar, Destiny. The whole world's watching this. And I am saying things that no one ever gets to hear because the media is owned by big banks and big corporations that don't want people to know the facts.
Let's only stay on what Destiny's
need to be said, and that China's success, their system of socialism with Chinese characteristics, where despite the fact you have foreign investment, despite the fact that you have a lot of private corporations, the state still plans out production, that they adjusted it in a way that was very effective. Right?
Caleb,
in the 1970s, they were having big problems. The Gang of Four, the way they were ruling the country and the way they were holding back economic development was a big, big problem. And the Soviet Union was unable to adjust. That's why, despite the fact that they had huge amounts of tremendous economic growth and really achieved real big miracles, in the 80s, they needed to adjust. And rather than adjusting, the result of perestroika and glasnost was a collapse. They were they were not able to bend, so they broke. But the notion that capitalism is somehow responsible for China's growth, well, you could argue that. They've traded with capitalist countries, but they've pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. I think China's achievements are an inspiration to the entire world. What they
I'm kind of curious.
Caleb. Let's only address points that people are making and not like a hypothetical. So Destiny, go ahead.
I'm very curious. So because we talk about how people are dying under capitalism due to hunger and whatnot, right? So we have had millions, tens of millions of people die in the USSR due to famines. Millions of people died under Maoism. Has this happened under capitalist countries, like that are major superpowers that aren't like these very tiny, very small, African countries? Has like the United States or Great Britain experienced like these same types of like mass famines or mass starvations as like some of these like socialist countries?
May I speak?
Go for it.
Prior to 1917, prior to 1949, China was one of those poor countries. You're missing the point. The global capitalist system keeps these countries in those situations. That's the point, right? Okay. You're missing the point entirely. A major country. These countries are not major countries because of capitalism. You're missing the point entirely, right? You're missing the point entirely.
Okay, Destiny, if you'd like to, I'd like us to move on to point 3, and let's stay point by point and not go off on tangents. So, Caleb, if you'd like to state point 3, and then we can Destiny can respond.
I didn't plan this out for this to be me going over some 4 proposals I have. I think we're having a great debate here, and we're getting the essence of what we need to talk about. So, I have no desire. If you want to keep going over the merits of 4 points I recommended, please do. But I have no commitment to this style of debate. I'm happy with what we're doing.
Well, I just want to. It's very rare that like people that advocate for socialism like actually give me policy points. I'm actually thrilled that you did that. I really appreciate that because most of them just appeal to some vague utopia notion of everybody gets everything for free and it doesn't work. So I like policy points. I love to talk policy because we can actually look at empirical studies and everything.
Well, I think that's good, and I agree with you. That is one of my critiques of a lot on the left. Is I think every socialist should be able to answer the question: what would you do if you were the president? What would you do if you were the president? They should have a real answer, and that answer shouldn't be, "Oh, I don't want to be the president. I have a violent revolution," right? Violent revolutions are pretty ugly events in which lots of people die, and they're pretty horrendous, right? I think that people should want socialism because they want to make the country a better place. I don't think they should want socialism because they want to get out their adolescent anger or get some cathartic revenge or something like that. And I think it's problematic that for a lot of young people, their attraction to socialism is almost an expression of their alienation. I think that could change if there were some kind of mass socialist or communist movement in the United States. I think it would attract people, and people would functioning in it would operate in a bit of a different manner. But I think that's a problem that the left faces, especially in the Western world at this time. There's a level of alienation, and it attracts people that don't have a constructive mindset. That's why this book that I just published, City Builders and Vandals in Our Age, is about, my critique of the left in some ways and my history. I link socialism. I go back to Julius Caesar. I go back to I think socialism is the modern incarnation of what you could call the city building tendency throughout human history, in which there has been a progressive side of human beings who want to advance and get to a higher stage. And I think socialism was really an expression of people trying to get to something better and build a better world and advance. And it's human progress that defines Marxism and the Marxist ideology. So I agree with you there.
Okay. Okay. So for the third point, for the banking thing, when you say that banking needs to be in the hands of the state, are you saying that like all banks, all credit cards, all lenders, that this is stuff that should be handled by like the federal government or state governments? Like,
if it was up to me, yeah, I think banking should be a government operation.
So this includes like all forms of lending, so things like credit cards and everything as well, right?
That's, in my view, yes.
So when it comes to like setting like interest rates and whatnot for banks, is this stuff that like people would vote on, or would you hire like technocrats to figure this stuff out as well? Or I'm just curious.
I think obviously the government would have to appoint people that knew what they were doing there. I don't think average people should be voting on interest rates.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I don't think that's too controversial. I think there are some states that have countries that have like banks where the banking is.
Alexander Hamilton advocated a national bank for the United States. It's not really a new concept. Many countries have it.
Okay, and then what on the Economic Bill of Rights? What do you mean when you refer to this?
Well, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, before he died, in one of his final State of the Union addresses, he advocated that we provide housing for people, that we provide a job to people. Provide people with education. And I think that's a great idea. I think people should have these things. Social democratic countries have them. European welfare states have them. There's no reason we shouldn't provide our citizens with health care. There's no reason we shouldn't provide people with education. I think, I tell people I'm a socialist because I believe in hard work, right? That I think that every person should be viewed as an asset to the country. right? I think that every person's talent and skill should be unleashed. And I know right now one of the greatest tragedies of capitalism is there's so many young people who are full of creativity and potential, but yet because of capitalism, they're stuck, sweeping floors at McDonald's or doing some job that is not rewarding to them. And I think the job of a socialist government would be to find the skills of Americans and unleash them to build a better country overall. And that would require not allowing people's lives to just simply be left up to whatever is profitable for a corporation. I think state central planning, is a good thing. And it could result in strategically building up the country and building a better life. And right now the country is suffering from deindustrialization. I would say the same thing that Wall Street and London have done to places like Africa and South America. They're now doing to places like Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin, right? That the country is being looted by big international corporations that have no loyalty to anything but their own profits. And in my YouTube lives that I do every week, one of the slogans that I've tried to popularize is, we need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. This notion that the government is best that governs least, just let the economy take care of itself, that has gotten us into a rut in this country. Statecraft, the notion that the government has an obligation to serve the people, I think that needs to be revived. How's that?
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. The government that governs least is the best is a really, really stupid slogan. It sounds like something a laissez-faire liberal would say or something. So backing up to the first part of this, every person's talent should be unleashed. So
obviously it's not a policy. It's an aspiration, right?
Sure.
To put that in
so like in your ideal economy, how do you dish out like jobs to people? How do we decide like who fills what jobs? I guess like the most like vulgar way is like who are this country's garbage men? Like how do you deal with this type of work?
Well, I would assume that the public sector would have ways of, when they have an opening, people would apply for the job, and whoever's running that department in the public sector would hire them, and the private sector would continue to hire based on what they felt was best. And yeah.
Well, but like in a socialist system where we're trying to unleash everybody's talent and they don't have to work like bad jobs, like how do you fill out these types of positions? What if you get like 75% of the population wants to be teachers or something, or nobody wants to apply for some of these jobs? Sure. Nobody wants to work at McDonald's or Burger King.
Well, the Works Progress Administration, in which Roosevelt hired millions of unemployed people and put them to work building things like Key West Highway or the airport, LaGuardia Airport here in New York City, or post offices, is a great example of, you have lots of unemployed people, so you hire them to do things that benefit the country overall, like pave the roads, like build things, right?
Those programs only work.
And I think the government should step in and mobilize the public to rebuild the country's infrastructure. I'm for that.
But those programs only work under the threat of capitalism, because if you don't get that job or you don't do that policy that the government is like implementing for those jobs things, you'll starve or you won't have a house, right? Those only work under that kind of like implied violence. In your state, would it still be the same, I guess, or?
Well, I think that I think we shouldn't need a welfare state, because people should have universal employment. That's kind of my thinking, right? Is that we shouldn't have to give money to people that don't have a job, because everyone should have a job.
And then you think that so right now, generally, if there's a demand for a job, we pay more for it. If there's too many people working for a job, we don't pay as much for it.
Right.
Do you just have like an organization that sets like, this is how many of these jobs we need, and you hope that people apply for it? And
if we need more government garbage men and people aren't applying for the job, they'll have to incentivize more pay for people to become garbage men. I don't have a problem with that,
Okay, how is this that you're describing capitalism? If you have a higher demand for like a certain type of job,
directed by the state, with the state making a determination about what we need. The state says, oh, we need to go repave the roads. They hire people to go and repave the roads. They don't just say, oh, let's hope a corporation does it and make profits from it.
Well, but what you're describing is like less efficient capitalism, right? So like a market would say, we need this job filled. It's not getting filled. So we increase the wages paid for this job to get somebody else to work it. If you're saying, well, we could just have a government decide to do this, it's literally doing capitalism, but less efficiently.
Well, actually, no, the market's not saying that. Right now in the USA, we have a free market economy, and our roads are crumbling, and our water's not being properly purified, and our electrical power plants are in shambles, and capitalists continue to make more and more profits. We don't, I think that's the opposite. We need a public transportation system in this country that's efficient. We ought to have high-speed trains connecting this country, but the free market doesn't want to do that. Well, I think a central planner needs to step in and say, yes, we do need that. It would be good for the country overall. May not be in the interests of Rockefeller and Carnegie and DuPont, but it's in the interest of the population overall. Why don't we have high-speed trains here? China is at this point
because infrastructure isn't something.
World, right? China's state-controlled corporations are building the fastest trains in the entire world. I mean, unbelievable. But socialism can't invent anything. Socialism never does anything, right? That's not what you're saying. I know.
Sure, that answer had nothing to do with my question. Obviously, there are infrastructure problems. There isn't a lot of profit to be made in these types of sectors, so the government would have to plan for these things, right? Much the same way that. Exactly. Yeah, that's my point.
We need the government to step in and do what the market will not do.
Sure, which is like dealing with industries where there aren't strong profit incentives, or where the incentives might lead to strange moral hazards or other types of tomfoolery that aren't good. So, for instance, like in healthcare, it's probably not good to leave this up to the free markets because it seems like there's a lot of bad incentives here that ruin that system. But that's a far cry from planning everything, like all the jobs in society.
Yeah, and we can't plan everything. I agree with you. Again, I don't think hotels should be run by the government. Tech companies should be private. People want to invent a new app or something. Why should the government be in on that? You need people that are creative and want to make some money to do that kind of thing. No disagreement there. And I think that, the reason that everything was ultimately nationalized in the Soviet Union was because it was such an impoverished country. And then after the Russian Revolution, 15 countries invaded and wrecked the place. And, so the government stepped in and mobilized the population to build it all. But they needed to transition toward a market system, in my view.
I'm so confused about what you're actually arguing for, because it feels like at some points we're jumping to very strong arguments in support of central planning, and then at other points we're literally arguing neoliberalism. We're like, oh yeah, like tech companies and all of these things, private incentives are very good there. We should have capital investment. That's good, but we just need to deal with.
Control the lending of money. The state should control the major industries like steel manufacturing, like oil, like oil's a natural resource, but it should.
Wait, so let's say.
The auto companies, we've bailed them out how many times, right? The three major auto companies. Why aren't they under public ownership?
Because they paid back the loan. Because they paid back the loans they were given. Wait, because they paid back those loans. They weren't just given a free handout. That was money that they paid back with interest to the federal government, and it protected a lot of American jobs when they did it.
Major industries should be under public ownership, I think.
Wait, does that include like tech industries like Facebook, or
what?
Does that include like tech companies and like Facebook, or major companies like hotel owners? Like.
That's an interesting question. I haven't thought about that. But, if you think about it, though, Facebook is kind of a monopoly. And there's some people that argue that Facebook should be considered a utility rather than considered to be a private company, because it is a virtual monopoly. And let's remember, Silicon Valley was created basically because, the U.S. government made a strategic decision. I mean, loaning from the CIA, from the NSA. The tech revolution was a result of government intervention largely because we saw it as a strategic way to defeat the Soviet Union. When Al Gore
there's a far cry from the very basic like inventions or innovations or discoveries that the public sector makes versus the private sector taking those things and doing the necessary work to bring it to market, right?
Yeah,
we don't have IMAX. We don't have like we don't
social media. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think a strong argument could be made in favor of
Sure,
that.
I'm trying to figure out, because I'm like, I don't know, because in some ways you literally sound like a soc dem. You sound like a social democrat, or maybe even a neoliberal, and then in other ways you sound like a full-on like social
Democrats tend to believe the economy should function according to profits, but we should give people stuff at the same time. We should have social welfare programs. I'm saying we need central planning with a market sector.
Okay, I have a question. From chat, because I'm a bit confused on that too, because it does sound like you're arguing for social democracy. But so there's a question from chat. It said, so in these industries that you say could be private, say a hotel, would you give the ownership to the workers in that situation, or would you allow a private capitalist to own the hotel himself?
Personally, I think that it would be better if it was a cooperative of the workers, because it would be run better, because every worker would get a share of the profits. And as a result, they would be motivated to do the best job they possibly could. They wouldn't just be getting a wage, but the more their profits increased, the more the wages of the average person went. So if it was up to me, if I were the magical dictator of this hypothetical country, I would say, yes, every worker has a share, and it is a worker cooperative.
Okay, wait. Can I make a rule for this conversation? And then Faraday, you figure out if you want to put that. You can't weasel out of giving an answer to say, well, personally, I would say this, right? Everything you say is personally. We're trying to figure out, like, what do you think is like the ideal form of government or economic system to run a country? Not into every nitty-gritty specific, but like it's very weaselly to say like, oh, well, personally, I would like this to happen, because it's like, well, what does that mean? Do you think it should happen, or that the government should do it, or that's just like you're randomly giving us like your random opinion that's not relevant? Like I don't understand that retreat to like, well, personally, I think this should happen. I don't think it's a fair way to answer the question.
There's a strong difference between Marxism and utopianism. right? If you read, there's a very good pamphlet by Frederick Engels, right? Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. And that was, prior to Marxism, that was the big idea, right? People would go out into the middle of the woods in Indiana and build their ideal socialist society, or, utopianism is a different trend. Marxism recognizes that socialism comes into being as a result of contradictions in society and millions of people being pushed into motion. It doesn't come into existence because somebody draws up a really nice blueprint. And I think that's what I'm trying to stay away from. I think that's the fundamental difference here, and that Marxism is not a utopian doctrine. Marxism is a scientific understanding of how society works.
Okay, but you can't say that when I ask well, how does this work, and go, well, a lot of people have a different idea of how it should work. That's not an answer to the question.
I would have to agree with Destiny in this one.
Making it difficult for us to argue, I know. I can see that, and I understand your frustration. But I'm just telling you, I think that society should be controlled by the people, and the major centers of economic power should be controlled by the state. But when it comes to individual nitty-gritty, I'm not concerned about it. It's I can tell you what my personal opinion is, but that's not really relevant in the debate of capitalism versus socialism.
The problem is that you end up hijacking a lot of my talking points, and now I in some places I find that I'm almost arguing against my own social democratic point of view. So when you say society should be controlled by the people, it already is. We live in a democratic republic. We vote on people that vote on policies on our behalf, and that's how our society works. So, obviously, as somebody that lives in a democratic republic, I agree with that. Then when you say, well, large companies should be controlled by the state, I still have no idea. And Faraday, if I'm being unfair, you can step in and say, he did explain this. I have no idea what your metric or rubric is for deciding what to nationalize or what not to nationalize. Now, to be fair, because it feels like every time I ask this, every socialist says, well, that's not fair. I don't know the nitty gritty. So the way that I would answer this question is,
so every socialist sounds like me too? I'm curious.
They always retreat back to these vague things. Well, people disagree on things. Well, I don't know the nitty gritty. These are absurd hypotheticals. So if somebody would ask me, well, okay, Destiny, well, how do you think some things should be nationalized or some things not? Because you think public utilities are good, don't you? Then I would say, yeah, there are some things that need to be state-owned. When there are externalities or market failures that make it impossible for a profit motive to align with public interest, then that is something that probably should be nationalized. So for instance, in the case of utilities, there is a massive upfront investment required to run utilities to every single individual house. It's not realistic to expect that companies could compete here. That would be a market failure, right? This high barrier to entry. So you socialize it. Or if we look at something like healthcare, where there might be a ton of profit incentives involved in obfuscating your ability to receive healthcare and the way that you consume it, prices are wildly distorted, right? If we have people dying because of a profit motive attached to healthcare, well, that's not good. That's not something we want. So our profit motive doesn't align there. So in cases like these, where there are market failures that make it so that the motivation, the profit motive, whether it's healthcare, pollution, or whatever, don't align with what we consider to be the public interest, those are the things where the government steps in and regulate it. That would be my answer to questions like these. So when I ask you...
So we agree.
Oh, cool. Then you're a suck-dem. Then we don't disagree on anything.
That's my confusion, too. It does seem like you're...
nationalized.
Caleb, it does...
Right?
Because every socialist co-ops my talking points. Because you just did it earlier. You're like, well, hotels, those should be privately ranked because that's...
Americans would agree with this. Honestly, it's only because of a lot of distortion and propaganda and dismissal of the realities of what happened in the 20th century that people don't agree with this. Right, but most social democrats don't advocate nationalizations. What you just said there about, I don't hear Bernie Sanders ever get up and say that we should nationalize things. I like Bernie Sanders.
He's talking about nationalizing healthcare.
He just talks about giving people free college and healthcare. He doesn't talk about nationalizing things like you just did. I think that's the difference.
Firstly, so social democrats are generally opposed to nationalizing things. They believe in capitalism, right? That's like a defining feature of a social democrat. Firstly,
nowadays, yes.
Sure, nowadays, yes. Okay, maybe not in the 20s or whatever. But nowadays, that is like a defining feature of a social democrat. Secondly, Bernie has talked about nationalizing. Bernie has talked about nationalizing healthcare.
Good.
Okay.
I thought he was for single payer, where it's like the state insurance company, but the hospitals are still private.
Oh, I don't know if he's talking about privatizing.
Yeah, I think he advocates a state insurance plan, but then it pays private companies. That's,
sure, okay.
That's
so he's talked about nationalizing all of the insurance stuff, but maybe not necessarily the hospitals. I'm not 100% on that, but sure. Okay.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's the difference. But yeah, where do you want to go next? I'm having a great time.
So it seems like your definition, it is very similar to social democracy. It's just that for you would nationalize more industries, where you think countries like Norway don't. But don't they nationalize a lot of industries in these countries as well?
If you look at Norway, you look at Sweden, overall, the economy functions on the basis of profits. There's a lot of progressive taxation. There's a lot of social programs that are administered to people. Good thing, not opposed to that, but it's still a capitalist market economy. I think that's the difference. The major centers of economic power, despite a few nationalizations, still function on the basis of what's profitable. That's the difference.
Okay, I'm so confused.
Yeah, Destiny, help me work this one out because I'm confused.
Wait, no, wait. Yeah, because you're talking about like, well, hotels should exist privately, but they should be co-ops. This is a form of market socialism. So it's like a market economy,
Yes.
like.
Yes,
So is a
I
market
think
economy good or?
Market socialism is still socialism. Yes.
Okay, so you're in favor of like market-based systems, but then this seems to run contrary to a lot of the central plan you want to do, or you want to centrally plan some industries have like a mixed economy, I guess.
Subordinated by the state. If there's state central planning, if production's not being carried out simply according to profits. You know, one thing about the market sector in China, for example, is that these private companies are also controlled by the government. At any point, the government can show up and say, yeah, we want you to produce this instead of this. And they can't go, well, this is my private company. You know, even private companies are subject to state overall dictates and central planning. I think that's obscured too, right? You know, in this kind of society that I guess since we're doing this, but that I envision, right? We would have private companies, but at any point, you know, the state could show up and say, okay, private company, your job is to do what the state central plan says to do, you know?
So is the difference in your system who has more influence over the government, like in terms of like capitalists would have less influence?
The difference is that in a capitalist economy, did you see that Trump just said, here's a great example. Trump said on Twitter, he said, I hereby order our great American companies to stop doing business with China or to start thinking about stopping or whatever. He can't do that because they're private companies. They have the right to do it. I envision a society in which we had a government of action that would fight for working families, that would be able to go to the companies and say, I hereby order you to do this. It's in the interest of public overall. Where the right of private property on the part of business owners wouldn't trump the right of a good society and making sure people have what they need on the part of the population overall.
Wait, I'm sorry, I kind of missed. So like, do you think that Trump should be able to tell people not to sell to certain countries, or?
In a hypothetical socialist society, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, the reason that his command on Twitter was meaningless, the reason it was meaningless is because we don't have socialism here. In China, President Xi said, I hereby order this private company to do something. They would have to do it. Here, no.
Okay. I don't know if you had more questions for today or anything. Right?
I don't have any more questions. Is there anywhere else you want to take the conversation, either one of you?
I don't know. I mean, like modern day China. I've been watching a lot of stuff recently, like on the Uyghurs. Is pretty scary. Or the amount of like media suppression that goes on there. You know, the Great Firewall of China and all of that. Is pretty spooky. But I mean, I'm guessing, or I would hope that you probably don't defend these types of policies.
And I'm not China's lawyer, so I know everyone I've ever talked to from there says there are big concerns about human rights. So I'm not interested in defending human rights violations. I will say that the economic miracle that's happened there is a result of socialism, and it's a result of central planning. And that, there's all this talk about Hong Kong right now. Let's talk about why was Hong Kong seized from China to begin with? It's because of the Opium Wars, right? When China tried to tell the British Empire they didn't want opium to pour into their country, they tried to take control of their economy, and the British declared war on them and forced them to be part of this free market capitalist global economy. Now, some sources are now saying that up to 100 million people died. 100 million people died as a result of those opium wars, of the forced importation of narcotics, of keeping China a colony that wasn't able to industrialize and have its own industries. That's capitalism. That's the global free market system. That's Adam Smith, right? That's the invisible hand working its way. But China, having broken out of that system, seized control of its economy, has been able to come out of those kind of nightmares.
Hold on, I can't. That's imperialism. I don't think that's necessarily capitalism.
Imperialism is capitalism in its monopoly stage. That's
okay.
Len wrote
That's fine.
an entire book about.
That's great.
When
Then the Uyghurs being massively deported from their home. Sure. Then the Uyghurs. Sure.
The center,
Then
rather than industrial capital.
Then the Uyghurs being massively deported from their homes and having their children stolen from them and then being like sent off into random camps or whatever. That's like the end goal of like the extreme like socialist world where you have to re-educate your people, where you murder farm people, where you plan famines in the Soviet Union to kill some people.
I don't think that even the staunchest defender of the Chinese government would say that the way they are now is the end goal, right? Socialism is a tool. Socialism is a tool.
So is capitalism. You can have. Are you trying to tell me that you can't
capitalism
have
was a great advance over feudalism, and feudalism was a great advance over slavery.
Are you trying to tell
I
me
think that socialism would be a great advance over capitalism, and it would get us toward the ultimate vision of a world with so much technology and so much abundance. We could get rid of, any need for coercion. It's the ultimate vision, maybe thousands of years in the future. That's from each according to his own ability, to each according to his need, is the ultimate vision. But socialism is a method. It's a method that countries in the impoverished world have utilized to raise their people up out of poverty, to industrialize, and they've had quite a few successes.
Sure, and as
being the entire experience.
Sure, and as have capitalist nations as well. If we want to attribute all of it to the economic systems, would you agree with that? That capitalism has lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, if socialism has?
No, I wouldn't. I would say capitalism is keeping people in poverty. And
you don't think capitalism has led to the advancement of like technology and people's living conditions and
It's like this is like the reverse Republican meme, where like instead of every bad thing being blamed, Republicans do a lot of dumb shit where they blame every bad thing that's ever happened on socialism, which is absurd. But now we're doing this thing where we blame every good thing that, like, during the massive period of industrialization on this planet, in some of these countries with the largest populations on Earth, we attribute those industrialized countries to socialism, but we don't get to claim anything under capitalism. But capitalism is still at fault when some people starve with capitalism.
I give capitalism credit, and if you read the Communist Manifesto, Marx spends pages and pages giving them credit for the advance over feudalism.
Wait, then why did you disagree?
It came at heavy costs, though.
So did socialism. So did the USSR. Slavery didn't just happen under capitalism. Stalin made homosexuality illegal again. Stalin wanted to kill the Jews as well. The USSR killed millions of landowners.
Capitalism was an advance over what was there before, and no one denies that. And the Marxist understanding of world history is that it is like a train speeding forward. But we've gotten to the point where capitalism is no longer a viable answer. It's making things worse. It's holding back human progress. But yes, capitalism was definitely an advance over what was there before, but don't say it didn't come without cost. I mean, the breaking up of the feudal commons in Britain, for example, right, in order to take all these people off the feudal estates and commons, involved the killing of thousands and thousands of people. King Henry VIII, ended up hanging people for the crime of being homeless, for vagrancy. They were hanging vagabonds, the genocide in the Scottish Highlands, right? I mean, capitalism's creation involved mass theft, right? They always say socialism is theft. Well, it involved mass theft and it involved mass killing in order to create capitalism and to break apart the feudal system and create the capitalist system.
I never said there wasn't a cost to capitalism, but you must, you're literally saying capitalism involved mass theft, and then in the breath earlier, you were saying that we need to expropriate forcefully a lot of industries in the United States. That's mass theft as well. So, I mean, socialism in all of its forms today has...
That notion that socialism is theft and capitalists all just earned it. Your friend Joe the bar owner or Bob the pizza shop owner, yeah, he earned it by the sweat of his brow. I don't have a problem with him. I have a problem with the billionaire bankers that run the world and run it through a system in which they profit from keeping the world poor. Right?
Firstly, I don't even know
what's happening. They're trying to keep the world poor so that they can stay rich.
That doesn't even make sense from a capitalist point of view.
Let Destiny go now. Destiny, go ahead.
It doesn't even make sense. You don't want a poor world, right? Like, people are trying to make the rest of the world wealthier because you want more people to sell goods to. That's like a super basic tenet of capitalism. It's why capitalism has become so woke recently in the United States with people selling gay advertisements for Gillette razors, or for people selling movies with black people. Capitalists want as many people included in their shit as possible so that they can sell the maximum amount of goods and make as much money, irrespective of anything else. This idea that it demands that certain people be kept out is not true. Now, does it happen under capitalist systems? Yeah, of course. The same way that it can happen under any economic system, because any economic system is going to necessarily be reflective of the underlying values of those people. You are never going to take a country full of people that hate Jews and black people and give them socialism, and now all of a sudden they're like, oh man, I love black people and Jews because there are workers now. That never happens. It hasn't happened. It won't ever happen. Much the same way that a capitalist society full of people that hate black people are probably going to be pro-slavery, or are probably going to be against, selling goods or services to black people in certain towns. I don't think that solving these types of social issues is reflective of any kind of economic system. That's insane.
I don't know what you're getting at there at the end, but I will say that yes,
the way the Western capitalist system keeps its power is by keeping countries as impoverished captive markets. For example, NAFTA is a great example. If you look at Mexico, I'm reading to you from the New York Times. Under NAFTA, as a result, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. 25% of the population does not have access to basic food, and 1/5 of Mexican children suffer from malnutrition. As the U.S. heavily subsidized corn and other staples poured into Mexico, producer prices dropped and small farmers found themselves unable to make a living. Some 2 million people have been forced from their farms, right? Mexico's not producing its own food. It's a captive market. It's importing American food, and it's devastated the country. Mexico is poor, and American agribusiness stays rich. That's capitalism. That's why we had the American Revolution. The British Empire was trying to tell us here in the United States that we couldn't develop our own industries. We had to buy from the British. And as a result, we had a revolution so that we could develop our own economy. And the same thing the British Empire was doing to us, capitalism and the huge multinational corporations are doing around the world, keeping countries like Haiti, countries like Nigeria, countries like India captive markets. And countries are constantly fighting to try and break out of this. And the socialist revolutions of the 20th century, they didn't happen in Western Europe as Marx had predicted. They happened in the developing world because capitalism was keeping these countries as impoverished captive markets without their own industries, without their own economic growth, and keeping them as basically vassals, as dependent states, client states that are impoverished and suffering. And socialism was those countries breaking out, planning their economy, and industrializing.
Because I talked with Kyle Kalinske about this. I don't know. I would love to read where these bizarro anti-NAFTA studies are coming from. I've seen like very pointed anti-NAFTA like propaganda that will hyper focus on like specific industries that say like, well, corn markets were disproportionately impacted in Mexico and so many jobs were lost here. But like Mexico was one of the large winners in NAFTA, and this is something that I've seen like universally heralded. Like exports under farm exports in Mexico. Well, you can't say sure to that. You just literally told me that NAFTA took a shit all over Mexico's economy. Wait.
So the New York Times agrees with me. The headline of the article is "Under NAFTA, Mexico suffered and the United States felt its pain." November 24th, 2013. I guess they're lying to hurt American capitalism or something.
I'm sorry. Are you literally citing me an op-ed to tell me that opinion piece is somehow reflective of the economic census on NAFTA?
Yes, I'm citing the statistics in that op-ed. Yes. I'm citing something that even the New York Times admits that Mexico has been
the New York
very
Times,
badly hurt by free trade.
The New York Times is not an economic journal. Why are you telling me that even the New York Times? Also, wait, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Is this article? What's the author of this article?
The author is Laura Carlson.
Wait, what is her background? Is this literally like an opinion piece, or was this written like
a statement against interest? The New York Times is a defender of Western capitalism. The fact that even they would admit what it has done to Mexico, I think, is very strong. Or while we're at it, I have the CIA World Factbook statistics of life expectancy in front of me. Cuba's life expectancy is 78.9 years. The Dominican Republic, another country in the Caribbean, it's part of the Western capitalist system, 71 years. Jamaica, 74. Honduras, 71. Guyana, 68. Mexico, 76. Guatemala, 71. Haiti, 64. Come on. Right? Capitalism's the answer. Why are all these countries that are part of the free trade system, are part of the global capitalist system, impoverished? And Cuba, a country with a centrally planned economy, has achieved a much higher life expectancy.
Okay, I don't know about life expectancy. We're jumping onto a totally different argument. Okay, so somebody linked me this article, so just reading it, right? Like this person literally says like damages were done to like Mexico's agricultural sector. It doesn't mention the massive gains made in the industrial sector. Hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs were created in Mexico. I think it's like 20% of car imports in the United States come from Mexico. These are jobs that paid citizens more money than the farming jobs, that led to a greater industrialization in Mexico in these parts. She literally in the next like paragraph of this article just says, well, as a result of some of these agricultural practices, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. That's not a causal link. Like how many Mexicans, like this is...
They owned their own farms beforehand, and now they're in food poverty. They're not even producing their own food.
Wait, so you're telling me that prior to NAFTA, every citizen of Mexico was well-fed, totally well-nourished, had all sorts of, like... No, come on. This is ridiculous.
Ms. Carlson's article is that it made conditions worse. And I think if you look at the narco drug-infested chaos that's involved in Mexico, If that were happening in Venezuela, we'd be told, see, socialism did it. But it happens in Mexico, and we're told, oh, I've even had a lot of libertarians try to tell me that Mexico must be socialist because it's poor, right? Because everyone knows capitalism leads to prosperity. That's simply not the facts.
I can't actually I can't argue against a New York Times op-ed on this.
Let's stay away from doing that.
If you want, we can take because I've read so many
that defends the free market system.
The New York Times does not defend economic. I don't care what the New York Times says about the economic impact. Now, if Krugman or somebody's or Krugman is writing an article or something talking about a specific, I'm sure I'm interested in reading that. Or if Borjas is writing something on immigration and he submits an op-ed, but random people writing articles in the New York Times, I'm going to appeal to the wider studies that look at NAFTA's economic impact. Or we can read things from the Council of Foreign Relations, or we can read things that are published in different economic journals to see the actual impact. I'm appealing to a single opinion article on the New York Times.
I think that people throughout those sources you listed would agree about the conditions in many of the capitalist countries of the world. I mean, this is the CIA World Factbook. I just read you the life expectancies throughout the countries nearby Cuba and compared them. What?
What does that prove? What does life expectancy prove?
Yeah, right. Who cares if people die sooner? I mean, okay. All right. It doesn't matter, right? Life expectancy, who cares about that?
Wait, what do you think I just asked? Wait, what was the question I just asked?
You said, what does life expectancy prove?
Okay. Do you think that means I want people to die early?
No, but apparently you're saying it doesn't matter how long people live, right?
No, what I'm asking you is, what do you think? What I'm asking you is, what do you
when you're improving people's life expectancy and their access to healthcare and their quality of life, that's a good thing. But what does it prove? Okay, what does it prove?
What I'm saying is that just because you see an increase in life
expectancy... We're going around in circles here. Honestly, I don't know if we should keep going. I mean, we're just kind of repeating ourselves. But
okay, just as a quick thing, just because life expectancy improves, one, that's not even necessarily reflective of positive underlying things. And two, it doesn't necessarily mean you can attribute it solely to an economic organization or a particular government. So, for example, one country might have access to more food than another country. That country might become more obese, and you might see a decrease in their life expectancy. Type 2 diabetes can lead to anywhere from a 7 to 13-year decrease on your lifespan, right? So if you were to compare the life expectancy of two countries like that, this is just one example out of 50 trillion potential hypotheticals. Maybe the increase in immigration to the United States, the lower average life expectancy of, say, African Americans or Hispanic people are keeping the life expectancy of the United States down compared to other socialist countries. Just appealing to one stat and saying, well, the life expectancy in Cuba is higher than the life expectancy in the United States, that doesn't prove anything. So when I ask, well, what does that mean? That stat is totally meaningless.
I don't think Cuba's life expectancy is higher than the United States. I think it's pretty close, but I don't think it's higher. I'm reading to you from The Guardian, November 27th, 2016. Quote, Cuba's literacy rate is at 100%, and its life expectancy parallels first world nations, despite limited funding and supplies. The country's ratio of doctors to patients, its proactively community-centered approach to healthcare has long been the envy of Western countries, not the least the UK. I think that's an example of central planning improving people's lives.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think so, but I guess it's another argument.
I have some questions from chat if we want to do that for a second.
Okay.
So,
sure, go for it.
Caleb, what do you think about the importance of making sure the state is under working class control under socialism?
Well, I think that is absolutely necessary. And that I will say that I don't equate mere state ownership with socialism. Saudi Arabia, for example, almost everything's run by the government, but the government simply facilitates the making of profits by the Saudi royal family. The Asian tigers, there's a very heavy amount of state control, Singapore, Taiwan, countries like that, but it's facilitating the making of profits. The economy simply functions for the benefit of a small group of capitalists. They simply have a heavy state involvement in it. Socialism is when you have a state apparatus that is not working on behalf of capital, which is rooted in communities. The Communist Party has 90 million members in China. I've seen the Bolivarian circles that exist in Venezuela. In Cuba, they have the committees to defend the revolution, and that these are states that come out of a mass mobilization of the population and the mass movement and bringing in of people into the political process. And I think that state ownership in and of itself is not the definition of socialism. It's a state that controls the means of production. I think that's the difference.
Okay, another question from Maupin. Can we really have Chinese-style control of the economy without Chinese-style oppression of citizens? I'd be scared of Trump being able to say what a business can do. This is a big question I have too. It's like one of my fears with socialism is it's going to require an authoritarian government that might have too much oversight, and then we could end up with what we've seen in Russia or China. What would your response to that be?
Well, I share a lot of the concerns people have about China. I do think, and I do want to point out, and I do want to point out that, not everything we necessarily hear in American media, is the whole story. There's a great article from the Washington Post about, China's social credit system and how some of the reporting may not have been completely balanced and accurate about it. But at the same time, I share your concerns, and we have to remember that these are countries that are part of the developing world, and they're building socialism under extremely hostile conditions. They're being invaded, they're fighting for their lives, and they have a very authoritarian political model as a result of that. And I don't believe the American people would ever accept a socialist society that didn't grant them the right to free speech and the right to freedom of assembly and freedom of religion. I don't think the American people would ever accept that. But it's a concern, and it's a fair concern, right? The scary thing is, though, you can see authoritarianism and capitalism all over the place. Saudi Arabia is a capitalist country. They still cut off people's heads in public, right? Take a look at South Korea's national security laws. You can go to prison in South Korea. A young man, I believe, did go to prison for retweeting Kim Jong-il. And that authoritarianism is something that societies implement in response to hostile conditions. And human rights are something we should all be striving for. And let me add that, the notion that human rights are separated from economy is a dangerous notion, right? No one was talking about human rights until like 1400s in Europe, right? The notion of an elected government and things like that. We started to see it some in Greece and Rome, but ultimately, the rights of man and all of that. People weren't just evil until then, but try to run a subsistence economy at the level of development they had in feudalism, where everyone can say whatever they want and think whatever they want and have whatever religion they want, wouldn't work out too well. That as prosperity increases and as people's economic conditions increase, the level of freedom also increases. And China is a lot more free in terms of freedom of religion, in terms of freedom of speech than they were during the Mao era. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that they have rapidly industrialized since that time, and that they are a much more prosperous society. When the government is secure and it's not facing an onslaught of people that want to violently overthrow it, when there is a higher level of prosperity, you generally get more freedom. Now, that's not a perfect rule, and there's many exceptions to that. But I think that the way out of not just the issue with human rights, but a lot of the problems we have, the way out of addressing them is with development, that prosperity. When you get rid of poverty, you can also get rid of drug gangs. You can also get rid of terrorism. And that there is an economic component to a lot of the problems plaguing the world. And a lot of the problems that socialist countries have had has been based on the fact that they're facing a level of scarcity. They also tend to be facing a level of, imperialist attack. Now, that doesn't mean, that everything they did was right. I'm not going to sit here and deny that things that shouldn't have happened. And but I think that human rights and economic development are fundamentally tied.
Real quick, so just because it sucks because I don't know like every random fact. Fuck, there's so much stuff that I let slide. So like earlier when we talked about like the great successes of Cuba, right? So the Cuban life expectancy is 79.74 years. And then we talk about the horrendous Mexico that's been looted and destroyed by capitalism. Their life expectancy is 77.12 years, right? There's like less than a 3-year difference in life expectancy between these countries. This is one of the reasons why I say pointing to single stats doesn't really prove like any particular story.
But it's still lower than Cuba's, correct?
By 2.5 years. Okay. So firstly, secondly, earlier you mentioned
not facing a huge blockade, right? It's not impossible to ship medicine into Mexico. The amount of economic embargo. There's not sanctions on Mexico, right? I mean, the fact that Mexico, and still, a free market country that's supposed to have the greatest system in the world of free trade, still can't even do better than Cuba, raises some questions. But okay. Continue.
Well, I mean, Mexico's, doctors also aren't becoming taxi drivers to make money because the state doesn't provide them with any. I don't know if I'm going to believe Cuba's 100% literacy rates.
Cuban Cuban doctors are becoming taxi drivers is because the government has trained a lot of people to become doctors. They have actually, Ban Ki-moon called it the world's most advanced medical school. And that's one thing the Cuban government has subsidized a lot, is training people to become doctors. There's a lot of people who are doctors and they're not actually, they don't have a place for them in the medical system. And as a result,
it's kind
they
of
end up being
bizarre
taxi
that like
drivers. Iran actually has a very similar problem.
It's pretty crazy that so many of their people are doctors and they've done all these amazing things. And in the United States, which has so many problems with healthcare, our life expectancy is like a year within the Cubans.
We're a fully industrialized country that has been industrialized for hundreds of years. I think there's a bit of a difference there. Cuba was an impoverished colony for a long time, and it's broken free and it's had huge achievements.
I totally agree with you. Do you notice how you try to cite a single stat to defend like a broader economic argument, but anytime I point out
that's what you do when you're arguing.
Anytime I point, anytime that I point out,
I'm sorry. I should have had their entire analysis of the country and read it off to you. I mean, that's what you do when you're arguing.
No. What you're doing is you'll cite like one number, like it proves a point. Like when I asked you earlier, I very specifically asked you, I said, what does life expectancy matter, right? And I guess you heard it as like, well, I like it when people live longer. But no, but my point was.
No, I heard it as you questioning that life expectancy is important.
Finish my point, man. 1 point. You've talked for 90% of the conversation, okay? My point is that like you can't just cite one number and say that that's indicative of like the overall health of a country. That's absurd. Sure. And then when I point out that your number, when you look into the other numbers, doesn't even work, now you're ready to back up into, oh, well, hold on. Well, there's more differences, okay? America's more industrialized. Cuba has had a blockade. It's like, well, okay, so anytime the numbers don't work in your favor, now context is incredibly important. Now we need to back up and look at the whole picture. But anytime you can just like throw like one number, and I notice this, like socialists do this all the time. They play like really fast and loose with like particular facts. If you feel like you can throw one out and it works, you'll do it. But anytime I call into question a stat or figure, well, now we need to look at the greater context. Well, there's a reason why America, even though we kill ourselves all the time and we're killing ourselves with drugs and fentanyl, and even though we do this, we still have a greater life expectancy. Well, that's because there's a broader reason for it. Now, I don't disagree with you that there are broader reasons for these things, which is why I laughed when you cited life expectancy as some mark of progress for a country. I'm sure that we can find lots of countries that have better life expectancy than the U.S. that aren't more advanced in a multitude of ways. But that was the only thing I pointed out. Also, you made a claim a long time ago that the Opium Wars resulted in, I don't know if you said hundreds of millions or millions of deaths. The only thing I've ever seen in regard to this is like 18 to 20,000 killed and wounded. I'm just curious where that millions of deaths number came from.
Well, first of all, as to what you were saying before, I think that I was saying that the context actually makes my point even truer. The fact that Cuba's life expectancy is on par with a fully industrialized country is a big achievement. The second thing about the Opium Wars, that was, I believe, recently in an article and in some Chinese government sources who were talking not just about the deaths in terms of on the battlefield, but the result of opium being imported into the country, the result of them not being able to develop their industries, the famines that came out as a result. I mean, it was an overall estimate. You know, these estimates that you cite about 100 gajillion million people died, they're based on this famine happened. They're based on these people weren't able to procreate. They're based on a lot more.
Whoa! No! Wait, Holodomor in Kazakhstan, like the deaths cited for these famines that happened in the 1930s in the USSR. These are not vague numbers from number of people not born. That is absolutely not true.
Well, no, but they're the result of food shortages. Am I correct? They're estimates based on the results of not having food, it's the results of the famine overall. It's not just people who.
Why didn't they have food?
Not people who died in a war. That's my only point.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
didn't have
you're
food
looking at the overall results of
farming to industrialize the country, which was one of the great points. They industrialized real fast. They did it at the cost of losing a lot of their agriculture, and then the country stepped in and stole food from some of the countries, tried to murder the people leaving, and left a lot of them to starve to death because the central planning failed in terms of allocating resources to its citizens.
I believe by the 1970s, the Soviet Union had quite a strong agricultural system, if I'm not mistaken. And then my understanding also is that during the fall of the Soviet Union, when they broke apart the state central plan, the Soviet farming system, closed their doors, and that now in Russia, they're having a big farming boom because the Putin government is subsidizing small farmers to open up, and they're creating a huge amount of government farms now. That's my understanding, but I mean, I guess you're arguing that the entire experience of Soviet agriculture was just miserable failures and famines the whole time. I don't think that's fair.
Okay, I don't think I said that. But,
okay, I know.
But okay. I mean, also, yeah, sure. We also mentioned something about like a South Korean student being thrown in jail for tweeting something or whatever, the North Korean stuff.
Yes, the national security laws, which Human Rights Watch have criticized, many mainstream observers have criticized national security laws in South Korea. But yeah.
Sure.
about it.
Like earlier, you talked about how like there weren't a lot of like blatant Nazis in Germany, right? Because Germany is like pretty strict in terms of like controlling like what type of Nazi messages can be like even for video games. I think they might have just recently reversed that. But like even for video games, you can't have like Nazi symbolism or whatever, right? South Korea has similar laws for like worshiping or propagandizing or whatever, like the North Korean government as well.
Right.
Sure, whether you're for or against it, it's really strange.
So my point in raising that was that authoritarianism can exist in capitalism also. That was my only point.
Sure, but also in other forms as well. Like, for instance, when North Korea locks people in prisons who are visiting and then kills them and then sends them back to their other countries like a year later, like what happened to that one kid that was visiting. So, I mean, like, this like goes back to my earlier point that these types of like horrible actions can exist independent of economic systems.
Exactly, and that's my point as well.
No, that's my point.
Yeah, well, we're agreeing, right? That bad things have happened in socialist countries, bad things have happened in capitalist countries, but blaming every bad thing in the Soviet Union on socialism, and then whenever it happens in capitalism, saying, "Oh, but it happened because of there's a bad leader or something like that." Well, no, I just the way that these things are discussed, I don't know any person who would deny that these bad things have happened. Maybe they would disagree about the details about some of them, but I'm not here to do that. But I don't know anyone who would deny that these things have happened. But the notion that it's always because of socialism, if it happens in a socialist country, and if it happens under capitalism, well, it's because it's not true capitalism. Or, you've had these arguments, right? Problems in capitalism.
Yeah, but like
are
the
not
difference
because of
isn't like
capitalism. Every death in the Soviet Union from the time of 1917 to 1991 was purely caused by Stalin and communism. That narrative is inconsistent.
The difference is we have to be a little bit more honest when we look at why certain people die or why certain things happen under economic systems. So in the United States, when somebody goes to the hospital and they can't afford to get some test to screen for cancer and then they later die of it because they didn't catch it early enough, this is a failure of capitalism. We have the resources. They're literally right there and the person can't access it. Okay? That is 100% a failure of capitalism. When you have a people who are told to stop farming and then food isn't rationed to them and all of their crops are requisitioned by the central government as a part of central planning, and then those people starve, 3.5 to 7.5 million of them, that is a failure of central planning, of socialism or communism. Do you agree, or do you think that these two things are fundamentally different?
I would agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would also agree that when Soviet agriculture was mechanized and got tractors and industrialized, and its successes were also a success of central planning. But yeah, when it failed and when it had problems, that was a failure of central planning. I know many people are critical of the agricultural policies. In the 1920s, during the new economic policy, the Soviet government was pushing peasant enrich yourself and was promoting private farming. Then later, they rapidly collectivized, very, very rapidly, and promoted collective farming. And it was a zigzag that was very dramatic. And I've heard very strong criticisms of that. I'm not an expert. I'm not a Soviet historian.
If you want to take credit for stuff like that, sure. If that's how we're going to play that like the development of that country, like then I'm going to say that all of that agricultural development that took place in the USSR, that was actually a success of capitalism because the tractor was invented in America in the late 1800s. So actually, all the tractors that the USSR.
I read to you earlier about how the Soviet Union was producing more tractors than the United States at that point in their state-run factories. So
sure, but it was off of a U.S. invention. Off of a capitalist country's invention.
Okay. So now, if a system invents something, that's an argument in its favor. Where was the first cell phone invented?
I don't know. Let's check.
1957 in the Soviet Union.
Using like satellite technology and everything that we have today.
No, the first mobile phone ever created was in 1957 by Soviet engineer Leonid Ivanovich Kaprianovich.
So I could be wrong here, but
Who invented the AK-47 rifle, the most efficient weapon and the most efficient gun, I should say, right?
It's efficient. It's not about killing people. There's a reason why we don't use AK-47s today.
Yeah, because the M16s break, and then we can sell more. It's the military-industrial complex. The AK-47 is a much more efficient weapon.
Well, because the caliber is more lethal as well. 5.56 is superior to the 7.62, the battle rifle rounds or whatever.
They break. They're not durable. You can run over an AK with a tank and it still works. And
I don't think that most rifles need to be field tested to be ran over by tanks.
Let's not get caught up in the gun debate because this can go too many different ways.
Okay.
Yeah, like we could argue like about
like the Soviet Union even had a home computer system in 1985. Now the USA already had a home computer system, but they developed their own without technology, with a treaty, the NATO treaty, barring them from getting any technology from the West. I mean, the notion that central planning economies can't create inventions, can't advance technology is false.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think that these types of innovations can come from a lot of different places, sure. It's very strange how we decide like what we take credit for versus what we give, like what we don't take credit for. I don't know. It just feels all over the place to me.
Atrocities here.
Okay.
Okay. I have to get a super chat question in here unless you guys want to keep going back and forth on that. So this is for Destiny.
Also, wait, real quick, just on
Yep,
the
go ahead.
part of that. Apparently, in 1949, AT&T was the first company to commercialize like mobile telephone services. I don't know, like where the idea, who in the USSR did they do this earlier, or?
I've seen it cited many places that in 1957, the Soviet engineer Leonid Ivanovich Kaprianovich invented the first mobile phone. I've seen that many places. You're disputing that. I mean, I can see it disputed. It's been disputed. I mean, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But that goes, we're always told that under socialism, no one ever invents anything because the only reason people invent things is because of capitalism and all of that. And I think that spits in the face of that. And there's many Soviet inventions. I believe LED lights were also invented in the Soviet Union.
Okay.
Okay,
Destiny, anything?
Let's do the super chat question.
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
been
yeah.
going almost 2 hours now, so
Yeah.
I think I got to wrap this up. But let's do the super chat question.
Okay.
Yeah,
So this is for you, Destiny. Under NAFTA, Mexican miners such as in Escuela Sonora, for example, export their local gold to Americans for a virtual minimum wage. Do more jobs mean a better economy?
Generally, increased trade liberalization is usually correlated with a better economy, but you have to make sure that the gains that your economy is making is compensating people for the losses that are happening in specific sectors. This is something that we've tried to do a lot in the United States, and we've generally failed at it. So, for instance, we push for things like job retraining programs and whatnot, but generally it doesn't work. So, for instance, like in NAFTA, certain manufacturing sectors were hurt, other manufacturing sectors open. The people that lose their jobs tend to have a hard time finding replacement work. So this is something that still needs to be addressed. So I would expect that the same things happen in Mexico as well. A lot of jobs open up in manufacturing there that didn't exist before. These jobs are superior to a lot of the agricultural ones they had. However, the people that lost those agricultural jobs are basically fucked. They need something. There has to be something to help them out. And the goal should be that if your economy is overall making gains due to an increase in liberalization of trade, you're finding ways to redistribute these gains to the people that are disproportionately impacted by the losses that are happening in specific sectors of your economy. So for instance, let's say that you open up a manufacturing plant in Mexico, and now you're making a ton of cars for the United States, and those people are getting awesome jobs. You should probably be taxed a little bit, and that money should be sent to people whose jobs were lost as a result of the liberalization of that trade.
Okay. This is a question I have for you. What is your measure for quality of life in a country?
That's really hard. The HDI, there's like the Human Development Index. Some people try to measure it more broadly using psychological terms. Development, I don't have a good answer for that. It's a really hard one. I don't know.
That's fine.
I mean, like you can measure like access to like basic goods. So like, do you have access to like housing, like food, like nourishing food, not like junk shit food, things like the internet. Like there are a lot of like basic rights we can check for there. But yeah, that's a really hard to overall measure like the improvement of a country, the development of a country is a really difficult thing to do.
Okay.
Well, can I say something on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, one index that I'm not necessarily saying this is the best index is the World Happiness Index. And I believe Jeffrey Sachs, the economist, who I have very strong disagreements with, is responsible for the World Happiness Index. But I have in my hand here, actually, their report from 2016. And it lists the greatest increase in happiness as happening in Nicaragua under the leadership of the Sandinista government, that has had a huge amount of economic growth and investment coming in from China. And if you compare the World Happiness Index and other indexes of Nicaragua with a socialist planned economy to free market countries like Guatemala, like Honduras, there have been some pretty big economic achievements in Nicaragua under the FSLN government. And I just think, since we're talking about that, it's relevant to bring that up. That the World Happiness Index, Jeffrey Sachs, no less, who's associated with neoliberalism. Now I understand he's more social democratic, but he lists the greatest increase in happiness in 2016 as being in Nicaragua.
That might be true, but that doesn't really mean anything, right? It could be that Nicaragua's happiness, for instance, prior to some economic reforms, was incredibly depressed compared to other countries. If every country in the world that's capitalist has like massively high like happiness indexes, then you would expect to see the greatest gains always made by developing nations, regardless of economic system, right?
Fair enough.
Okay. Radical Reviewer. Hey, Radical Reviewer has a question for Destiny. Destiny, inventions rely on military scientists, research and development grants, etc., public funding. Can we really credit capitalism for these inventions?
You can't really credit capitalism for, there's a lot of like baseline research that isn't profitable. There's a lot of really fucking good research that happens that there's not like money to be made off of, and you would never expect a market to solve for things like this. So a lot of like the groundwork research has to be publicly funded. There has to be some public funding that goes to universities for types of research, right? Like the internet being based off of early military stuff. There's like a multitude of inventions, like medical and technological, that rely on everything that came from our space program, like GPS satellites and everything. A lot of this has like the backs off of public funding. It seems like what capitalists are able to do is they can take like some public funding concept, they can bring in outside investors, and then they can build a product that you can actually sell to consumers, right? Like an average person is never logging on to DARPANet to play World of Warcraft. That takes somebody that wants to make money to get outside investment. Well, I mean, it could theoretically happen in a public sense, but right now in the United States, under a capitalistic sense, outside money comes in, funds investment, because people think that they can sell a product that consumers will want to buy. Yeah.
Okay, Destiny, what is your utopian society? This is a question for the super chat.
A utopian society. I guess there would be some baseline of things that every person should have. And then there'd be like a baseline of time that every person should have. Personally, I think it's really fucking sad when people have to work more than like 40 hours a week, and even 40 might be pushing it. So people that have to work 2 jobs, people that have to work crazy weird hours, like overnights or changing every week, like being able to provide like a steady source of income to people is good. People should have healthcare. You should never have to make a decision on whether or not to do like a certain test because you don't have money for it. That's insanely fucked. People should have access to quality, affordable food. I don't know if I brought up housing. Obviously, the fact that we have like homeless people in any part of the United States is very fucking weird. That you can go to San Francisco, the richest city in the world almost, and walk outside of Starbucks and see literally mentally retarded people screaming at people that are just like homeless. That's insane to me. So I mean, like any type of utopia would be one that can allocate resources in a way to solve these problems. I just typically choose to reallocate resources off the backs of a successful economic system through like taxation, rather than saying the economic system itself should solve those problems, because I don't think that's possible. That's
Okay, I'll do the last super chat question for Destiny, and then I'll let you guys get your final statements. Destiny.
Oh, okay.
Do you love black people?
Yeah, nice meme. Okay.
All right, memes aside. Go ahead. Caleb, I'll let you go first with your closing statements, and then Destiny, you can go.
Well, I think it's interesting. I don't know the meme. I'm not hip to the internet culture as much as I should be, but it is interesting to note that, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who is on the U.S. citizenship test. What's one of the questions? They ask if you become a U.S. citizen. Who was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Well, he and himself, in the final years of his life, did advocate some form of democratic socialism. He said there is something wrong with capitalism. And I think that we can learn from what went on in the 20th century. I don't think that every person who drives a Japanese car is responsible for the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. And I think that socialism has resulted in countries that were deeply poor becoming global superpowers. I think capitalism and the rule of profits is causing big problems here in the United States. And I think, as I've said many times on my YouTube lives that I do every week with a growing audience, that we need a government of action to fight for working families. And I think that science and human creativity need to be unleashed, and that the greed and irrationality of profits is getting in the way of that. And I would like to see a new global economy emerge, in which, it was based on win-win cooperation, in which instead of impoverishing countries to enrich huge multinational corporations, countries were trading with each other in a way that was mutually beneficial. I'm worried about the military-industrial complex and the prison-industrial complex. I'm worried about big opioid corporations making profits from getting people addicted. I'm worried about the irrationality of the market, and I'd like to see a society come into existence where the market and profits were not in control, but human reason and the collective benefit of the country was given priority. We could have a market sector, sure, but the means of production would ultimately be forced to work in the interests of society. That's how I see things, and I like, again, I'll repeat, Steve, I like what you're doing here. Stephen. I like what you're doing here. I'm glad you had me on here. It's been a good discussion, and, keep doing what you're doing. Keep engaging with people all over the political process. You are what we need now more than ever. This kind of engagement where we're actually talking about what we think, we're comparing our ideas. I believe this is the cure to a lot of the problems we have in the United States of America. So thanks for having me on. It's been a pleasure.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Caleb. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Caleb. I appreciate the conversation. I mean, like, my basic talking points are the same as they always have been. I don't think that an economic system should deal in morality. Economic systems should just be as efficient and as efficient as possible. Resources should be allocated in ways that grow the economy the most as possible. If you want to like make moral prescriptions, if you want to say people should have healthcare, people should have housing, that should be done on the policy side of the government. If people want to make a fuck ton of money off of housing, doing crazy unethical shit, let them do it, but tax the fuck out of it for do it. Use the money, spend it on Section 8 housing, find a way to give it to people so that they can buy houses. Let your economy function the best as possible. Take the winnings off that economy and distribute it to the people that need it the most. I think that's the way that you grow the biggest economy. It's the way that you get the biggest public budgets to spend the money on the people that need it the most. And that's always been my position, and it'll always continue to be my position until I see like some massive, successfully like socially planned or I'm sorry, centrally planned system work.
Okay, awesome. All right, to everybody in the chat, thank you for watching. Destiny, Maupin, thank you for coming. I like having these debates because they're fun. I learn a lot from them. But if anybody that doesn't know who I am, I work on a project where we try to de-radicalize people from extremist movements. I was featured in an article on the front page of the New York Times. So please go check out our Discord channel if you'd like to help de-radicalize people out of extremist movements, or if you have any resources or talents that you can offer. So thank you guys for coming, and everybody have a good day.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate being here.
Yep, bye.
All right, folks. So I'm here with Al Suarez, and he is an adherent of Trotskyism. And I hoped we could have kind of a debate discussion about Trotskyism, what it is, what it stands for. I certainly am strongly opposed to Trotskyism, but Al Suarez is an adherent of Trotskyism. Now, Al, you had wanted me to give an opening statement, and then you would give an opening statement, and then we would kind of go into a back and forth from there. Does that sound good?
That's right.
All right. So, my thesis has long been that there are two types of people who are attracted to socialism, right? Wherever you go in all of world history, you will find what you can call the revolutionary intelligentsia. And those tend to be middle-class folks, younger people, intellectuals based around universities who are filled with anger at injustice and full of passion. They want to tear down unjust institutions, and they become attracted to ideas like Marxism, socialism, and anarchism as a way of kind of expressing their frustration and alienation with society and their idealism. And that's the first category. However, those folks don't make revolutions. Revolutions are made by the broad masses of people. It's the broad masses of people who normally aren't attracted to revolutionary politics. But when the system makes their life unlivable, when they're sent to fight in unjust wars, when the economy is in crisis, they turn to socialism as a way to get out of the disaster. During the 1930s Great Depression, the Communist Party USA put forward the slogan, the revolutionary way out of the crisis. And later they called it just the way out. And the broad masses of people turn to socialism because they're looking for stability. And that, the Russian Revolution, it began among the children of the aristocracy, the young people, the middle class elements that were, looking for chaos and looking to tear down injustice and behead every last king and capitalist. But Lenin had the brilliance of organizing the revolutionary intelligentsia in a way that they could push the broad masses of people into motion. And that after Lenin's death, the division between, the forces that represented the broad masses of people and that revolutionary intelligentsia, that division once again began. And that Trotsky incarnated kind of the ideals of the revolutionary intelligentsia. Now, I will say that I admire, there are things that Trotskyists have done that I admire around the world, right? You, Al Suarez, were an embassy protector, right? Sticking up for Venezuela. I absolutely admire that. That was 100% correct. You could be a Trotskyist, an anarchist, a social democrat, a liberal. Anybody who did that and supported Venezuela in that way gets the approval card in my book. I think the Trotskyists organized in the Teamsters strike of 1934 in Minneapolis very heroically, and they did a great job with that. I know that in the Chicago teachers strike of 2012, the ISO, a Trotskyite organization, they were involved heavily and they organized for the rights of teachers in Chicago. So just because someone adheres to Trotskyism doesn't make them a bad person, doesn't mean I can't recognize that they do good things. But overall, there's a reason that there are Hollywood movies glorifying Trotsky's life. There's a reason that the CIA set up a whole program to facilitate anti-Stalinist leftism called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. There's a reason Trotskyists tend to be, on the side of the U.S. government in almost every country in the world. There's a reason for this. And there's also a reason that every anti-imperialist leader around the world, whether it's Maduro, whether it's Bashar Assad, whether it's the people of, even countries that don't adhere to Marxism like Iran, Gaddafi, there's a reason they're all called Stalinists. Western imperialism kind of almost approves of being a Trotskyist, but it has no respect for those who actually build socialism in one country and organize the broad masses of people. And so, I hope later we can get into Trotsky's life, his ideas, but that's where I stand. I think Trotskyism is an expression of the middle class, petty bourgeois deviation of Marxism and the revolutionary intelligentsia. Where do you stand, Al?
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair if while you were making your opening remarks, I would take notes and add that to my opening remarks. So my opening remarks don't mention Maduro or anything like that, and I will be happy to respond to all of that after my opening remarks that I've prepared. So I'm going to go ahead and read them.
All right.
So just make sure I have it here correctly. Okay. Scrolling down here. Okay, Trotsky came from southern Ukraine and was part of Imperial Russia from a middle-class Jewish family. His father never learned to read but was a middle-class farmer. Notions Trotsky was wealthy are false. It should also be noted Trotsky discouraged the cult of personality, unlike Stalin, and told his followers to call themselves Marxist-Leninists, not Trotskyists. It was Trotsky's belief after Lenin's death he was maintaining his ideas and legacy. Lenin's version of Marxism at the time, which went from movement building to party building to building a new nation. With Lenin's decline, Trotsky formed the left opposition to oppose Stalin and the reversals he was making with the bureaucracy. Many Soviets joined his faction, especially in Leningrad, including at one time Lenin's widow. Stalin never forgave her for this, and we know from Khrushchev Stalin had her poisoned for this years later. Trotsky, in witnessing or taking part in these revolutionary developments, had a critical mind and read from authors at times he disagreed with, and still recommended their books throughout his life, like recommending the Russian anarchist Kropotkin's book, The Great French Revolution. Trotsky, in fact, made the case there was much to learn in Russia from the French Revolution. Trotsky believed, unlike many anarchists, in leadership. Nevertheless, Trotsky, like Marx, believed in learning from history, including revolutions of the past, even if they were bourgeois. When Marx was doing his writings around 1850, there were only 3 major countries that had a working class: Germany, France, and Great Britain. Marx stated at the time, quote, "The source of world revolution will begin in France, move to Germany, and end in England," unquote. If we move a half a century later to Russia's first revolutionary attempt, often overlooked, of 1905, Trotsky was the only person in the Russian Marxist movement who believed workers could come to power. He was only 25 at the time, but was elected president of the Petrograd Soviet, or Workers' Council. This was the city later named Leningrad, which is called St. Petersburg today. He no doubt, like Lenin, was a rising star in the Marxist movement in the early days, while Stalin and others were unknown till much later. When Marx wrote about the German revolutionary attempt, he ended his thesis by saying, quote, "Let our slogan be henceforth the revolution in permanence," meaning no deal or block with the bourgeoisie. Therefore, the idea of permanent revolution did not stem from Trotsky, but from Marx himself. It was an idea that caused controversy and polemics when Trotsky developed it. It is based in the belief workers must have independent class policy. The bourgeoisie never played a revolutionary role, nor in France or England. They started the ball rolling on issues with the king, but did not advocate overthrow as the masses did. Even the enlightened bourgeoisie did not advocate overthrow. The Jacobins, often glorified as leaders of the French Revolution, were in fact petty bourgeois, therefore not of the working class elements. If you look at the differences in history between farmers and workers, we see farm workers merge in Latin America. For example, Evo Morales, a Bolivian cocolero or cocoa worker, emerged from that background before leading Bolivia. Therefore, the concept of one group competing for another for power is not always true. 3.5 million industrial workers existed in 1917 in Tsarist Russia, concentrated in urban areas like Moscow and Petrograd, when the general population was 150 million. However, the Soviet flag itself showed the unity between the proletariat or workers and the peasants or farmers, the hammer and sickle. In the 1880s and 1890s, factories opened in Russia. The landless peasants fled to the cities and went to work in factories. Trotsky said about these times, quote, Russian peasants were thrown into a seething cauldron of factory life, unquote. This was a result of the rise of rich farmers as a result of the Tsar's policies. Therefore, the middle and lower farmers were left behind, eventually becoming proletarianized. Anarchists were for revolution of the peasants. Marxists were for revolution of the workers in Russia at the time. Splits are part of the development of the revolutionary movement. So among the Marxists, there were splits, such as the split of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in exile in 1903. It came down to a battle of ideas between two leaders in the party, Martov and Lenin. The Bolsheviks were called the hard or hardcore group. The Mensheviks were the soft or softies. Trotsky and Lenin did not see eye to eye at the time, but reconciled later. Bolshevik in Russian means majority, Menshevik meaning minority. The split came out of a tactical, not political difference. The Mensheviks believed objectively the Russian Revolution could be a bourgeois revolution, as its immediate task was the overthrow of the monarchy. In 1905, Lenin's slogan called for, quote, democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, unquote. Dictatorship meaning all power to give it to. Lenin believed European workers would show them how it's done. Then, together with them, they would bring about the socialist revolution. Trotsky said there cannot be a bourgeois revolution since they are tied with a thousand links to land-owning class, to land and class through banks, linked to foreign capital as well, to British and French bankers, and could not end their role in World War I nor give land to peasants. Lenin and Trotsky, therefore, by 1917, advocated the overthrow of the bourgeois provisional government of Kerensky, while the old Bolsheviks, including Stalin, wanted to continue to work with Kerensky, who had invited the exiles back to the country in February of 1917. The theory of permanent revolution states the peasantry, unlike the working class, cannot play an independent role. This is because the vanguard of the revolution... Sorry, I'm losing track of what I'm reading here. I'm almost done. This is because the vanguard of the revolution has to be educated and the working class have to be more educated elements than the peasants. That is why Lenin advocated literacy, and the Leninist policy was implemented in revolutionary Cuba, transforming the country into one of the most literate in Latin America under Castro, where the country was quite backward under Batista, the U.S. puppet. Leaders like Fidel Castro, Ho Chi Minh, and Hugo Chavez, although having left this work with them from the onset of their movements, all started out as bourgeois nationalist leaders. However, they did not become communists or socialists because they were backed by communist socialists who persuaded them to change their ways. They, in fact, became as such because of being pushed into it by Western imperialism, which, of course, was not the intention of the empires. Ho Chi Minh, being betrayed by the Americans in the 1940s and invaded by the French, turned to communism. Hugo Chavez, with the U.S.-backed coup attempt in 2002, brought in the British Trotskyist Alan Woods as an advisor and became openly socialist. Chavez had a transformation, so did Che Guevara. Che's writings from the 1950s versus the 1960s had a big contrast, as Che became friends with Belgian Trotskyist Ernest Mendel, and learned through implementing socialism in Cuba, he went away from Stalinism. So by the time Che entered Bolivia incognito to fight in his last fight, he was not the same ideas from 10 years prior. Castro was thrown into the arms of the Soviets when the U.S. refused to help Cuba, whose economy was sacked by Batista in 1959, and Che was happy when Fidel veered towards socialism. If you look back to the 1930s and the rise of POUM, who were fighting the fascists in Spain during the Civil War, with internationalists like Orwell, they were brutally crushed by the Stalinists as they entered the war. POUM had leaders like Trotsky's former secretary, Nin, who was later captured by the Stalinists, where Comrade Nin was skinned alive. The backing of the bourgeois elements in Barcelona, the destroying of the militias and coalition parties like POUM, who were fighting the fascists on the front, resulted in a demoralization of the left, along with the Hitler-Stalin Pact, which started a few months later after the defeat of the left and the rise of Franco in Spain. In fact, the same year, 1939. Many left the Communist Party throughout the world as a result. Poland was split up, and World War II happened soon after. Now let us return to 1917. The old Bolsheviks like Kamenev and Stalin clung to the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry slogan of 1905 all the way into October 1917, and wanted to support the provisional government, who kept Russia in World War I. Things, however, changed since 1905 in the movement. The old Bolsheviks didn't understand Lenin's method, only those words. Lenin had to go back to Russia and sort this out as they could. as they could ally with the Bolsheviks temporarily in order to seize power. As Lenin was still a wanted man, he did so at a great risk and went incognito. Lenin and Trotsky united easily in 1917, since Lenin arrived at Trotsky's conclusion of 1905. The theory of permanent revolution was proven in 1917. The Bolsheviks would have never seized power without it. With the defeat of Leninism and the rise of Stalin, Stalin took the Menshevik position of two-stage theory, also known as socialism of one state. Many Stalinists were former Mensheviks. Lenin always combated this idea. Mensheviks believed the workers must not take power under any circumstances. Chiang Kai-shek was also of two-stage theory, a bourgeois leader backed by Stalin in China who was opposing Mao. One example of many of this disastrous theory is the Indonesian Maoists themselves in the mid-1960s, who were also supporters of two-stage theory and backing the liberal dictator Suharto, which resulted in a banning of the communists and a massacre of at least 1 million communists. The Indonesian working class still is not covered from this. The notion of said theory is the bourgeois must take power, that the workers must subordinate themselves to the bourgeois liberals. This first stage is to consolidate bourgeois democracy, then someday socialism. Maybe in 100 years, then talk about socialism in Russia. The bourgeoisie would not have made necessary forms if they were left alone in Kerensky's regime. It would have resulted in Russian fascism worse than German or Italian. Lenin said, quote, "Workers' democracy is 1,000,000 times more democratic than bourgeois democracy," unquote. To revise this history and state that Lenin was for peasants only in power or for a bourgeois democracy, as many Stalinists do, is nonsensical and contradicts the facts. If Lenin considered Trotsky's ideas wrong, then why had he given him important positions in his government, such as the Commissar of War, Commissar of Foreign Affairs, and let Trotsky form the Red Army, which comprised of ragtag soldiers, former Tsarist officers who proved their loyalty, and veterans of World War I? While many of the old Bolsheviks were critical and jealous of Trotsky's rise, he was getting things done and he had the utmost confidence of Lenin. The Soviet Union, still in its infancy, faced a civil war, 14 invading armies, and an embargo from the West. As a result, Lenin and Trotsky advocated the new economic policy. The NEP was temporary and necessary, so limited capitalism could emerge so the economy could strengthen and defend itself from the threat of war. This was, however, not rooted in two-state theory, as it was not done via a bourgeois revolution, which the old Bolsheviks, including Stalin, advocated. Venezuela, not being fully socialist, has garnered unfair criticism. This is where I mentioned Maduro very briefly. Maduro's policies are still in line with Marxism since, like Tsarist Russia, Venezuela is still a developing country and needs limited capitalism. Once it is developed enough, it can implement full socialism. Of course, Venezuela, like the Soviet Union and Cuba, is going through its own embargo. However, Maduro, like Chavez, is of the working class and advocates for the poor and working class, bettering their conditions. It's possible to be of the working class and still advocate for the bourgeois. Batista himself in Cuba was not of the upper classes. However, a revolution led by the working class is what must be advocated. Stalinists, although not an imperialist themselves, as former Trotskyists believe, like the imperialists, sabotage Che's efforts in Bolivia. And like the imperialists believe, with the killing of the revolutionary, you destroy their ideas. They cannot be more wrong. And Stalin ordering Trotsky's death in Mexico, it immortalized his ideas. So that's my opening statement.
Okay. There's a number of things you said there that I would question. I can't respond to all of it because you went on for quite some time. I guess one thing that you said is, I believe you said the only person who believed the working class could take power in Russia was Trotsky. And I would disagree with that. I think that there was a whole history of Russian Marxism, Georgy Plekhanov, the Bellman of Lenin, the Bolsheviks, You also mentioned, the issue of workers and peasants. And it seems like that was the primary disagreement between Lenin and Trotsky before the revolution. Is Lenin was calling for a revolutionary dictatorship of the workers and peasants, whereas Trotsky had this contempt for the peasantry, that they were a class without a future, they aspire to become bourgeois, and throughout his entire life, he has nothing but contempt for peasants. And you can see this in his writings on China. Right before Trotsky's death, the late 30s, he's writing as Mao is leading a glorious revolution. All over the world, people are admiring Mao, like the book Red Star Over China is a best-selling book. And Trotsky is writing about how the Chinese army is led by, peasants, and so therefore it's not revolutionary. Trotsky, he holds on to this kind of elitist contempt for peasants, and he admires the West. Trotsky writes at one point that New York City is the foundry where the fate of mankind will be forged. Well, Lenin wrote an entire book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, explaining why Marx's prediction that socialism would first come to the Western countries and then expand to the developing world was incorrect. That it's because of imperialism. You have the development of the aristocracy of labor and the stratification of the working class in the homeland, and the revolutionary energy is in the East. It's in the developing countries, where those countries are kept out of historical development. They're kept poor by imperialism, and that they can fight for their liberation and move towards socialism in kind of a class collaborationist way, where the workers, even some of the local bourgeoisie, you can have a block of 4 classes who fight to build socialism on the basis of freeing their country from imperialism. And of course, the working class takes the lead because they are the biggest class with the most to gain, but it is a united front of forces that want to break out of imperialism. Trotsky's position on China, for example, you mentioned Chiang Kai-shek being someone who was supported. Well, the KMT movement in China was a mass movement. Dr. Sun Yat-sen is this figure that emerges in China. He builds a mass movement, the KMT nationalist movement, for 3 principles: independence, democracy, and the people's livelihood. It's widely understood that the people's livelihood meant some kind of vague understanding of socialism. And, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the leader of the KMT, actually applied to join the Communist International. And Lenin wouldn't allow it because he was not a Marxist, but he was an observer. And the decision for the communists in China to go into the KMT and support the KMT as this mass progressive upsurge in China was overwhelmingly correct. I mean, when the Chinese Communist Party was founded, it was roughly 65 people. It became a party of millions of people because they joined in an anti-imperialist united front. Now, Chiang Kai-shek ended up betraying the KMT, not just the communists, but the KMT. The KMT was for independence, democracy, and the people's livelihood. Chiang Kai-shek became a stooge of the Western imperialists and started killing communists. And so at that point, Mao went into the countryside and they led a revolution of the peasantry. And eventually the cities were seized and you had the Chinese Revolution. It seems like, this idea that the peasantry cannot play a revolutionary role is just not historically accurate.
Well,
now,
can I ask you something now about China?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Because I don't know the numbers. I don't have them in front of me. I had figures for Russia, but do you know how many working class people existed in China in 1949 when Mao took over?
I know that at the time that the Chinese Communist Party was organizing in the 20s and 30s, it was a very small number. The population was overwhelmingly peasants, right?
Yeah, because like I said earlier, and you haven't disputed this, in the 1850s, in the time of Marx, there was only 3 major countries that even had an existing working class. And I think something else, and you'll probably agree with this, of why Mao was so successful is because the collaborative mentality is very much an Eastern culture and in Chinese culture. And so when Mao was advocating his version of Marxism, the Chinese understood it because they're not individualist.
Well, I think it was more about the fact that China was oppressed as a nation, right? That the whole of China was oppressed, whether it was, they had signs in the parks that said no dogs or Chinese allowed. Right. And that only with Marxism could China really break the chains of imperialism, but all the classes of China had something to gain from that revolution. Right? And the 4 stars on the Chinese flag represent the block of 4 classes led by the Chinese Communist Party. And that in itself, debunks Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution, that only the working class, only the industrial worker can make a revolution.
Back to 1905 in Russia, so in Tsarist Russia. So you kind of misquoted me there because I was saying that Trotsky was the only figure who was developing permanent revolution in 1905, which advocated for workers' democracy. There was a polemic or debate going on at the time with Lenin and others about how they were going to divide up whenever they would take power with the workers. I'm sorry, with the peasants. But like I alluded to earlier, in the late 1800s, a lot of those workers were peasants. They were entering the factories.
Oh.
And so let me take it back also to actually not back. Let me take a more recent Maduro, right?
Yeah.
So I'm an embassy protector, so I have contacts down there. I'm fluent in Spanish. So Maduro went on the record and said that people that are calling him the Stalin of the Caribbean are absurd. He took that as an insult. And I like to give quotes. You heard in my opening statement, I gave some quotes. I've yet to see a quote where Maduro has said verbatim, I am a Stalinist. A few times he talked about Stalin, he distanced himself from Stalinism. And like I said, Alan Woods was an advisor of Chavez, and Maduro was there as well. So they had some influence from Trotskyists. I'm not saying that Chavez was a Trotskyist or Orthodox Trotskyist or anything like that. Right? There's many different interpretations of Trotskyism, but certainly there was an influence there. And I've never seen a speech where Chavez or Maduro said they were Stalinists. There's been speeches where Chavez has said we need to not be like Napoleon, we need to be like Trotsky. And everybody knows in Marxist language what that means. Stalin's called the Russian Napoleon. So maybe he didn't come out and say, I'm anti-Stalinist, not to offend certain people. But certainly I've never seen a speech where Chavez has said, I am a Stalinist, or Stalin did great things, or,
Why would he say that? I mean, Venezuela is a completely different situation. And Stalin himself scolded the U.S. Communist Party for calling themselves Stalinists. He said there's no such thing as Stalinism. He said, I'm only a Marxist-Leninist. So, I don't know. I don't think Maduro is putting into practice Stalin's economic or political policies. It's not a one-party state. But you were interesting because you support Maduro, right? And you say Venezuela is not fully socialist. You support Maduro, but you then condemn the Communist Party of Indonesia for supporting Suharto. And I'm curious about that because
Maduro. Suharto was a liberal Democrat. He didn't represent the working class. He represented the bourgeoisie.
Well, I think he openly advocated building socialism in Indonesia. He was talking about Marxism. I mean, he was like Maduro, except he didn't have support among the military. And I don't think it was incorrect for the communists of Indonesia to support, a very popular leader who is redistributing land, who is nationalizing industries, moving the country towards socialism. I think it was good they supported him. I think the problem was that the military in Indonesia didn't support it. But what is the difference? Why is Suharto different than Maduro? Why is it okay to support Maduro, but not okay to support Suharto?
President Kennedy instituted the Alliance for Progress in Latin America and advocated for agrarian reform. Our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, had advocated, he didn't use the words agrarian reform, but he said any man that has too much land, it should belong to the state. So you had plenty of bourgeois leaders who have advocated agrarian reform. Just because Suharto talked about socialism and had some minimal agrarian reform does not mean that he was a Marxist or he was trying to make a workers' democracy.
So what is it that makes Maduro different? Because I understand there's a huge amount of private enterprise and stuff in Venezuela. I would say Venezuela is a fully socialist country. The economy is centered around oil. Oil then subsidizes the industries. The government controls the major centers of economic power. The way I see it, Venezuela is fully socialist. They say they're on the road to a socialist ideal, and I respect that. But I would say it's not a capitalist country. At this point, I would say the state is in the hands of revolutionaries.
Do you think that China has capitalism?
What?
Do you think that China has capitalism in their
I would
system?
say that China is a socialist society, and like most socialist societies in our age, it has a market sector, a very big market sector. But overall, it's about 50% state ownership. The government controls major industries. It controls banking. I think there's more state ownership in China than there is in Venezuela. But again, Maduro, took power just like Chavez did through elections. They proceeded to changed the nature of the nationalization of the oil, so it was really nationalized. They were using the state. Chavez was in a coalition with capitalists when he first took power, started moving towards socialism. I don't understand if it's a crime for workers and communists to support Dr. Sun Yat-sen, if it's a crime for workers and communists to support Suharto, why is it okay for them to support Maduro and Chavez? What makes them different?
I'm not even saying it's necessarily a crime, but in hindsight, we know it was a mistake. Communists were massacred in Indonesia. You can't compare the situation in Indonesia. Maduro hasn't gone out of his way to massacre communists in Venezuela. It's a completely different situation.
Didn't massacre communists. They were massacred after he was overthrown in the 1965 coup. But they were among his biggest supporters, the communists were. And in fact, he depended on them. And he was even setting up an army of communists, from what I understand. He was setting up a separate wing of the armed forces that would be made up primarily of communists. He wasn't massacring communists. He was.
So what was the name of the Indonesian leader in 1965 who took over?
I believe that was Sukarno, right?
People get the two names mixed up all the time. But the point I'm trying to make is there was a backing from communists in Russia, of the bourgeois leaders in Indonesia, and it resulted in chaos. But let's not talk so much about Indonesia, because I want to get to the present and Venezuela. We touched on Russia, we touched on China, we touched on Indonesia. Let's get to Venezuela here. That's where my expertise are on. Okay, so Maduro comes from working class background. That's important to emphasize. People say that Trotsky is part of the aristocracy. As I addressed in my opening statement, that's an exaggeration. His family were middle class. But Maduro, like Chavez, does come from the working class. He was the president of the bus workers union before he entered the Chavista movement. And the majority of people that support Maduro and that are involved in the political left, and Venezuelans love history. They don't just focus on the geopolitics of their country. You know, they have the discussion about Stalinism and Trotskyism there all the time. And so they're educated, but of the working class. And so the people that were backing Maduro, the majority, if they weren't Trotskyists, they were influenced by Trotsky or had sympathetic views of what Trotsky was trying to do alongside Lenin. There's a minority of Stalinists there, but again, I've never seen a speech where nor Chavez, nor any of his ministers, nor Maduro are saying that they're Stalinists. It's kind of I don't want to say revisionist history because it's going on in the present, but it's kind of revising. It's like when people say, and I addressed this in my opening statement, that permanent revolution was invented by Trotsky. You know that's not true. I quoted very clearly Marx and what he said, and it all stemmed from Marx. And yes, Trotsky was trying to develop something for the first time that was revolutionary in 1905. I believe it happened in 1917, proved him right, because you had a workers' revolution. There was enough working class people by then, and there was a vanguard by then, an educated vanguard, not necessarily intelligentsia, but an educated vanguard that were able to help take over and overthrow the Tsar at the time. And so the difference is tactics right now, right? Because in Venezuela, they were democratically elected. But there's a lot of, well, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't deny that there is a big Trotskyist influence in Venezuela. I mean, I know about Alan Woods and the international Marxist tendency and the fact that they had some influence there. I don't think they have much influence any longer, but they really did have a great deal of influence, I think 2007, 2008-ish. And it makes sense that Trotskyism would have an influence in Venezuela, as it has a big influence in the global Marxist movement now, because it's the kind of Marxism that the bourgeoisie has chosen to promote. Like, there are Hollywood movies promoting Trotsky. The Congress for Cultural Freedom promotes Trotsky.
They don't necessarily portray Trotsky in a good way. You said they glorify him. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. There was things they could have omitted. They showed him having an affair with Frida Kahlo. You see what I'm saying? So they show him with certain arrogance that weren't necessarily true about him. So Hollywood doesn't necessarily glorify him.
Right, but the Congress for Cultural Freedom and the CIA certainly glorified him. I mean, Sidney Hook, the leader of the CIA's program, was himself a former Trotskyist. And all over the world,
all revolutionary movements were infiltrated by the CIA. So because it was infiltrated by the CIA doesn't mean that it was Trotsky's intention for his organization to be run by the imperialists.
No, but I think that the point is, though, that the reason Trotskyism is so prevalent around the world is because the imperialists find it useful. And they found it useful in Hungary. They found it useful in Czechoslovakia, all over Eastern Europe in the late 1980s, early 90s, when socialist governments were being overthrown. Right? The Western imperialists called it glorious revolutions. What was happening was counter-revolution, right? The Soviet Union was toppled. Those countries were opened up to international banks, looted the country. The rate of sex trafficking went through the roof. The overthrow of socialism was a historical abomination. I mean, it resulted in mass death and suffering like we've never seen before.
Well, you know, Trotsky always supported the socialist-based economy under Stalin. The Trotskyists that were part of the movement that claimed that Stalin was a capitalist or imperialist, or they didn't want to support the Soviet Union that war with Finland, for example, they were thrown out because that was against what Trotsky was about. As a matter of fact, I saw one of your videos, you talked about Cannon. James Cannon's differences, and you know he wasn't a lawyer. Yeah, his book's there, yeah. But James Cannon's differences with Schmackman and the other comrades was not so much about class, but was the fact that Schmackman was calling Stalinists imperialists. And that goes against what Trotsky was saying. Sure. So you have to be careful not to say, okay, the Soviet Union was overthrown and then the Trotskyists liked it or something like that. No, the Trotskyists were also upset that the socialist-based economy collapsed. And a lot of people in the Soviet Union want to return to the Soviet Union as a result. The thing is, under a totalitarian Stalinist society that lacks freedoms, there's problems there too. You need a society where there's freedoms and also a socialist-based economy. And in a workers' democracy like advocated by Lenin and Trotsky, they would have provided these freedoms.
Well, see, that's interesting. Now let me respond. There's a few things you said there I want to respond to. Like, the first thing is, right, I would say that 99.9% of people who call themselves Trotskyists are not like you, right? You know what Trotsky actually said.
I worked with them in DC. You had Marty Goodman from Socialist Action. You know, Trotskyists nowadays are very united. You don't see those orthodox sectarian ways anymore.
Right. Well, most people that call themselves Trotskyists, they do it simply because they don't want to be associated with Stalin, right? They've heard that Stalin is evil, that communism's evil, and they want to be able to say, look, I'm a communist, but I'm not like the bad kind. I'm not a Stalinist. I'm a Trotskyist. And that's all it's about, right? And that's why they say things like the Soviet Union was state capitalist and imperialist, even though Trotsky said the opposite of that.
Because Trotsky made it emphatically clear that you can't call the Soviet Union imperialist and call yourself a Trotskyist. It's like saying the Crusaders was what Christ wanted, you know?
All right, most people who adhere to Trotskyism don't even really care what Trotsky said. I'm agreeing with you. They just do it as a gesture of trying to gain favor with the capitalists and the imperialists. It's a way it's a cowardly move on most people's part. Now, you are the exception, right? Marxism, which I come out of, there's a history of me with Marxism, is the exception. But most people that are Trotskyists simply do it because they want to gain favor with this society and with imperialism.
When I go to the forums, like the left forum in New York that I used to go to all the time, the majority of the people there are either Maoists or Trotskyists. There's very few open Stalinists that show up. And these people that show up there, they're very educated. They're not just showing up there to say, oh, I'm a Stalinist. There are people that are discussing different works, and they're not all from the upper classes, mind you. Some of them, like I've gone there on scholarship. I couldn't even afford to buy a ticket to the left forum. I'm of the working class. So you have a lot of people like me that showed up to left forum, and it's not full of middle class or upper middle class people saying, oh, I'm just here because I'm not a Stalinist. These were people that were very educated, were very familiar with Trotsky work, and it's mind you that they actually represent the majority.
Why did they say the Soviet Union was state capitalist and imperialist? If they're educated and they know what Trotsky said, why don't they agree with you? I mean, you're arguing my point.
Well, let me tell you this. The founder of ISO, and there's a common claim here. The founder of ISO, I can't think of his name right now, but I've looked him up, and you know, he was one of those people that was saying, and this was when Trotsky was still alive, that Soviet Union was imperialist. I'm sorry?
Tony Cliff?
Yeah, it must have been him. So he was saying that. He was one of the founders of ISO, and him and Trotsky had a polemic as a result. Yeah. And several people that were Trotskyists in ISO left the organization. Here we are all these years later, and they're saying that all the DSA leadership or all the ISO leadership are Trotskyists, and they're all conspiring to favor regime change. That sounds like conspiracy theory to me. I'll give you an example. I have a lot of respect for Max Blumenthal and his journalistic work. You know, he was also involved at the embassy, but he wrote a very controversial article some time ago, and I challenged him to a debate as a result. And in that article, basically was saying that not just DSA leadership, and I have issues with DSA leadership, but it was saying rank and file, all these people, all these Trotskyists are pro-regime change, and that's just not true. And that's why I'm glad you've given me, and I'm thankful that you've given me an opportunity to defend my views, because you know, polemics happen like that, and there's not an opportunity for both sides to discuss it. But I'm sure you can concede that Stalin's tactics, sending opponents to the Gulag, you know, how vicious he was against Trotskyism, how he demoralized the left and all these moves. I mean, you got to admit, that's not a benevolent leader by any means.
Well, Al, now you got to let me respond here and not interrupt me now. I've let you talk. Now you got to...
Yeah.
First of all, I agree with you that the majority of people calling themselves Trotskyists disagree with what Trotsky said and don't defend the Soviet Union, don't say it's a degenerated workers' state, they say it's state capitalist, and that's not correct in terms of what Trotsky said. And that further makes my point that most people at this point who embrace Trotsky don't do it because they actually care about what Trotsky said. They do it because they are trying to disassociate themselves from actually existing socialism, right? And that there are some exceptions, right, like Marxism, which I come out of, and others. But let me also add that, you talk about, you just said, is Stalin repressive? Well, right after the Bolsheviks took power, like a week after they took power, they implemented the death penalty for drinking alcohol, and they forcibly conscripted all the men into the military. That's horrendous. I would never want to be in a situation where people are getting shot for drinking alcohol, where all kinds of people are being conscripted. But it was in the context of a civil war in which they were being surrounded, and they had to use the most ironclad authoritarian discipline. And Trotsky himself was very brutal, and very repressive to the workers' opposition. He is the guy who put down the Kronstadt revolt. Trotsky sent a lot of people to the firing squad. He executed all kinds of people.
Deserters.
Repressive.
An extreme situation. That's how they dealt with deserters.
He had no problem with political repression until he himself was politically repressed. And his disagreement was not about the Soviet Union not being democratic enough. His disagreement, in essence, was that the Soviet Union was not following his theory of permanent revolution. He wanted the Soviet Union to be a temporary military holdout in an all-out crusade to seize the West in his fantasy of permanent revolution. And Stalin saw that the people, the workers and the peasants of Russia, had been through war. Millions had died. They were being blockaded, and that it was time to build socialism in one country. And what Stalin did with the 5-year economic plans, where he industrialized the country, he raised people out of poverty, he built huge power plants, he built running water, rural huts were replaced with modern housing units in the name of socialism in one country. Stalin achieved huge things, but he wouldn't have been able to do that. He wouldn't have been able to do that if they had maintained the theory of permanent revolution, because in order to do it, they had to make deals with the West. They had to bring in technicians and engineers from Western countries. They had to sign treaties, right? There were a lot of Henry Ford went and did business in the Soviet Union and had joint ventures with Soviet enterprises. And he
was very good friends with the Nazis.
Yeah, they did business with all kinds of countries. And if the Soviet Union had remained committed to this belief that they were just in it for this bloodthirsty fantasy for the West, they would never have been able to raise all the people out of poverty as they did, number one. And number two, they wouldn't have lasted because the Russian peasantry and the Russian people were tired of war. I mean, you talk about the 1920s in Russia. Trotskyists like to glorify it like it was a good time. That was not a good time. Millions of people were dying. I mean, there was a blockade. They couldn't get medicine. I mean, compare that to the 1930s when Stalin was industrializing it.
I understand. Let me just put my 2 cents in real quick, Caleb. So
you can speak.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So when the Russian Civil War ended in the early 1920s, it was a good time because they won. I mean, there was devastation as a result, but they were able to start an independent policy. They were able to build themselves up. So there was a time in Lenin's government that was good when the Civil War ended, and there was opportunities to start reversing these emergency policies. Now, Stalin was never head of the Soviet government during the Civil War. So you can't justify it because all this time, all these decades that Stalin was head of the Soviet government, they were not in the Civil War. Yes, there was a war later on, which was World War II, but from the end of the Civil War all the way to World War II was peacetime. And yet all these temporary emergency measures were maintained by Stalin to make a dictatorship for himself, not for the proletariat. So I'll give you an example. I support right now UBI, right? But I'm also a socialist. So I do not support UBI permanently. We need a socialist-based economy that will guarantee employment. This is an emergency measure because we're in a crisis. So those emergency measures, the repression of dissenters, of deserters, when they were having a ragtag army holding on to the soldiers they could against a menace and 40 invading armies, like I mentioned earlier, that were backing the White Guards during the Civil War, those were all temporary measures. It was always Trotsky's intention, just like it was Lenin's intention. They had said this emphatically, and it was always in their writings, to make a workers' democracy. I quoted Lenin earlier. He said, a workers' democracy is 1,000,000 times more democratic than a bourgeois democracy. You might have had a socialist-based economy under Stalin, but you did not have a workers' democracy. This is what happened with the two-stage theory, not just in the foreign policy I mentioned earlier, like in Spain and in those countries under Stalin, but within Soviet society itself. There was a lack of democracy, lack of vote, lack of freedom. And that's the issue is. And again, I want to make this very clear. I'm not saying, in my view, and maybe we can put a poll out later in the Trotskyist groups of what books they've read of Trotsky and demonstrate what books they've read of Trotsky. But it is not my view that the majority of Trotskyists are not familiar with Trotsky or contradict Trotsky. There are some, of course, and in every movement, and I'm quoting John Reed here and saying Trotsky is like Jesus or a saint. But if you could put it in terms, I alluded to this earlier, it's like saying the Crusaders, that all the ideology of the Crusaders that were invading Palestine at the time was told to them by Jesus Christ. They were taking what Jesus said out of context, or maybe not even understanding the Bible and using it as a cover for their own imperialist war at the time, their religious wars. So it's the same with groups that claim to be Trotskyists or have Trotskyist elements within it that are calling their opponents, like the Stalinists, imperialists when they're not imperialists. Certainly Stalin, just as Hitler and other leaders, Napoleon, was totalitarian. It was totalitarian, that people lacked freedoms. There was paranoia, people were rounded up. And this went on for decades. Like Khrushchev, and I'm not saying Khrushchev was a saint either, but Khrushchev, I think, did a lot of good. And he tried to reverse a lot of what Stalin had done. I mentioned him earlier. He showed how Stalin poisoned people, and the original Bolsheviks, how they eventually were wiped out. But Stalin in the beginning, as an old Bolshevik, as I referred to earlier, him with Kerensky and others, not Kerensky, Kamenev and others, wanted to work with the bourgeois leader Kerensky in early 1917. Lenin had to come in and put a stop to this, and that's why Trotsky and Lenin united at the time, because they both agreed on this. That can't back the bourgeoisie. Therefore, they were backing up perm revolution. I saw one of your videos said a lot of Trotskyists don't understand perm revolution. I understand it very well. And people, again, that claim that this idea came purely from Trotsky, no, it came from the words of Marx, and Trotsky developed it in the early 1900s.
Let me be clear on a couple points, though, right? Now, first of all, I'm going to go backwards, but with Kerensky, right? Now, Lenin was very careful. If you look at the position, Kerensky came to power because of the uprising against the Tsar. And while the Bolsheviks offered no support to the Kerensky government, they did not call for its overthrow. They were strategic in how they operated. And actually, the reason the Bolsheviks ultimately took power is because they defended the Kerensky government from the Kornilov reaction. General Kornilov was going to come in and install himself as the military dictator and overthrow Kerensky. The Bolsheviks mobilized defense of Petrograd, St. Petersburg from the Kornilov reaction. And it was actually because they defended Kerensky and they defended a bourgeois government from fascist reaction that they ultimately took power. That was the moment where, the government in St. Petersburg started handing over the keys to the armories to the Bolsheviks. They were building a bigger army. They were essential. And it was through defending Kerensky that they ultimately took power. So it's not correct to say he said, we'll never support Kerensky. His position was careful. It wasn't just blindly follow Kerensky, put forward our own program and our own vision, but defend Kerensky for counter-revolution.
I understand. Lenin called the liberals useful idiots. He said that you could work temporarily with the anarchists and the liberals like Kerensky, but eventually they had to go away. So that was all tactical.
So why could we not tactically support Dr. Sun Yat-sen? Why can we not tactically
let me answer that. I need to say that. So that doesn't mean in that situation that
the KMT, the betrayal of the Chinese Revolution. He says that by supporting the KMT, Stalin is responsible for the crimes of Chiang Kai-shek, right? In Spain, he condemns support for the Spanish Republic. This belief that you can never have an alliance with bourgeois progressives, that you must have this pure working class line, that is a central part of Trotskyism.
I'm talking about Spain. Okay, I lived in Spain and I've studied the history thoroughly, and I've mentioned it in my opening statement.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say is once the Soviet Union was powerful and it established itself, it had a responsibility in its foreign policy to support other communists in other countries. Instead, it preferred to back bourgeois leaders. That's not the same thing as a temporary alliance with Kerensky. And so let me talk to you about Spain. I mentioned earlier PUM. PUM was a political party and a militia that was very important in Spain that were starting to defeat the fascists. If you read George Orwell and other internationalists that took part in actions against Franco's forces in Spain, they were successful, and they were starting to defeat them in their battles in Aragon, outside of Barcelona, and all those areas in Spain. What happened? What happened was Stalin came in and started making all these conditions to get support for Soviet rifles, because Spain, the Spanish Republic, was getting support from Mexico, but their rifles were very bad quality that they were using to fight against Franco's forces. So they were relying on the Soviet aid, but the Soviets came and they meddled, and they came with their socialism one-state theory, and they said, we need to bring the bourgeois back to Barcelona, started demoralizing the left. Then they went in and rounded up POUM. They killed its leader viciously, as I told you earlier, and the POUM was comprised not just of Trotskyists, you know.
Whoa. We need to back up here. We need to back up here and be clear what we're talking about. Spain has a republican government, an elected government, a popular republic that comes out of a revolution. That government has communists and socialist elected deputies, right? And Franco wants to overthrow them and set up a fascist dictatorship, right? And so the Soviet Union is coming to the aid of the Spanish Republic and trying to build an alliance of people to defend the Spanish Republic from fascism. And instead of supporting the Spanish Republic, the Trotskyites launch an uprising against it, saying they're neither for the Spanish Republic or for fascism, they're for pure communist revolution or whatnot, right? And, you know, I mean, George Orwell, I cannot think of a greater propagandist for the imperialists. I read Animal Farm in school. I read 1984 in school. That is pure anti-communist bourgeois propaganda, right? I mean, you know, the Russian proletariat is portrayed as the horse, as stupid people that get sent to the gulag. I cannot think of a more counter-revolutionary writer than George Orwell. I mean, he had utter contempt for the Russian peasants, utter contempt for the Russian workers. And the fact that you would trust him, I mean, this is a guy who worked in the Ministry of Information of the British government. He was a British intelligence officer, for goodness sake.
If I could finish, some of literature is valid, just like some of Kropotkin's literature, who I mentioned earlier, is valid. Does that mean that I adhere to anarchist thinking? No. Does that mean I adhere to what Orwell's thinking was? No. He was more of an anarchist as well. But what I'm saying is that Orwell, you know, he was a prominent figure. His literature had made some valid points. Go ahead.
Let me also mention, you mentioned before,
the intro, I'm sorry.
Union was not in civil war in the 1930s, right? It wasn't from the time of the end of the Civil War up until World War II, they were not at war. I don't agree with that. I think that regardless of the fact that the Soviet Union, there weren't invading armies within their borders, the Soviet Union was always fighting for its life. It was always surrounded. It was always blockaded. And any ability to make a treaty or a deal was the exception. The capitalists never gave it a moment of peace. And that the situation where the Soviet Union became a very authoritarian country, I don't deny that human rights were violated and all of that, but that was due to the fact that the Soviet Union was trying to build socialism surrounded by imperialism. And Trotsky himself admits this. If you read The Revolution Betrayed, Trotsky writes at length about how the rise of what he calls the Stalinist bureaucracy, it wasn't a moral abomination, it was the natural outgrowth of those circumstances. When countries are impoverished and developing and trying to build socialism, they don't have the luxury of doing it with a pure egalitarian democratic way. And if you want the Soviet Union to be more democratic, you should fight the imperialists and get the imperialists off their back. You shouldn't go around joining with the imperialists and condemning the Soviet Union, echoing their denunciations like Trotsky did. Trotsky spent the last years of his life, when he was in exile, he was a professional anti-communist. He wrote for the newspapers of William Randolph Hearst, the fascist advisor.
On what the word communist means. You know, the state is supposed to wither away. You're not supposed to have a Stalinist bureaucracy. That's not what communism is to me as a Trotskyist. And I was trying to ask you earlier, and I had to write it down. The intro, let me ask you something real quick. The intro of 1984, the intro that was not originally published with the book. Did you see that intro that came out years later that Orwell wrote?
No.
So in that intro, he said that the society I'm describing could be here in Great Britain. A lot of people interpreted it as being Stalinist. I mean, I don't think it was Orwell's fault if he's describing totalitarianism and a lot of these people are saying Stalin. I mean, that's the correct characteristics of his regime, and we know that from literature that that was smuggled out. But he was also saying Great Britain could become that way. He said that in the intro. And again, this is not a defense of Orwell. I am not adherent of anarchism or Orwell's beliefs. I'm just saying he's somebody you can learn from, just like Kropotkin.
Well,
and
the CIA found him to be very useful, and they paid for a movie of his book Animal Farm to be created. I mean, you know, and he worked for the British Ministry of Information. He actually worked for the British state. I mean, he was a state propagandist for the
I'm not justifying, but he was doing it fighting fascists. He thought it was the best way to fight fascists. I don't want to join up with the bourgeoisie like that to fight fascists in those circumstances, but that's what Orwell did with the intention to fight fascists. And I think he was a fervent anti-fascist and held on to kind of social democratic anarchist beliefs. But I want to make the point real quick that the minority...
Communism. That's why it's effective anti-communism. It contains criticism of Western society, of conformity. It's middle-class individualism, right? And that they discovered. That was the whole point. The CIA discovered in the 1950s that McCarthyite anti-communism could only go so far, and that the way to effectively fight communism was by putting out this kind of middle class, you know, critique. That's why they set up the Partisan Review magazine and had the writings of Susan Sontag and others, right? Is that it's much more effective.
The CIA invented Trotsky. The CIA wasn't around till 8 years after Trotsky died.
They found Trotskyism to be very useful, right? It's very useful, right?
Itself, but I'm trying to say something. So a minority of the workers in Catalonia, in Spain at the time of the Civil War, would call themselves Trotskyists, okay? So the Trotskyists didn't have that big of influence. To say the Trotskyists caused the overthrow of the Republican government is an overstatement. What happened was you had a workers' revolution during the Civil War. The bourgeoisie was thrown out of Barcelona. The POUM militia started fighting the fascists. They were very successful in that fight. They brought in internationalist elements. Even Hemingway was there at one time, besides Orwell. Again, I'm bringing up these people not to say I adhere to all their beliefs, but just an example of the prominent people who were there at the time fighting the fascists. And so with all of that going on, they ended up being demoralized when they rounded up the POUM. And when they brought in exchange for the so-called Soviet rifles, they made all these conditions and brought back the bourgeoisie, and there was a demoralization. And then, as I mentioned, the opening statement earlier that year, there was Hitler-Stalin Pact, which I think was
Why would Stalin want to prevent the rise of socialism in Spain? Why would that be in his interest?
He found out that Conrad Nin was the founder of POUM, and he was very paranoid about Trotskyists. The fact that Nin had worked for Trotsky as his secretary, he wanted to pay all the POUM members as Trotskyists, which is false. They were a coalition. So and he couldn't stand Trotskyists could take any power in Spain, and so he wanted to crush it. You know, and he wanted to crush bourgeoisie because that was also in line with his theory, to be fair. It wasn't just a personal thing, it was his theory. But those are the two primary reasons.
Well, I find the idea that Stalin would work to overthrow the Spanish Republic purely because he didn't like Trotskyists to be absurd.
I say that.
And I think that
I did not say that Stalin overthrew the Republican government. What I was saying is that after the workers' revolt against the Republican government, and then they started going and fighting the fascist forces again, and they were doing so successfully. After that happened, Stalin helped bring back the Republican government, and by bringing back the bourgeoisie to Barcelona and backing the bourgeoisie and repressing the other elements that were fighting the fascists, he demoralized the left. That's what I'm saying.
Well, why would you stage a workers' uprising against the Spanish Republic at a time when they're busy fighting the fascists?
That was the Spanish people and the Catalan people doing that, Caleb. That was an indigenous movement with very little influence from within. Because the majority, and they did not want the bourgeoisie to control Barcelona. They wanted to be the ones leading the fight against the fascists. And guess what? The revolt was quick. It was successful. They started fighting the fascists. All the internationalists should have started supporting them at that point. Instead, you had Stalin come in, and things ended up being sabotaged. Whether or not that was the intention, that's what happened. The left lost, didn't it? And so, unfortunately, you had the rise of Franco.
And the Communist Party were trying to build a united anti-fascist front with people from different classes. And anarchists and Trotskyites were so committed to their bloodthirsty vision of permanent revolution. They were killing priests and nuns, and they were doing all kinds of things to alienate the Spanish Republic from the world. And because of that, they had, at that point, the communists and the Spanish Republic crushed the Trotskyists. I don't see. What's that?
Are you saying that the Spanish church backed the fascists?
I'm saying that the Catholic Church is a huge institution that had, people all over the world, and that when anarchists and, Trotskyists executed nuns and priests, that was the worst possible PR. That was the best advertising you could have ever given Franco and fascism. It's ultra-leftism. And when you in order to defeat a fascist insurgency against the Spanish Republic, it was necessary to build a class collaborationist united front. And
the Popular Front did not work. The United Front under POUM was working. It was starting to defeat fascism. You can't say it worked when Franco won in 1939.
We're going to have to disagree about Spain, because I really doubt that POUM was on the verge of defeating the fascists, and then Stalin, ruined it.
Support, but they were doing pretty well in those battles. I studied them extensively. I'm not saying they were going to defeat them overnight, but they were doing very well.
As big as the Republic's army. Was it anywhere near as big as the army of the Republic?
The soldiers of the Republic rebelled against their own government. The soldiers were of the working class, and many of those soldiers joined up with POUM and other groups that were fighting the fascists.
Okay. Well, let me ask you also. It seems like one of Trotsky's interesting points, I think, is that he was in France in exile, right? At the time, World War II is on the verge of breaking out, right? The Second World War is on the verge of breaking out. Trotsky's living in France in exile. And instead of saying that, which was what the Communist Party of France was saying, which is we need to mobilize the people of France to build militias, to prepare to build an underground resistance if the Nazis take over, and all of that, we need to prepare, we need to be anti-fascist resistance. Trotsky is saying, this is just like World War I. The Germans are our friends. French workers and German workers should just be friends. And it's the enemy, defending the fatherland. This is, he was pushing revolutionary defeatism at the moment when France was on the brink of being invaded by the Nazis. How is that defensible?
All right. So one question to you. Have you read Fascism, What It Is and How to Fight It by Trotsky?
I have.
That was written at a time when everybody was underestimating Hitler. Okay, so Trotsky was telling stop backing the Social Democrats, stop backing the people that killed Rosa Luxemburg, start backing the communists, start militarizing the workers. Stalin didn't do it because he didn't adhere with his one state, socialism in one state.
I believe Trotsky's criticism of the German Communist Party was completely opposite. They had the Red Front Fighters League, they had an armed militia, and Trotsky called them out for not aligning with the Social Democrats, for calling them social fascists. Right? Trotsky thought that the German Communist Party was too opposed to the Social Democrats and wasn't effectively building a united front.
There to be some tactical alliances with the more left elements of the Social Democrats. But Trotsky, he wrote, for example, hands off Rosa Luxemburg. Stalin was starting to be critical of Rosa Luxemburg, and Rosa Luxemburg
died in 1919.
And Trotsky.
Now you're talking way before Hitler. You're talking 1919, and the whole Bolshevik Party was united in supporting Rosa Luxemburg.
I'm sorry, we're talking over each other. What was that?
Rosa Luxemburg died in 1919.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was way before Hitler, way before any of that, and the whole Communist International supported Rosa Luxemburg.
Did I say that Stalin criticized her when she was alive? Stalin gave a speech against Rosa Luxemburg's legacy long after she died. Trotsky responded to it. All you got to do is Google Trotsky hands off Rosa Luxemburg. He wrote about that.
Years after her death. Years after her death.
So Stalin wanted the bourgeoisie back in Germany, and there was divisions. And the Soviet Union didn't work strong enough to get those left elements of the Social Democrats that were not with the mainstream to work with the militant Germans. That's.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
So you're saying that because Stalin was critical of Rosa Luxemburg years after her death, this means Stalin didn't want the workers to be in power in Germany? Is that
no? He might have believed that his strategy was the one that was going to work, but it didn't work every time. Einstein said making the same mistake again and again and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. It didn't work in China.
That China became socialist. It was that Eastern Europe became socialist.
It worked in Germany.
Socialism all over the world. I mean that's just false. I mean, Stalin oversaw a huge expansion of socialism. Meanwhile, Trotsky, he operates on the basis of, if I had been in charge, it would have been this way.
Who's to say that? How can you say that? Oh, if Trotsky had been in charge, Spain would have been socialist.
You're gonna say Tito,
Germany would have been socialist. We don't know that.
Yugoslavia,
We can see concrete results of
Yeah,
what
Rose-
building an anti-fascist united front during the Second World War.
Do you think Tito in Yugoslavia rose up because of Stalin?
He was armed by the Soviet Union. He later became very critical of Stalin. In 1948, Yugoslavia cut ties, but the Soviet Union gave lots of support to the people of Yugoslavia, to the people of Albania, to the people of China. People all over the world got support from the Soviet Union for fighting fascism.
Because he's since Tito. If Stalin had his way and Tito was killed at that time, they would have been divided like they were in the 1990s. Thank God Tito stood up and threw out the Stalinist assassins and was able to stand up to the Nazis and to the Stalinists. You can't say Stalin's responsible for that.
Stalin until 1948.
His policy didn't work.
Tito didn't denounce Stalin until 1948. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, the Soviet Union supported Yugoslavia and armed resistance to the Nazi invaders up until, they supported the creation of Yugoslavia. In fact, Enver Hoxha, the leader of Albania, he has a book called With Stalin. And the entire premise of the book is him arguing with Stalin about the fact that Albania is not part of Yugoslavia. It's a separate nationality.
Caleb, one question real quick. What was the one country in the Comintern that refused to vote to oust Trotsky as a member?
I don't know.
What was the one country?
And that would have been in 1928, we're talking, right? Right? When, again, we're skipping all over history here. We're jumping around. But what country was it?
Yugoslavia.
Okay.
As a result, Yugoslavia was thrown out of the Comintern. And so Yugoslavia has always had an independent position. And so it's true
that 1948, they aligned with the imperialists. They supported the United States.
It is true that Stalin did good on the economy, not on the political system or the lack of freedoms, but on the economy for much of Eastern Europe. But at the same time, Stalinists like to embellish Stalin's role in helping Yugoslavia. They pretty much did it on their own when they threw out the Nazis.
Okay, well, look, I'm not here to defend Stalin on a personal level. I'm sure that there are things that Stalin did that were absolutely wrong. I'm here to point out that Trotskyism is simply, in essence, a problematic ideology. And again, show me a Trotskyist revolution that has ever happened.
Well, do you think that Che was Stalinist in 1967? Do you honestly believe that?
No, I think that in many ways, Che's beliefs were problematic. I mean, his policy in Bolivia, his pushing of armed guerrilla warfare, in some cases, it was a little bit ultra-left, and it caused problems, Che was very heroic in the Cuban Revolution. I'm an admirer of Che Guevara in many ways, but I think that his theory of trying to wage an armed guerrilla warfare in Bolivia, when you had a mass legal communist party that was participating, it wasn't necessarily correct, and that his push for armed guerrilla warfare in all circumstances was a little bit ultra-leftist. And it's a lot like Trotsky. It's this belief that violence is the solution. Bloodthirsty permanent revolution. In some cases, you can achieve a lot, like Maduro has in Venezuela, by aligning and taking power in a coalition, right?
Yeah.
And
I'm disagreeing with you on that, but let me just point this out.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the pact that was going on in the late 1960s between Brezhnev and President Johnson? Premier Brezhnev?
I'm aware of that, and that started with Khrushchev, mind you, right? Khrushchev, who you seem to admire, was trying to hold back anti-colonial struggles around the world.
Very supportive of the Cuban Revolution and revolutions going on in Latin America. Khrushchev was deposed, and when Brezhnev took over and made the Soviet Union fully Stalinist again, he made a deal with
so you're saying that.
Hold on, let me make the point. Then you can respond to it, and then you can tear it apart. The point I'm trying to make is Brezhnev's pact. Maybe you don't know the inner workings of the pact. But Brezhnev's pact that he had with President Johnson had said the United States will not back counter-revolution in Eastern Europe. In exchange, the United States will not back revolution in Latin America. That's why when Che went to Bolivia and he met with the head of the Communist Party of Bolivia, Monge betrayed Che, refused the support that he had promised him, abandoned Che. That's what happened, and that was all because of a deal between the Soviet Union and the U.S. empire that sold Che out. That's just what happened. Nobody can deny that.
Well, look, I feel that starting with Khrushchev,
when Khrushchev had the doctrine of the three peacefuls, right, and rejected, he told people in Africa and Asia and everywhere to lay down their arms, that they had no right under any circumstances to defend themselves and engage in armed struggle to defend themselves. That was counter-revolutionary. And that started with Khrushchev. And actually, under Brezhnev, the Soviet Union escalated its support for various guerrilla wars. In the 70s, you had the rise of, all kinds of armed revolutionary groups. And, I mean, in the 70s, at that point, you had the Afghan Revolution, you had the Nicaragua, the Sandinista Revolution, which was supported by the USSR. You had all kinds of revolutions going on around the world at that time. You had the Derg in Ethiopia. Under Brezhnev, there were all kinds of revolutions being supported by the USSR. So the notion that Brezhnev didn't believe in socialist revolutions and arming them, that's false. Now, did they have disagreements with Che Guevara? I don't doubt that. And were they?
Like you said, with Nixon, the deal with Johnson and with Nixon, when Brezhnev was in power in the Soviet Union, only applied to Latin America. What was the result of that? The Condor years, Pinochet, Videla in Argentina, all these fascist regimes propped up. The CIA brought in these Nazis to back these fascist regimes, and they weren't getting the support from the Soviet Union that they needed. So, of course, Brezhnev backed revolutions. And let me finish. Of course, he backed revolutions in Ethiopia and the Middle East and all those countries, but not Latin America. That was part of the deal. There was huge support in the Soviet Union in the 1970s again, for armed uprisings against Pinochet, for armed uprisings in Colombia. The Soviet Union and Cuba did a huge amount to support anti-imperialist and anti-fascist and anti-colonial uprisings all throughout Latin America. To say that Brezhnev didn't support revolutionary movements in Latin America is just inaccurate. I mean, that's just inaccurate. That was not what was written in ink, and that's not what happened. So you can argue that the intention.
Cuba, with Soviet support, was not training revolutionaries. Cuba didn't offer armed support to the people of Colombia. It didn't offer armed support to the Nicaraguan people and the Sandinistas. I mean, this is
China supporting Latin America in the 1970s. Thank God, because that would have been a full assault on the left.
Well,
but
let me ask you.
It was minimal. It was clandestine because of the deal that Brezhnev had made with Johnson that continued on with Nixon.
Now, let me ask you, do you hold Fidel Castro responsible for Pinochet coming to power?
No.
Okay, so how can you hold Stalin responsible for Hitler coming to power in Germany, right? I mean, Fidel Castro supported the Communist Party of Chile. And
let me answer that question, please. You asked the question. Let me answer.
And a fascist dictator came to power, right?
Let me answer the question.
Stalin supported the Communist Party. And they lost, and a fascist dictator came to power in Germany. How can you blame Stalin for Hitler's rise, and not blame Castro for Pinochet's rise?
Let me answer the question. So there was many contributing factors to the rise of fascism in Germany, including the Treaty of Versailles, forced reparations of the German people after the defeat in World War I. Of course, I don't blame it exclusively on Stalin. What I'm saying was his strategy didn't work and it helped foment it, but there was many other contributing factors. Now, as you know, Castro was very supportive of Allende, and it was crushing when Pinochet took over. So I'm not going to blame Castro for that happening. And Cuba is a small nation. There's only so much they can do to help in Latin America. Russia and China, of course, are much more powerful.
Right, but if the logic that Stalin is responsible for the rise of Hitler, then Castro should be responsible for the rise of Pinochet. Sometimes communists lose, right? I mean,
Equivalent of the Soviet Union.
Sometimes you're unable to defeat fascism, but that's not the fault.
I don't see equivalency here, Caleb, because Cuba was not powerful like the Soviet Union. There was only so much they could do to support.
Well, Cuba offered support to Allende. They met with Allende. They supported the policy. They didn't call again. This idea that you can never enter an alliance with the bourgeoisie. I didn't see Cuba calling for the communists of Chile to take up arms against Allende for being a fake socialist and not a Trotskyist. I didn't see that. You know what I mean? I mean, Cuba recognized the right and the necessity of forming a class collaborationist alliance in order to move towards socialism, just like the communists in China aligned with the KMT. right? Just like in Spain, the communists aligned with the republic, right? That when you're building socialism, it is necessary to have alliances.
Yes. How long have we been debating now?
It's about an hour and 12 minutes. So do you want to do closing statements and then we wrap up? Do you want to do a closing statement or?
Yeah, you can, because you spoke first.
Okay.
You can do the closing statement last. I don't mind doing my closing statement now. I didn't prepare it, so I'm just, speak. I'm going to improvise based on what we were talking about.
Sure, that's fine, and then we'll be done.
Sure. So the point I'm trying to make is there is revisionist history, false narratives going around, and this is not necessarily Caleb's fault. He might hear some of these ideas, but this is going around with many different journalists. Some may be Stalinists, some may not be. And I hope that I've, over the course of this hour-plus debate, debunked that I've shown that a lot of these ideas stem from Marx, not from Trotsky, and that Trotsky's intentions for a workers' democracy were real, and that his strategy, if fully implemented, would have probably worked. And unfortunately, a lot of the strategies that Stalin tried to implement did not work. I think that's the main point that I was trying to demonstrate over the course of this debate. There's also a stereotype or false narrative that Trotskyists are not supportive of Chavism, or they're pro-regime change, or they're not authentic anti-imperialists. That's utterly false. It's my view, and we could do polls on this, that the majority of the Trotskyists support anti-imperialist governments, and if at a minimum have sympathy for Maduro and Chavez and his legacy there. And all movements have been infiltrated. And you can't say, because, this former member said that's an adherent of the entire ideology. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay. Well, I'll conclude by saying that I think, those who are attracted to Trotskyism ultimately have the same goal as other socialists and other Marxists, as well as anarchists, as social democrats. We all want to move toward the ideal world of a stateless, classless society in which, people can just do what they want and take what they need, and that society is organized in a rational way, in which everyone has what they need. And I still maintain that Trotskyism is an ultra-leftist deviation, right? That in the course of actually building socialism, it is necessary to have class collaborationist alliances. It's necessary to participate in governments. It's necessary to take moves, and that socialist countries have been through extreme hardship. That they have been attacked. They've been subject to extreme repression, and as a result of that, they've often had to become very authoritarian. And the way to support socialist countries when they're building socialism in the developing world and under attack is not to condemn them for being Stalinists, not to call them out for not being purely revolutionary, but rather to make clear that the imperialists have no right to attack them, and to point out their achievements in terms of economics, in terms of changing society. And that yes, there are some Trotskyists who would agree with me on that. And however, for the most part, Trotskyism has degenerated into a way to distance yourself from the socialist countries. Most people around the world who call themselves Trotskyists don't do it because they really understand Trotsky's ideas. They do it because they want to distance themselves from the Soviet Union. They want to distance themselves from China. They want to distance themselves from Venezuela. And they want to say, I'm a true socialist. I'm a democratic socialist. These are evil totalitarian regimes. And it is a gesture of capitulation, just like Khrushchev's secret speech in 1956. Right? Khrushchev wasn't denouncing Stalin because he was more revolutionary than Stalin. He was denouncing Stalin to say to the imperialists, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. I'm not an extremist. I believe in the doctrine of the three peacefuls. I will bend over backwards to stop revolution around the world. Don't worry, I'm not a revolutionary like Stalin." The secret speech came from the right, and that ultimately, though, it doesn't surprise me that in Venezuela, Trotsky is widely studied, and people should study Trotsky. I have studied Trotsky extensively. And in fact, I will conclude my ending remarks by just telling the story of the first time I read Trotsky. And, I was a young person. I was about, 13, 14 years old. And I was getting interested in socialism and communism. And everywhere I went, everyone said to me, socialism and communism failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's just been a complete disaster. It's led to the death of millions. It's never accomplished anything good. And so because of that, I was still interested in socialism. And I knew that Trotsky had been killed by Stalin. And so based on that, I thought, well, I'm going to go read Trotsky, and maybe he will put forward a kind of socialism that won't be counter-revolutionary, or won't be, won't fail everywhere it's ever been tried, won't lead to the death of millions. And so I went to the library, and I got his book, The Revolution Betrayed. And I read the first chapter of that book at the age of 13 or 14. And that chapter was called What Has Been Achieved? And it goes into great detail about how the Soviet Union was electrifying the whole country. It was carrying out a huge dramatic increase in agricultural production. It was, expanding the life expectancy. It was providing health care and housing to the population. And I thought, this can't be true, because everyone knows that everywhere socialism has ever been achieved, it's done nothing but lead to utter failure and disaster. This can't be true. This must just be communist propaganda. So I fact-checked it. And I went to the library and I got the encyclopedias. And lo and behold, what Trotsky wrote about the Soviet Union's economic achievements was true. And I learned that I had been lied to. This idea that socialism has just been a failure everywhere it's ever been tried, that it's never done anything good, is a big, fat imperialist lie. And that it was from Trotsky that I actually learned to believe in socialism and to defend the socialism that has existed. Trotsky opened my eyes to that. And it's interesting, though, because it was what Trotsky opened my eyes to. The fact that socialism has been successful and has worked has been the main reason that ever since then I was hostile to Trotskyism, because I saw Trotskyism as a movement that was differentiating itself from the socialism that has been successful, that I learned originally was successful from Trotsky. So I find that to be a little bit ironic that Trotsky opened my eyes to opposing Trotskyism. But overall, I think we all have the same goal. I think we have differences when it comes to history. But overall, let me just emphasize once again that revolutions are not made by intellectuals. They're not made by the revolutionary intelligentsia, by the youth and students. It's made by the broad masses of people who are struggling, who are suffering, especially now with coronavirus. I mean, people are losing their jobs, and this is a big situation. And what the Communist Party did during the 1930s, where they built the unemployment councils and fed people and cared for people and fought for the jobs and the rights of people, something like that is what is needed in this time. We need to start caring for people and fighting for their economic rights, because people are really suffering in this time. And I hope that some kind of united front could be built that would include, Trotskyists, Marxists, Leninists, anarchists, others, where instead of being in the movement, instead of being in the protest cage, instead of being this isolated sector of society that just believes in our ideas, we actually go to the masses of people and we actually give them the organization and the infrastructure they need to actually build a new society and build something. I'm for getting out of the movement and getting to the masses. That's what I'm about. I admire what the Communist Party did in the 1930s. I admire what the Black Panthers did during the 1970s. I admire what Bolivarianism has done. I admire what Ba'athist Arab socialism has accomplished in the Middle East. I admire what socialism with Chinese characteristics has achieved. And I hope that eventually in this country we can develop some form of socialism with American characteristics and apply socialist ideas to the United States and the conditions that we're in. And I'll add that, we should study Trotsky, we should study Stalin, we should study Hugo Chavez, we should study Mao, we should study all of these leaders. We should study all of them, but we should blindly adhere to none of them. And we should figure out what will work in our time to get us out of this capitalist crisis. Al, I really appreciate you talking to me and putting forward your theories. You were a great defender of Trotskyism. I learned a lot from this debate, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hope that we can unite, the youth and the workers, and we can all advance a society where there's both freedoms and a socialist economy.
That's what I want. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Glad you're here tonight. So tonight we're going to do something a little bit interesting. We haven't done this before. I'm opening up this stream. This stream will be open. Anyone who wants to can jump on. I have to be able to see your face. There's a couple ground rules. We'll go over that later. But basically, we are going to bring some libertarians on to explain communism to me. So if you want to come on, here's the link. It's in the chat. It's in the info. It's on the Twitter, and it's everywhere you can get it. It's down below. It's in the chat. It's everywhere. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power. I mean, we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty. We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses. We need a government of action. All right, everybody, welcome. Glad that you are here tonight. So basically, the other day, I guess I'll give you the background about why this stream is happening. And then we've already got 2 people waiting to come on. Now, one of them, I can't see their face yet. So the person in the chat named Ryan Ashmiller, you need to reveal your face. I can see Nick Nunley, but Ryan Ashmiller, if you want me to bring you on, I have to be able to see your face before I can bring you on. That's just kind of how we roll here. But anyone who wants to come on, and you don't have to be a libertarian to come on, by the way, if you just want to hop on, we've done open streams before. So anyone can hop on, but I generally am looking for libertarians to come on. But let me just explain the background of why I decided to do this, right? So the other day I was on Twitter, and I've been following a lot of libertarians because I'm a huge supporter of the Rage Against the War Machine Coalition. I actually want to stop World War III. I'm mad at most of the mainstream woke left that repeats propaganda against Russia and China and builds the case for war. And so, I had a friendly chat with Angela McCurdle on here a month or so ago. We had a great conversation, and she was a libertarian, very vehemently disagreed with me. I disagreed with her, but we were able to have a productive exchange. And I've followed a lot of high-ranking libertarians because, I want to stop the war, and I want to stop tech censorship, and I'm opposed to vaccine mandates, and I'm opposed to FBI repression, and I think there should be an amnesty for the January 6th protesters, and I don't like the fact that the FBI has been targeting dissident groups. And so I feel like there's a lot of common ground. So anyway, the other day, one of these libertarians I followed tweeted this out. I'll just put it on the screen here. So Carolyn Ann Harlow tweeted out, "Communism is a disgusting death cult." And I replied, "Communism turned Russia and China into superpowers and raised millions from poverty. You have no clue what you are talking about." And Karen, I guess, responded with the brilliant argument, "I'm sorry you are retarded." Now, clearly that just debunks everything I said right there. I mean, that's just a really strong, logical case against what I said about Russia and China becoming superpowers. I mean, she just completely destroyed me right there. So I was thinking about committing suicide and just going away and dying because clearly I must know nothing because she just called me retarded. So, I've continued, and now all the libertarians are coming at me on social media, right? And they all insist I know nothing about communism. And I want to show you another highlight. This was a great one. So I thought this was just some random dude bro account. I didn't realize who this was. So, a bunch of people are tweeting at me. One of the people that tweets at me is some guy named Joshua. And I guess he's a libertarian candidate for president. But I figure there's a lot. I mean, it's a third party, right? So he says, "You never say the USSR and such wasn't real communism because you'd be one of the first communists in history." So basically, he accused me of saying that the USSR was not real communism, not real socialism, which is something I do not say, right? Maybe woke Trotskyite college campus Bernie Sanders kids say that. I don't say that. Anyone who's all familiar with any of the books I've written, any of the classes I've given and all of that, I don't denounce existing socialism. I uphold its achievements. I'm critical of its failures, etc. And when he accused me of saying that, I said, well, I don't say the USSR was not real socialism. And he said, "You never say that because you're one of the first communists to be honest." And I said, there's plenty of communists who defend really existing socialism. There's plenty. I mean, the Communist Party of the United States, the communist parties of the world that were part of the Communist International and were aligned. But apparently all communists are woke kids with pink hair who say, well, that's not real socialism. I don't say that. But, so I pointed out that actually there's plenty of communists in the world who do actually defend real socialism. And, he wasn't going to have that. So let me show you where it went next. It went next to
right? Here we go. I know more than you. I have read more communist literature than you. You are just a run-of-the-mill, retarded college kid who thinks communism is cool. Now, I'm 35 years old. I haven't been in college since 2010, but, you know, what do I know, right? I'm just a college kid, right? Because everyone who believes in communism is a college kid, and he's apparently read more literature than I have. So I actually thought it would be a great idea for Joshua to come on the stream. But he said he can't come on the stream because he has children. And I said, well, why don't you just go in the other room and come on the stream? And then he proceeded to brag about how he has children and proceeded to explain to me his, you know, about how he's amazing because he's had children, essentially, you know, bragging about his sperm count. This is what we're dealing with libertarians. So I thought that it would be good to just open this up. And if any libertarian wants to come on here and explain to me what communism is, because apparently I don't know anything about it, right? I mean, I've only been to communist countries. I'm only the leader of a communist organization. I've only been at global communist gatherings. I've only, you know, I've only, you know, studied the writings of Deng Xiaoping. I've only been to, you know, countries and global communism. I don't know anything about it. These libertarians, they know everything there is to know about communism. I know nothing. So I thought I would just bring a couple libertarians on. You know, and it's open, right? You know, the link is in the chat. You know, the link is in the chat and you can come on, and you don't have to be a libertarian. I know if you're a fan of the show or you're just somebody else who wants to just come on and talk, but I'll just bring them on. You know, I mean, anybody who wants to come on is, you know, I'll bring you on. Couple ground rules. One, I have to be able to see your face. If I can't see your face, I'm not bringing you on, right? You're seeing my face. This is my face. This is not a mask. And because of that, you have to show your face. That's rule number one. Rule number two is I can boot you out at any time. You know, I can boot you out at any time. And if this turns into some childish insult fest or whatever, you know, I'll kick you out of here. I want to have a substantial conversation. And it will start with me just asking you to explain what communism is. And we'll go from there. But, you know, if this turns into childish insults, the kick from stream button is right here. And it's very, very easy to use. So, you know, don't think that you can come on here and act a fool, because it'll end like that. So I guess we got two people. I can see their faces now. There's someone named Samuel. I can see his face. And there's Nick. I can see Nick's face. So Nick was first. I'm going to bring Nick on. And like I said, feel free to, you know, to come on, to come on. Like I said, you know, there will be, I'll boot you out of here if you get too wild. And the link is down below. The link is over in the chat. Let me see if I can put the link one more time before I bring him on, just so that other people who come on can have it. I want to have the link on the stream, and then we'll bring Nick on to explain communism to me. So there we go. And like I said, you know, well, there we go. So join the stream. Explain communism. Okay. All right. So now we got the link. And that is, anyone else wants to hop on, get in line. There's 3 people ahead of you, but really only 2, because I can't see Ryan's face. And so until Ryan reveals his face, he's not coming on. All right, Nick, how are you? How are you tonight, Nick?
I'm doing all right. Thanks. I'm excited to be on the show. I'm just recovered from COVID. So I just got to warn you guys, you know, be careful. It's out there. It's circulating. It's real. It put me in bed for a week, but now on the tail end of it, I've got the energy to move mountains.
Okay. Explain communism to me, Nick.
What do I know about communism besides studying a little bit of Marx in political science class? Well, supposedly, you know, we're supposed to pool our resources together, right? And work together and share them as equitably as possibly, right?
No, actually.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just, where does that come from?
From each to their need, for from each of their capabilities to each of their need. What is that saying? How does that saying go?
Well, that quote, I've got that right here, actually, and we'll show you what that quote, from each according to their own ability, to each according to their need. We'll put that on the screen here. Hold on. I'll show you where that actually comes from. That's from the Critique of the Goethe Program, which is a pamphlet that Karl Marx wrote. And he's explaining, I guess I have to take this off the screen so you can see. He's explaining that in a socialist society like the Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela, etc., you're going to have a whole lot of inequality. You're going to have a whole lot of all of these things. He says these defects are inevitable in the first phase of communist society, as it is just emerged from the prolonged birth pangs of capitalist society. And then he goes on, in a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to division of labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished. After labor has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want. And after the productive forces have increased with the all-around development of the individual, and the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his own ability, and to each according to his needs. And what that means is that you cannot have a society where there's equality until you raise the level of productive forces massively. Right? You cannot build equality in poverty, right? That's what he's saying. And that in the first stage of communism, there's going to be vast inequality. But that inequality, or that problem, can be overcome by the fact that we can increase productivity in society. You have to get rid of scarcity. You have to get to a post-scarcity society. And when you get to such a post-scarcity society, when people only have to work because they feel like it, when people only, when people basically work to not be bored, when labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people do it to not be bored, they don't have to, when there's no division between mental and physical labor, and there's so much, the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, then at that point, people can just take what they want and do what they feel like doing. But as he says at the beginning, that's not the way it is until we get to that ultimate goal of a world without scarcity. That's where that quote comes from. And actually, according to his needs, that comes from the Bible. That comes from the book of Acts, because the disciples, they distributed wealth according to need, according to the book of Acts, verse 432. And so that's actually, Marx was making a biblical allusion. So that's where that quote comes from. So
cool. Yeah. That's very fascinating. Thank you. So with 1% of our workforce able to generate all of our food needs in America, and a very few more percent able to, generate the manufacturing needs. Have we reached that point yet, do you think, of the super productive individual?
I think we're close. But the problem is, under capitalism, the only way you can survive is by selling your labor power to a boss, renting yourself out. And the more productive labor becomes, the fewer people get hired. And that's why in this system, we have a problem that no other system in history has ever had, of people being homeless because there are too many houses, of people being hungry because there is too much food, right? The problem of overproduction, where the worker cannot buy back what he produces. Self-driving cars would be a great thing in a rational society. But in this society, self-driving cars would lead to riots in the streets. As Andrew Yang, you're the forward reporter, I read The War on Normal People. It's a great book. And he talks about how self-driving cars is hanging over the U.S. economy as a curse. That's not rational. Self-driving cars would lead to this chore called driving being unnecessary, right?
I can't wait for the day where I can start the party in the car on the way.
Well, right. And the idea, right, that Marx talks about is this problem of labor being replaced by technology, leading to greater poverty, and the market being glutted with products that can't be sold, needs to be resolved by having central rational planning of the economy. That's what he's talking about, right? And that's the first stage, which is socialism, which is what they have in China and Vietnam and places like that.
We have centralized planning of our economy to a degree. There's encouragement by the central U.S. forces. We're talking about onshoring a lot of manufacturing through whatever means the government has. No, I lost my train of thought there.
That's okay. But yeah, but I mean, the idea is to generate abundance, right? To raise the living standards. And that's why this woke left, when they talk about degrowth, I don't know where they're getting that. I just showed you the quote from Marx about how communism is only possible. The full higher stage of communism is only possible with vast abundance. So when these people talk about degrowth, I mean, I don't know what they're talking about, right? You know, the idea is to get to a situation where poverty is not created by abundance. People don't get poorer because more wealth is created. So then the level of wealth in society can vastly expand, and we can get to this kind of ideal world where people just take what they need and do what they feel like doing. That's kind of the idea.
Yes, that is a utopian communism. That's that post-capitalism society, right? Where
utopianism is something Marx argued against, right? Utopianism was the idea that you could just create it with your mind, right? That people just come together and be good and share everything. There were a lot of people who did that in Marx's time. And, you know, in America, there was like New Harmony, you know, and there was all kinds of communes and all that. And Marx said, that's not rational. Socialism is not going to be created by our minds. It's going to be created by society moving ahead, just like capitalism came out of feudalism. Capitalism was a great advance over feudalism, right? And feudalism was a great advance over slavery. And slavery was a great advance over hunter-gatherer civilization. And human beings were constantly reinventing our relationship with Mother Nature, being more efficient, advancing greater technology. And when we have a huge leap in our advances, it comes with a new social system, right? That's the idea. That's what Marx was getting at there. And that yeah, we will eventually get to a world where scarcity is abolished and the need for a government goes away, and that we can kind of get to an ideal world. But in order to do that, you have to overcome scarcity. The basis of it is getting rid of scarcity. You have to create abundance. And that's why the leader of China, Deng Xiaoping, he said, poverty is not socialism, but to be rich is glorious, which is the same thing that Marx said in that quote I just showed you there, right? You can't have communism on the basis of poverty.
Yeah, Deng Xiaoping, very loyal follower. So would like a UBI something, and it's just so funny because at the end state of communism is the dissolution of, you know, the authority of the state, and that's exactly what libertarians, anarcho-libertarians are after. And so I think at some point the horseshoe maybe kisses at the end there. Is a good first step something like a universal basic income? I think that, to me, would be a great first step as far as distributing wealth equally.
Well, I am not. Well, first of all, you just got to get that phrase "equal" out of your mind, right? Because at no point, I mean, in China, there's billionaires that are very wealthy. There's people with lower wages. We're not trying. I learned that in school too. The communists want everyone to get paid the exact same wage, no matter how hard they work. That's not in Marx anywhere, right? You know, so you got to forget that word equality, right? Just that's just not what's going on there, right? It's about central planning of the means of production. It's about society rationally controlling the means of production. But as far as a universal basic income, I'm not against it, right? You know, I mean, the idea of having a universal basic income, it would be great, but it's not going to solve the problem. And I'm concerned about how the Forward Party guy, Andrew Yang, some of it, the way he presents it, he says, well, we'll just give everyone a bank transfer every month, right? Like $1,000, right? We'll just give everyone $1,000 every month. But then we're going to get rid of food stamps, and we're going to get rid of unemployment insurance, and we're going to get rid of WIC and everyone just gets an automatic bank transfer. And what he really wants to do is eliminate thousands and thousands and thousands of government jobs, right? And that leads to all kinds of people that have good paying jobs with benefits and high wages and union representation losing their jobs, and all of a sudden they don't have that money to spend. Right. So like thousands of government employees lose their jobs and everyone just gets a bank transfer. And you know, we basically all that money that would be going into the economy from those government jobs vanishes. That I don't agree with. Right. I am for a universal basic income if it is in addition to other programs. But if it's a replacement for the programs, if it's a way to just eliminate government jobs, I'm not for it. And what also concerns me is, you know, there's many different models of UBI. There's many different versions of it. But the thing is, he says everyone gets it, automatic. Every American citizen, $1,000, fine. But there's going to be somebody who comes along and says, well, you know, what about child rapists who get out of prison? Should they get $1,000? And everyone's going to say, no, we don't want pedophiles to get $1,000. And so then they're going to take that away from those people, right? And then they're going to say, well, what about axe murderers? You know, axe murderers, they shouldn't get it. And then they're going to take it away from those people. And pretty soon, you're going to have a layer of people that have nothing.
right? If you've gotten rid of food stamps, you've gotten rid of all the social programs, you're going to have a layer of people there that have no ability to survive. And that's very, very dangerous. So that concerns me as well. I don't buy that it would always be guaranteed to every citizen. That sounds nice on paper, but we all know there's a lot of very hateable people in this world that everyone would like to take money away from. You know what I'm saying? And then that leads to some big problems. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a slippery slope that I hope we don't slide down. I mean, I'm for reinstalling the voting right of felons, and I believe in reformation. I believe that people, are allowed second, third, fourth, fifth chances and can grow and overcome, their smaller states and the misdeeds that they've done. So hopefully we could set it up in a way that it doesn't, become that kind of a takeaway or zero sum game. I also think that, the newer versions proposed are a progressive universal basic income, so that the top 7 or 8% of earners, you earn your wage anyway, but net effect is that you actually end up getting taxed to fund the basic income of the lower 90%. Okay. And so there's all sorts of iterations that are coming out with it. I think it's a great leap forward as far as economic science and making money work for us again, because money's a tool for people. It's a tool for accounting, your labor and your contribution to society. And it's gotten away from us as a tool. It's not really serving us. It's serving really wealthy people. And they're able to arbitrage their time and make money in ways that regular people can't. I'm learning this getting out of college and struggling working a regular job. It's tough times. And so, I think that there's a lot of room for cooperation. And I think that there's, even you might see them as two wings of the extreme. I think that the Libertarian Party and socialists, they agree on a lot more than they think. And slowly, and especially with episodes like this, it comes out more and more that it's the establishment we're supposed to fight.
Great. Well, Nick, I've got a couple other people in line behind you. So I guess I want to thank you for being polite and for putting your ideas. Is there anything you want to plug before you go?
No, thank you. Check out the Forward Party.
All right, cool. Thanks, Nick, and good luck. All right. So the next person that I see, and I'm going to have to kick the guest from studio because we got a lot of people coming in. It's filling up. The next person, I have to see your face if you come on. So Ryan Ashmiller, you're next, but I can't see you. So Samuel is next. So Samuel. Hey, Samuel. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Caleb? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, good. Yep, I can hear you.
All right.
Always
Tell
got
me
to
about
check that.
communism.
So first thing I want to say is you totally mischaracterized what Joshua Smith said to you, saying he has kids. He said that he is having a kid tonight. His wife is giving birth. So I'm sure
he called me a childless freak or something like that, which how does he know I don't have children? I could have 10 kids for all he knows. He also said that I was in college.
But don't get nerves pricked or anything. You
Okay.
seem like a kind of guy who likes to debate ideas, right?
Sure. And that's the thing. That's why when this woman, she says communism is a death cult, and I say, well, actually, it's something else. And she just says you're retarded. That's not an argument, right? I can call her childish names also. And then she blocks me. This Carrie
Ann Harlow called you
and
retarded?
then she blocks me and starts tweeting then behind the block about how I actually want to sleep with her. Like that's some AOC level bullshit, right? Where does this idea that any woman that you debate, right? She can win the argument by saying, well, you just want to sleep with me.
And
Yeah,
I think
that's
so.
right?
I think her response was your assertion that communism brought China and Russia out of poverty in the 19th, 20th century. Do you know anything about the Great Chinese Starvation?
Yeah, I do actually.
It was pretty good, right? Yeah, let's talk about that.
All right. Yeah. So what was China like before the Chinese Communist Party came to power?
Oh, it was terrible. And
what is China like now?
It got much better after they killed all of the people by stealing
what is it
farms.
like now? I'm asking you, what is it like now? What is
China like now?
Compared to how it was before?
So you're saying that
No.
the greatest
Is China better off now?
So
have millions of people been lifted from poverty? How many power plants were there before the Chinese Communist Party came into power?
Well, did they have pickles
How many
there?
are there now?
Did they have
How many
pickles?
steel mills? Did you know China didn't have a single steel mill before the Communist Party came to power?
You
now
know,
they make half the steel in the world. Did you know that?
Before the Super Bowl era, China was way worse off. So I think since we started having the Super Bowl every year,
were there famines before the Chinese communists came to power? Were there famines before they came to power? Now, who cured the famines in China? Hundreds of millions of people were dying every year, over and over and over. People were dying. They had the century of humiliation where
hundreds of millions,
all the time under capitalism, under free trade, people were dying. The Chinese Communist Party came in. They
imperialism
brought tractors to the countryside. They brought tractors to the countryside. They mechanized agriculture. And yeah, in the 1960s, there was a horrendous famine in the early 60s.
That just came about. It just came about.
That cured.
It came about.
No, yeah, it was a result of the fact that China was an underdeveloped country. That's what it was the result of. It was a result of the fact that China had been an underdeveloped country for so long, and they were rapidly trying to industrialize. And they clearly made mistakes in the process of industrializing. But then the Chinese Communist Party are the ones that prevented China from ever having something like that again, which happened all the time before they came to power. That's what you're missing. Right? You know, I mean, I don't understand this. Like, so, I'm trying to think of an analogy that might be good, but it's like, what might be a good analogy? If someone's a drug addict for 20 years and then they go into rehab, and after they've been in rehab for a year, they relapse, right? And then they go back into rehab and then they never use drugs again. Is rehab responsible for them using drugs?
Oh, so you're saying the opposite is true for communism?
I'm saying that communism cured China of having starvation. And you're saying that because there was an episode of starvation in the early 60s, that doesn't count.
Well, what actually happened in 1959? What happened?
In 1959, there was
what happened? Did someone come to power?
Policies that they were trying to rapidly industrialize. The Soviet Union cut them off, right? The Soviet Union had been helping them develop, and the Soviet Union cut them off. And they had people misreporting how much they were growing, and there was confusion, and it led to a disaster. The same kind of disaster that had happened over and over and over again. There was a famine in 1928 where millions of people died. There was a famine in 1946 where millions of people died. There was a famine in 1890 where millions of people died. There was famines all the time. Are those famines the fault of capitalism?
So your analysis is that the Great Starvation that happened in the late 50s and early 60s
is not representative.
Your characterization.
Bad thing that happened one time that the Chinese Communist Party cured does not speak for the entire experience of that.
I want to ask you though, and I broke your rule.
Back to my drug rehab example, right?
Well, I broke your rule.
Uses drugs for 20 years, goes into rehab to stop using drugs, then relapses in rehab for a year, and then goes back into rehab and never uses drugs again. Did rehab cause them to be a drug addict?
So my question to you,
in that situation,
it is rehab's fault. Yes, in your retarded
even though rehab
analogy.
cured them, but it just had a relapse during the curing process.
I want to know what you're honest, and let's have a good faith. Let's have a good faith discussion here.
China before the communists
is your assertion that it was a lack of central planning that caused the Great Starvation in China? It was a lack of central planning caused that?
My assertion is that the Great Leap Forward was a failure as they were trying to set up what they'd never had before, which was a modern agricultural system. And as they were bringing tractors to the countryside, and as they were building power plants, and as they were constructing a national plan in order to get rid of these things,
something the free market didn't do anywhere. Something that wasn't able to be accomplished by the free market anywhere else in the industrialized world.
Really? Because there were hundreds of millions of people that died before the communists came in. In 1928, Edgar Snow, the author of Red Star Over China, talked about how he was in 1928 in China and millions of people were starving to death. And one of the main reasons they were starving to death was because China had no central government to mobilize relief. When the crops failed in one area, the government had no ability. There was no central government. There were warlords that controlled different regions, and they had no ability to bring food from one area to another, right? But with the central leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, they were able to mobilize famine relief. So continue. You just have to let me talk. I'll mute you for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I know, because I broke your first rule.
No,
I was supposed to come on and talk about what I think communism is.
Okay,
communism is a beautiful idea for people who have the ability to mute others and for some reason think it's a good idea to tie a tie and then put a cover over it. What the fuck is that?
You're making childish insults now. So, all right, next. There you go. Yeah, he was losing the argument there. The communists cured starvation in China, right? And somehow, because there was some starvation in the process, that proves that communism has never worked anywhere, even though communism turned China into a superpower, etc. But anyway, Ryan, I can't bring you on because I can't see your face. So next I'm going to bring on David O'Gwyn. Welcome, David. How you doing? I can't hear you, David. You're muted.
How's that? Is that better?
Good. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Well,
so,
good.
Do you want to introduce yourself or anything, or you just want to get down to business?
Well, I'm just a fella that's trying to get this thing to my mouse doesn't want to work. Here we go. There we go. All right. Good times, man.
Sure.
So I'm here to talk. I'm just here to defend Joseph, to defend Josh, right?
Okay.
So you tell me how it is that you and Josh got into a tiff, and let's just have a conversation between the two of us. How about that?
I have no idea. I didn't even know who this Josh guy was until I looked. I assumed I've got 1 million libertarian accounts coming at me right now, right?
Okay. Why? What's going on?
Because I argued with this Carolyn person and she called me retarded. And so we got into it. And then 1 million accounts are coming at me. So I saw somebody attack me and I didn't know who they were. But then I saw this guy's got like 26,000 followers on Twitter.
Sure.
He's a Libertarian Party candidate. So I thought, okay. And now he's claiming he knows more about communism than I do. So I wanted to have a conversation with him. And he's not here. And I'd prefer to have a debate with him like directly face to face rather than
that's fine.
So I mean, if you want to go over the thing about me not having children, him having children, I'd rather not get into that right now.
Well, no, I don't want to do that.
You want to talk about other things.
Well, I don't know whether you have kids or you don't have kids. You might have a bunch of kids. That's fine. So was it Carrie Ann Harlos? Is that who it was?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know my libertarians very well.
Well, Carrie Ann's she's a radical libertarian. She's an anarchist, right?
Okay. Well, anarchism is a form of socialist ideology. So I don't think she's an anarchist.
I don't know that anarchism.
Look at all the famous anarchists in history. Emma Goldman was a socialist. Mikhail Bakunin was a socialist. It's this in the 70s. Milton Friedman's son.
In what sense? That's
it's a school of socialist thought, right? Among socialists, you generally have social democracy.
You're giving me a tautology. It's socialism because it's socialism. What does that mean?
Well, there are different brands of Marxist and socialist thought. Okay. One of them is a belief that socialism cannot be created through coercion, right? That the state cannot be used to create socialism, that rejects all state activity. And that is the socialism that Emma Goldman advocated, Bakunin advocated, Proudhon advocated, etc. That's one brand of socialist thought. And the great anarchists throughout history are adherents of that teaching. It wasn't until Milton Friedman's son started calling himself an anarcho-capitalist, that we started having that. Free market thought and anarchism they were never associated with each other. But we're arguing semantics here. This isn't important.
No,
so
that's fine. But the semantics are important, and that's fine. You mentioned that you said that anarchism is a brand of socialist thought, and then you told me that all of the people that believed in that the people like Emma Goldman and others were anarchists in the sense that they believed that socialism could be brought about only in the absence of state coercions.
Right.
That still does not define what socialism is. Could you help me out there?
Okay.
What does it mean to be socialist?
Well, I'm going to put a quote on the screen from the Communist Manifesto.
Great.
So we'll just go from there. All right. Let me just pull up the quote. All right.
That's not
here
a
we
quote.
go.
That's okay. All right. Help me out here.
The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital from the bourgeoisie and to centralize all instruments of production into the hands of the state, i.e., the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible. That's the idea. The centralization of the means of production in the hands of a revolutionary working class government.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the idea is the broad masses of people. We win the battle for democracy. We seize control of the means of production, and we organize them centrally in order to raise productive forces in society. That's the idea.
Okay,
so you want me to keep that on the screen, or do you want me to take?
No,
it
that's fine. You're helping out a lot. All right. How are they going to know how to run any of that?
What do you mean?
Well, we got the means of production. I assume we're talking about capital accumulation in the form of machinery and of systems and of all the things that end up giving us the things that we need to be able to survive. How is the proletariat going to know how to build, maintain, and further enhance all of that capital accumulation?
I think that there will be technicians and specialists who handle these things. And I think that there will be obviously individuals, just like there are in socialist societies around the world, who have the task of engaging in central planning, just like at major corporations under capitalism right now. Walmart has people whose job it is to figure out how many products go to what store and where these things are assigned. There's all kinds of central planning in which there are individuals who are tasked with central planning and carrying these things out. I don't know how to repair my computer, but if my computer breaks, I'll take it to a computer repair shop and there'll be somebody who does know how to do it. The idea that every person is going to know every machine or every task, that's ridiculous, right? And I mean, maybe you've heard some of this workplace democracy stuff that's floating around. Maybe that's where you're getting this impression from. I'm not against the idea of a worker cooperative, but that's not the essence of socialism. Socialism is about abolishing the anarchy of production and ensuring that economic growth can continue without, the problems inherent in the market. That's how I see it.
Okay, so when we get rid of the market, we will be able to have a set of people who know enough to be able to make everything that the market makes. Is that
here's
right?
The thing. I am at the point where I think that if you look at the successful socialist societies of today, like Vietnam, like China, like Nicaragua, that they use the market, but they use it for consumer goods. Right. I don't think the government should be making children's toys. That would be ridiculous. Right. We're going to have some government bureaucrat decide. No, people can vote with their dollars. Right. I don't think the government should run hotels and restaurants, but the power plants, the big steel mills, the assigning of credit and banking, there needs to be central planning. But within a centrally planned economy, I think the market does have a very good role, and that things that make life good. Right. Things that make life enjoyable, entertainment, these kind of things. Yeah, people can vote with their dollars for that. I think that there's a role for that. And that, yes, if you have a bureaucrat sitting there and deciding what clothes get manufactured and things like that, you're going to have a problem. And I think that that's one thing we learned from the fall of the Soviet Union. That Stalin model of doing things was very effective at industrializing the Soviet Union, wiping out illiteracy, raising that country up, inventing space travel, electrifying the whole place, taking people from living in rural huts and putting them in modern housing units. I mean, they turned a whole society from being a backward agrarian country to being an industrial country. But when it came to things like, clothing, shoes, consumer goods, soda, they were lacking. And China and Vietnam and Nicaragua and some of the other socialist societies, Cuba today, they've adjusted that, and I don't think that the idea of people starting a business and trying to make a profit is inherently opposed to the idea that you could have a state central planner who regulates and controls it to make sure that growth is uninterrupted. What do you think?
Well, I just have to wonder, somebody who is running a bodega somewhere that's selling consumer level goods, I think all of those consumer level goods are coming from the component parts that make up those consumer level goods, which ultimately leads back to the trucks and all of the manufacturing and the means of production. So ultimately, if you have a central planner that's planning all of the component parts of a market economy that's producing consumer level goods, you're going to have consumer level goods that are governed by the central planners. I don't see how you can escape that.
Right. Yeah, just like the central planners of Walmart, they centrally plan to make sure that Walmart stores have the supplies they need, just like the central planners of Amazon. They centrally plan to make sure all the products get where they go. They use computers to do it in some cases. In other cases, they use mathematical formulas and all of that. And that there's a huge amount of central planning in capitalism. It's just to maximize profits for shareholders. And the idea is that in the major centers, the commanding heights of the economy, this vehicle of central planning would be utilized to make sure that there was uninterrupted growth in the economy. I think that's the idea, right? When it comes to making raw material like steel, when it comes to natural resources, oil, natural gas, coal, timber, when it comes to, the healthcare system, making sure everyone can go to the doctor when they're sick, these kind of things can be centrally allocated strategically. And then let the market do the other things, right? And, maybe in Nicaragua, they have worker cooperatives. That's a really big thing. And cooperatives are good, right? And they have a micro entrepreneurship program. And this is one of the weird things, right? Is that I know a lot of libertarians are small business owners, and they don't like the fact that the government regulations that crush small businesses are written by the big businesses to crush them, right? The big corporations, Amazon, Jeff Bezos, they write the rules, and they write them to crush the little guy. But when I go to Nicaragua, what I see is a government that is working and subsidizing those small businesses and has nationalized and seized the big businesses and is controlling the major centers and is allowing a prosperous middle class to emerge, right? And I see that in China as well. The government is controlling the big economic centers in order to allow the small business owners and those folks to flourish.
Yeah. Well, I guess the big question that I've got is that what happens when Walmart goes bankrupt?
What do you mean?
If Walmart goes bankrupt because of poor decisions, what does that look like?
Well, I mean, in the model that I'm discussing, Walmart would be public property.
Oh, no, I understand, but in the current system, just the way things are right now, if Walmart goes bankrupt, what's the
a lot of Walmart workers lose their jobs. A lot of people don't have a place to shop.
Yeah.
So
what happens when the Soviet Union goes bankrupt?
Well, free market capitalism comes in the 1990s, and economic shock therapy is imposed on the country. And the fall of the Soviet Union was a great economic disaster. And that's one of the things. It should have been amazing if this narrative that communism is the problem and that capitalism brings solutions. The fall of the USSR should have been a moment of economic stability. But when they went in there and they implemented free market shock therapy, when Jeffrey Sachs, who's now kind of a leftist, but back in the day he was an adherent of Milton Friedman, when Boris Yeltsin had him running the economy, it was disastrous. They sold off all the state assets to private companies. They got rid of the social safety net. And I've got data I can show you on the screen. The Russian economy passed through a long-wrenching depression. From 1990 to 1995, the Russian GDP declined by 50%, far greater than the decline of the United States during the Great Depression. Can you imagine a drop of 50% in GDP? I mean, the fall of the Soviet Union was an economic nightmare, right, when they implemented free market policies. And that doesn't fit, because if communism doesn't work and capitalism is the solution, it should have been an economic boom in the 90s.
Yeah, except for the fact that the same sort of numbers were racked up in 1945 and 1946 when the United States stopped being at war in World War II. That was the greatest GDP drop in the history of the United States, largely because of the United States GDP numbers during World War II were inflated exponentially higher than they should have been, because it was all about building bombs. And
but the post-World War II economic expansion is the greatest period of economic expansion in human history.
But the GDP numbers were really bad in 1946.
Sure, but once they
were really bad after the fall of the Soviet Union, except that
but not for 5 years. We're talking about a period of 5 years, 1990 to 1995, a 50% drop over the course of 5 years. We're not talking like 1 year when World War II,
fair enough. So the Soviet Union had a readjustment time, kind of like how you brought up how China had a readjustment time. The point is that
but do you know how it ended?
Inform me. How did what end?
the Russian economy didn't start improving until 1999 when Putin came into office and put oil and gas under state ownership and restructured the Russian economy to be around state-controlled oil and gas natural resources. Their economy was continuing to be very bad, 96, 97, 98. Putin got in there and he reasserted state control. And I've been to Russia many times. I work in Russian media. There's a huge amount of government control in there. And that's why Putin is so loved, is because he ended the chaos that the free market stuff brought under Yeltsin, right?
How is the Nord Stream 2 pipeline going?
Well, what about it? It got blown up. It was sabotaged.
By whom?
By Biden. Joe Biden, and the whole world knows that. That's the wild thing. The whole world knows that Russia's economy is centered around selling oil and gas, and then they try to convince us they would blow up their own pipeline. Why would they do that? Right? Their whole economy is around selling their own natural gas. So they worked so hard to try and build this natural gas pipeline to Germany, and Biden threatened them. You remember he actually threatened to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline.
I get it.
Yeah. I mean,
I get it. The problem is that because this is a state-owned business, as opposed to being one that is chopped up among multiple competing private entities, it is in fact state-owned, which has been the nature of the Soviet economy since 1992. The Russian economy has been one that has been owned, run, and built and completely controlled by an oligarchy, not a private set of actors that had free entry into a market. Instead, it's essentially been a transition from a full Soviet economy to something approaching a free market economy. And in the end, what we have is something that is run by the state. And as a result, all of its ability to actually garner or to build something for itself is predicated on war. That's the point. That's what the state does.
No,
the state war engages in
draining
war
the Russian
for the
economy.
sake of
Russia
its own
did everything they could
interests.
possibly do to not be in Ukraine right now. The people in Donbass, they wanted Russia to intervene in 2014, right? They declared independence and they said, Russia, come recognize us. And Russia said, no, we don't want to do this. And then they facilitated the Minsk Accords. And Russia did everything they possibly could do to avoid this. The military is very big, and it's a big part of Russian life. But I don't think this war is benefiting the Russian economy in any way. I think it's hurt them. Now, they've obviously amped up their trade with the BRICS countries and stuff, and they're not devastated, right? It's not destroying them the way Western media likes to claim it is. But if they weren't involved in this conflict in Ukraine, if they could have avoided it, their economy would be much better off. I don't think they're doing what they're doing out of economic motivation. They really wanted that Nord Stream pipeline because they wanted to sell their natural gas to the Germans and the Belgians and other people.
But
so they could
the
make money
Nord
off it.
Stream, that's a fair point. These are all fair points.
Yeah.
But what I'm telling you is that the Nord Stream pipeline is a Russian pipeline as opposed to the pipeline built by an actual economic entity. That's the problem. One of the problems, right?
Is that why? That's not why it blew up.
No, that's the reason why it was a target. How about that? So it was a target being set upon by Ukrainian vis-a-vis.
Yeah, they didn't want the Russian
three-letter
state to have more
agencies.
revenue.
But no, that's fine because they wanted to shut down the Russian government. Why is the Nord Stream pipeline itself a function of the Russian government as opposed to a function of a particular company?
Because
better
that's how
yet,
Putin
why are
fixed
there
their
not
economy.
competing pipelines?
That's
right.
because that's
When
how
you
Putin fixed their economy.
Well,
yeah, there were
right.
a lot of competing corporations. They had a lot of private companies, and then Putin took Gazprom and Rosneft, and he started then buying up the different companies from the different people who had been sold off to, and he absorbed them. And I think there's the guy in Britain. I can't remember his name. He wouldn't sell out. Basically, he wouldn't sell his company, and he became anti-Russian, and he fled to London. But basically, it was the process of Putin was kind of rebuilding state centralization of oil and gas, and then that revenue from oil and gas came back into the economy, and he used that to subsidize different industries, and that brought stability after the fall of the Soviet Union, and that's why he's so loved. And actually, the wages of Russian workers tripled during the first term of Putin, from what I understand. And on top of that, the industrial output in those first years finally got back to what it had been at the time of the USSR, right? He actually restored their industrial output, which was a huge thing. And a lot of this also had to do with the fact that Bush invaded Iraq,
right? Remember 2003,
Yes,
Bush invaded
yes.
Iraq, and that caused the oil prices to go through the roof. And so the amount of revenue that Russia was getting vastly increased. So
Yes, it's a fair point, and I think that all of the different counterexamples that you're giving me are counterexamples based in the same basic worldview of what you're talking about. You give me the example of Bush, you give me the example of others, you give me the example of the fact that he was able to take all of these different separate entities and nationalize them into a single entity, creating a single point of failure that could be taken out by Ukraine, taken out by various
but their economy didn't
agencies.
fail because one pipeline was blown up.
That's fine because there were alternate routes, and which is the whole nature of the private industry. Private industry creates an organic system that allows for failure in certain parts of it. When you centralize all,
but they don't have it private
yes,
now, and they still are functioning. So I don't see.
No, functioning is not the same thing as prospering. They are not prospering. Neither is any particular organization that takes all of its functionality, or any particular nation state that takes all of the critical things that it needs and centralizes them into a single entity. It creates a single point of failure. It creates a dependence upon a set of people who are not capable of handling the complexity. That's why the actual market, a free market based upon voluntary choice, will allow you to adapt, survive, and thrive in the long term. That's the point. It's a matter of complex systems being handled by a central point of authority, which is a single point of failure, or multiple points of authority based upon merit, right? That's the idea. That's the entire point of the free market, is that it allows a complex system to be run by multiple agents, right?
Yeah,
you call it chaos.
But what I'm seeing when
you
I
call
look
it
over,
chaos and failure. I call it something that is able to find optimality. That's
when I look over Russia's economy, I see the Soviet Union period. They had a largely state-run economy, ran into some problems in the 80s, and then you have the fall of the Soviet Union. Then they had a largely, they were taking apart their oil and gas industry. It was all in private hands, and there was a disaster. And then Putin comes in and he re-centralizes it, and that restores their economy. And now they're doing better. So I'm not seeing the part where having different parts and having competing oil companies and all that made things better. I'm not seeing that.
That's fine, except for the fact that you have the counterexample of the United States and the counterexample of everything that led to the use of oil within the private industry itself. Okay, so private industry produced all of the ways in which oil could be useful to us to begin with. That being said, the private entities that you're talking about in Russia are in fact not private. That's the nature of.
With you, though.
No. Okay, that's fine. The oligarchs of the former Soviet Union that came to run the Russian Federation of today are hardly private, right? That's my point.
Not now. They were in the 90s.
They weren't private in the 90s. They weren't private in the 90s any more than the KGB was private in the 1960s.
Okay.
Those that were in power in 1990 were in power in 1993.
As a libertarian, you've got to know about a guy named Fred Koch, right? You know how Fred Koch made his millions?
Tell me.
Stalin hired him, right? Because he invented, as a chemist, a new method of thermal cracking, turning petroleum or oil into gasoline. And the free market system in the United States wasn't going to have it because big oil would lose too much money. And they sued him over and over, and they put him out of business. So Stalin hired him. And the Koch brothers' wealth largely comes from the economic boom that happened in the Soviet Union under Stalin's leadership. And so you're saying everything from petroleum, every use of oil and petroleum comes from the free market. That's an example of someone who made a breakthrough that the free market didn't accept and the Soviet Union did.
That's fine. That's one example of how Stalin was able to use something that was left on the table that nobody else wanted to use, largely because the people that were involved in those kind of innovations were in fact in bed with the government in the United States, which is how they actually shut it down. This is
That's what always happens when a small group of people has way more wealth and power. They always then rig the government to do their favor. So why not have a strong government based in communities that can kick those people's ass, and fight for the people rather than just letting the government keep its hands off so these big corporations can do whatever they want? That's always going to happen. And that's what I don't understand about all these Ancapistan fantasies. How does it stay Ancapistan?
right? You know, what's to stop when the wealth concentrates in the hands of one person? They go back to the government and they change all the rules all over again, and we get a state that serves them. Right?
I don't understand how the argument against Ancapistan is in fact communism.
Yeah,
that's what makes no sense to me.
Because Ancapistan will never stay Ancapistan. The wealth will centralize in one guy's
That's not an
hand,
argument
and he'll
against
go to the government and he'll
Ancapistan.
rig
That's
it
an
to do his
argument
favor.
against the people who are trying to take Ancapistan and turn it into something terrible.
No, it's an argument that we need a government that will control and keep its
Who is
foot
we?
on the
Who is
neck
we?
of the big and rich and powerful and fight for the people, rather than having a government that allows a small group of people to have all the power so they can rig the government for themselves.
Who are the people?
How do you keep this from happening, right? If you're going to build a libertarian paradise, how do you keep it a libertarian paradise? If all the wealth concentrates in one guy's hands, what stops him from then going to the government and passing all kinds of regulations again? And we're right back where we started.
It's a fair point. That is in fact a religious statement. That is something that is bound up in the heart and the human soul. That yes, there is a tendency to desire power, and I will not argue against you on that. That is there.
To have a government control the economy in a way that benefits the population overall.
No, I get it. And see, the thing is that the absolute apex of that inclination towards power exists in all of the government. All governmental structures have that. Marxism, unfortunately, tends to optimize the ability for a small minority to take the kind of power that you are right now saying is the worst part. Because the problem is that Marxism, as it exists, cannot be brought about by any other means than through force.
Well, I got to tell you, as someone who's been to communist countries, what is different about communist countries is they wouldn't be in power for 2 minutes if there wasn't a hugely well-organized population that was loyal to them and had their back. The Chinese Communist Party has 90 million members. Every apartment building, every neighborhood has somebody who's carrying out the party's goals on a local level. In Nicaragua, they have these citizens' power councils. That's what Soviet means, from Soviet Union. It was a council. And that these governments actually depend on a very well-organized population to carry their goals out. Whereas our government wants us locked out of politics because they're in the back room with Jeff Bezos setting government policy. That these governments, that's why they're forced to raise living standards. That's why they're forced to constantly be building things, is because they have to have the population have their back. Because if the population turns against them, they're screwed. They have to be constantly delivering the goods. Whereas our government has no obligation to do that because they're accountable to the rich and powerful. And as long as the rich and powerful get what they need, they don't have any obligation to us. That's why the country's been recently going to hell. Whereas, I mean, there is, and that's where it gets weird. What does democracy really mean? Because you know, you don't have the same level of free speech that you have in the United States as you do in China. I'll give you that. You don't have freedom of the press. But in terms of public involvement in government decision making, you know, the Chinese population is way more involved in decision making, way more involved in carrying out the goals of the government. And the Chinese Communist Party is constantly trying to make sure that it keeps the loyalty of the population. So in a way, they're more democratic. I don't see a very small few controlling things in socialist societies. I see a government that is reliant on this network of people. And part of the reason the Soviet Union fell is because the people wouldn't go out and fight for them. They took a vote and they said to keep the Soviet Union, but the population wasn't willing to go out and fight for them. And that's why the Soviet Union fell without a shot fired. And then they elected a communist government afterwards. And then Yeltsin dissolved the parliament, and that they lost that ability to mobilize the population to carry out their goals.
Yeah, it just kind of sounds like you're describing to me the optimal form of government is the one that has the best set of middle managers, which is to say that the best form of government is the optimal form of a corporation, where the shareholders have no choice over whether or not they're part of that corporation. The people who purchase the products produced by that corporation have no choice over what sort of products they're going to be able to purchase or have. And then in the end, pretty much, if you don't like what the company store has got, you get shot.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I look at socialist countries, I don't see that. I don't see that.
Yeah,
I didn't
but
see that in
that's kind of
Nicaragua.
what you
Don't see that in
described.
Cuba.
It's
I
like
don't see that in Vietnam. I mean, I just, you know,
they
what you're
have all of
describing sounds like something out of a George Orwell novel. It doesn't sound like
yeah, which is kind of what George Orwell was talking about, because he was essentially describing essentially what would come about if all of the various dreams of folks that wanted to have a central planning authority with no consideration of human volition, no consideration of human individuality, no consideration of what an individual human being, given the liberty to live his life as he sees fit, could in fact produce, which is in fact the founding principle of all free nations. It's about
that's what
making
we
the
want too. We want a
individual,
society without
not the
coercion. We want a society
corporate.
with so much wealth and abundance that the development of the individual is the development of all. But listen,
No,
David,
the
you've been on
development of
for a
the
long
individual
time.
is
There's a
not the
guy
development
behind
of all.
you. There's a guy behind you. So if you want to make one last thought, go ahead, and then I'm going to bring on Mr. Thomas Edlin.
All right.
So, okay.
I have no further thought other
Okay.
than everybody who is listening. I stress that you think about the primacy of the individual. Cheers.
All right. There you go. All right. Okay. So I'm going to bring on Thomas here in 1 second. I need to send a message, and I have to. I'm going to have some work here in a little bit. So let me just send a message to somebody, and we can probably go for another 30 minutes. So I don't want to give all of that time necessarily to Thomas, but I've already talked to Nick. But so if other people come on, we'll have to balance some of that time. But yeah, by about 8:30, I'm going to wrap this up. 8:30 Eastern time. But all right. Hey, Thomas.
Hey, Caleb.
How are you?
Oh, pretty good. I saw your challenge on Twitter, and I figured I would take it up.
Cool. You're the treasurer of the Massachusetts Libertarian Party.
I am, and
Cool.
I'm an economist. I have a master's degree in applied economics, so I mean I have some knowledge. Maybe I can start the argument this way by making a couple of corrections. You mentioned Fred Koch and that he got his money from Stalin. That wasn't true. I mean, when he died, he only had $25 million in his bank account, and his sons have over 100 billion right now. So you're talking about 1/4,000th of the wealth.
So that's where
he was a founding member of the John Birch Society, which is
that is true. Yeah,
which is the anti-communist group. So he didn't really get his wealth from the Soviet Union.
Well, isn't it true though that Stalin hired him to run?
Well, he may have done some business, but it's to say he got
lived in the Soviet Union for a long time, and that when he was being put out of business in America, he went to the Soviet Union. Isn't that true?
I don't believe so. I could be mistaken, but either way, I mean, the Koch brothers.
Definitely, you're right about the John Birch Society. There's no question there.
Their main fortune was made with outside of the Soviet Union, obviously.
Well, the sons.
The sons, yes.
Yeah. No question.
And that's the ones that are really super wealthy. I mean, $25 million was a lot of money back then, but it wasn't the same as being a billionaire today. And they're 100 billionaires. So, and the other thing is, one of the things you talked about is Nicaragua being a successful socialist country.
Yeah.
But that's not true either. I mean, if you compare their wealth to, they were a little bit behind Costa Rica in 1990.
Well, compare them to Guatemala. Compare them to Honduras.
Well, let's
compare them to Panama.
Panama has
life expectancy is higher.
Panama has
the GDP. Wall Street Journal and others kind of admire their economic successes.
No, they don't. Look,
Ortega came back into office in 2006.
All you have to do is, if you want to find out how well Nicaragua is doing, is go to the World Bank, find out GDP per capita, and you'll find out that Nicaragua has lagged behind the world, lagged behind.
Well, yes,
Costa
it's a
Rica,
historically impoverished country, yes, but compared to its neighbors in Central America that are free market
No. Panama is growing like gangbusters. It has about 4 times the GDP per capita.
Okay.
Costa Rica, the same thing. I mean, it's not even close. Nicaragua has really lagged.
Compare it though to its right next door neighbors, Honduras. How's Honduras doing?
I haven't checked, but I can
Yeah,
check
compare
while we
it
do
to
that. But I would
Guatemala,
be willing,
right? I mean, with
here's the
their
thing.
economy, they've wiped out poverty. They've electrified like 95% of the country. They've wiped out illiteracy in the country. The roads are way better than American roads. I got to tell you, they're beautifully paved. And that's why the Sandinistas are back in power, and they remain in power, is because they're wildly popular, because they've delivered the goods, economically speaking. And a big part of their socialism is enabling people to start their own businesses with their micro entrepreneurship program.
Even Honduras, Nicaragua's fallen behind Honduras. Not a lot, but they've fallen behind. I mean, but here's the thing. I'm an economist. Yes. I'm an economist. So, my thing is compared to what? And, if you look at economies throughout the world that are, start on rough parity, or even close, like we talked about the Soviet Union, the fall of the Soviet Union, contrast Russia and Belarus and Ukraine, which did not follow open market policies after the 1990s, in or after the 1990s, with Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, which did. These are now advanced economies. Now, admittedly, they started out a little bit higher wealth, but they've grown many, many orders of magnitude richer. And, in many cases, you could make the argument, and, as an economist, I mean, as a libertarian, I'm very concerned about the increasing disparity in wealth in the economy. I think a lot of it is driven by government mandates and crony capitalism, and especially inflation. But if you look at, for example, the Gini, which is an income coefficient, which tells how unequal a country's wealth is, as bad as America's is, Nicaragua's is just as bad.
I'm not in this to create equality, and
no, that's all right. That's fine. But
that's one thing.
Saying
I got taught that in school too. That communism means everyone gets paid the same wage. We see that there's some people that have more money than others, and we say, oh, that's no fair. The government needs to divide it up all equally. That's not anywhere. I mean, I'll put on the screen again what the Communist Manifesto actually says. It says centralize the means of production in the hands of the state, right, in order to raise the productive forces. Right. There was inequality, a lot of inequality in the Soviet Union. There's a lot of inequality in China today. We're not going around trying to equalize income.
Okay.
Right. Fair. That is just not what we're about. And that's a cliche. And that's social democracy and the welfare state. That's the whole thing from what's her name? Margaret Thatcher. Right. Socialism doesn't work because you run out of other people's money. Well, if all Stalin had done was take other people's money, the Soviet Union would have remained an agrarian, impoverished country. But he mobilized the population with central planning to build that country up to the point that they could fully electrify, the point that they could invent space travel, they could defeat the Nazis, they could build some of the best universities in the world. I mean, they had astronomical economic achievements during the 1930s. I mean, is that not statistically true? Did they not have the highest rates of GDP growth in the world during those years? I mean, what was the whole world not marveling?
No, I mean, obviously it all turned to nothing. I mean, they
turned to nothing. I mean, they were able to withstand an invasion that killed 27 million people, and then be able to rebuild after that. And then,
that's fine. There are exigent circumstances. I mean, a lot of libertarians like to point to Venezuela and say, "Oh, look, they've gone down." And part of that is the collapse of oil prices. I mean, it's a petrostate, kind of like the Soviet Union. I mean, like Russia. So, like Russia's fortunes are going to be buoyed or tanked by the price of oil, and then war, of course, and even international sanctions. But, if you look at comparatively, compare the Soviet Union in the 1930s or pretty much anywhere else to any other economy that's freely trading, it's not doing as well. I mean, even the United States in the 1930s, as bad as our Great Depression was, we grew very quickly. Our per capita GDP grew at 20%.
So you're saying the Soviet Union didn't have as high GDP growth in the 1930s as the United States?
I don't believe so.
I think
I
you ought
don't
to,
believe so.
you
I
ought to
mean,
check
maybe
that out
on
because
paper, but
the
these are
measurement of
Stalin's
GDP growth
numbers. So
globally. I mean, it was the whole world was in awe of what was happening. I mean, and you can read. I mean, there were all kinds of non-communists who were going over there and saying, "Wow, this is something we've never seen before."
Some people,
I mean, it was
some people were
astonishing.
impressed with Stalin's lies, and I suppose if
No,
you want
I mean,
to,
did they electrify
look
the
at their
country or
numbers,
not?
but
They staged electrifying the country. They faked it. You said Stalin's lies.
but
They lied about electrifying the country.
electrification is not necessarily wealth. I mean, you can have
But people who
electrification
didn't
and
have
then there's no
electricity
point
in
in
their
it.
homes, people who'd been living in huts with no running water, electricity, were living in modern housing units, right?
Okay, but
people had
again-
running water for the first time. I mean, they built the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, the Dnieper Dam. You're saying all that's staged, all that's fake?
I'm saying that the numbers
It's
are
Stalin's lies. I mean,
the numbers
these
are
are
fake.
undisputed
I mean,
facts. They made more steel than any other country in the world during these years. They were the top
then
producer
why
of
did they not catch
tractors
up to the
during these
United States? Why did they fall so far behind, even during Soviet rule?
But they
and
didn't.
why did China not grow when they
had?
were?
I mean, look at the statistics of GDP growth. They had the highest rates of GDP growth in the world, even up into the 80s. They were doing astronomically well. Their economy was constantly expanding.
I know,
and
but
China
you know what?
today
That was
is doing the
largely
same
because
thing.
of military spending. I mean, and they count military spending, but that's not real.
But we
wealth.
have that
I mean,
here too. I mean, that's a big part.
No,
of our
I know.
GDP
I
here, too.
wouldn't count our GDP
And
growth
that was
in World
forced
War
on
II
them
as real
by
wealth.
the fact that they were threatened with nuclear war. It wasn't an arms race; it was an arms catch-up, where they were constantly having to build more and more weapons, and that was a way to drain away from the public resources that people needed. Right? That was part of the way to undermine the Soviet Union, weaken them, was force them to spend all this money. In the U.S., military spending is a stimulus, but in the Soviet Union, military spending came
it's
at
not
the
a stimulus.
expense.
It's a stimulus for certain corporations, but it's not a stimulus. It's
Not for you and me,
no,
but for the military industrial complex, right? I mean, that's the situation, and for the Soviet Union, that came at the expense of other parts of the economy, and
I'm sure, but Stalin was willing to do it, and his successors were willing to do it.
Well, I mean, 15 countries invaded them right after the Russian Revolution, and they fought a war in which millions of people died, and then they were blockaded, and they couldn't import any products, and then you had World War II.
I mean,
they needed.
And I would argue that was a big part of
they needed to have a strong military to not be destroyed.
I would argue that the blockade was a big part of why Russia had a tough time growing, because you need international capitalism in order to grow.
The whole world was marveling about the 5-year economic plans. I mean, it was
the whole world wasn't, but
I mean, read Time magazine articles from this period. Read what the New York Times was writing during these periods. I mean, people were in utter awe of the Soviet economic.
Yes, I mean, but the New York Times was also saying that there was no such thing as hunger in Ukraine at the same time. So I would take the New York Times.
No, see, Walter Duranty. What you're referring there is Walter
yes, of course
Duranty.
I am.
Yeah, well, Walter Duranty won the Pulitzer Prize the year before the famine happened. And the Pulitzer Prize Committee has never revoked his prize. And the Ukrainian nationalists have been trying to get that prize taken away because they say he's a genocide denier. But the prize he got was before the genocide allegedly even happened, right?
The genocide was ongoing from 1918. Come on.
And there was no genocide. There was an economic famine. There was food shortages, right? But it was all over the Soviet Union. It wasn't just in Ukraine. Right.
Well, I mean,
and
if you want to call it just a famine, that Stalin went in and took
building a modern
food,
agricultural system, and they had problems along the way, but then they cured the famines. But the idea that Stalin was sitting there up in the Kremlin saying, "Well, I hate Ukrainians, I'm going to starve," that's not what was happening. We all know what Hitler did. Hitler rounded up people on the basis of their race or their ethnicity, took them to camps, and gassed them to death. No one has ever accused the Soviet Union of doing anything remotely like that. The Soviet Union, they had prison camps where people went for a couple years and were miserable, and then they got out. I mean,
there were massive executions.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, some of Stalin's,
but not
were
genocide.
executed.
There was not genocide in the Soviet Union.
I mean, it depends. There were millions killed, tens of millions killed.
How
actually more than Hitler.
How were they? Tell me, how were these people killed?
Varied means. I mean,
varied means. No, I mean, so go on. How are these people killed? Because those big numbers you just mentioned come from had an economic policy that had negative results, and that's not the same thing.
No. I'm talking
especially
about
when that government are the ones that make the country modern and get rid of the famines and starvation.
No, I'm talking
they did not kill more people than Hitler. There was no Auschwitz in the Soviet Union. That is bullshit. Okay.
No,
we all know what Hitler did. We all know what Hitler did. He rounded up Jews and gypsies and all kinds of people and took them to camps and gassed them to death. Stalin never did anything remotely close to that.
Oh,
how many German prisoners out of the 91,000 that left Stalingrad went home? 5,000.
You're in a
that's a death
you're
rate
comparing
of
prisoners of
90%.
war. When you're having a war, you're comparing people that invaded your country in a war to people that just happen to be gypsies or just happen to be Jewish.
No. I have a friend.
That's
I have
ridiculous.
a friend who was sent to the
You're
Gulag.
accusing Stalin of killing prisoners of war who invaded his country, and you're equating that with the Holocaust?
I'm not equating it. I'm saying that there were many millions of people deliberately killed through the Gulag archipelago, including
most Gulag prisoners survived. In fact, the Gulag numbers were less than there are. There was more people in America. There's more people in American prisons right now than were ever in the Gulags.
That's probably true, but
yeah, and they weren't death camps.
The death rate is way higher in the Soviet
There were
Union.
no gas chambers in the Gulags. They weren't gassing these people.
No,
these people
they worked
survived.
in the death. They worked in the death.
No, they survived. Most of them got out, and most of them were there for non-political crimes. Very few of them were. Most of them were there for rape, theft, stealing. It was a prison system.
No, I have a friend who was a Polish guy.
And yes, there were 1937 during that period. There were a lot of people
arrested. He spent 10 years
shouldn't have been there. Absolutely, and there were a lot of very innocent people who were thrown there in the Great Terror. And I'm not trying to say it was good. It was a horrible, horrible thing. But you can't equate that with what the Nazis did. You just can't equate it.
I just said there are tens of millions. That's all.
Well, there were not tens of millions of people in gulags. Most of them came out alive. I mean, those big numbers you have, those hundreds of millions, that comes from famines, right? And famines are not the same thing as intentional genocide. Especially
I was talking about something other than the Ukrainian
government that mechanizes agriculture and then gets rid of famine. So that Stalin killed more people than Hitler trope, that's just bullshit.
If I were to go into Massachusetts and take all the food from all the stores and not allow any food in,
is that what happened?
Would you call that a famine, or would you call that
to be mean to people? Is that what he did?
What?
Is that what happened? Stalin just, said, I don't like Ukrainians. I'm going to take all the food out of Ukraine. Is that what happened? I thought there were crop failures.
He requisitioned all the food. Yes.
I thought there were crop failures all over the Soviet Union, and they were having to decide who got food, and they were rationing them. Well, I don't think Stalin just took food from people because he was being mean. I think there was there
were crop failures across the Soviet Union. Not in Ukraine.
Not the same thing as what.
But I will agree with you. They had a central plan, so there were of course crop failures for 70 years under the Soviet Union.
What? Say that again.
I said, there were crop failures across the Soviet Union for 70 years because it was
not for 70 years. There was a famine in the early 1930s in Ukraine. All over the Soviet Union. There was a famine in the early 1930s, and then they mechanized agriculture and they built the collective farm system. And other than during World War II, they actually had a mass, modern agricultural system for the first time in their history.
All right. Well, we're not going to agree on that. So. Let's get back to economics.
You can't take a famine that happened in the early 1930s. That's just like the first guy who was on there about China. It's a selective
side point. I mean,
again,
you can read about Holodomor yourself and find out more.
I've read all kinds of things, and I'm telling you, there was a horrendous famine in Ukraine, and the Soviet government had to figure out what to do, and they had to sell some of that grain so they could buy the technology so they could build the modern agricultural system to prevent it. And there were people who died in various parts of the USSR. It was a disaster.
The vast majority of grain was grown in Ukraine, and the vast majority of famine
government made that contributed to it. You can absolutely argue that, but you can't equate that with lining people up on the basis of their race and exterminating them. You just can't do that.
I didn't. They just lined people up on the basis of opposition to the state, which is really the problem with central planning generally, right? I mean, once you create are you
talking about the people who burned their crops?
Controls all the stuff.
Are you talking about the kulaks who were burning their crops in order to prevent people from eating? I mean, are you talking about?
Once you create a central plan,
we're trying to violently overthrow the government. I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, what I'm saying is, once you create a central plan to give certain government officials control over all the stuff, you create a super magnet for all the power-hungry people who are megalomaniacs. And of course, that's what happened with Stalin. That's what happened with
corporations all the time. I mean, are there people in capitalist corporations that are power-hungry and megalomaniacs?
Yes, but they only control a tiny proportion, so they cannot engage in the kind of. I mean, let's face it. If you give government control over all the stuff, how can you have freedom of the press if you can't own a press? How can you have freedom of religion if you can't own a place of worship?
Well, I don't think we have freedom of the press now, and we can own a press, and it's
well, you can, but it's very. I would agree with
by big corporations, and they repeat lies, and social media is rigged by. We saw how the FBI is coordinating and with Twitter in order to push certain messages.
Put it here. High five. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, we have our private system, and I don't see any freedom of the press. I see mass engineering and social engineering. It's just being done for the people with the most money, right? Whereas in the Soviet Union, it was being done by a force that came out of a popular revolution that was in opposition to the rich and powerful. So.
The rich and powerful became the force that was.
When I was in Iran, for example, Iran's not a Marxist country. They call it not capitalism, but Islam. And they were talking about how in Iran, they have elections, but they have this thing called the Guardian Council, right? And the Guardian Council selects which candidates are approved before the election, right? And the Iranians, they said to me, you have the same thing in America. It's called Wall Street. They select which candidates get treated as legit candidates and which don't. But Wall Street just got its position by having the most money. Whereas our Guardian Council, these are the people that led our revolution, that overthrew the Shah, that are the most devout Muslims and the religious leaders. So who would you rather have guiding your democracy? Whoever just happens to have the most money, or people that are in line with your values and your system? And I couldn't argue with them. I mean, I would give you this as an answer. There's scarcity. As long as you have a society that there's going to be some people who make decisions and some people who won't, right? And so wouldn't it be better to have the people who make the decisions be people who are in opposition to the rich and powerful and are accountable to a network of a well-organized population that is trying to carry out their popular will than it is to just be accountable to whoever has the most money?
Well, first of all, I would say they're not accountable, and history has proved that. They can go, but I would say even more, again, compared to what? If you want to compare a central plan in, say, North Korea versus the many plans in South Korea, if you want to compare the central plan in, I don't know, Taiwan versus China versus Venezuela versus Costa Rica, Chile versus what has been Argentina up until last week.
Okay, so this is an article from BBC. I want you to see this, right? This is an article from BBC, and I'm showing you the headline of the article, right? It's called North Korea Struggles to Control the Changing Economy, but I just wanted to show you the article where it came from. But now I'm going to show you what a section from the article I would like you to take note of, right? This is BBC. This is not communist news. This is not, state media from North Korea. This is BBC.
State media from Britain. Okay.
Britain, who is their enemy, right? I mean, not a big fan of North Korea. Economic miracle. At one time, North Korea's centrally planned economy seemed to work well. Indeed, in the initial years of the creation of North Korea, mass mobilization of the population with Soviet and Chinese technical assistance and financial aid resulted in an annual growth rate estimated to have reached 20%, even 30% in the years following the Korean War. As late as the 1970s, South Korea languished in the shadow of the economic miracle north of the border. That's BBC, right? When the Soviet Union existed, when they weren't isolated, when they weren't, completely locked out as they were in the 90s, the North Korean economy was actually doing quite well. The food crisis and all that came in the 90s when they couldn't get access to petroleum, when their major trading partner was destroyed. Also, you mentioned South Korea. South Korea has a largely state-run economy even today, but especially in the 70s under Park Chung-hee, it was like the military was running the economy. POSCO, their steel industry, was created by the government. The car manufacturers were created by the government. It was a largely state-run economy. So South Korea's economy, where you had this kind of Bonapartist military authoritarian state backed up by the United States that murdered leftists and tortured people and had prison camps, they still had a huge amount of state control over the economy. So South Korea is not an argument for free market economics at all.
Well, I would disagree. I mean, North Korea has a per capita GDP of $800.
Now,
world
right
now.
But South Korea,
South Korea is
largely
well
the
in the
result of
40,000
state control, right? I mean, POSCO, the steel industry,
Which one
was
had
built
more
by
state
the
control?
government.
Which one had more state control, North Korea or South Korea?
At this point, North Korea obviously has more state control, and you'll see that in the 70s until the 1970s, their economy was doing quite well. I just read you, BBC said they were languishing in the shadow of the economic miracle in the North until the 70s and 80s. In the 50s and 60s, their economy was doing very, very well, according to the BBC.
Yeah, but there was no miracle. It was. I mean, it evaporates to $800 per capita.
Yeah,
that's not a miracle. It evaporates. If it's gone.
That's
it's
later,
not a miracle.
though. That's after the Soviet Union falls, after the USA piles all kinds of sanctions on them, after they cannot import petroleum. You know how vital oil is in our modern economy. They couldn't import any of it. They had a food crisis imposed on them. by the West. They're completely locked out of the world economy, right? And as a result of that, yeah, things were very bad in the 90s. They called it the arduous march, but it wasn't like that before. They were actually quite prosperous until the fall of the Soviet Union. And that's a fact. And South Korea is the result of a huge amount of state central planning and state intervention also. So that argument is just
again compared to what?
Comparing North and South Korea,
no,
I mean,
do well. And if
both
if
of them had huge amounts of state involvement in the economy. Both of them had huge amounts of state involvement. Park Chung-hee was, you know, I mean, he was setting up corporations. The USA was forcing Japan to lend money to him. The military was running things. It was not a free market economy in any capacity. None of the Asian tiger countries are. And this is a really common thing. Milton Friedman does this.
Any of the data. It's
Milton
not based
Friedman
on any
does this,
and
say,
oh,
Hong
Nicaragua's
Kong
doing really
was
well
not
compared
a
to
free
Costa
marketplace.
Rica.
A huge amount, you know, Singapore, there's a huge amount of government involvement in the economy. Taiwan in the 80s, a huge amount of government involvement in the economy.
Most of it's not socialist.
Well, it's not socialist, yes, but it's Bonapartism, it's military control.
Isn't your argument that socialism is better? And when there's
my
no
argument
socialism, how does it do?
that you need state central planning, and that these countries, the Asian tigers, were allowed to develop with state central planning for capitalism, much like Saudi Arabia, much like Singapore, Taiwan. They were able to use central planning because the USA needed them as a buffer against China and against the Soviet Union. And the United States pulled out all of its money. Remember the crash of the Asian markets in the late 1990s, right? They pulled out all of their money and wrecked them. And that, you know, Lee Kuan Yew was fighting with the Clinton administration, and Park Chung-hee was probably killed by the United States, right? I mean, it looks like that because he wanted South Korea to have their own nuclear weapons so the U.S. troops would leave. He was killed under very mysterious circumstances. Very mysterious circumstances. He was having dinner with the head of the Korean CIA, and then the head of the Korean CIA shot him and then was executed before ever saying what his motive was. And the Carter administration had been investigating the South Korean for lobbying. It was Koreagate. That whole thing was going on. The USA saw Park Chung-hee as kind of a Bonapartist strongman who was going to get in their way, and they took him out. But there was a huge amount of state control during those years. I mean,
and the economy has grown faster since then than before then.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, the basis of it was the South Korean government, you know, setting up a car industry, setting up a steel industry.
The strong growth. The basis is not the growth in the 50s under Park. The basis is the growth in the 70s and 80s.
Come into power until the 60s. I mean, in the 50s, you had Syngman Rhee, and they were economically devastated. And as that article says, in the 50s, North Korea was doing way better than they were. And the students in South Korea rose up and they overthrew Syngman Rhee because the economy was so bad. And that's when the Lyndon Johnson administration and the Kennedy administration said, okay, we have to stabilize South Korea so that we don't have a communist revolution in South Korea. And so they allowed Park Chung-hee to develop, to industrialize, right? And this was part of the Kennedy administration's policies, is they basically, they did the same thing in Iran with what they called the white revolution, the Shah of Iran. They had him start building industries and building airlines and stuff, because they, you know, this was a big part of like Cold War liberalism, was we have to allow the third world to develop, you know, and we have to allow them to build up their own industries, or else the communists are going to take over. And that these kind of third world authoritarian Bonapartist military regimes that were a big part of the Cold War, they were tolerated by the United States because they were a barrier against communism. And then in the 80s, George Soros started removing all of them. Right? You know,
no. It was Jimmy Carter, actually. I'll give Jimmy Carter credit for this. As a former right winger, I'll give Jimmy credit. He stopped backing the dictators. And the dictators, let's face it, they held their countries back economically. They used more state control and state planning.
Actually, economically speaking, the Philippines under Marcos was doing much better economically, and neoliberalism that came in with the fall of Marcos. You know, I mean, that's in the 90s. You know, these dictators. The problem with these dictators was that in order to stay in power, they had to hand out the goods. And that they, you know, Soros, they want an open society. They want a government that's so weak it can just roll over and they can just privatize everything. And in Latin America in the 90s, they started democratizing and they brought in austerity. I mean, I was in Ecuador in 1999 and I saw how awful things were. It was a democracy once again, but they had adopted IMF reforms and they were just looting the place economically. People were
IMF is not free market. I mean, certainly not from a libertarian standpoint.
Well, it was more free market than it had been under the military Bonapartist regime.
Can we agree with this though? Because I know you're running up against your time thing.
Right, I am. Yeah.
A good canary in the coal mine is what's going on in Argentina right now. Because they've just elected an anarcho-capitalist libertarian president.
What I don't understand is a lot of libertarians that I know, and I guess we can just end with me. You can answer this question. I'll just let you answer.
Milei, the Argentine guy, he says he's going to get China out of Argentina. He says he's going to bring in the US dollar. So many libertarians that I know like the BRICS, right? They like the BRICS. They like what's happening with the BRICS and the new currency. And
yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean,
so
I think a lot of that.
He'll never join the BRICS. He's going to make them adopt the U.S. dollar. He seems so opposite of what I hear from other libertarians.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's mostly for foreign consumption, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. I mean, foreign relations, other than free trade, has little relationship to the economy, right? I mean, you need access to the international market, but other than that, you can say whatever you want. You can make fun of Iran or praise Iran or whatever you want to do, as long as you can get international trade. And I think,
and that's where I see common ground between libertarians and myself, is I feel like a lot of libertarians think that the idea of the BRICS countries developing and becoming more independent of the IMF and the World Bank and having a new currency and trading with each other, this new economy centered around Russia and China, that's all about growth. It's not like BlackRock where they're pushing this environmental degrowth stuff. A lot of libertarians I know are very excited about it. A lot of libertarians really
I am too. I think I agree with
point
you.
Of agreement. Yeah.
I think that any kind of competition, with a global standard is a good thing. I mean, it's because we want to decentralize, and we have a centralized currency right now globally, and we don't need it. I think it hurts, especially because I say the Americans are manipulating it
I agree.
in some respect for our own advantage, but not to our long-term advantage. I think.
All right. Well, this has been great. Well, thank you, Thomas. I really appreciate you coming on, and good luck to you. And this was fun. All right. Well, I'm ending the stream here because I got to get to work, but we'll talk again soon, folks. This was an interesting experiment tonight. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Combo Couch. I am Fiorella Isabel, and I am having a special panel today with two guests, okay? And Pasta and I have talked about having a panel like this. We probably would have had maybe one other person. I'm kind of obviously, I have a certain stance, and me and Pasta argue about it all the time. Many of you have heard us talking about this specific subject. While we all agree, I think that right now there's so much happening in the world, and there is definitely a predator class that is trying to really divide us. I think some of us differ as to how we're perceiving everything that's happening. If there is actual opposition, what is the importance of this opposition? Are all governments equal in terms of imperialism? We have differences in that. And in terms of how to deal with this whole situation that's unfolding before us, there has been, breaking news today with a case against these socialists from the Uhuru movement that, this has been going on for a while now. And so the the Department of Justice decided that they are basically guilty of having some sort of affiliation with the Russian government, being sort of Russian assets. And I'm going to bring that up a little bit later in the program as part of a discussion, because I do think it's a situation where I think that encompasses every sort of, no matter where you fall on the political spectrum or the divide, the ideology. I do think that's something that all Americans should be mindful of, as well as the surveillance state and its increase of the surveillance state using the Russia-Ukraine conflict that as an excuse. And we saw it with Iraq, and nothing has changed since then in those terms. But without further ado, I'm going to bring in Caleb Maupin, and you know him. He is often on RT. He has his own show. He is very knowledgeable on communism and on what that means. And then, of course, we have Clint Curtis, who is with the podcast Liberty Lockdown and has come on here as well to discuss several things with us. So welcome, guys. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's Clint Russell, by the way. I know it's just a typo.
Oh, it's Clint Russell. No, I'm sorry. No, because
I know you know.
It's Pasta, and I have a friend that's involved in election integrity, Clint Curtis, and sometimes he calls you Clint Curtis, and I'm Pasta today. Clint Russell, everybody. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Spazzing out. But yeah, so thank you for coming on and having this discussion. I do want to start off by really defining what this idea of it means to you, because I think sometimes we get caught up in arguing with people. What is, and I'll start with Caleb, what is your definition of both communism and capitalism? Actually, let's start with you, Clint. What is your definition of what you see as what you think communism is, and what do you think capitalism is?
Sure.
And just define that for the audience so we know what we're talking about here.
Well, there's communism in like textbook version versus what we've seen in reality historically. I think that the more, kind way of phrasing it would be stateless society, communal living, communal production of goods. That would be kind of the anarcho-communist mentality that I would not be in deep opposition towards. Oftentimes, it is usually a state mechanism that has to get you there, and it never gets you there. So that's kind of my read of it. For capitalism, it would just be the free exchange of goods amongst consenting people. I am an anarcho-capitalist, so I do believe that capitalism is a proper and good and just way of formulating a civilization, but I would like to see it done with as little government as possible.
Okay. Caleb.
I think both capitalism and communism are stages in human development. Most of human civilization was hunter-gatherer civilization, what you might call primitive communism or primitive communalism, tribalism. From there, we went to slavery and the slave empires of Egypt and Rome and Greece. And then from there, we got capitalism, which is a system of production organized for profit. It's when profit dictates production. You have private owners owning the banks and the factories and the major industries and the oil wells and the centers of economic power, operating them for profit. And communism is the ultimate goal of a world with so much wealth and so much abundance that all inequality can fade away, that people can just do what they feel like doing, from each according to their own ability, to each according to their needs. One of the only places that Marx talks about it is in this pamphlet he wrote, Critique of the Goethe Program. And he describes the ultimate goal of communism as being a society in which labor is life's prime want, meaning people only have to work because they feel like it, because they don't want to be bored anymore. A society in which the springs of cooperative wealth flow so abundantly that all inequality, coercion, and social hierarchies fade away. And it's based on vast technological advancement and vast abundance. And it's probably hundreds of years in the future. But the road to that ultimate world is what's called socialism. And socialism, I would argue, does exist in many parts of the world today. And socialism is simply a society where the banks and the factories and major industries are not operated according to profit, but there is a central plan. And this central plan eliminates some of the irrationality of capitalism and allows growth to proceed. And it overcomes some of the irrationalities of a system based on profits. And so that's the way I would see it. I would argue the capitalism of today is not, the original capitalism. It's not industrial capitalism. We live under imperialism, which is capitalism in its monopoly stage, the rule of the world by monopolistic corporations based in the Western countries that are trying to keep the world poor and hold back economic development. And that around the world, there are a number of countries that have broken out of that system and taken control of their own economies. And that is the beginning of socialism. But socialism really hasn't even fully blossomed into its ultimate fulfillment as the sequel, the overthrow, the next stage after capitalism. And my belief is that socialism would eventually lead to this ultimate ideal of communism based on vast abundance.
So I'm just going to pose both of you a lot of the critiques from, specifically the biggest critique from anarchists and from libertarians towards communism is the overpowerment of the government, right? Because the libertarian ideology, anarchist ideology wants the least amount of government involved, the least amount of the state. And I do think that a lot of that comes from the West, like the Western government, the Western oligarchy that we see in the United States, for example, has pretty much ruined things for people. It hasn't bettered things for people. So the involvement of more of that would seem counterproductive, right? And then on the other end, the argument from socialists and from communists and from people from more of a socialist leaning ideology about this libertarianism is or anarcho-capitalism is that there is capitalism in itself is a greedy mentality, because there is always going to be somebody greedy to try to exploit the system to where, because it's based on profits, that it's always going to lead us back into the same of what people say, well, this is not capitalism, it's crony capitalism. There's a difference between capitalism and crony capitalism, but the argument is it always leads to where we're at, which is imperialism, because that's the nature of the progression of capitalism, right? This is late stage capitalism. This is where it's not working. You have rampant neoliberalism, you have deregulation. And so it's hard to argue that that's something that we want to see as well. What do you say to that criticism, Clint, first, and then you can respond, Caleb?
Well, I think that greed is an aspect of human nature, and you're not going to rid yourself of it. I think that prices are the market signal for supply and demand to come online. So it's in effect the most I guess fair or motivating, equitable way of actually meeting market demands is to free the market and allow for supply and demand to match consumer desires. So I'm of the opinion that that's, greed is not done away with by having a state. In fact, quite the contrary. Power accumulates in the state. They have a monopoly on violence, which enables them to get away with the greatest evils that we've seen in human history. So I think that it's just a complete mistake to believe that you can do away with greed by going towards a socialist system. And I don't think that there's any evidence to demonstrate that a socialist system diminishes greed. It's just it's a misdirect, more or less.
Caleb, what do you say to that mindset, as well as the mindset that the state and the government oftentimes make things worse in terms of that mindset, right? That just the involvement of the state in things is also a problem in terms of just too much is on the state.
Well, I think that first of all, we need to understand that freedom in every society is based on the level of development. No one talked about human rights or the rights of man or liberties until like the 1400s in Europe. And that wasn't because people were just naturally evil until then and didn't respect the rights of others. However, it was because no society had gotten to the point of development that could then raise the productive forces to the point to allow for that kind of freedom. And that the road to freedom is eliminating scarcity, is eliminating poverty. When there's enough to go around for everybody, there's no need to regulate how much people get. There's no need to have crime. That the basis of social hierarchies is scarcity, and the road to freedom. The more prosperous a society becomes, the more wealth that exists in a society, the more free it can be. And that said, when you talk about crony capitalism, all capitalism is crony capitalism. Every time you have a society where the means of production operate according to profit, and you have a small group of people who own the banks and the factories and the major centers of economic power, they use their wealth to rig the government